Chen Ran is a virtuous individual. He has descended into hell. This is the tongue-pulling hell, where deceit is strictly prohibited, yet everyone is engaged in deception. Due to differing philosophies regarding falsehoods, two grand alliances have emerged. The alliance of liars, to lie is to perish instantly. The alliance of deceivers, transforming lies into truths. A near 100 mortality rate for novices, an unparalleled matchmaking mechanism, and a banquet of myriad deceptions. The war of the two alliances, a desperate escape from hell, where malevolent souls employ various means to extract each other's lies. Chen Ran has harbored numerous conjectures about hell. A virtual realm? A world of deification? A realm of the psyche? As he methodically eliminates each hypothesis, the enigmatic veil of hell is gradually unveiled. Chapter 1. You have lied. Chen Ran has perished, struck down by a vehicle. He finds himself in a chamber devoid of doors or windows, brilliantly illuminated, yet lacking a discernible light source, which is quite peculiar. A queue of approximately 10 individuals stretches before him, with someone at the forefront engaged in registration. The registrar is a burly man with a full beard, clad in a black leather jacket, his lower half obscured by the table's partition. Affixed to the table's partition is an A4 sheet emblazoned with the conspicuous characters Ghost Gate. On either side of the queue, the Oxhead and Horseface vigilantly patrol with clubs in hand, maintaining order. Noticing Chen Ran standing in confusion, the Horseface calls out, "Another newcomer. Inform him of his whereabouts." A middle-aged woman at the end of the line turns around, her face ashen, trembling all over, and with a terrified gaze, she weeps. This is the road to Huangquan. Please join the queue. The Horseface raises his club, gesturing menacingly towards Chen Ran, warning him that failure to queue will result in punishment. Chen Ran stands at the end of the line, his expression bittersweet, privately acknowledging the high likelihood that he is indeed dead. Name: Li Chong. Age: 30 years. Place of origin: Shanbei. Did you commit any wrongdoing in your life? The registrar reveals a sinister grin, his teeth bared. Perhaps the tales of Soul's misdeeds serve as the only source of entertainment in his lengthy tenure. No, Li Chong stammers, his gaze shifting uncertainly. Go stand by the wall over there, the registrar replies, disappointment evident as he gestures vaguely towards the opposite wall. At this moment, Chen Ran notices that in the shadows before the wall opposite the queue, several individuals are facing the wall, crouched with their heads cradled in their arms. Next, reporting to the organization, my name is Matthew. I am 35 years old, from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, and I have served time for robbery and embezzlement. Before the registrar can pose any questions, Matthew blurts out his confession, his demeanor earnest, clearly a seasoned veteran of such encounters. You are rather intriguing. The registrar responds with a satisfied expression, then inquires, do you wish to enter heaven? Yes, yes, yes. Matthew fervently nods. Very well, let me ask you a question. Were these admissions made voluntarily? Matthew hesitates momentarily, but upon seeing the twinkle of amusement in the registrar's eyes, he quickly realizes that the judge might be inclined to show him leniency, and he retorts defiantly, "It was all coerced by my superiors." Ah, life in a world is not always within one's control. I too once faced such circumstances, the registrar states, pausing thereafter, now go stand. Stand tall, do not cower with your head in your hands. Matthew's face illuminated with ecstatic joy as he bowed repeatedly to the burly man and the Oxhead and Horseface, exclaiming, "Thank you, my leaders. Thank you, esteemed organization. I vow to be reborn as a better person in paradise." This scene, witnessed by those waiting in line, eased their anxious hearts, as they secretly thought that as long as they confessed their past transgressions, the judge would show them leniency. Indeed, it was as expected. Subsequently, as long as they admitted their sins, the burly man would inquire whether they wished to ascend to heaven. "My mother forced me to do this," declared the middle-aged man who had killed his wife, his face earnest. "The school bully made me do it," exclaimed the naive youth who had bullied a classmate to death. Without exception, those who confessed while deflecting blame onto others stood facing the wall. They shared laughter and conversation with Matthew before the wall, derisively glancing at those who cowered with their heads clasped in their hands, as if transformed into the most virtuous beings on earth, differentiating themselves from the truly wicked with a sense of moral superiority. At that moment, a woman inexplicably appeared at the rear of the queue, her expression equally bewildered. The Oxhead approached her, reiterating the words previously spoken by the Horseface. "Another newcomer has arrived. Those in front, please inform her of her whereabouts." Chen Ran turned his head, Perhaps due to overwhelming fear, he stuttered several times before managing to utter, "The road to the underworld." "Form an orderly queue," the ox head instructed the woman. Observing the sharp spikes on the mace, the woman complied and positioned herself at the end of the line, yet she cast a lingering glance at Chen Ran's back. As time passed, Chen Ran noticed that it had been quite some time since a newcomer had appeared in the chamber. Including the burly man overseeing registration and the ox head and horseface maintaining order, there were a total of 18 individuals in the chamber. Soon enough, it was Chen Ran's turn. Name: Chen Ran. Age: 26. Place of origin: Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Did you commit any sins in your past life? Previously distant. Now, upon hearing the burly man's inquiry, despite the anticipation evident on his face, his eyes portrayed a sense of indifference. Chen Ran briefly organized his thoughts and said, "I had an argument with my girlfriend." Perhaps due to the anxiety of revealing his misdeeds, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I buried her. The police have yet to find her body." Noticing the burly man's brow furrow slightly, as if he was about to press further, Chen Ran quickly retorted, "Since the body has never been found, I have committed no crime. Therefore, I never killed anyone." "Your eloquence is impressive. Murder is murder. There is no need for such unnecessary words." The burly man's expression softened considerably, and he showed no intention of pursuing the matter further. Seeing this, Chen Ran became agitated. He turned to the ox head and horseface on either side. "I do not wish to descend into hell. I truly have not killed anyone." "You have committed murder," the ox head replied, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. "Indeed, just admit it. Those who end up here were not virtuous in life." The horseface concurred, perhaps because only Chen Ran and the woman remained. "Very well, face the wall," the burly man commanded. Chen Ran was about to argue, but upon seeing the darkening expression on the man's face, he reluctantly complied and approached the wall. It was now the woman's turn. "Name: I do not wish to say." The woman shrugged off the inquiry. The burly man slammed his palm on the table with a resounding thud. "Be compliant. Do not bring your earthly ways into my domain. Answer my questions as asked." The sudden outburst startled everyone, prompting the ox head and horseface to rush over and placate him. Boss, calm down. Do not take it out on the newcomer. Now, did you commit any wrongs in your past life?" "Why should I answer? What benefit is there in divulging my past? If you are indeed a judge of the underworld, you should check the ledger of life and death yourself," the woman retorted, seemingly aware of the peculiarities of the situation. The authority was challenged, and the burly man became enraged, drawing a handgun and pressing it against her forehead. "Will you speak?" The others felt the murderous intent radiating from the burly man, instinctively retracting their necks. However, Matthew, upon seeing the firearm, could not help but internally marvel at how modern the underworld had become, now employing guns for law enforcement. His eyes darted, and he hurriedly approached the woman, barking like a sycophant. "Did you think you were still on Earth? When the judge commands you, you must comply." The burly man ignored him, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently on the woman, seemingly ready to pull the trigger. The woman remained silent, defiantly raising her chin as if daring him to shoot. Just as everyone believed the woman would be executed, the burly man, along with the ox head and horseface, burst into laughter. Their laughter echoed eerily throughout the chamber, sending chills down spines. The burly man turned to count the individuals facing the wall, murmuring, "13 is indeed 13. Just as Matthew was about to speak, the burly man suddenly turned the gun towards Matthew's forehead, coolly stating, "You lied." With the sound of the gunshot, Matthew's obsequious expression froze on his face as his body collapsed. Chapter 2. Liars shall be shot. Matthew is dead. The moment the gunshot resounded, everyone present was engulfed in confusion, unsure of the source of the shriek. Like startled birds, they scattered in all directions. However, the confines of the chamber were limited. Where could they flee? Ultimately, they huddled in a corner, each desperately burrowing deeper into the wall, fearing that they would be the next victim. Chen Ran, being the last to face the wall, seized the advantageous position, wedged tightly in the innermost corner. Witnessing the burly man raise his gun once more, the foremost, Li Chong, protested, "You are in the underworld, abusing your power. I want to file a complaint against you." Yes. You promised that if we confessed our sins during our lifetime, we could go to heaven." They continued, "We may not wish to go to heaven, but you cannot kill us. We have committed no wrongs in our lives." Their fervor grew, voices rising in indignation. Yet the only response they received was a chilling refrain, "You lie, you lie, you lie." Each time the burly man fired, he uttered the same words. And one by one, bodies crumpled to the ground, leaving the remaining individuals filled with despair and terror. Some seized the moment of the burly man's execution of others to rush forward and snatch the gun, but as they made contact with him, an invisible force repelled them. Some knelt in supplication, others confessed their past misdeeds, some cursed vehemently, while others wept bitterly. The burly man remained unperturbed, seeming like a cold, mechanized instrument of slaughter, his handgun a tolling bell for the lives it claimed. It is said that good and evil will eventually be repaid in kind. As the horseface had previously stated, those who arrived here were not virtuous in life. They had escaped the laws of the living but could not evade the judgment of the dead. Soon, in the confined space, only the burly man, the ox head, the horseface, Chen Ran, the woman, and the silent youth remained. The burly man surveyed the three, his gaze fixing on Chen Ran, raising his hand with the gun aimed at him. "You lie." Click, the bullet jammed. And the burly man's eyes filled with horror. The handgun slipped uncontrollably from his grasp and fell to the ground. Ox head, horseface, the youth, and Chen Ran widened their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they rushed forward like madmen, eager to seize the fallen handgun. The horseface ran the fastest, yet just as he was about to touch the gun, a delicate hand reached it first. Baishotzi picked up the handgun, looking at the approaching horseface, instinctively preparing to fire. Click, the bullet jammed. Strangely, this time the handgun did not fall, firmly held in her grasp. The horseface, unable to stop due to inertia, was about to collide with Baishotzi when he was suddenly repelled by an unseen force, crashing against the wall. "Give me the gun." Oxhead reached out, eyes filled with urgency, eager to snatch it yet fearful of being repelled by the gun's mechanism. "Little girl, it seems you are the destined one to restore order in the underworld. Hand the gun over to Oxhead, and we shall introduce you to the King of Hell." The burly man adjusted his expression, feigning surprise. "Do not give it to him." Chen Ran and the youth exclaimed in unison, both positioning themselves behind Baishotzi, warily eyeing the trio. "Then who should I give the gun to?" Baishotzi turned to Chen Ran and the youth, appearing indecisive. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Upon seeing both Chen Ran and the youth eager for the gun, Baishotzi retracted her timid demeanor, scanning the five with a cold smirk. "So, why should I give the gun to you?" The five then realized they had been toyed with. Indeed, those who came here were not good people in life. Baishotzi turned to Chen Ran. "I do not believe them. You must have perceived something." "What do you mean?" Chen Ran frowned. "Feigning? I worked at a mute school in life and have some understanding of lip reading. Just now, you opened your mouth several times and only uttered the words Yellow Spring Road. But in reality, your original phrase was, in front, tell me. This is Yellow Spring Road. Aside from the three words Yellow Spring Road, you deliberately left the other words unspoken." At this revelation, Chen Ran remained relatively composed. But the eyes of the burly man and his companions bore into him as if they were ready to devour him. "Speak. What have you discovered?" In response to the inquiry, Chen Ran pulled out a cigarette case, lit one, inhaled deeply, and casually pointed at the table where the burly man had been registering. The words Gate of Ghosts were prominently affixed to the front panel of the table, so conspicuous that everyone could see it. There it reads Gate of Ghosts, yet the people in line call it Yellow Spring Road. Is this not a blatant lie? He then pointed at the ox head and horse face. Their statements are contradictory. They could directly inform newcomers of this place. Yet they insist on making the person in front say it. Upon hearing Chen Ran's words, Baishotzi recalled how the burly man always stated the same phrase when firing. Piecing it together uncertainly. "Are you suggesting that they are deliberately guiding the line to lie?" "Yes, it appears that one cannot lie here. They are orchestrating a scenario where the first person lies to the second to the third, and so forth in a chain of deceit, corrupting the entire line. Even if there are exceptions, when the burly man registers and queries those who have not lied, he prompts them for a second lie, asking if they wish to go to heaven." Baishotzi nodded. Moments ago, the burly man had deliberately led the respondent to state that their past sins were coerced lies. Furthermore, every time he fired, he would declare, "You lie," validating Chen Ran's deduction. Lying is prohibited in this chamber. Simultaneously, it could be inferred that the handgun served as a crucial instrument of judgment for each individual, determining whether they spoke the truth or not. Liars would be shot, while truth-tellers would face a jammed bullet during judgment, signifying a failure of the trial. A failed trial would result in the gunman losing the right to judge. Hence the handgun would fall. This handgun is, indeed, the executioner of liars. Upon grasping this, Baishotzi was left with one final question. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Chen Ran, but considering her own inability to lie, she mentally organized her phrasing. What you said during the inquiry earlier sounded like a lie as well, but the burly man failed to judge you. Why is that? This was also a perplexing point for the burly man. Chen Ran had claimed to have quarreled with his girlfriend and buried her, which certainly indicated he had committed murder in life. Yet, he had cleverly argued, the police did not find the body, so I have never killed anyone. Clearly, this was a lie. Faced with the questioning gazes of the five, Chen Ran calmly took a drag from his cigarette and grinned, revealing his teeth. What do you think? Bai Shouzi paused, then suddenly understood. Indeed, you were deemed a truth-teller earlier, and as long as you do not lie subsequently, even if the gun is in my hands, it cannot harm you. She surveyed the others. Chen Ran was not a liar. The three men were aware of the chamber's rules and would not be foolish enough to lie themselves. However, when the burly man demanded the gun earlier, claiming to introduce her to the king of hell, there was a degree of deception in that statement. Yet, whether it was truth or falsehood remained ambiguous. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the youth beside them. In her earlier analysis, everyone who spoke before Chen Ran had been lying, and the youth stood before Chen Ran. However, he too might have, like Chen Ran, evaded speaking aloud, thus escaping the obligation to lie. Therefore, the youth was also under suspicion. Wait, Bai Shouzi recalled something. She remembered the burly man had previously uttered, 13 should be 13. In the dimly lit chamber, there were a total of 18 individuals present. I resolutely declined to answer the burly man's inquiries, thereby eliminating the possibility of deceit on my part. The entities known as the Oxhead and Horseface were allied with the burly man. Thus they too could be dismissed from suspicion. Consequently, in the burly man's estimation, among the four of us, myself, the Oxhead, the Horseface, and the burly man, only we were truthful, while the remaining 14, including Chen Ran, were all liars. Yet he stated, 13 is sufficient, indicating that, according to his judgment, 13 out of those 14 were deceiving, with only one individual speaking the truth. Who might that individual be? The trio led by the burly man orchestrated a scheme wherein everyone would be compelled to lie. Hence, the person positioned at the forefront of the line was of paramount importance. Two scenarios could be posited. First, the initial individual might also be affiliated with the burly man's group, willingly lying to lead those behind him into falsehood. Second, one among the burly trio could indeed be lying. Earlier, Chen Ran had huddled in the innermost corner, while the young man stood ahead of him. Yet the burly man chose to interrogate Chen Ran first, neglecting the youth in front. This suggests the first scenario holds true. The young man is indeed in league with the burly trio. Moreover, he occupies the foremost position as the first to utter a lie. How should I adjudicate his actions? Earlier, when I aimed my firearm at the Horseface, the bullet jammed. Yet I retained my capacity to judge, indicating that the trial had not yet commenced. Indeed, whenever the burly man fired his weapon, he would utter the phrase, "You have lied." This serves as the command to initiate the trial. With this realization, Bai Shouzi smirked coldly, raising her arm and aiming her gun at the youth. Although I remain uncertain how to escape this chamber, your choice to guide the others into falsehood only to execute them suggests that the means of escape is intertwined with slaughter. I did not lie. The young man stammered in panic upon seeing the gun aimed at him. You have lied, Bai Shouzi retorted, slowly squeezing the trigger. However, the anticipated scene of a bullet striking true did not materialize. Click. The weapon jammed. Following this, an unseen force seized her hand, gradually loosening its grip. No. Bai Shouzi's eyes widened in horror. The judgment had failed. The handgun clattered to the ground. Chapter 3. The Paradox of Deceit. Bai Shouzi was quick to react. She bent down to retrieve the gun, but upon touching it, she was repelled, causing it to crash against Chen Ran behind her, sending them both tumbling to the ground. The young man effortlessly picked up the handgun and smiled at the two. It appears that Lady Luck is favoring us. Why did you not lie? Bai Shouzi, now deprived of control over the handgun, felt a surge of anger. Surely he must know. The youth offered no answer, but instead pointed at the disheveled Chen Ran. His intentions clear. If Chen Ran had not lied, then he should speak more, as people often lie inadvertently. Chen Ran, in considerable pain from the earlier incident, could hardly muster the energy to elaborate, and simply gestured towards the registration desk not far away. Initially bewildered, Bai Shouzi's pupils abruptly constricted as she fixated on the gates of hell. In myth, crossing the gates of hell signifies entering the realm of the dead. Within this chamber, the desk represented the gates of hell. Crossing it would lead to the path to the underworld. If the youth, positioned behind the desk, proclaimed to the second individual in line, "This is the path to the underworld," then he would not be lying. Why did you not mention this sooner? Bai Shouzi glared fiercely at Chen Ran. You did not inquire, and I suspected your reasoning might be flawed. The youth is clearly a harbinger for the burly trio, designated to intervene. Bai Xiuxi's fury began to dissipate as Chen Ran's words awakened her to the truth. If the burly man lost his power to judge, the youth would become the pivotal point for the trio. Should the adjudicator fail to connect the dots regarding the desk as the path to the underworld, any rash judgment against the youth would inevitably result in failure. As the saying goes, one must assess defeat before considering victory. One can advance to attack or retreat without complete annihilation. Bai Xiuxi regained her composure. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Ran had never uttered a lie. For him, it mattered little who held the power of judgment. However, he had a superior choice: to transfer the authority of judgment to someone knowledgeable of the rules. Such an individual would disclose more information regarding the chamber and the firearm during the trial. This was the very reason he had refrained from alerting me. Wait. Bai Xiuxi suddenly grasped something, desperately stifling her inner dread. She knew that in this game, she had already been eliminated, yet that did not necessarily spell her demise. As expected, the youth, having acquired the handgun, failed to cast a glance her way, instead approaching Chen Ran and fixing his gaze upon him. The youth presented the handgun before Chen Ran, sincerely stating, "Do you wish to have it?" Chen Ran countered, "Will you give it?" The youth replied, "If you truly desire it, I am not prohibited from granting it." Chen Ran responded, "If you truly intend to give it, I am not compelled to accept. You may not want it, but I cannot insist that you accept. The choice to want or not lies with you. The decision to give or withhold rests with me. If you do not express a desire to want it, you will never know if I refuse to give it." "If I were to give it?" the youth queried. "And if I were to want it?" Chen Ran retorted. Bai Xiuxi pondered over their exchange. One asserted, "You want it, I will not give," while the other replied, "You give, I do not want." This indicated that the youth had recognized Chen Ran's intelligence and was keen to manipulate him into uttering a falsehood. After all, knowing something internally is one matter, but articulating it accurately is quite another. Clever individuals often harbor a sense of arrogance. Given that the youth had employed convoluted language, it was likely that Chen Ran would mimic him, thus articulating similarly complex statements. However, upon careful reflection of their dialogue, one would discern that the youth had laid a trap. His underlying message conveyed that whether Chen Ran wanted or did not want the gun, he would not receive it. The question then arises, does Chen Ran genuinely not wish for the gun? The answer is a resounding no. He requires the gun, albeit not at this moment. Should he respond affirmatively, it would imply deceit. Conversely, a negative response would yield the same implication. Thus, Chen Ran's only viable reply could be, "You offer. I do not desire. You withhold. I also do not desire." In essence, irrespective of whether the youth chose to offer him the gun, he would refuse it, thus sidestepping any implications regarding whether he would desire it should the youth fail in his judgment. Articulating this response in a convoluted manner could easily lead to misinterpretation as a lie, resulting in condemnation by the youth. Bai Xiuxi believed that Chen Ran had no obligation to respond to the youth's inquiries. Yet he chose to engage, indicating his intent to coax the youth into falsehood. As he lit a cigarette, Chen Ran leisurely remarked, "This chamber is entirely sealed. Although 12 individuals have perished, the oxygen within will not last much longer." "Are you still smoking?" Bai Xiuxi was rendered speechless. Silence. The youth shot her a glare before turning back to Chen Ran. "Please, continue." "I was killed by a vehicle. Logically speaking, I should now be a specter. However, given the corpses on the floor and the pain I felt when she knocked me down earlier, I can ascertain that I remain a flesh-and-blood individual. By the way, does an erroneous deduction not count as a lie? Your kind does not." Chen Ran continued. "We have been transported to this chamber by some unknown force. If we wish to escape, it is likely that we will need to utilize that same force or fulfill a certain condition." The young man cast a bewildered glance at Chen Ran, for his words were laden with qualifiers: some, if, possibly, and or. These terms serve to circumvent outright deceit. What precisely are you trying to convey? What I mean to say is, since you have orchestrated this scenario to compel us into falsehoods, it stands to reason that the method of our escape is likely tied to the judgment at hand. However, should I persist in my honesty, dragging this out indefinitely, none of us shall live to see the light of day. Rather than prolong this, we might as well engage directly in a duel. How do you propose we proceed? The young man was eager for such a challenge. Let us each pose questions, and the respondent must answer without claiming ignorance or diverting to unrelated topics. Chen Ran laid out the rules for this duel, and the youth's task was to uncover the pitfalls that Chen Ran had cunningly embedded within these parameters. He stated that each party may pose questions, without specifying that only one question could be asked at a time, implying that both could ask multiple inquiries. He asserted that the respondent must answer and cannot claim ignorance or respond with irrelevant information. However, should Chen Ran pose a personal question, I would find myself unable to answer. Very well, I have an additional stipulation. The respondent must answer a question completely before the next may be posed, and the inquiries cannot pertain to one's past personal affairs. Agreed, I shall go first. Chen Ran extinguished his cigarette, exuding an air of confidence. The young man shrugged nonchalantly. My question is, given that the gunman possesses the authority to judge others, can others, in turn, question the gunman's right to judge? Indeed, the young man exclaimed, taken aback by the simplicity of Chen Ran's ace in the hole. It was now the youth's turn. With a sardonic smile, akin to a docile kitten revealing its hidden tiger's teeth, he inquired, am I lying when I say I am lying? Bai Xiuzi's expression shifted dramatically as the words liar's paradox surfaced in her mind. The liar's paradox, no matter how one responds, the answer is fundamentally flawed. If Chen Ran answers truthfully, then the young man has already declared himself to be lying. Yet Chen Ran would be asserting his truthfulness. Thus, the conclusion is, Chen Ran is lying. Conversely, if Chen Ran claims it is a lie, it implies the young man was speaking the truth, and since he has declared truth, yet Chen Ran insists he is lying. The conclusion remains, Chen Ran is lying. Regardless of the response, Chen Ran is ensnared in deceit. This conundrum is unsolvable. The three burly men, who had deliberately diminished their presence, could not help but erupt in laughter. Finally, he has fallen for the trap. One must admit, he is clever. Yet ultimately, he has succumbed to his inexperience. His demise is inevitable. Their words snapped Chen Ran back to reality. He realized he had been ensnared. His countenance turned pale, and despair washed over him as he closed his eyes. The youth, observing his demeanor, revealed a victorious smile, though he had narrowly avoided disaster. This chapter had come to a close. To prevent further complications, he raised his arm, aiming the gun at Chen Ran's forehead, articulating each word with precision. You have lied. In the midst of the trio's laughter and Bai Xiuzi's despairing gaze, the young man pulled the trigger. Click! The sound of a jammed bullet echoed sharply in the still chamber, while the thud of the fallen handgun resonated like a thunderous bell, sending tremors through the hearts of the five present. Why? The youth murmured. The trio's smiles froze in disbelief as they beheld Chen Ran, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he slowly bent to retrieve the gun. You have lied. Without further ado, Chen Ran raised his weapon and fired, the bullet striking the young man squarely between the eyes. The youth's eyes remained wide open, unblinking even in death, as he sought an answer. Chen Ran's expression was peculiar. Based on my extensive experience in gaming, if we were to liken this place to a novice village, then surely you must be seasoned players. Novice villages' veterans are unlikely to be overly formidable. I have yet to answer your question, and yet you declare me a liar. So who is it that is lying? At that moment, Bai Xiuzi grasped the depth of the pitfall hidden within the verbal agreement between Chen Ran and the youth. Uncertain, she inquired, did you know about the liar's paradox from the very beginning? Of course I did. Chen Ran nodded. So that is how it is. The rules stipulated, each must pose questions, and the respondent must answer, without claiming ignorance or diverting from the topic. The supplementary rule stated that only after the respondent answered a question could the next person pose their inquiry, and that question could not relate to personal past matters. Chen Ran's rules intentionally left ambiguous how many questions each person could pose, had he unleashed a barrage of inquiries. The youth would be incapable of answering them all at once. Thus, the young man's interpretation of the supplementary rule, that the respondent must answer one question before another could be posed, became the fundamental reason for his ultimate failure in judgment. In retrospect, the rules of both parties did not specify a required time frame for responses. Chen Ran deliberately withheld this information, while the youth allowed himself to be influenced by Chen Ran's stipulation of must answer. The phrase must answer does not imply an immediate response. One could take years to reply. In other words, while Chen Ran was ostensibly grappling with the liar's paradox, as long as he remained silent, he was contemplating how to respond to it. After all, the rules did not impose a time limit on responses. He could wait several minutes, or even a century, without infringing upon the rules, provided he refrained from speaking during that interval. Chen Ran feigned an inability to answer, leading the youth to mistakenly believe that he was unable to do so, thus violating the must-answer rule he himself had established. Consequently, the youth concluded that Chen Ran had lied while formulating the rules. As a result, the youth judged Chen Ran, and the outcome was all but predetermined. His judgment was destined to fail. Now, the question arises, had the youth's supplementary rule imposed a clear time constraint on responses, what would the outcome have been? Chen Ran would have articulated the liar's paradox first, rendering the youth incapable of responding to his question. Had the youth not underestimated the situation and insisted on competing with Chen Ran over who would pose the first question, what then? They would have continued to contest, reaching an impasse, ultimately leading to the rejection of the duel proposal. In other words, from the moment the youth consented to the duel, Chen Ran had secured his position of invincibility. What a monstrous intellect! The three burly men remained frozen in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they exchanged glances. Ma Mian immediately turned to Chen Ran and declared, "You have lied." Previously, Chen Ran had inquired whether others could question the judgment authority of the gunman. The youth had replied affirmatively. Ma Mian, aligned with the youth, was aware that this statement was indeed true. If the gunman is lying, others may question him, and he would forfeit his right to judge, causing his weapon to fall. Chen Ran's earlier judgment of the youth necessitated that he articulate the judgment command, "You have lied." However, at that moment, he was still contending with the youth's liar's paradox. His command not only initiated the judgment, but also served as an answer to the youth's inquiry. According to the liar's paradox, the moment Chen Ran spoke, he had already lied. Thus, Ma Mian questioned his authority to judge. In the realm of imagination, the scene of the gun dropping did not materialize. It remained firmly grasped in Chen Ran's hand. "How did you not lose your qualification?" Ma Mian's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Ran, lighting another cigarette, replied, "The answer is quite simple." What did the youth say just before the gun fell? The three hulking men stared in astonishment. The youth had uttered the word "why." This was the second question. Before Chen Ran had even completed his response to the first query, he had posed a second. People often inadvertently reveal certain truths. Observe, I merely enacted a slight performance, and the youth contravened the rules himself. It appears my earlier conjecture was not mistaken. Seasoned players from the novice village are not formidable. You have lied. Chen Ran raised his hand and fired once more, Ma Mian frozen in place, before slowly collapsing. He caught a glimpse of the bullet-riddled mask, revealing a middle-aged face beneath. Indeed, it was an act of deception. Chen Ran turned the gun towards the man who had previously inquired about the registration, and the latter, trembling in fear, hastily interjected, "I have never lied. If you judge me, you will lose your right to judge." Chen Ran pointed towards the youth's corpse, and the man slumped to the ground like a broken doll. The gunman, during the act of judgment, must utter the phrase "you have lied," but should the judgment fail, then the phrase spoken by the gunman would itself be a falsehood. "You have lied." He fired again, and the man fell dead. Thus, only three remained in the chamber: Chen Ran, Bai Xiaozi, and Niu Tu. Niu Tu discarded his wolf-toothed club, knelt, and removed his mask, exposing a terrified elderly visage. "I have not lied, but I know I am no match for you. Let us team up, and I shall reveal how to escape the chamber." "Have you not lied?" Chen Ran retorted. Seeing the old man's dazed expression, he deemed it necessary to restore his memory. "What did I say to you when the man questioned me earlier?" The old man's pupils constricted. When Chen Ran was interrogated by the man, he had shouted, "I do not wish to descend into hell. I have truly never killed anyone." Yet Niu Tu's response was, "You have killed." Chen Ran had not killed, and his words were truthful, while Niu Tu, the elder, declared he had killed, thereby lying. "You have lied." With a resounding bang, Chen Ran fired his fourth shot. The elder fell lifeless. Bai Xiaozi's heart raced, having failed her previous judgment. Her phrase had transformed into a lie. Witnessing Chen Ran slay four, she hastily shifted the topic. "Now that all the informed individuals are dead, how shall we escape the chamber?" In her terrified gaze, Chen Ran turned the gun towards her and questioned, since the youth understood that failing the judgment equates to lying. "Why did he not kill you?" Chapter 5, completing the first chamber. Bai Xiaozi swiftly dodged the gun's aim, suppressing her inner dread. "You cannot kill me." Chen Ran pondered briefly, lowering his weapon and crouching to rummage through the pockets of the corpses. "And the reason?" Bai Xiaozi answered. "The elder just mentioned that we teamed up, promising to tell us how to escape the chamber, so I believe our exit may relate to teamwork." Chen Ran remained unmoved, finding cigarettes and a lighter on the youth, pocketing them. "Continue." The youth and the three hulking men had conspired to eliminate us all, combined with the elder's earlier words. One could deduce, the chamber can only be completed when one team remains. Chen Ran picked up the wolf-toothed club, noting its lightness, akin to being made of paper. He frowned slightly, turning away as he continued, "This is not the answer I seek. Allow me to remind you to focus on the sole clue from the chamber." Upon finishing his words, Bai Xiaozi observed Chen Ran approach the table, effortlessly lifting it, revealing that it too was made of paper. These were mere tricks of deception. Yet, apart from these items, Bai Xiaozi could not conceive of any other clues within the chamber. The table, the wolf-toothed club, the masks of Niu Tu and Ma Mian. were all deceptions from the hulking men's team. In this chamber, besides these objects, there were only 4 walls, devoid of writing or imagery, rendering them improbable clues. So, what could the singular clue possibly be? Wait, people. It is the people. In the chamber, apart from objects, only people remained. There had initially been 18. What significance does this number hold? Our deduction reveals the rule. Lying is forbidden within the chamber. 18. A prohibition against deceit. Upon this realization, Bai Xiaozi felt a chill run down her spine. Is this the tongue-tearing hell? Chen Ran did not refute. According to legend, the first layer of the 18 layers of hell is the tongue-tearing hell, where those who lied in life suffer their punishment after death. We can conclude, those who have lied within the chamber meet the criteria to remain in the tongue-tearing hell and cannot escape. Conversely, those who have not lied do not meet the criteria to stay and may leave. Bai Xiaozi paused before continuing. The handgun serves as the judge in the tongue-tearing hell. Only through the judgment of the handgun can one ascertain if a lie has been told. Those deemed liars shall perish, their corpses eternally bound to this place. While those judged as truthful, or those who have yet to be judged, are regarded as truth-tellers, not meeting the criteria to remain, and thus may exit the chamber. With the deduction complete, Bai Xiaozi turned to Chen Ran. If he spared her, they would inevitably team up. Her goal was to showcase her talents as much as possible. Chen Ran, having finished searching the corpses, approached her, slowly raising his arm, aiming the gun at her. You are unfit to be my teammate. Receiving a negative response. Panic flickered in Bai Xiaozi's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. You must allow me to die with clarity. The only clue pertains to numbers. Thus the method for escaping the chamber must also relate to numbers. Since you deduced that this is the first layer of the 18 hells, the tongue-tearing hell, it should be noted that there were 18 individuals upon entry, and the exit must pertain to one. One could represent a single team or an individual. Thus, not teaming up, one could still fulfill the conditions. The youth refrained from killing you because he recognized that the 3 hulking men, in my scheme, had already lied. Should he fail his judgment again, they would face total annihilation, leaving no possibility for a comeback. He must lay a trap. You are that trap. Your existence would lead me to err in judgment. Following his design, I would ponder, why did he not kill you unless you serve another purpose? This would yield a false conclusion, that the chamber can only be completed when one person and one team remain. One person or one team. A mere difference of a word, yet it results in 2 entirely distinct escape strategies from the chamber. How enlightening. Bai Xiaozi chuckled bitterly, realizing that her judgment failure equated to lying. She had naively thought that as long as no one discovered this, she might survive. Little did she know, the youth intentionally spared her to confuse Chen Ran's judgment, hoping to lead him to the erroneous conclusion that only when one person and one team remain can they escape the chamber. Should that be the case, Chen Ran would join the youth's team, and they would be bound together, thereby preventing him from judging the 4 youths while the youth divulged the true answer to him. By merely eliminating Bai Xiaozi, their 5-member team could escape the chamber. The first layer signifies that either one person or one team can succeed. If it requires one person and one team, there would be 2 ones, contradicting the singular number 1 within the first layer. This is also the reason why Chen Ran, after acquiring the firearm, without a moment's hesitation, ended the life of the young man. Better to face challenges alone than to conspire with a tiger. I have but one final query. How did you manage to lie without actually lying when confronted by the imposing man? This perplexity troubled her mind. I had an argument with my girlfriend and buried her. These are 2 distinct incidents, devoid of any causal connection. No wonder I previously found it puzzling that such a rational individual as yourself would bury your girlfriend over a mere quarrel. It turns out they are independent events. You quarreled first, and then for reasons unknown, your girlfriend met her demise, and you assisted her parents by laying her to rest, thus absolving you of murder. Alas, when I realized that I was still alive, a wave of relief washed over me. Everything was but an ephemeral illusion. With that, Bai Xiaozi closed her eyes. You have lied. As Chen Ran uttered the decree of judgment, he swiftly pulled the trigger, and the bullet erupted from the chamber. In the next moment, Bai Xiaozi collapsed into a pool of blood. Just as her life slipped away, a few lines of blood-red script appeared on the opposing wall. Emotional deception. When one's emotions are manipulated, leading them to utter falsehoods in a fit of rage, they are deemed a liar. Common sense deception. Ignoring or misinterpreting basic common knowledge, leading to statements that contradict established facts, is regarded as lying. Emotional deception. The 3 fundamental human emotions, friendship, familial love, and romantic love. If one lies regardless of their psychological motives, they are classified as a liar. Chen Ran gazed at these lines, comprehending that this was a meticulous classification of the standards for deception. After all, many so-called lies, from a psychological perspective, are uttered by individuals who do not perceive their utterances as falsehoods. For instance, emotional deception. You are provoked and curse the one who angered you. I curse your ancestors. Yet their ancestors have long since passed. Theoretically, such a statement is impossible, thus you have lied. Common sense deception. In basic common knowledge, everyone recognizes the sun in the sky, except for you. When others inquire if the sun is present, regardless of whether you respond with I don't know or no, you will be judged as lying. Emotional deception. Your girlfriend is objectively unattractive, a fact easily discerned. If you comfort her by claiming she is beautiful, this constitutes a lie. In simple terms, hell rigidly categorizes those ambiguous, indefinable lies as deceptions. Chen Ran contemplated the delineation of these three types of deceit. He recalled that psychology delineates three realms: the ID, the ego, and the superego. The ID governs emotions, the ego manages common sense, and the superego oversees emotions. Might the distinctions of these three types of deception be related to these psychological stages? Furthermore, Chen Ran discerned that discussions surrounding lying and the judgment of lies often lead to logical fallacies. In essence, lying, I have lied, yet I do not perceive it as a lie, indicating that the act of lying is influenced by subjective awareness. Judging lies. It is not I who determines whether I have lied, but rather others who assess my veracity from an objective standpoint, just as in life. Determining if someone else has lied follows the same principle. Whether the other party has lied is objective, unaffected by my subjective perceptions. I can only ascertain their truthfulness from an objective perspective. In this confined chamber, it is evident that the principle of judging lies prevails, rather than that of lying itself. In summary, whether you have lied is not dictated by your beliefs, but rather by the listener's objective assessment of the chain of evidence. Beyond the aforementioned three types of deception, Chen Ran, drawing upon his past experiences in society, identified three common forms of lying: lying about the past, lying about the present, and lying about the future. Lying about the past, boasting; lying about the present, fabricating; lying about the future, making empty promises. All of these will be deemed as lies. Delving deeper, under what circumstances would one not be judged as lying? The answer is reasoning. Thus, while deciphering the mystery of the chamber, even arriving at an incorrect conclusion does not constitute lying. He felt that the purpose of this chamber was to help novices understand how to lie and how to determine if others are lying. Essentially, it serves as a beginner's guide. With the tutorial concluded, does this imply that the novice quest is about to commence? Lost in thought, the blood-red script vanished, and the entire wall slowly ascended, revealing a larger chamber behind it. Chapter 6. The Disappearing 8 and the Sudden Appearance of 8 Others. In this second chamber, Chen Ran gradually regained consciousness. Moments before, as he exited the first chamber, he had felt a wave of dizziness before collapsing. Looking around, he found this chamber to be roughly the size of half a football field, the ground covered in damp sand. Within the chamber, besides himself, there were 9 other individuals, all appearing just as newly awakened. To his astonishment, all 9 were male, and like him, each held a firearm. In the center of the chamber stood a half-meter-long wooden table. The 10 approached to inspect it, discovering its contents to be quite simple: half a photograph and a child's plastic shovel. The photograph depicted a father and daughter. The father appeared to be in his 30s, while the daughter seemed around 2 years old. Both wore radiant smiles, and the background suggested a photography studio. Such studios typically adhere to basic compositional principles, namely symmetry. This was all the information available on the table, and the 10 individuals turned their attention to the eastern wall, for there lay a door. The door was firmly shut, and they noted it was equipped with an electronic lock, meaning that if they could discover the code, they might escape the chamber. The clues within the chamber were rather scant. The group fell silent, dispersing to maintain distance from one another. Some played with the sand, others indulged in smoke rings, while a few pondered their predicament. Chen Ran, cigarette in mouth, picked up a small handful of sand, tasted it, and quickly spat it out. Far too salty. As no one spoke, a portly middle-aged man stepped forward, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, I believe none among us are novices, correct?" The prior tutorial chamber was utterly devoid of substance. One merely needed to feign mystique and deceive the inexperienced with lies to succeed. At this point, the middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of gravity as he continued. "However, with the tutorial concluded, we find ourselves in a novice quest, comprising 2 side chambers and 1 main chamber, the difficulty akin to a 1-star quest. I propose that we should not resort to mutual destruction. Rather, let us join forces to solve the mystery of this chamber. As for the rewards, let each rely on their own capabilities." What say you?" With that, 3 players rose and approached the middle-aged man, seemingly aligning themselves with him. The remaining 5 contemplated for a moment before also moving towards the table in the center of the chamber. Only Chen Ran remained still, and the 9 others turned their gazes upon him, scrutinizing him without reserve. Under the varied expressions of the group, Chen Ran took a deep drag of his cigarette and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "I wish to know why you seasoned players would participate in a novice quest?" Upon hearing this, the 9 looked as though they had seen a ghost, their faces a picture of shock as they stared at Chen Ran. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, uncertainly asking, "You are a novice?" Chen Ran nodded. The middle-aged man lost his composure. What a surprising sight. "I never thought I would encounter someone who would risk their very life in such a manner." After expressing his thoughts, he elucidated, "The weapon in our hands is known as the Liar's Slayer. Its purpose, I trust, you have already deduced during your initiation tutorial in the chamber. Thus there is no need for me to elaborate further. The novice instance is the sole scenario that can bestow abilities upon the Liar's Slayer, albeit with a minuscule probability. Nevertheless, many seasoned players venture here in hopes of fortuitous outcomes." Having acquired the desired information, Chen Ran rose and approached the table at the center. He observed the positioning of the 9 individuals, noting that the middle-aged man was situated quite close to the 3 who had initially supported him. Among the remaining 5, 4 stood in proximity to one another, yet maintained a half-meter distance, exuding an air of both cooperation and mutual vigilance. Chen Ran's gaze fell upon a young man who kept a certain distance from both factions. The youth appeared to be of similar age to Chen Ran, with a steadfast gaze that avoided distraction, yet Chen Ran sensed that the young man was likely uncomfortable enough to dig his toes into the ground in embarrassment. It was evident that the youth was also a novice. He dared not align himself with the middle-aged man's group for fear of being betrayed. Nor could he join the makeshift alliance, leading him to awkwardly position himself between the 2 factions. Chen Ran approached him, offering a slight smile, and shamelessly took his place beside him. The middle-aged man, seemingly oblivious to the youth's novice status, surveyed the group. "Everyone, let us deliberate on how we might unravel the mystery of this chamber." Within the cooperative group, a blond youth directed his gaze towards a half-torn photograph on the table. The fragment depicted a father and daughter, the girl perched joyfully on her father's lap, radiating happiness. This indicated that the intact photograph was a family portrait, thus one could infer that the torn half featured the mother of the daughter. Just as the others nodded in agreement, Chen Ran interjected unexpectedly, "May I inquire if there is a fixed numerical limit for the novice instance?" 18, the middle-aged man replied. Suddenly, he turned sharply, counting the individuals in the chamber, his expression darkening. "There are only 10 of us here. We are missing 8. Then let us first deduce the whereabouts of those 8 individuals," Chen Ran proposed. No sooner had he spoken than the illumination within the chamber abruptly vanished, plunging them into darkness. In the midst of the obscurity, they heard a command, "You have lied. You have lied. You have lied." 3 individuals uttered the judgmental decree. Yet oddly, 4 gunshots rang out. Following this, the sound of a heavy object collapsing echoed, leaving the chamber eerily silent. Approximately 10 seconds later, the light returned, revealing a chilling scene. The blond youth lay dead, 3 bullet holes in his body. In the southeast corner of the chamber, 8 women of varying ages appeared, their expressions filled with confusion as they surveyed the surroundings. One curly-haired woman, glancing toward Chen Ran, inquired, "Strange, we were just in another chamber. How do we end up here?" Chen Ran remained silent, for he could see the horror reflected in the middle-aged man's eyes. "Something is amiss." The curly-haired woman, noticing his lack of response, joined the other women at the table and examined the photograph. The complete picture is a family portrait. The torn section must depict the daughter's mother, the father's wife. At her words, Chen Ran gripped the Liar's Slayer tightly, akin to a beast lying in wait within the jungle, poised to strike at any emerging prey. The blond youth had been shot 3 times in the darkness, which spoke volumes. His reasoning had contravened the fundamental truth of lying. Now, the curly-haired woman's deductions and her words mirrored those of the blond youth. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves, drawing the Liar's Slayer and aiming it at the curly-haired woman. "You have lied." Suddenly, the woman displayed a peculiar smile, prompting the speaker to hastily pull the trigger. Click, the bullet jammed. In terror, he turned to find 3 dark gun barrels trained upon him, those of the middle-aged man, Chen Ran, and a bald man from the temporary alliance. "You have lied. You have lied. You have lied." As the commands were spoken, the 3 simultaneously fired, passing judgment on him. Chapter 7, The Montage Lie. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. One struck the forehead, another the temple, and the last pierced the heart. The condemned individual collapsed, eyes wide open in death. perhaps unable to comprehend why the curly-haired woman had uttered the same words as the blonde youth, who had been deemed a liar, while she had not. Following his demise, his liar's slayer vanished. Noticing this detail, Chen Ran shifted his gaze to the corpse of the blonde youth and discovered that his liar's slayer had also disappeared. It seemed that post-tutorial, the liar's slayer became the sole possession of the individual, disappearing upon their death. At that moment, the curly-haired woman gave Chen Ran a thumbs up. "Young man, you truly are remarkable." A single shot to the forehead. Chen Ran, slightly bashful, scratched his head. "I merely fired a shot. The bullet struck his forehead, and he died. I am not as impressive as you suggest." As he spoke, he noticed the peculiar smile returning to the curly-haired woman's face. Just as he turned away, he found a dark gun barrel aimed at his forehead. Before the gunman could utter the judgment command, Chen Ran preemptively asked, "Are you certain you wish to pass judgment on me?" The gunman, the bald man's only remaining temporary ally, was about to retort when the bald man interrupted him. He did not lie. "However, I distinctly saw that the person who shot the forehead was you, not him. Which means he is lying." The gunman protested. The bald man's expression darkened. Although he had indeed struck the forehead, there was an issue with the novice's response. He said, "I merely fired a shot. The bullet struck his forehead, and he died. I am not as impressive as you suggest." This is a classic example of a montage lie. Each statement is true, yet when connected, it can be perceived as a lie by others. If someone were to judge him based on this, they would surely fail, as he spoke the truth, and yet it was heard as a lie. Logically, such a situation would be categorized as a common-sense lie. However, the theory of the montage lie was articulated by an outsider and is considered obscure knowledge, not falling within the realm of common sense. The bald man adjusted his wording. Every word he spoke was the truth. Whoever judges him based on that will inevitably fail. Seeing the bald man's grave demeanor, the temporary ally reluctantly holstered his weapon. Chen Ran observed the bald man's icy glare. "I expected you to utter those 6 words. The montage lie is not a lie, but whoever utters those 6 words is indeed lying. You underestimate us. Besides this chamber, there are 2 others. We have ample time to play," the bald man declared ominously. Chen Ran shrugged indifferently, choosing not to engage further. He scanned the others, coldly remarking, "While I may be unaware of certain rules, do refrain from embarrassing yourselves with such trivial tricks." He was, of course, referring to the 8 women. Their sudden appearance posed questions. It was unclear which player had orchestrated this to ensnare Chen Ran. Thus, he had no choice but to employ the montage lie to issue a warning. It must be said, this maneuver was executed beautifully, causing the seasoned players to retract their previous dismissiveness, replaced by a gravity of demeanor. Could he truly be a novice? With the intended effect achieved, he casually found a corner to sit, adopting an air of disinterest, as if to signal that he was no longer willing to participate in their unraveling of the mystery. As a novice, Lin Feng observed the unfolding drama, witnessing the transitions from one act to another while contemplating the implications. In the fragmented photograph, the positioning of the daughter appeared questionable. By common understanding, if she were an only child, she ought to be seated between her parents. In the case of 2 children, one would be perched upon the father's lap and the other upon the mother's. Yet in this half of the photograph, the daughter sat on her father's lap, suggesting that the missing portion of the image must feature another child on the mother's lap, thus indicating that the complete photograph was a family portrait of 4. The analysis of the yellow-haired individual was a blatant falsehood, leading to his demise, which was comprehensible. However, the crux of the matter lay with the curly-haired woman. Her deductions mirrored those of the yellow-haired man, to the extent that it would not be an exaggeration to say she was mimicking his speech, yet she did not lie. There remained only one possibility. The curly-haired woman was not human. Some became impatient and called for her judgment, resulting in the failure of the trial. The smoking novice, the middle-aged man, and the bald-headed individual were the quickest to react, issuing the command for judgment. Their simultaneous gunfire suggested that they had, prior to this moment, deduced that the curly-haired woman was not of human origin. I recalled that before the emergence of the 8 individuals, the room had briefly plunged into darkness. Perhaps this was a form of signal. The 2 seasoned players could decipher such signals, which was understandable, but how had the smoking novice interpreted it? During the darkness, for gunshots rang out, yet only 3 bullet holes adorned the yellow-haired man's body, and the command to fire had been uttered 3 times. Thus, the question arose, where had the 4th bullet gone? Skills. The middle-aged man had previously mentioned that seasoned players entering the novice dungeon were merely testing their luck, seeking to bestow skills upon the liar. This implied that among those present, 1 player had a liar with skills. The momentary darkness in the chamber served as a reminder that someone was employing the liar's skill. Yet a warning? Hell is not so benevolent. It must have been a disguise, obscuring the identity of the skill's wielder. At this thought, Lin Feng observed the curly-haired woman approaching him with deliberate slowness, a cold smile forming within him as he feigned ignorance. Young man, I did not lie just now. Why would anyone want to judge me? Lin Feng flashed a grin, displaying a row of pristine teeth. No, you did lie just now. This response rendered the faces of those who had anticipated his downfall momentarily frozen. The failure of the curly-haired woman's judgment was not due to her dishonesty, but rather because she was not human, which had precipitated the trial's collapse. Another anomaly. One smoking novice had already caused them a headache, and now there was yet another oddity. The middle-aged man dropped pretense, aiming his pistol at the 8 individuals, who were instantly drawn into the barrel and vanished. Huh. No wonder you two managed to eliminate seasoned players in the novice tutorial dungeon. You are truly formidable. What are your names? Lin Feng. Chen Ran. The middle-aged man adjusted his attire, stating earnestly, I am by Li Qiangxing. That bald fellow is Zhang Yuan. My 3 teammates are Lu Changsheng, Lianan, and Ma Wenjie. Reporting one's name is the highest form of respect towards an adversary. Lin Feng and Chen Ran exchanged tense glances, their expressions caught by Zhang Yuan, who licked his lips and spoke as if appraising prey. We came to the novice dungeon to endow the liar with skills. According to the rules passed down in hell, the more novices the liar eliminates in the novice dungeon, the more substantial the final reward. Chapter 8. Summoning the 8 missing players. Chen Ran remained indifferent. By Li Qiangxing and his 6 companions, seeing that the 2 novices lacked the desire to engage them, gathered around the table to decipher the room's mystery. Zhang Yuan examined the half-photograph. If the daughter is an only child, she should be seated between her parents, yet in this half, she sits on her father's lap. Therefore, on the missing half, there must also be a child on the mother's lap, indicating that the complete photograph is a family portrait of 4. The photograph, torn in half, symbolically indicated that the couple had divorced. As he spoke, he crouched to pick up a small handful of sand, tasting it and spitting it out. The saltiness of the sand indicated it had been soaked in seawater. From this, we can conclude that the divorced couple brought their 2 children to the beach for a holiday. The missing half of the photograph depicted the wife and her child, leading to the conclusion that the divorced couple had come to the beach with their 2 children, but for some reason, the wife and her child had departed or disappeared early, leaving only the husband and daughter behind. Bai Li Qiangxing raised his thumb in approval. Though they were seasoned players, they had meticulously prepared before entering the dungeon. Each had a distinct role. Some excelled in deciphering, others in internal strife, some in deceiving novices, and others in providing cover. Zhang Yuan had been a police officer, skilled in analysis and deduction, which provided a sense of security. Bai Li Qiangxing pointed to the children's plastic shovel on the table. At the beach, one must play with sand, yet why is there only one plastic shovel? Zhang Yuan contemplated numerous possibilities regarding this issue, but all lacked direct evidence. While he pondered, a sudden voice cut in. Do you not consider the possibility that your reasoning has a significant flaw? The 6 turned to see Chen Ran leaning against the wall, a look of amusement on his face. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan asked, maintaining his composure. The complete photograph has 1 half missing, and 1 children's shovel has vanished. The correct interpretation should be, the wife and her child were absent from this beach gathering. Evidence. Zhang Yuan was not one to dismiss his judgment based on Chen Ran's mere words. The room was supposed to have 18 players, yet only 10 of us remain. 8 are temporarily absent. This obvious clue lies before you. Are you intentionally withholding it, hoping to deceive Bai Li Qiangxing? He refrained from uttering the words, "You're talking nonsense," merely glaring fiercely at Chen Ran. What does temporarily imply? Bai Li Qiangxing seized on the key term in Chen Ran's statement. First, answer me this. Are there any conditions that restrict the use of the liar's skill? Chen Ran asked gravely. Indeed, one must forego a guaranteed successful judgment opportunity. The barrel must be pointed upwards, and before the bullet is fired, the room will darken. Now it makes sense. No wonder the room suddenly lost light earlier. And why 4 shots were fired, yet the yellow-haired man only bore 3 wounds. Having arrived at this conclusion, he no longer hesitated. The initial 10 players in the room were all male. This is also a clue. In a family of 4, we can definitively determine the genders of 3, husband, wife, and daughter. The only uncertain gender is that of the wife's child. However, the uncertainty is inconsequential. In my earlier deduction, the wife and her child were absent from this gathering. Only the daughter and husband came to the beach. Yet, this raises a question. If the wife and her child were absent from the gathering, why did the father and daughter still come to the beach? His words prompted deep reflection among the group. A beach gathering symbolizes a family outing, yet with the wife and her child absent. Why had the husband and daughter still attended? Unless Zhang Yuan suddenly realized something, affirming, "This implies that the two who are absent will eventually arrive." No, it is the wife who will come. The family portrait has lost half of its presence, symbolizing the fracture of marriage. One of the children's shovels has vanished, signifying that something has gone awry with the wife's child, either death or disappearance. Upon hearing this, the crowd directed their gaze towards the table. The half photograph unmistakably represented a broken marriage, and from it, one could deduce that the former couple had 2 children. However, the only clue presented on the table was a solitary plastic shovel used for playing in the sand. The missing shovel symbolized the troubling fate of the wife's child. As Chen Ran articulated, the possibilities were grim. Either the child had perished or gone missing. Hence, the grief-stricken wife was disinclined to attend this gathering. Yet the father and daughter's presence indicated that she would ultimately arrive. Wait a moment. Ma Wenjie felt his brain struggling to comprehend and halted to question. You've analyzed so much, yet you haven't clarified why the 8 players are temporarily absent? Encountering such individuals made Chen Ran's head throb. They insisted on interjecting, disrupting the flow of thought. A family of 4 could only confirm the presence of the husband among the men, and all 10 of us are male. Could it not be inferred that we are assuming the roles of husbands? The absent 8 players must all be female, akin to the wives, who are sure to arrive. Thus, our current task is to summon those vanished 8 players back. The moment the words left his lips, it was as if enlightenment had struck. The wife, though reluctant, would be compelled to come by her husband. Similarly, the missing 8 players could be summoned through some method. But how do we call the wife? Lin Feng, having approached the table at some point, inquired curiously. With the marital bond shattered, love was no longer a possibility. What remained was the bond with the daughter. Suddenly, everyone turned in unison, fixating on the children's little shovel atop the table. The seaside, playing in the sand, familial affection. The answer lay in the daughter shaping sand into the likeness of her mother, which the husband would then utilize to call the wife. However, the daughter was merely 2 years old and understood little. Thus, the true solution was for the husband to craft the sand into the form of his wife, claiming it was the daughter's creation to lure her back. But what does the wife look like? How can we shape her without knowing her appearance? Someone inquired. Lin Feng, Bai Li Changsheng, and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances as if regarding a fool, asserting that one could simply fashion a sand sculpture of an adult female with discernible traits. Did they expect it to be a work of art? Ma Wenjie, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, quickly adapted, seizing the children's shovel to begin sculpting the sand below. Gradually, a somewhat indistinct figure with long hair and feminine features emerged before their eyes. Is this sufficient? He asked as the final words left his lips. The sand sculpture of a woman seemed to come to life, blinking its eyes as it slowly transformed into a flesh-and-blood young woman, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. The woman opened her eyes, gazing at the group with confusion, murmuring, "How peculiar." After the novice tutorial in the escape room, I felt as though I had slept for an eternity. Chapter 9. Survival Rules of the Hellish Dungeon. My name is Cheng Si, she stated succinctly, serving as a greeting without inquiring about the process. She merely glanced at the items on the table, then at Ma Wenjie holding the children's shovel, and stepped aside. Just as Ma Wenjie intended to continue his crafting, Cheng Si interjected, "Do you aspire to polygamy?" "What do you mean?" "The novice dungeon comprises 3 chambers. This is the first side chamber. Future chambers may necessitate cooperation between couples, and your continued sculpting will certainly not be permitted." The group was taken aback by her deduction. Having inferred their current intentions merely by observing the items on the table, they turned their gazes towards Chen Ran, as if seeking his counsel. Chen Ran furrowed his brow. "I recall that we are not in a cooperative relationship, are we?" Bai Li Changsheng donned a smile. "You are a novice and do not comprehend the survival rules of the hellish dungeon. There are numerous dungeons, each with distinct narratives and challenges, yet invariably, they tell a tale of malevolence. Every dungeon disassembles its story into 3 chambers, 2 side narrative chambers, and 1 main narrative chamber. If the 3 chambers cannot be cleared, all individuals shall perish. Hence, the experienced have surmised a set of survival rules. In the first 2 chambers, even if you discern someone is lying, refrain from judgment unless you are certain of your ability to clear the main chamber. Only then shall you pass judgment on each individual. In simpler terms, the first 2 chambers adhere to the ocean of light principle, emphasizing mutual aid and collaboration, while the 3rd chamber embodies the forest of darkness principle, where anyone may judge you. And trust is a luxury." As he spoke, he pointed to the youth who had previously sought to judge Chen Ran, saying, for example, him. "When he attempted to declare judgment upon you, he was interrupted by you. At that moment, I did not understand why you acted thus. Now, the answer is clear. You must have already known how to locate the missing 8 players. If you were to die, we would be left with only 7, making it impossible to summon all 8 vanished players. This would mean our doom in this chamber. Initially, there were 10 individuals in the chamber, with 2 deceased. Only 8 remained. Should one more perish, they would be unable to summon all the absent players, resulting in their eternal entrapment. To be candid, setting aside biases, Bai Li Changsheng held a certain admiration for Chen Ran. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment often incites fear, leading novices to immediately judge anyone they suspect of lying. Such actions are perilous, as many chambers impose restrictions on the number or gender of participants required for clearance. Furthermore, deciphering the chambers requires extensive knowledge. An indiscriminate killing can easily lead to perpetual entrapment, resulting in the demise of all within. Chen Ran, as a novice, displayed an admirable restraint in his murderous impulses, and he appeared to possess a talent for solving puzzles. Such individuals are rare. The understanding that they should collaborate in unraveling the mysteries before determining their own paths to escape is indeed prudent. Indeed, Bai Li Changxing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Feng interjected with skepticism. But wait, if that is the case, during the judgment of Huang Mao, aside from Chen Ran, the novice who fired, 2 seasoned players also shot, and you even employed the skill of killing liars. Zhang Yuan scoffed. Isn't that merely redundant? We understand the survival rules. Yet the novice does not. To us, each novice is a ticking time bomb. The best course of action is to eliminate the novice first. Chen Ran found no fault in this reasoning. When Huang Mao lied, had they refrained from firing, the novice would have shot anyway. So they might as well fire together to secure the kill. However, he felt that the survival rules were not so straightforward. For instance, if I am useful to you, does that imply I can lie openly without fear of judgment? Simultaneously, if I can decode the chamber and you cannot, does that mean I can establish a future deception? For example, I could lie yet know how to unravel the chamber, but I would fear you betraying me. I would require a promise stating that you shall not judge me within this dungeon. With such a promise in place, should you dare to judge me in the future, it would mean you lied in your past commitment, at which point I could contest your authority to judge. If both parties can question each other's judgment, it effectively renders both incapable of judgment. Upon contemplating this, Chen Ran inquired, what would happen if everyone lost their authority to judge? Bai Li Changsheng regarded him intently. Have you ever seen a gunfight film? Liars can freely shoot at one another. The premise is that one must first judge or question and confirm that both parties are liars before proceeding. Otherwise, the bullet may jam. Chen Ran wished to inquire further, but upon noticing Bai Li Changsheng avert his gaze, he refrained from pursuing the matter. Cheng Si Mei articulated a valid point, asserting that the 8 of us are akin to 8 husbands, each permitted to construct but a single sand figure to summon the corresponding wives. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Changsheng seized the children's shovel from Ma Wenjie and crafted a sand sculpture. Gradually, the sand figure transformed into a flesh and blood woman. Equally bewildered by her surroundings, she too was a player who had lost consciousness after the novice tutorial escape room. Before long, the 8 missing players were summoned forth, all of whom were female, and the 16 individuals collectively turned their gazes toward the electronic door on the wall. Zhang Yuan, having just lost face, was the first to deduce. The electronic lock's password consists of 6 digits, which can be inferred from the changes in the number of individuals within the escape room. Initially, there should have been 18 players, thus the first 2 digits of the password are 18. Furthermore, at the very beginning, there were only 10 players, making the middle 2 digits 10. Finally, with 8 men and 8 women in the room, the last 2 digits are 88. Therefore, the password is 181,088. As he stepped forward to input the code, the result was erroneous. Immediately after, the group heard the sound of flowing water, and upon closer inspection, they were nearly struck with terror. Water was seeping into the escape room from the walls at an alarming rate. Crucially, this water was flowing in but not out. Moments later, the water level reached their ankles. If they could not deduce the password in time, they would all drown as the water rose to the ceiling. The water was rising at a frightening pace. At this rate, we would be submerged in less than 5 minutes. What should we do? We must hastily deduce the password again. The atmosphere in the escape room turned chaotic, with everyone in a state of panic, contemplating what the correct password could be. Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed, the first 4 digits, 1810, must be correct. There were originally 10 individuals in the escape room, but with the summoning of the 8 missing players, only 8 are needed. Thus, the 2 excess individuals lead me to conclude that my answer is 181,028. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan, closest to the door, promptly entered the password, only to the horror of the crowd when it proved incorrect once more. The speed of the water's infiltration was increasing. Chapter 10. Deciphering the password. The water level had now risen to their waists. Cheng Si remained composed. We might analyze the changes in the number of individuals involved in the story of this family of 4. Initially, when the couple was married but childless, there were only 2 individuals in the household, hence the first digit of the password is 2. Upon the birth of their first child, the family expanded to 3, making the second digit 3. With the arrival of a second child, the family grew to 4. Thus the third digit 4. Following this, the couple divorced, each taking a child, thereby dividing the family into 2 separate units, leading to the 4th and 5th digits being 22. Her pace of speech was so slow it was maddening, prompting Lu Chongqing to urge, "Sister, could you just reveal the password directly? The more anxious one becomes, the slower one should proceed. Your haste is affecting my thought process." Lu Chongqing fell silent, turning to Chen Ran for clarity, only to find him leisurely smoking, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Once again, Cheng Si's mutterings filled the escape room as she continued her deductions. The wife's children, whether deceased or missing, contribute to a decrease in numbers. Thus, the 6th and 7th digits should be 21. The password is 2342221, yet it is only 6 digits long, implying that the 2 children must be twins. The first child's arrival, which increased the count to 3, can thus be disregarded. The correct password is 242221. After much anticipation, Zhang Yuan hurriedly entered the password. Yet it remained incorrect, and with each failure, the water continued to rise at an alarming rate. Cheng Si, slightly taken aback, observed as Chen Ran raised the cigarette box above his head. He did not wish to find himself without cigarettes in the forthcoming escape room. Earlier, Bai Li Chongsheng had mentioned that the scenario comprises 3 escape rooms, with the first 2 typically serving as side plots. Might it be possible that the password is concealed within these side narratives? Lu Chongsheng, agitated, interjected, while Chen Ran maintained his leisurely demeanor, replying, "My friend, could you hasten your pace? Look at you, so anxious." Lu Chongqing retorted, "You're disrupting my train of thought." Chen Ran, having been interrupted, switched the cigarette box to his left hand while continuing to hold it up. The side plot unfolds as follows. The divorced couple had brought their child to the beach, but due to an incident involving the child brought by the wife, she did not attend. The husband, through the act of building a sand figure, summoned her. We should analyze the hidden numbers within the side plot. The divorced couple bringing their child to the beach corresponds to the number 4. The incident involving the wife's child occurred prior to this beach visit, thus it represents the number 3. The group nodded in agreement. This time, the husband constructs the sand figure to summon his unwilling wife, indicating that the child accompanying her had encountered a problem beforehand. Hence, the father and daughter arrived at the beach, corresponding to the number 2. The husband building the sand figure to call his wife indicates the number 3. We have thus deduced 4 digits of the password. However, they were astonished to find that their deductions regarding this side plot had reached a conclusion. "Are you suggesting that the side plot has concluded?" Chen Ran pondered, then inquired further. "Do you believe the wife ultimately survived?" Upon this, Cheng Si suddenly recalled the half-family portrait on the table. There were 2 missing elements, a children's shovel and, secondly, the half-photograph kept by the wife. Chen Ran gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, since the wife had been present, why would there be only half a photograph? This indicates that she ultimately perished. Hence, the number should be 2. It is essential to clarify that this 2 represents the 2 survivors left in the family. Next, there remains but 1 final digit. We must continue to deduce the side plot. Returning to the prior question, since the wife had been present, why is there only half a photograph? Logically, there should be 2 halves, as she indeed came. Yet, the presence of only 1 half implies that the wife never truly arrived. It is perplexing. She was there, yet she was not, creating a perplexing overlap akin to Schrödinger's cat. In truth, one need only clarify the timeline. She attended this outing, then perished. Hence she would not return next time. Her demise corresponds to the previously deduced number 2, as she will not return. Only the father and daughter will remain for the next beach outing. Therefore, the number remains 2. This 2 differs from the previous one. The earlier 2 reflects the number of living family members, while this 2 pertains to the number of individuals attending the next beach outing. It is curious why the side plot yields a deduction of a future beach outing. From a psychological standpoint, I lean towards the notion that the husband in the narrative may be preparing for a significant event during the next trip, possibly as a means of atoning for past shortcomings towards his daughter. Lu Chongqing interjected, "So, your deduced password is 432,322? Chen Ran nodded in affirmation. The others voiced no objections, as the password had indeed been derived from the side plot within this escape room. It was impeccable. Zhang Yuan, seeing no reason for hesitation, swiftly input the password, shutting his eyes as he pressed the final digit. Ding! The password was correct. The door opened. Within the confines of the chamber, water cascaded forth like a torrential flood, leaving the occupants sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, imbued with an overwhelming sense of having survived a calamity. The exit loomed before them, yet the mysteries it concealed and the path it led to remained shrouded in obscurity, known to none. Nevertheless, there was no urgency to depart. Clink, clink, clink. Chen Ran sought solace in a cigarette, but his lighter, having been drenched, refused to ignite. He silently berated himself for prioritizing the protection of his cigarettes, neglecting the fact that this particular lighter was not waterproof. Bai Li Qiangxing retrieved his lighter and tossed it to Chen Ran. Mine is waterproof. Thank you, Chen Ran replied, lighting his cigarette and instinctively pocketing the waterproof lighter. Bai Li Qiangxing remarked, indeed, it seems that no matter the smoker, they will invariably make off with your lighter. Lu Qiangxing leaned in. Hey, what did you do before? Your deductive skills are impressive. Chen Ran stood frozen, as a realization dawned upon him regarding his descent into this hellish scenario. Prior to becoming a full-time novelist, he had worked at a fertility preservation center, where a grave error on his part had resulted in the demise of several embryos. These embryos, unlike the usual ones, had a high likelihood of evolving into humans. In essence, he had indirectly stifled their evolution. Hastily diverting the conversation, he said, the Sandman murder? Perhaps the wife died due to a homicide. He fabricated a topic to distract from the act of pocketing the lighter, for the logic of the narrative did not accommodate deceit. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Li Qiangxing nodded. If this conclusion holds, we could deduce that the problematic child was likely abducted by traffickers, and the wife, in her quest to find her child, ultimately killed the trafficker. A heavy silence enveloped the group. If the first chamber elucidated the antecedents, then the next chamber would surely depict the confrontation between the wife and the trafficker. Chen Ran interjected, are you all so certain? But upon further reflection, what manner of death could implicate the wife as well? It seems the possibility of abduction is indeed the most plausible. Zhang Yuan's gaze flitted between the three conversing, noting that Chen Ran and Lin Feng were novices. Cheng Si, despite not having communicated with anyone, was able to assert that there were 3 chambers in the novice dungeon. One could not dismiss the possibility that she was an experienced player, perhaps having heard about the novice tutorial chambers from veterans. Thus, among the 3 most adept at deduction, 2 were novices, and 1 might be as well. In the 3rd chamber, could they, the seasoned players, contend with these 3? Having concluded his thoughts, the 16 individuals rose, casting their eyes towards the door. Chen Ran and Yi Feng remained still, observing the veterans. Bai Li Qiangxing and his companions, aware of their caution, paid them little mind as they ventured through the door. Chapter 11. Sitting steadily on the fishing platform. Upon passing through the door, they entered a classroom, where 15 desks were meticulously arranged. 14 desks were paired closely together, while one stood solitary in the front row, each desk adorned with an examination paper. Additionally, 2 masked figures occupied the room, one standing at the back and the other at the podium. The lectern bore an array of menacing implements: baseball bats, scissors, hammers, each a weapon of aggression. Above the blackboard, 2 clocks hung, both frozen in time. The left clock's hands pointed to 6 o'clock, while the right clock's hands indicated 12. Interesting, Chen Ran mused. We are 16, yet there are only 15 desks. Upon hearing this, the seasoned players rushed to seize the desks, while Lin Feng hesitated momentarily before joining them. Soon, apart from Chen Ran and Cheng Si, everyone had occupied a desk. The 2 exchanged glances, and Chen Ran gestured for Cheng Si to proceed to the solitary desk in the front row. Thud! The moment Cheng Si sat down, the classroom door swung shut automatically. The masked figure at the podium cast a glance at Chen Ran, his eyes ablaze with fury, just as the onlookers braced for Chen Ran to be consumed by flames. The fire circumvented him, igniting the wall behind him and spreading rapidly. In an instant, the entire classroom was engulfed in a fierce blaze. However, curiously, one would expect such a conflagration to produce clouds of smoke. Yet, the occupants felt only the searing heat upon their skin and the oppressive wave of warmth. Devoid of any smoke, Chen Ran, succumbing to the heat, shed his outer clothing to reveal a tank top beneath, then retrieved a cigarette from his pack and ignited it with the flames in the classroom. Noticing the others staring, he inhaled deeply and smirked. Why are you all looking at me? I'm merely an outsider. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan inquired coldly. Before Chen Ran could respond, Cheng Si's icy voice cut through. Are you all foolish? The previous chamber revealed that 8 couples lost their child. Among these couples, who is the only one we can be certain is still alive? Confused, Lu Changxing struggled to grasp the situation. However, Zhang Yuan's face turned serious, as if he had come to a realization, shooting a venomous glare at Chen Ran. To pass the first chamber, the requirement was 8 men and 8 women, summoned by the men. In the first chamber, the husband summoned his wife using the Sandman. Thus our 8 men and 8 women symbolize 8 couples. Correct, Cheng Si continued. The only one we can confirm survives is the husband of the couple with a daughter in the first chamber. The evidence. These 15 desks serve as the finest proof. 8 couples should yield 16 desks. However, there are only 15, indicating one person is absent. By linking this to the one we can confirm is alive, the husband, the answer becomes clear. That husband is missing. Among the 8 men, the one who failed to claim a desk is that husband. Cheng Si's expression grew increasingly grim. If Chen Ran was indeed the absent husband, then the one present must be his wife. The remaining 7 couples had arrived as pairs, leaving only that wife to arrive alone. Consequently, whoever occupied the solitary desk was undoubtedly that wife. And in the deductions from the first chamber, it was evident that that wife was destined to perish. Conclusion: Cheng Si is that wife. You were deceiving us all along. The youth who had previously sought to judge Chen Ran seethed. In response, Chen Ran retorted, I've tolerated you for long enough. He brandished the truth-teller affixed to his waist. You have lied. As he uttered the command, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. In the next moment, the bullet struck the man's forehead, and he collapsed, lifeless. Dead. Zhang Yuan's temporary alliance had already lost 3 members, leaving him as the sole survivor. He was utterly speechless. This fool, Chen Ran, merely failed to remind us. That does not equate to deceit. By accusing him of lying, you are the one who speaks falsehoods. Forget it. Death is death. If he remains, I will eventually be harmed by him. Since that wife has perished, it is highly likely that the remaining 7 couples have also met their demise. We are players. We can avoid being killed by deciphering the plot. This implies that whether we can escape the chamber alive hinges on individual capability. Therefore, this chamber imposes no restrictions on the number of successful players. Which is why Chen Ran dared to judge. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened as he turned to Bai Li Qiangxing, who seemed oblivious to it all. Among us, the only individual possessing the ability to slay deceivers would undoubtedly not be so inept. When, pray tell, does he intend to make his move? At the podium, the masked figure approached the lifeless body of the young man, lifting him with one hand while retrieving the examination paper from his desk with the other, casting it into the consuming flames. Before long, both the young man and the paper were reduced to ashes. Bai Li Qiangxing paid no heed to this. His gaze was fixated on the examination paper. To his astonishment, it was blank. The classroom examination paper, submitting it, signified the conclusion of this test and the possibility of departure. The conclusion was clear. To escape this chamber, one must complete the examination. Yet, the pressing question remained. What was the subject of the examination? Not only Bai Li Qiangxing noticed this detail, the other players, upon seeing the blank sheets, initially expressed doubt as they flipped them over, soon falling into contemplative silence. With a surge of courage, Cheng Si Zhuang rose to her feet, noticing that the masked figure at the podium paid her no mind. It seemed this examination allowed for hushed whispers and free movement. Though Chen Ran held a reprieve from death, without anyone unraveling the mystery of the room, he too would remain trapped. He had no authority to partake in the examination. His current role was to watch us engage in mutual slaughter or to be slain by the masked figure, ultimately assisting in reasoning only when 1 or 2 players remained. Before that moment, not a single word of Chen Ran's could be trusted. Everyone, I trust you've all perused the paper. With no questions posed. Our first task is to deduce what the examination entails, proposed Cheng Si. Indeed, Lin Feng concurred. There are indeed clues to discern the examination subject. As he spoke, he gestured toward Chen Ran. You expect him to assist in reasoning? A female player regarded him as though he were a fool. Anyone can see that Chen Ran is comfortably seated. How could he possibly help us deduce anything? No, my point is, if Chen Ran is indeed the husband who is absent, why does he still appear here? If we can unravel this question, perhaps we might deduce the examination subject. Lin Feng explained, wiping the sweat from his brow as the classroom's flames appeared to swell even further. A few players, unable to bear the heat, removed their jackets and tossed them onto the floor. I concur with his viewpoint. Bai Li Qiangxing unusually engaged in the reasoning. Chen Ran is the only husband we can be certain is alive. Why is he present here? Why did he not rescue his ex-wife? Upon reaching this juncture, Bai Li Qiangxing retrieved a cigarette, patting his pockets before recalling that his lighter had been pilfered by Chen Ran. Setting the cigarette aside, he continued. There are two possibilities. Either the husband is complicit with the traffickers, or he is utterly incapable of saving his ex-wife. Chapter 12. The show begins. Let us employ a process of elimination. The first possibility. If the husband is colluding with the traffickers, since he could command his accomplices to abduct his wife's child, why did he not allow them to take his own child as well? Bai Li Changsheng's reasoning was indeed difficult to accept. Lin Feng immediately countered. Your hypothesis is flawed. The daughter was raised by the husband, and naturally, there exists an unbreakable bond of affection. It makes logical sense to abduct the wife's child while sparing his own. With a cold chuckle, Bai Li Changsheng retorted. Have you considered which child is older? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. From the half photo on the desk in the first chamber, it is evident that the daughter accompanying the husband is approximately 2 years of age. If the daughter is older, then the child with the wife must still be an infant. Based on previous deductions, the child accompanying the wife was the one abducted. Logically, since it was an infant, the wife would have been expected to hold it constantly, making it improbable for the child to be abducted while the wife remained unscathed. Thus, it stands to reason that the child with the wife must indeed be older than the one with the husband. Their divorce must have occurred after the birth of their daughter. Even if they separated immediately after her birth, they would have jointly cared for their first child for at least a year, allowing the husband to develop feelings for the first child. If the husband were heartless and in collusion with the traffickers, both children would have been taken. However, the fact that only one child was abducted suggests the husband could not have been in league with the traffickers. Bai Li Changsheng's hypothesis was indeed correct. Seeing Lin Feng no longer contesting, he proceeded with his analysis. Since the first possibility has been eliminated, let us consider the second. The husband is utterly incapable of rescuing his wife. Has anyone noticed the 2 clocks hanging on the wall above the blackboard? Both clocks have ceased to tick. The left one's hands are frozen at 6 o'clock, while the right one's are at 12 o'clock. The difference of 6 hours, what does it signify? A female player, with a face marred by worry, posed the question. Could the 6-hour discrepancy between the 2 clocks imply that a 6-hour tale has unfolded within this classroom? Another, strikingly beautiful player queried. Chen Ran, Cheng Si, Lin Feng, and Zhang Yuan all exchanged glances, their pupils dilating as they regarded Bai Li Changsheng with newfound intensity. Bai Li Changsheng chuckled. Do not be astonished by my insight. According to the clock effect, when only one clock exists, people can determine the time based on it. However, when 2 clocks are present with differing times, individuals struggle to ascertain the exact time. Therefore, we can conclude that this classroom, in terms of time, does not exist at all. Since time does not exist, it implies multiple times are overlapping. This elucidates why Chen Ran, the sole surviving husband, should not be present here. Yet he is. This conclusion undoubtedly shattered the perceptions of many players present. They gazed at Bai Li Changsheng with a mixture of fear and respect. Indeed, a player with the ability to slay deceivers was no ordinary individual. Leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, Bai Li Changsheng casually remarked. The question arises, under what circumstances does time overlap? The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Observing their silence, Chen Ran interjected, in psychology, the effect of time overlap refers to the phenomenon where multiple pieces of information suppress and interfere with each other in memory. Ah, you actually understand this? Bai Li Changsheng regarded Chen Ran with surprise. Just a hint of knowledge, Chen Ran shrugged. Bai Li Changsheng disregarded him. Addressing the group with measured clarity, the final conclusion is that someone is reviewing the events that transpired within this classroom. We are caught in this person's review. Who would undertake such a review? The husband, the traffickers, the 7 couples, and the solitary wife, all could be ruled out. Furthermore, given the classroom is ablaze, there is but one answer. At this juncture, he paused, locking eyes with the solemn Chen Ran. Their fingers gripped their weapons, as if engaged in a psychological duel. Suddenly, Bai Li Changsheng revealed a sinister smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is now afoot. As Chen Ran's pupils contracted, and he prepared to draw his weapon, all light vanished from the classroom, including the roaring flames. Darkness engulfed the room. You lied. The voice emanated from Chen Ran, yet 2 gunshots echoed in the darkness, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Before long, the classroom was illuminated once more, the blazing flames returning to the eyes of the onlookers. Cheng Si was the first to count the number of individuals present. Just now, there were 2 gunshots, yet only one person issued the judgment command. In other words, Chen Ran executed a judgment, while Bai Li Changsheng unleashed the skill of the liar. According to their previous statements, Bai Li Changsheng's liar could conjure phantoms. Cheng Siqing counted the number of players present, including Chen Ran. There were precisely 15 individuals, neither more nor less. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. Chen Ran's judgment resulted in the death of one player. And Bai Li Changsheng utilized his liar skill to fabricate an identical phantom of that player, blurring the lines of reality. Previously, when the youth was shot by Chen Ran, the masked man discarded the corpse into the flames. Moments ago, footsteps echoed in the darkness. It must have been the masked man returning to incinerate the body of the player judged dead by Chen Ran. This made matters worse, as the body had been dealt with by the masked man, leaving one unable to ascertain whose phantom had been created by Bai Li Changsheng. Among the players present, only Chen Ran knew whom he had slain. Whoever Chen Ran killed, Bai Li Changsheng would conjure their phantom. Who had lied just now? The girl with the mask and the alluring female player had both erred in their common knowledge of deceit. The clock's hands pointed to 6 o'clock. It could be either 6 in the morning or 1800 hours, yet they confidently asserted it was 6 hours apart from 12 o'clock. This was a falsehood. With all three hands indicating 6 o'clock, such a scenario was impossible on a clock. When the minute hand points to 6, it signifies half past, meaning the hour hand would be somewhere between 6 and 7. Hence, the masked girl and the alluring player had both committed two blunders in their statements. Just now, Chen Ran had only fired a single shot, indicating that only one of these two had been judged dead. The conclusion: one of the masked girl or the alluring player was a genuine participant, while the other was a phantom conjured by Bai Li Changsheng. How to determine who was who? The examination papers. The masked man, while handling the bodies, would incinerate the papers atop them as well. Upon this realization, Cheng Si immediately glanced at the two women, noting that both had a paper on their desks. In contrast, Zhang Yuan's paper had vanished. Could it be that Bai Li Changsheng had stealthily taken Zhang Yuan's paper amidst the darkness? Chapter 13. Only 9 remain alive. Return my paper. Zhang Yuan glared furiously at Bai Li Changsheng. This confined space required the submission of examination papers for escape. Without a paper, the consequences were unthinkable. He could not afford to dwell on Bai Li Changsheng and swiftly approached to discern which of the two women was the fabricated phantom. At that moment, the advantage of his teammates became evident, as Lu Changxing and the others swiftly surrounded the masked girl and the alluring player, preventing anyone from approaching. Furthermore, the papers of these four and the phantom were all under Bai Li Changxing's custody. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. With the protection mechanism of the liar in place, I cannot possibly touch them. He was perplexed. Within this classroom, only 3 players knew who the phantom was: Bai Li Changsheng, Chen Ran, and the genuine player among the masked or alluring girls. Chen Ran's silence was understandable. He wished to observe their mutual destruction. Bai Li Changsheng's silence also made sense, for he was the architect of this scheme. However, why would the surviving girl among them willingly position herself amidst Lu Changxing and his trio? Wait, it seems I understand now. The surviving girl among them had already lied. Fearing exposure and judgment leading to her demise, she sought the protection of Bai Li Changsheng's team. Upon realizing this, Zhang Yuan understood he could not reclaim his paper. He surveyed the others, noticing that everyone else was clutching their papers to their chests. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The items on the desk must serve some purpose. If I do not retrieve my papers soon, perhaps something dreadful will occur. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly and turned to Bai Li Changsheng, reluctantly stating, I will exchange a future lie for a single examination paper. Bai Li Changsheng nodded, deal. Upon this, Zhang Yuan promptly declared, within this instance, I shall never initiate judgment against Bai Li Changsheng or his teammates. The future lie serves as my promise. Should I breach this promise, it signifies that at this very moment, the one who promised is lying. In the hellish realm of this instance, nothing is more taboo than such future lies. Once promised, one is left entirely vulnerable, without room for resistance, and it could trigger a chain reaction. Bai Li Changsheng casually drew one of the examination papers from the pile. This one is yours. That one is not mine, Zhang Yuan frowned, pointing to the bottommost paper. That one is mine. Their exchange left the onlookers astounded, and a female player's eyes gleamed with malice. She drew her weapon, aimed it at Bai Li Changsheng, and coldly stated, You are lying. Click, the bullet jammed. The excitement in her gaze shifted to despair, until it brimmed with terror. In an instant, a dozen guns were aimed at her, each player shouting the command. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. A dozen players fired simultaneously, and the female player was instantly riddled with bullets, 3 striking her head, causing brain matter to splatter. Yet it was not over. As Chen Ran and the others lowered their weapons, several players suddenly turned their guns towards Zhang Yuan. Since Bai Li Changsheng had not lied, it indicated that the paper he had given Zhang Yuan was indeed Zhang Yuan's original paper. Yet Zhang Yuan claimed otherwise. He was lying. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. These individuals did not hesitate to issue their judgment commands. However, click, click, click. Their liars all jammed. The previous exchange between Bai Li Changsheng and Zhang Yuan had revealed that neither had lied. This was indeed a trap. As expected, when they turned to Bai Li Changsheng, they found his gun already aimed at them. You are lying. You are lying. Bai Li Changsheng spoke rapidly. For each command he uttered, he fired, unleashing several bullets in mere seconds. Chen Ran and the others had barely lowered their guns when those players collapsed into pools of blood. At this moment, the surviving players in the classroom included Bai Li Changsheng and his 3 teammates, Zhang Yuan, Chen Ran, Cheng Si, Lin Feng, and one of the masked or alluring players. The number of participants had sharply declined from 16 to 9. Watching the masked man cast body after body into the flames, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. This is yours. This one is not mine. That one is mine. The dialogue between Bai Li Changsheng and Zhang Yuan posed a problem. Translating to, this is the one I gave you. This one is not my original. That one is my original. Both had spoken truthfully. The first female player to draw her gun misjudged Bai Li Changsheng as a liar. Bai Li Changsheng's judgment failure led the second wave of female players to rightly assume Zhang Yuan was lying. Thus, they turned their guns on him. All this I can comprehend. Yet, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Bai Li Changsheng. I wish to exchange a question for an examination paper. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Feng. The most pressing issue they faced was the blank examination paper devoid of questions. Noticing that Bai Li Changsheng neither responded nor declined, Lin Feng pointed to the corpse thrown into the flames by the masked figure and remarked, based on the known rules, as long as one refrains from speaking and judging, it is quite difficult to meet one's demise. These individuals seem rather anxious. Once they realize someone is lying, they draw their guns for judgment. I am curious as to why that is. Cheng Si interjected, successful judgments yield rewards. And at the conclusion of the scenario, rewards are tallied. Lin Feng pressed on. Are they willing to forsake their very lives for the sake of a reward? However, the subsequent scene took him by surprise as Cheng Si nodded without hesitation. To fight may lead to death, yet to abstain will inevitably result in death. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. Thus, when players ascertain that there are no restrictions on number or gender for clearing the room, they will immediately judge anyone they suspect of lying. A moment's delay could result in someone else getting ahead. From Cheng Si's response, Lin Feng gleaned a crucial piece of information. To fight may lead to death, but to abstain will eventually result in death. Does this imply that players without rewards in this infernal realm have little chance of survival? Now, let us discuss the examination questions. Lin Feng organized his thoughts and stated, to deduce what the questions entail, we must first clarify who is recounting the events that transpired within the classroom. Firstly, the phenomenon of time overlap in the classroom indicates that the person reviewing is aware of what occurred within, yet unaware of the chronological order of events. Therefore, it can be concluded that the reviewer is not among us. Secondly, the husband symbolized by Chen Ran appears in the review, suggesting that the reviewer suspects the husband is significantly involved with the events in the classroom. Lastly, as the classroom is situated within a school, there must be residents nearby, and a fire in the classroom would undoubtedly catch their attention. In summary, the reviewer must meet the following criteria. They must know everything that transpired in the classroom, not be one of us, suspect the husband of significant involvement, and be someone who residents would think of upon witnessing the fire. Who could that be? Zhang Yuan seemed to have known the answer all along and blurted out, it's the police. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Only the police fulfill all of the above conditions. Chapter 14. The curtain rises after your song. Residents witnessing the fire within the school chose to call the police. The police, through on-site investigations and autopsy reports, gained a general understanding of the situation within the classroom, yet lacked precise details. For instance, whether it was the 7.5 couples who kidnapped the human traffickers to execute them in the classroom, or the traffickers who kidnapped the 7.5 couples who had been searching for their children to carry out the execution. Regardless of the scenario, the police were unaware of the process or chronological order. Thus, as they drafted their reports, multiple pieces of information surged in their minds, mutually suppressing and interfering with one another. This is what we call time overlap. In other words, this room exists solely in the mind of the police officer, who is engaged in a review of the entire case. Why does the police officer need to conduct this review? Simply because he must write a report, and the content of that report constitutes the examination questions for our room. Therefore, the questions are the antecedents, processes, and outcomes of the entire case. Lin Feng's words illuminated the minds of the others, and each began to ponder the validity of this reasoning. After a moment of silence, no one spoke. The absence of any identified flaws in the reasoning indicated that Lin Feng's thought process was indeed correct. Consequently, someone rummaged through the desks to find a ballpoint pen, intending to write down the antecedents. They had already deduced in the first room that the human traffickers had abducted the children of 8 couples. Wait a moment. Bai Li Chongxing interrupted Ma Wenjie's impending writing. The flames in the classroom blazed ever more fiercely, and the group felt that in no more than half an hour, they would be consumed by the flames. Could you all hurry up? Stop dawdling, will you? Chen Ran urged anxiously. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Now, they faced the question, what truly transpired in this classroom? Cheng Si pondered. First, we must deduce whether it was the 7.5 couples who kidnapped the traffickers, or the traffickers who kidnapped the 7.5 couples. This seemed simple enough, Zhang Yuan remarked. The flames in the classroom were set by the masked figure, indicating that the masked figure kidnapped the 7.5 couples, aiming to burn them alive here. He continued, this is a classroom, suggesting that during their search for their children, the couples identified the suspect as their children's teacher. Realizing this, the teacher kidnapped the 15 individuals to the classroom, intending to murder them. By what means did the kidnapping occur? Lin Feng countered. Naturally, by using objects belonging to the children to lure them here. Cheng Si was not satisfied with this response, feeling that something was amiss. 15 individuals searching for their children, only to be deceived into the classroom and slaughtered. That seems rather foolish, does it not? Furthermore, if the traffickers had even a modicum of intelligence, they would not commit murder within a classroom. Yet, she refrained from voicing her doubts. At this juncture, someone questioned, but there are no children's belongings in the classroom. The speaker was the player with a mask, instantly alerting Chen Ran, Lin Feng, and Cheng Si. Zhang Yuan contemplated for a moment, glancing at the pile of items on the teacher's desk, and said, do you see those scissors and hammers? They symbolize children's belongings. Suddenly, the masked player revealed an eerie smile and drew a weapon aimed at Zhang Yuan, enunciating, you are lying. At this, Chen Ran, Lin Feng, and Cheng Si immediately recognized that the masked player was the survivor among the 2 women, and without hesitation, they drew their guns. The room plunged into darkness once more. You lied. You lied. You lied. Gunfire erupted, and in the darkness, the group heard the sounds of the masked figure dragging bodies and tossing them into the flames. Light and fire returned. Chen Ran, Cheng Si, and Lin Feng remained with their guns raised, yet beads of cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Silently, they counted the number of individuals present in the classroom. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. If the masked player and the alluring woman were considered as one, there were still 9 individuals. The trio trembled uncontrollably. Though gunfire had erupted in the darkness, only 3 individuals had uttered commands. This implied that at least one person had been judged to death in the darkness, and they had also heard the masked figure handling the bodies. This was sufficient to confirm that someone had indeed perished. However, with 9 individuals previously, if one had died, how could there still be 9? This indicated that at least one more person had been conjured by the liar's skill. Who could that be? The 3 turned their gaze towards Bai Li Chongsheng, who wore a smirk and asked, are you all enjoying yourselves? Cheng Si retracted her weapon. In the chamber, Bai Li Chongsheng had previously employed the liar's skill to create a phantom, and just now, he had at least conjured another. Thus, it stands to reason that, at this moment, there are at least 2 individuals in the room who are products of the liar's skill. I did not fire, but the 3 commands were issued simultaneously. I cannot ascertain whether Chen Ran and Lin Feng pulled their triggers. This complicates matters. Either both may be dead, or only one. Their subsequent words cannot be trusted, otherwise, one could easily be deceived. It's manageable, though somewhat mentally taxing. Can we not pause the internal strife? The flames in the classroom are growing ever larger. Chen Ran rubbed his temples, speaking with resignation. Cheng Si and Lin Feng fixed their cold gaze upon Chen Ran. At least one person had perished in the darkness, and this individual might very well be Chen Ran himself. Unperturbed by the scrutiny of the 2, Chen Ran declared, firstly, I completely refute Zhang Yuan's reasoning. He then gestured towards the 2 clocks suspended above the blackboard. Who can assist me in removing those? A glint of sharpness flickered in Cheng Si's eyes as she retorted, why don't you retrieve them yourself? The illusion conjured by Bai Li Chongsheng, the liar, was intangible and could not be grasped. Chen Ran's reluctance to retrieve them raised considerable suspicion. Observing this, Bai Li Chongsheng signaled Lu Chongsheng with a glance. The latter approached the podium, climbed atop the desk, and removed the 2 clocks. Tell me, Chen Ran inquired of Lu Chongsheng, what time do the clocks indicate? Lu Chongsheng smirked inwardly, thinking that Chen Ran was attempting to coerce him into lying. He was not like the 2 foolish women from earlier. Thus, he replied, One clock reads 12 o'clock sharp, or 2400 hours, while the other shows 6:30, 30, or 18:30, 30. The calmness in Chen Ran's eyes suddenly transformed into a fierce glimmer. You have lied. He drew his gun, raised his arm, uttered the command, and swiftly executed Lu Changsheng without hesitation, the latter collapsing lifelessly, eyes wide open in death. Li Changsheng and his companions stared in disbelief. Even when encountering players from a higher-tier dungeon, they had always managed to escape unscathed. Yet now, their comrade had fallen in a novice dungeon. The three men's gazes were filled with the intent to annihilate as they turned their murderous eyes upon Chen Ran. Chen Ran nonchalantly blew away the non-existent smoke from his gun's muzzle. He awaited the three to lose control of their emotions and lie. As soon as they resorted to curses, it would signify that they were fabricating falsehoods. The trio watched as the masked figure dragged Lu Changsheng's corpse and tossed it into the flames. At that moment, Chen Ran turned to fixate on Li Changsheng, asking with a smile, "Is this entertaining?" Chapter 15, Downward Compatibility. Li Changsheng's mood was akin to that of a hunter, only to be pecked in the eye by the very prey he sought. "Do you know why I opted to be this outsider?" Chen Ran scoffed. Before Li Changsheng could respond, he answered himself, "It's quite simple. I need to sort through the known rules and the information I've acquired. Firstly, Cheng Si once remarked that one might die from fighting, yet would inevitably perish from inaction. This led me to ponder. If you can come to this novice dungeon to prey upon the weak, then conversely, players more powerful than you can venture into the dungeons you frequently traverse to prey upon you. It is akin to certain strategy games where players from Season 2 sign up to regress to Season 1, a pure act of dimensional suppression. Similarly, players from Season 4 can register to regress to Season 3, and those from Season 3 to Season 2, and so forth. Frankly, when I deduced this dungeon mechanism, I was drenched in cold sweat, for no matter how strong you are, within a standard dungeon, you will inevitably encounter players even more formidable than yourself, to your detriment. At this juncture, Chen Ran took a deep breath, striving to suppress the terror within. This dungeon mechanism is exceedingly ruthless. It is akin to being in the Qi refinement stage while facing an opponent in the foundation establishment stage, and then encountering an adversary in the core formation stage. With no escape route unless one incessantly grows stronger, and stronger still, until no one surpasses you. Indeed, this is the most insidious and malicious mechanism within the hellish dungeon, downward compatibility. What else have you deduced? Li Changsheng's countenance twisted in rage. If he had previously entertained a playful attitude, he now regarded Chen Ran as a rival. Downward compatibility? Chen Ran murmured. Due to the existence of this mechanism, every player must strive to ascend. Since there are rewards for slaying the liar, that reward must be the key to enhancing a player's strength. Consequently, within the dungeon, players not only need to speak, but must also guide others to lie. How does one guide another to lie? In truth, the novice tutorial room has already provided the answer. Emotional deceit, common sense deceit, and emotional manipulation, for instance, in the case of common sense deceit. I prompted Lu Changsheng to state the time on the clock. If the hour, minute, and second hands all pointed to 6. If it were indeed 6 o'clock or 18:30, 30, the hour hand should be positioned between the numbers 6 and 7, yet it pointed directly at 6. This indicates that the hour hand is broken. Thus the clock cannot accurately convey the time. Lu Changsheng, however, stated the time, committing the error of common sense deceit. In summary, the methods to induce someone to lie are merely 3. Firstly, to manipulate their emotions to compel them to lie. Secondly, to exploit errors in common knowledge to tempt others into fabricating falsehoods. And thirdly, to play the emotional card to elicit their lies. These 3 are the core elements of infighting among players within the dungeon. Li Changsheng, Zhang Yuan, and Cheng Si exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. All correct. Chen Ran's deductions mirrored the hellish rules, leaving them questioning whether this individual was truly a novice. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that Chen Ran had yet to decipher the function of the liar's skill. At that moment, Chen Ran coldly stated, "Put away your tricks. Don't think I am unaware that the 3, Mala Face, the seductive woman, and Lin Feng, are all dead. They are but illusions conjured by your liar's skill." Cheng Si noted that Chen Ran spoke with a tone of certainty, which implied that if he were to err in any aspect, it would signify he was lying. Li Changsheng's expression shifted from shock to horror as he swallowed hard and queried, "How do you know it was those 3? Need I even say? You forgot that when you first unleashed your skill in this chamber, I was the one who initiated judgment upon one of the 2 female players. Thus, I am aware that the Mala Face player is an illusion you created. Cheng Si and Lin Feng are also cognizant of my knowledge. Therefore, when I deliberately aimed my gun at the Mala face player, it was to provoke them into uttering the command. Clearly, Lin Feng fell for the ruse, while Cheng Si did not, resulting in Lin Feng's demise, and I subsequently executed the seductive woman. This revelation sent a shiver down Cheng Si's spine. The Mala face player was an illusion. Lin Feng perished due to his lies. The seductive woman was judged to death by Chen Ran. Hence, now, these three were merely illusions conjured by Li Changsheng. In retrospect, the entire scheme unfolded as follows. Chen Ran first acquired the identity of an outsider, using it as an excuse to refrain from participating in the reasoning. However, in reality, he was quietly organizing the rules of the dungeon and the information he had obtained. He deduced the mechanism of downward compatibility and the three methods of inducing lies, immediately applying them in practice by deliberately aiming his gun at the Mala face woman. Lin Feng and Cheng Si were aware he knew who the true players were. Under this pretext, they mistakenly believed the Mala face woman was a genuine player. Consequently, both Lin Feng and Cheng Si also aimed their guns at her. However, Li Changsheng understood that Chen Ran was aware of the true players, leading him to believe that Chen Ran would never judge the Mala face woman. Therefore, the target of Chen Ran's judgment had to be the seductive woman. Li Changsheng then activated the liar's skill, shrouding the chamber in darkness, ensuring that aside from himself and Chen Ran, no one would know that the seductive woman died in the obscurity. The final outcome was that Chen Ran successfully judged the seductive woman, while Lin Feng's judgment of the Mala face player failed, leading to Lin Feng's subsequent judgment and death at the hands of others. And this was not the end. After eliminating the seductive woman and Lin Feng, Chen Ran promptly engaged in reasoning, prompting Li Changsheng to reveal the time on the clock, thereby leading him to commit the error of common sense deceit, and ultimately executing him. With cunning intellect and meticulous calculation, the mastery over human nature and psychological stratagems reached their zenith, rivaling that of a seasoned two-star player. This individual was nothing short of a devil. Had I foreseen the emergence of such a monstrosity in this novice dungeon, I would have refrained from participating. Li Changsheng finally recognized the formidable strength of his adversary, his body trembling in trepidation. "You are quite impressive," he managed to utter through clenched teeth, as the muzzle of the killer's weapon was aimed at Lin Feng and his companions, ensnaring them in its deadly embrace. Chen Ran disregarded him entirely, striding towards the podium to seize two clocks, one positioned above and the other below, both interconnected in parallel. "What do you observe?" he inquired, noting the silence that ensued. He continued, "The three hands on the two clocks. One is entirely directed upward, while the other points downward. This represents a mirror image. It indicates that the occurrences within this classroom are in stark contrast to the report drafted by the police. Therefore, the correct conclusion is 15 individuals kidnapped a human trafficker, and it was also these 15 who ignited the fire within the classroom." He gestured towards the objects on the lectern. "That pile of items is the weapon used by the 15 to slay the trafficker. According to the principle of mirroring, these weapons are highly likely to be employed to eliminate you." Chapter 16, The False Testimony. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng began to concoct his own schemes. The two clocks mounted on the wall indeed resonated with the clock effect, symbolizing the accumulation of time. The clock that could not ascertain the time had its hands all pointing downward, while the clock that could confirm the time had its hands all directed upward. This signified a mirror image. Chen Ran's reasoning was sound. Based on the principle of mirroring, the events transpiring in our classroom were diametrically opposed to the content of the police report. Thus, the answer to the riddle is 8 pairs of couples who lost their child pinpointed the suspect, a school teacher, and they subsequently abducted him to the classroom, where the 15 each brandished their weapons to murder the teacher, and afterward, set fire to erase all evidence. As this realization dawned on him, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, discerning a grave flaw in the reasoning. Initially, the masked man's fiery gaze suggested that, according to the principle of mirroring, this was merely a scene witnessed by the masked figure in his dying moments. The arsonist was a group of 7.5 couples, yet they too were consumed by the flames. This was clearly illogical. Suddenly, Li Changsheng appeared to have an epiphany. He whirled around to glance at the motionless masked figure at the back of the classroom. The masked man has an accomplice. The arsonist is this accomplice, who incinerated both the 7.5 couples and the teacher within the classroom. Hence, the conclusion is the 7.5 couples and the teacher were all burned to death in the classroom. With that deduction, Li Changsheng hesitated to commit his thoughts to paper, surveying the classroom and noting that all potential scapegoats had perished, leaving only Chen Ran, Zhang Yuan, and Cheng Si, Three outsiders who were all adept at deciphering puzzles and exceptionally skilled in reasoning, thus not easily deceived. Moreover, Chen Ran was not obligated to answer. His only resources were Cheng Si and Zhang Yuan. The flames within the classroom continued to spread, yet the atmosphere was chillingly tense, as each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. First was Zhang Yuan, who had woven a future lie for Bai Li Changsheng. But he would never be the first to submit his paper to test the accuracy of the answer. Next was Cheng Si, who now aimed to feign death. Trusting no one, a single misstep could lead to her demise. Bai Li Changsheng's expression darkened. Damn it, had I known it would come to this, I should have kept a few expendable pawns to verify the truth of the answer. Wait, he recalled. I remember when I encountered a 2-star player in a 1-star dungeon. They mentioned, when you find yourself troubled over the correctness of your deduced answer, then your reasoning must be flawed. This was because the chamber was painfully meticulous, interlinking all clues to yield a singular answer. His indecision indicated a miscalculation. A miscalculation meant he had not gathered all the clues. Bai Li Changsheng reassessed the classroom, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chen Ran and the masked figure at the rear. If we were to unfold the events from their perspectives suddenly, Bai Li Changsheng's eyes sparkled with revelation. I was wrong, completely wrong. That damned Chen Ran nearly led me to my doom here. He then whispered urgently to Li Nan and Ma Wenjie. In the next moment, Bai Li Changsheng, armed with his test paper and a pen, approached the last row of desks, writing his answer without hesitation. Li Nan and Ma Wenjie positioned themselves in front of his desk to thwart any potential prying eyes. Once Bai Li Changsheng completed his writing, Ma Wenjie transcribed the ready-made answer, while Bai Li Changsheng and Li Nan shielded him from view. In no time, all three inscribed their answers on the paper, rolled it up, and proceeded directly to the podium. As they passed Chen Ran, Bai Li Changsheng paused, coldly declaring, "Next time in the dungeon, we shall have a proper contest." The trio handed their papers to the masked figure, who scrutinized the submissions, and then, abruptly, the once-closed classroom door swung open. Bai Li Changsheng and his companions exited the blazing classroom without a backward glance. Chen Ran sighed inwardly. Bai Li Changsheng, a veteran player, had managed to deduce the correct answer despite the obscured information. Contemplating this, Chen Ran prepared to leave the classroom. Wait, Cheng Si called out, and Zhang Yuan grew anxious. He attempted to bolt towards the door, but was repelled back. What is the answer? Cheng Si inquired. Chen Ran regarded her with curiosity. In the previous chamber, she had merely glanced at the items on the table and deduced the answer. However, in this chamber, her performance had been notably poor. Yet she could still see through his charade without judging the mask-faced woman. She is in disguise. Shifting his gaze, Chen Ran focused on Zhang Yuan, who had just risen from the floor. So that's it. He then carefully articulated, the greatest challenge in this chamber lies in understanding why a mirroring segment appears. Logically, we are in a scene constructed in our minds during the police's review. The events that transpired to us should, if not identical, at least closely resemble the truth. Yet, they are entirely opposite. This indicates a significant deviation in the information source provided to the police. Thus, there can only be one answer. The individual supplying information to the police is lying. Hence, we merely need to deduce who remains alive in the classroom. That person is the sole eyewitness, and that individual is the liar. Cheng Si nodded, appearing contemplative, while Zhang Yuan, eavesdropping nearby, suddenly brightened. The husband from the first chamber, Zhang Yuan exclaimed with excitement. The husband from the first chamber is the only one confirmed to still be alive. In a flurry, he rushed back to his seat, pen in hand, pondering. If the police received false information, then the answer must also be that false information. Or rather, the testimony. With this thought, he began to write. 8 couples lost their child. In their search for him, they identified the suspect as a teacher from the school. However, during the course of the surveillance, the teacher became aware that their actions had been exposed. Consequently, the teacher, resolute and undeterred, deceived 7.5 couples from the 8 into the classroom, where he ruthlessly murdered them. He then set the place ablaze. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan suddenly sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze and discovered Chen Ran and Cheng Si observing him with an expression akin to that of spectators at a spectacle. A chill ran through him. Just then, the masked figure at the lectern stirred, approached, and seized Zhang Yuan by the throat, lifting him onto the platform. With the other hand, the masked figure brandished a pair of scissors from the desk and plunged it into Zhang Yuan's abdomen. A piercing scream echoed throughout the classroom. But that was not the end. The masked figure then picked up a hammer and struck Zhang Yuan's left arm with a fierce blow, the sharp crack of breaking bones resonating chillingly. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan endured the full array of implements displayed upon the lectern, teetering on the brink of death. Bang! The masked figure raised a baseball bat and brought it down upon Zhang Yuan's bloodied head. He still clung to life. His eyes, wide and unblinking, were fixed on Chen Ran and Cheng Si, seemingly pleading for an answer. Chen Ran extended his index finger toward the masked figure at the back of the classroom and spoke with a calm demeanor. He did not perish. He was apprehended by the police, and during the interrogation, he provided false information. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan succumbed. Cheng Si, having achieved her objective, disregarded Chen Ran and returned to her seat to begin writing. The report from the informant stated, the children of the 8 couples went missing. During the search for their offspring, they identified a target, one of the teachers at the school. I witnessed the entire ordeal. I saw 7.5 couples abduct that teacher into the classroom, unleashing their fury upon him with the weapons they had brought: scissors, hammers, baseball bats, stabbing, piercing, striking, and hammering, venting their anguish over their lost children upon the teacher. The teacher met a gruesome end at their hands. They doused the classroom in gasoline, intending to destroy the evidence. However, at that moment, they discovered me peeking through the back door. Fear gripped me. I feared they would come to kill me. So I locked both the front and back doors and fled. Yet, I had not anticipated that they had already ignited the fire within the classroom. With both doors locked, they could not escape, and all perished in the flames. Chen Ran regarded Cheng Si's account, nodding in approval. This aligns with the false information provided to the police by the masked figure at the back of the classroom. While it possesses certain flaws, it poses no obstacle to the investigation. Cheng Si remained noncommittal. Indeed, the truth is that the second masked figure was indeed peeking through the back door, having learned that the teacher had exposed him as an accomplice. Fearing retribution, he chose to lock the front door, ignited the fire at the back, and subsequently locked that door as well, leading to the demise of everyone inside. The first thing he did upon escaping was to call the police, confessing his oversight, which led to the police reconstructing the erroneous sequence of events based on his testimony. In his account, the arsonist becomes a defender, the perverted teacher transforms into an innocent victim, and the vengeful 15 morph into heinous perpetrators. This is the reflection of the second masked figure. What we witnessed in the classroom is merely the mirrored interpretation of the police's account of the masked figure's testimony. With this line of reasoning, the subsequent steps become significantly clearer. Why does the husband, represented by Chen Ran, appear as an outsider in this scenario? The reason is simple. 7.5 couples are dead, and naturally, the police would have sought out the husbands who were absent from the classroom, who would become aware of the unfolding events. Therefore, the husband also reconstructs the happenings within the classroom based on the police's erroneous conclusions. Thus, the main narrative of the third closed room is calling out to us. According to the testimony, the second masked figure acts in self-defense and will be acquitted. Simultaneously, throughout the case, the 7.5 couples opted to kill the teacher rather than inquire about the whereabouts of their children, indicating that the children have likely perished. The husband, having lost his child, despite lacking feelings for his ex-wife, must take action since she died in the pursuit of the perpetrator. Therefore, the third closed room serves as the battleground between the husband and the second masked figure. Chapter 17, The Gambling Game. The third closed room. The newcomers stood at the entrance, their eyes closed, as if in slumber. My dear adversaries, welcome to my domain. I wish you an enjoyable experience. The room resonated with exhilarating sounds, awakening the 6 individuals who had been resting. These 6 were Cheng Si, Chen Ran, Bai Liqiang, Ma Wenjie, Lianan, and Zhang Yuan. Chen Ran opened his eyes, scanned the participants, and promptly averted his gaze. Why is Zhang Yuan still alive? He pondered, bewildered. Moreover, I cannot believe I am seeing myself. The other 5 shared his astonishment. Upon recognizing each other's faces, their pupils constricted, and they quickly turned away, fearful of making eye contact with their own reflections. A dreadful realization dawned upon them. I see myself. This implies that at this moment, someone else occupies my body while I inhabit another's. Is it a mutual exchange, or are the souls of 6 individuals randomly assigned to 6 different bodies? The 6 dared not reveal their identities, for the occurrence might be intimately tied to the forthcoming decryption. At that moment, Bai Liqiang spoke up. It seems someone was just speaking. The remaining 5 instantly became alert. For seasoned players, encountering NPCs in the game is commonplace, yet the novices remain oblivious. Among the 6 present, only Chen Ran was a novice. The other 5 were seasoned players. Thus, the soul within Bai Liqiang's body was likely that of Chen Ran. Are you Chen Ran? Cheng Si inquired, fixating her gaze on Bai Liqiang. He exhibited a flicker of panic in his eyes, quickly averting his gaze elsewhere, refusing to answer her question. The others exchanged contemplative glances. The closed room measured roughly 50 square meters, with a gambling table at its center, surrounded by 6 chairs. In the middle of the table lay a balance scale, with the left tray holding a handgun and the right tray containing handcuffs. As they approached the table, they noticed a notice and a deck of playing cards affixed to it. The notice read, Gameplay Introduction. 1. The first gambler possesses only 2 face-up cards, while the other players each have 3 face-up cards, and no one can see their own cards. 2. Starting with the first gambler, each player, in a clockwise manner, sequentially draws 1 card from the hand of the preceding player. 3. When the first gambler draws again, 1 round concludes, and the balance will be settled. When the scale tips entirely, the player with the highest score obtains the corresponding item, either the gun or the handcuffs. 4. Anyone who exposes their identity through words or actions, or reveals the card combinations of others, will lose their eligibility to participate at the gambling table. Upon reading the announcement, the 6 fell into deep thought. From the gameplay perspective, 2 or 3 cards must be paired to form a certain combination to score. Thus, the initial task is to deduce what cards one holds. Secondly, when drawing cards, one must disrupt the lower gambler's combinations without disturbing their own, while ensuring that the upper gambler draws cards that are of no use to them. Understanding this, the 6 turned their gazes toward the 6 seats. Based on gameplay, if Bai Liqiang's trio sat together, they could collaborate, leaving the others without a chance to play. The rules have clearly been stated. Using language and body language to reveal one's identity would result in disqualification from the gambling table. Presently, our souls inhabit the bodies of others, and no one can ascertain who is who. Are you all being overly cautious? Chen Ran lit a cigarette, observing the 5 individuals fixated on their seats, and spoke in disbelief. His attempt to light the cigarette appeared rather absurd, resembling someone inexperienced with smoking. It was evident that the soul within Chen Ran at this moment was neither Chen Ran himself nor the seasoned Bai Liqiang. Moreover, his words came across as rather naive, as if he were still under the impression that this was a mere game, rather than a life-and-death struggle. Every potential risk must be preemptively eliminated. How about this, everyone? Let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. The ultimate victor of each round would gain the privilege of choosing first. This suggestion came from Lian Nan, and the group had no objections. Ma Wenjie suddenly interjected, In the first round of rock, paper, scissors, I will choose scissors. Zhang Yuan, taken aback, also declared, In the first round, I too will choose scissors. Lian Nan echoed, So will I. Soon, the first round concluded. Chen Ran, Cheng Si, and Bai Liqiang all selected rock, and ultimately, Cheng Si emerged victorious, casually choosing a seat. As the second round commenced, Ma Wenjie, Lian Nan, and Zhang Yuan reiterated their commitment to choosing scissors once again. The second round concluded quickly, with Chen Ran emerging as the victor this time. He chose to sit next to Cheng Si, thereby ensuring that when it was her turn to draw cards, she would select from his pile. Shall we continue? Ma Wenjie asked, grinning at the visibly troubled Bai Liqiang. What a clever scheme. By intentionally relinquishing 2 positions, they confirmed that Chen Ran and Cheng Si were either Bai Liqiang or his teammates. Now, all that remained was to block their positions, ensuring that Bai Liqiang's trio could not sit together. At this juncture, he surveyed the 3 of them and shifted the conversation. I am quite curious. Which 2 among you will take on the role of blockers? It was certain that the soul within Bai Liqiang belonged to one of his teammates. He faced a daunting 1v3 challenge, with only a 25% chance of securing the next choice. Winning would prove exceedingly difficult. Hence, his strategy was to incite discord among Ma Wenjie, Lian Nan, and Zhang Yuan. How can you be so certain that Chen Ran, Cheng Si, and I are definitely aligned with Bai Liqiang? Is there not a possibility that what you perceive is merely a facade we have constructed? Lian Nan retorted nonchalantly, Then we shall simply have to concede. However, since you have brought this up, why not determine both priority selections in one go? Admittedly, Bai Liqiang's psychological tactics had yielded some effect. Determining both priority selections at once would grant him at least a 50% chance of being one of the chosen. The third round concluded, leaving Bai Liqiang and Zhang Yuan with grim expressions as they stared at the scissors they had chosen. Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie, having selected rock, secured the next 2 priority selections. Lian Nan took the position below Chen Ran, while Ma Wenjie occupied the spot above Cheng Si. This effectively blocked both of them. As long as Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie were not Bai Liqiang or his teammates, Bai Liqiang's trio could not sit together. Bai Liqiang murmured to himself, So that is how it is. They were persistently discussing scissors, which led me to unconsciously choose scissors during the previous round of rock, paper, scissors. I was subjected to psychological suggestion. Zhang Yuan must have experienced the same thing. When we both threw our hands, The first thing that came to mind was scissors, while Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie chose rock, securing an easy victory. This implies that the ones influencing our thoughts were Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie, but whose souls inhabit their bodies. They are remarkably skilled. Furthermore, I am Lian Nan, and yet I find myself in a position where someone else controls my body while flaunting their intellect. It is exceedingly frustrating. Chapter 18. The Struggle for the Dealership. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality, promptly descending into profound contemplation. I am Qingxi. Through the reflection in another's eyes, I can ascertain that I have taken over Zhang Yuan's body. In the previous escape room, Zhang Yuan was outsmarted by Chen Ran and myself. He cannot possibly still be alive. Thus, Zhang Yuan is a falsehood. In that escape room, he was the sole individual to submit an incorrect answer. Moreover, in prior deductions, the second masked individual provided erroneous information to the police. Consequently, within this escape room, Zhang Yuan is but a mirage. He is the second masked person. However, now that the souls have swapped, to whom has the soul of the second masked person transferred? With that thought, Zhang Yuan directed his gaze towards Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie, who were already seated. Lian Nan suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors, while Ma Wenjie was the first to propose that he would choose scissors. These two collaborated, subtly suggesting to the others, which led both me and Ba Li Changsheng to select scissors in the third round. But why would they do this? Wait, while a person can disguise themselves, their intelligence cannot be masked. Regardless of their motives, their intellect is undoubtedly the highest among the six of us. Among the 5 players, the one with the highest intelligence must be Chen Ran, followed closely by me. If I could be so easily manipulated by these two, then Ba Li Changsheng certainly fared no better. Thus, one can deduce, either Lian Nan or Ma Wenjie is Chen Ran, while the other is the second masked individual. Concluding his contemplation, Zhang Yuan observed Ba Li Changsheng seated below Lian Nan, leaving him with no choice but to take the only remaining position above Ma Wenjie. All 6 had settled into their seats. Zhang Yuan surveyed each individual present. Assuming he was the first, the order of drawing cards would be Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjie, Qingxi, Chen Ran, Lian Nan, and Ba Li Changsheng. Not only had Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie eliminated the possibility of Ba Li Changsheng's trio sitting together, but they had also thwarted any chances of the remaining 4 sitting together. All 6 now gazed at the playing cards. According to the game rules, the first player only concludes after the second draw, meaning the first gambler has 2 opportunities to draw cards before the initial resolution. Yet, the rules only outline how to play, not how to win. Thus, the identity of the dealer is paramount. If one deals themselves 2 cards, they become the first player. What do you say? Lian Nan inquired, his smile unwavering as he regarded the cards. Shall we continue with rock, paper, scissors to determine who will deal? Ma Wenjie proposed once more. The remaining 4 appeared resigned, as if rock, paper, scissors was their only fair recourse. In the next round, I will choose scissors. In the next round, I will choose scissors. Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie reiterated their prior declarations. The 4 of them, once again engaging in rock, paper, scissors, were met with an astonishing outcome. All 4 chose rock, while Lian Nan and Ma Wenjie opted for paper, resulting in their victory and simultaneously revealing their deceit. Qingxi could no longer contain herself. She pointed accusatorily at the nearest Ma Wenjie. You. Yet, before she could complete her command, she noticed Ma Wenjie maintaining an air of calm and composure, abruptly halting her words. Just now, their statements were flawed. When they said they would choose scissors. How long is in the next round? I nearly fell for it. As Qingxi stowed away the deceiver, Lian and Ma Wenjie engaged in another round of rock, paper, scissors, both opting for scissors this time, thus fulfilling their earlier promise. Observing this, Qingxi broke out in a cold sweat. Lian and Ma Wenjie exchanged glances, both essentially confirming each other's identities. Ma Wenjie inquired, "Shall we continue?" To which Lian replied, "Of course, we shall proceed. This time, I shall present rock." Ma Wenjie, as ever, preemptively declared what he would choose. Suit yourself. The game concluded. Lian exclaimed, "Scissors." Ma Wenjie responded, "Paper." You presumed I would choose rock, intending to triumph over me with paper? Regrettably, I anticipated your third-layer strategy, Lian scoffed. Hell cannot tell lies. Having declared my forthcoming deception, I am bound to choose rock. How could you have known I would select paper? Despite his loss, Ma Wenjie retained a grin upon his face. Lian remained silent, gesturing towards the hand Ma Wenjie had concealed behind his back. Complying, Ma Wenjie brought his hidden hand forward, revealing it clenched into a fist. Lian thus claimed the right to deal cards. Unsurprisingly, he dealt himself 2 face-up cards, while the remaining 5 each received 3 face-up cards. This deck comprised exactly 17 cards. Although they could not discern their own cards, they could see the cards of the other 5 players. Each card bore a distinct emblem, with 3 different designs: wolf's head, sheep's head, and herdsman. Upon this revelation, the 6 individuals fell into deep contemplation, pondering the significance of these 3 symbols. Zhang Yuan gazed at the face-up cards of the 5. Ma Wenjie, herding sheep. Cheng Si, herding wolves. Chen Ran, herding sheep. Lianan, herding wolves. Bai Li Qiangxing, wolf. Wolf, sheep. Among their 14 cards, there were 5 herdsmen, 5 wolf heads, and 4 sheep heads. My foremost task is to deduce my own 3 cards. Wolves devour sheep, while herdsmen drive away wolves to protect the sheep. This encapsulates their interrelationship. Thus, among us 6, there exist 3 factions: wolves, sheep, and herdsmen. The second chamber's challenge is to unravel the entire case's origin, process, and resolution. However, the report is drafted by the police. In other words, whoever submits the correct answer is, indeed, the police. I am Cheng Si, and I have submitted my answer, along with the trio of Bai Li Qiangxing. Thus, the 4 of us are all police officers. Chen Ran in the previous chamber was the husband, while the masked individual in the prior chamber was the murderer. Therefore, the herdsman represents the police, the wolf signifies the masked man, and the sheep embodies the husband. It is no wonder that during the seating selection, Lianan and Ma Wenjie ensured we 4 were separated, preventing us from sitting together in threes. These 2 had deduced from the outset that 3 factions exist among the 6 of us. We are a total of 6, hence the herdsman, wolf's head, and sheep's head should each have 6 cards. A complete deck would consist of 18 cards. However, this deck contains only 17. What could the missing card be? Since the wolf's head represents the masked man, and the first masked man was slain by the 7.5 couple in the previous chamber, the missing card must be a wolf's head. Consequently, among these 17 cards, there are 6 herdsmen, 5 wolf heads, and 6 sheep heads. Yet, at the table, the 5 of them possess only 5 herdsmen, 5 wolf heads, and 4 sheep heads. Thus, there is 1 herdsman and 2 sheep heads missing. Hence, my card must be herding sheep. After deducing his own card, Zhang Yuan lifted his gaze to the remaining 5, noticing that apart from Chen Ran, who wore a furrowed brow, the other 4 appeared at ease, likely having already inferred the cards on their tables. Only one question remained. How can the 3 cards of herding, wolves, and sheep be combined to constitute a victory? However, Lianan did not grant them the opportunity to ponder further. I possess only 2 cards. Thus, I am first. I shall draw a card. Chapter 19, The Painful Mask. Lianan's subsequent turn was to draw 1 card from Bai Li Qiangxing. Bai Li Qiangxing's card was wolf, wolf, sheep. Lianan drew a wolf card. Next, Bai Li Qiangxing picked a herdsman card from Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan took a sheep card from Ma Wenjie. Ma Wenjie drew a herdsman card from Cheng Si. Cheng Si drew a herdsman card from Chen Ran. Chen Ran drew a herdsman card from Lianan. Since Lianan was first, according to the game rules, he must draw again before settling the outcome. His current situation, which is the cards on Bai Li Qiangxing's table, is herding wolves and sheep. He drew a wolf card. Thus, the first round of drawing cards concluded. Zhang Yuan surveyed the cards on the tables of the 5. Ma Wenjie, herding, sheep. Cheng Si, herding, wolves, wolves. Chen Ran, herding, sheep. Lianan, wolf, wolf. Bai Li Qiangxing, herding, sheep. Previously, I deduced that my card was herding sheep. Bai Li Qiangxing drew my herdsman card, and I drew Ma Wenjie's sheep card. Therefore, my current cards are sheep, sheep, sheep. Now, based on the balance, we can determine the outcome. Zhang Yuan contemplated this, and, while observing the balance, inadvertently caught sight of Chen Ran, who still bore a frown, and couldn't help but chuckle internally. The soul residing within Chen Ran is likely one of Bai Li Qiangxing's trio. After such a lengthy time, he surely should have deduced the card on his table by now, should he not? Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed Bai Li Qiangxing also wore a frown. Apart from these 2, the other 3 were focused on the changes in the balance. The balance had 10 divisions on each side, and at that moment, the pointer had tilted 1 notch to the left, causing the balance to lean leftward. The left tray held a handgun. Upon witnessing this result, the 6 individuals once again fell into contemplation, Zhang Yuan included. The 6 card types on the table were herding, sheep, herding, wolves, herding, sheep, wolf, herding, sheep. The herding, sheep can be interpreted as 2 herdsmen watching over 1 sheep. When wolves attack, 1 herdsman guards the sheep while the other confronts the wolves. In this manner, Both the escape of the sheep and the consumption of the sheep by the wolves are prevented. Conclusion. Herding. Sheep signifies a victory for the herdsman. Following this reasoning, herding, wolves indicates a victory for the wolves. Herding, sheep signifies a victory for the herdsman. Wolf indicates a victory for the wolves. Sheep signifies a victory for the sheep. The most intricate situation rests with Bai Li Qiangxing, whose table holds only 2 cards, herding and sheep. It is difficult to ascertain the outcome. However, we can set this aside for now and derive the process directly from the outcome later. Excluding Bai Li Qiangxing's cards, our scoring situation among the 5 is 2 victories for herding, 2 victories for wolves, and 1 victory for sheep. In Western mythology, within the judgment hall of the deceased, there exists a balance, wherein the heart of the deceased is placed on the left side, and a feather on the right. If the heart of the deceased outweighs the feather, it indicates that the deceased lived wickedly. Conversely, if the heart is lighter than the feather, it signifies that the spirit lived righteously. The balance tilting 1 notch to the left thus leans towards the handgun. Conclusion. The first round of drawing cards has concluded, and the scales of judgment reveal that malevolence outweighs benevolence. Malevolence is represented by the handgun, while benevolence is symbolized by the handcuffs. Who requires a handgun? Who needs handcuffs? The police, embodiments of justice, are certainly not agents of evil. Thus, they require handcuffs. The masked man, a figure of grave wrongdoing, embodies evil, and therefore, necessitates a handgun. These 2 notions are easily comprehensible, yet the quandary lies in whether the husband needs a handgun or handcuffs. In prior reasoning, the husband had 1 child slain, and his ex-wife met a similar fate. It is evident he desires the demise of the masked man. However, within the previous locked room, the masked man provided the police with false information, and those aware of his criminal collusion have been incinerated in the classroom. Consequently, the masked man will evade legal repercussions. Yet the husband still wishes for his death. Conclusion 1. The husband can only transcend the law and personally execute the masked man. Conclusion 2. The husband is also malevolent. Thus, we deduce that in this round, the outcome among the 5 participants is 2 victories for good, 3 victories for evil. Good and evil occupy opposite ends of the scales. 2 instances of good cancel out 2 instances of evil, leaving 1 instance of evil, which tilts the scales to the left by a notch. Since the outcome among the 5 determines the tilt of the scales, it is evident that the cards on Bai Li Qiang's table hold no significance. The shepherd represents a tie. No, it should be understood as, the shepherd symbolizes goodness, while the sheep embody evil, and together they form a draw. Zhang Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling his brain cells teetering on the brink of paralysis. He glanced at the scales, silently vowing that he must not allow them to tilt further to the left. Otherwise, should the masked man acquire a gun, he might unleash a massacre. For Li Anan and Ma Wenjie, the identity of the masked man had become inconsequential, as long as the remaining 3 could deduce the answer. These 2 would be rendered powerless. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuan's expression grew peculiar. Could the other 3 deduce the answer? Yet, upon observing them, his heart sank. Cheng Si was deep in thought. Chen Ran was racking his brain. Bai Li Qiang was the most exaggerated, his eyes glazed over, lips pale, and drenched in sweat. If he were still in school and saw the 3 in such a state during finals, he would have laughed. However, at this moment, he felt like crying. Strange. Among the 3, one must undoubtedly possess Bai Li Qiang's essence. With his intellect, deducing the answer should pose no issue. Yet, it appeared he was unable to do so. Zhang Yuan contemplated warning them or revealing his own deductions. Just as he was about to speak, he froze. Wait, they do not know I am Cheng Si. Would they believe what I say? They would not. Bai Li Qiang and the others had already left the second locked room, unaware that Zhang Yuan had perished. To them, the presence of 6 individuals in this room was entirely normal. Thus, the masked man would not feature in their deductions. Thus, following Chen Ran, Cheng Si, and Bai Li Qiang, Zhang Yuan too donned the mask of anguish. They appeared to be in great distress. Ma Wenjie toyed with the cards on the table, chuckling softly. Perhaps their brains are simply insufficient. Li Anan rested his head on his arms, reveling in the expressions of the 4. Their conversation disrupted the thoughts of the others, leading the 4 to glare at them in fury. Why are you staring at me? Is it my fault your intellect is lacking? Exactly. One should reflect upon their own shortcomings more often. The 2 chimed in unison, providing no opportunity for the 4 to concentrate. Seeing the 4 glaring with such intensity, as if they wished to devour them alive, Ma Wenjie suddenly remarked, "Whose turn is it to draw cards? Hurry up." This abrupt inquiry prompted Cheng Si to point at Li Anan and exclaim, "It's you first. Of course, you should draw a card." Li Anan and Ma Wenjie, as if changing faces, immediately suppressed their amused expressions and without warning drew out the killer's lie, aiming the gun at Cheng Si amidst her terror-stricken gaze. You lied. You lied. Chapter 20. The missing card is the sheep card. Bang. Bang. 2 shots rang out, and Cheng Si collapsed, lifeless. Her demise elicited a remarkable array of expressions from the remaining 5. Zhang Yuan seethed with anger, Bai Liqiang and Chen Ran were filled with sorrowful rage. Li Anan was in shock, and Ma Wenjie appeared astonished. Slamming the table, Zhang Yuan rose, scanning the other 4 with a fierce glare, demanding, I want to know. In the last locked room, did anyone die? As he spoke, his mind raced, countless deductions surfacing. The soul within Cheng Si should belong to one of Bai Liqiang's trio. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie were deliberately making flippant remarks to disrupt our thoughts. In reality, they were accumulating our fury. When Ma Wenjie unexpectedly inquired who should draw the card, the enraged Cheng Si, blinded by emotion, pointed at Li Anan and declared, You are first. It's your turn to draw. In the previous round, Li Anan was indeed first, but this round, Bai Liqiang only had 2 cards, making Bai Liqiang the rightful first. It was his turn to draw. Cheng Si made an emotional blunder. The fact that Cheng Si could commit such a basic error indicates that the soul within her is not Bai Liqiang's. Given that everyone has undergone soul exchanges, the essence within Bai Liqiang cannot be his own. The answer, the soul within Chen Ran, is the true Bai Liqiang. This individual has concealed himself well, having feigned ignorance of the drawing to mislead everyone. In Bai Liqiang's reasoning, I occupy Zhang Yuan's body. And the flippant remarks of Li Anan and Ma Wenjie correspond to Chen Ran, Zhang Yuan, and Cheng Si. My earlier inquiry regarding who perished in the last locked room was intentionally crafted. As long as Bai Liqiang is not overly foolish, he should comprehend my intended meaning. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Chen Ran's pupils constricted. I am Bai Liqiang. I have occupied Chen Ran's body, helplessly watching yet another comrade fall before my eyes. Zhang Yuan's question made me realize that after I and my teammates departed from the last locked room, infighting occurred among Chen Ran, Cheng Si, and Zhang Yuan. As for who died, it must be Zhang Yuan. He could not outwit Chen Ran and Cheng Si and would inevitably be deceived by them. Yet, why does Zhang Yuan appear in the 3rd locked room despite having died? I do not know the process. But the answer seems singular. Zhang Yuan is the 2nd masked man. Following the soul exchange, the soul of the 2nd masked man must have transferred to someone else. Thus, the souls within Zhang Yuan, Li Anan, and Ma Wenjie currently present in the room must be Cheng Si, Chen Ran, and the 2nd masked man. Everything aligns. No wonder I could not deduce the 3 patterns. It turns out the shepherd represents the police, the wolf symbolizes the masked man, and the sheep is the only remaining husband among the 8 couples. However, within my line of sight, Chen Ran gazed at the cards on the table. Bai Liqiang, shepherd and sheep. Cheng Si, shepherd and wolf. Li Anan, wolf and wolf. Bai Liqiang, shepherd. Zhang Yuan, wolf and sheep. Indeed, Zhang Yuan's cards are not sheep and sheep, but rather wolf and sheep. Wolf and sheep. One wolf devours one sheep, leaving the remaining sheep to flee. Thus, the sheep triumphs. Yang yang yang, the sheep prevail. Although the victory conditions for the 2 types of hands remain unchanged, the impending 2nd round of drawing cards is bound to present complications. The cards held by the 5 of them include 4 shepherds, 6 wolf heads, and 4 sheep heads. As for my own hand, it must either be a shepherd-shepherd-sheep or a shepherd-sheep-sheep, implying that among the 17 cards, I am either missing a shepherd or a sheep head. The shepherd represents the law enforcer, while the sheep symbolizes the husband. How could either of them possibly be absent? Regardless of whether I hold a shepherd-sheep-sheep or a shepherd-shepherd-sheep. In the next round, the player preceding me will either draw one of my shepherd cards or one of my sheep cards. I still cannot deduce which card is lacking among the 17, unless all 3 cards on my table were exchanged for wolf cards. Coincidentally, my following player is Li Nan, and all 3 cards on his table are wolf cards. Following Cheng Si's demise, the sequence for the 2nd round of drawing cards is as follows: Bai Liqiang Sheng, Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, and Li Nan. At this juncture, Li Nan speaks up. I have a question. Since Cheng Si is dead, will her cards remain unchanged forever? Ma Wenjie gestures towards the balance scale. If I am not mistaken, the scale will only shuffle again when one side tilts completely. The scale serves as a judgment. Once the judgment concludes, a new assessment follows, indicating a reshuffle. This reasoning is indeed plausible, with clarity dawning upon them. The others turn their gaze towards Bai Liqiang Sheng, urging him to commence the drawing. Bai Liqiang Sheng ponders. Although I am unsure of the underlying mechanics, I comprehend that the scale weighs good against evil. If it tilts to the left, it signifies malevolence. Thus, am I virtuous or malevolent? Unable to arrive at an answer, Bai Li Changsheng glances at Zhang Yuan's cards. Wolf sheep sheep. His own card is shepherd sheep. This is straightforward. In the previous round, Bai Li Changsheng observed that the remaining 5 players possessed 6 shepherd cards, 4 wolf cards, and 5 sheep cards. In this round, he notices 5 shepherd cards, 6 wolf cards, and 4 sheep cards among the others. This indicates that he possesses a shepherd card, while the 6 wolf cards have been revealed. Thus his own cards must consist solely of shepherd sheep. Since I cannot ascertain the answer, I shall opt for a fair distribution and draw a wolf card. Consequently, Bai Li Changsheng draws Zhang Yuan's wolf card. It must be noted that the chaos of a wild strike can sometimes yield results. This action elicited simultaneous frowns from Li Nan and Ma Wenjie, while Zhang Yuan is left questioning his very existence. How could this be possible? My hand consists of sheep, does it not? Why is there a wolf card present? Since no wolf cards are missing, it follows that the absent card must be a sheep card. But why is this the case? I cannot fathom. Zhang Yuan is at a loss. Yet he is certain that the cards on his table are sheep. For the shepherd to succeed, he must draw a shepherd card from Ma Wenjie's table, and he must do so consecutively over 2 rounds. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan extends his hand and draws a shepherd card from Ma Wenjie's table. Ma Wenjie then draws a sheep card from Chen Ran's hand. Chen Ran draws a wolf card from Li Nan's hand. Li Nan draws a sheep card from Bai Li Changsheng's hand. When it is once more Bai Li Changsheng's turn, he looks at Zhang Yuan's table, which displays shepherd sheep. After some contemplation, he ultimately decides to opt for a fair distribution once again and draws a sheep card. Thus, the second round of drawing cards concludes. The scale tilts leftward once more, this time by 3 increments, totaling 4 increments. Chen Ran surveys the cards of the remaining 5 players. Cheng Xi's cards remain unchanged, shepherd wolf. One shepherd can contend with one wolf, while the second wolf remains unchallenged, resulting in a wolf victory. Bai Li Changsheng, shepherd wolf sheep. One shepherd can counter one wolf, but the sheep remains unattended, thus the sheep triumphs. Zhang Yuan, shepherd sheep. With only 2 cards, the shepherd is virtuous while the sheep is malevolent. Good and evil cancel each other out, resulting in a draw. Ma Wenjie, shepherd sheep. One shepherd watches over one sheep, while the second sheep escapes unattended, leading to a sheep victory. Li Nan, wolf sheep. One wolf devours one sheep, with another wolf remaining. Hence a wolf victory. Both wolves and sheep represent malevolence, for victories have been claimed, yet the scale has only tilted 3 increments. Therefore, the hand I possess signifies a shepherd's victory. Previously, my hand was either shepherd sheep or shepherd sheep. Having had a sheep card drawn for me, I have drawn back a wolf card. Thus my cards must now be either shepherd wolf or shepherd wolf sheep. In the case of shepherd wolf, the shepherd prevails. In the case of shepherd wolf sheep, the sheep prevails. Therefore, my hand is shepherd wolf. The missing card is a sheep card. At this moment, both Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran have deduced that among the 17 cards, one sheep card is absent. However, it is too late. The scale tilts leftwards by 5 increments, and it has already tilted 4 increments. Just 1 increment away from complete tilt. In the first round, 2 victories for shepherds, 2 victories for wolves, and 1 victory for sheep. In the second round, 1 victory for shepherds, 2 victories for wolves, and 2 victories for sheep. The cumulative score across 2 rounds is as follows: shepherds 3 points, wolves 4 points, sheep 3 points. Should the left side of the scale tilt completely, the shepherds, as law enforcers, need not compete. They merely observe the scores of the wolves and sheep. The one with the highest score shall acquire the firearm. Presently, the wolves lead the sheep by 1 point. Wolves are faceless entities, devoid of humanity. If they acquire the firearm, they may kill the law enforcers or husbands indiscriminately. The sheep, being the husband, only wishes to slay the wolves. Upon obtaining the firearm, he would likely refrain from targeting the law enforcers. With Cheng Xi deceased, her cards will not change, indicating that the wolves will assuredly score a point in the next round. As this thought unfolds, Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran's expressions shift dramatically. Chapter 21. The bet outside the gambling table. Ma Wenjie retrieves a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lights one for himself, and subsequently places the lit cigarette on the table. Li Nan, with a familiar air, takes his lighter and ignites a cigarette for himself. After both have taken a puff, Ma Wenjie speaks first. Let us make a wager. Guess who will be shot after obtaining the firearm? Without waiting for Li Nan's response, he points to Zhang Yuan's cards. With this hand, it is hard to see how he could survive. I wager he will die. Conversely, Li Anan glances at Bai Li Changsheng's table and offers a different perspective. His cards are also difficult to survive. I wager he will die. The two individuals pointed out. Their hearts jolt instinctively as they glance at their own cards. Though still unclear, they have already deduced some insights. Zhang Yuan, Shepherd Sheep. Bai Li Changsheng, Shepherd Wolf Sheep. Zhang Yuan furrows his brow in contemplation. From just the cards, I cannot discern anything. Suddenly, he lifts his head sharply. Recalling the third rule in the gameplay introduction, the player with the highest score obtains the corresponding item, be it a firearm or handcuffs. It only mentions the highest scorer. It does not elucidate what happens to the lowest scorer. In the first round, my hand was Wolf Sheep Sheep. The sheep won. I was the law enforcer, yet allowed the wicked sheep to prevail. My score in the previous round was 1. In this round, my hand is Shepherd Sheep. It results in a draw. My score in this round is 0. Across 2 rounds, my final score is 1. What of Chen Ran? In the previous round, he held Shepherd Sheep. The shepherd prevailed. The essence of Chen Ran must surely be Bai Li Changsheng. As the law enforcer, when the shepherd wins, he earns 1 point. In this round, he possesses Shepherd Wolf. The shepherd prevails. With an additional point acquired, Chen Ran's cumulative score after 2 rounds stands at 2 points. What of Bai Li Changsheng? In the previous round, Shepherd. The score remains tied at 0 points. In this round, Wolf Shepherd. The sheep triumph. Within Bai Li Changsheng's being, the soul is undoubtedly that of Li Anan or Ma Wenjie, the enforcers of justice. The sheep's victory grants them 1 point. Thus, his total score over 2 rounds is 1 point. Consequently, both Bai Li Changsheng and I conclude the 2 rounds with a cumulative score of 1 point each. Hypothetically, the individual acquiring the weapon intends to eliminate the contestant with the lowest score. Therefore, in the 3rd round, Bai Li Changsheng and I must vie for the second-to-last position to escape death. My card, Shepherd. His card, Wolf Shepherd. The drawing order for the next round will be myself, Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, Li Anan, and Bai Li Changsheng. Ma Wenjie, Sheep Shepherd. Chen Ran, Wolf Shepherd. Li Anan, Wolf Sheep. Holding the Shepherd card. My path to victory hinges upon drawing the Shepherd card from Ma Wenjie's tableau. Ma Wenjie possesses the Sheep Shepherd. Should I seize his Shepherd card, his successor will be Chen Ran, who has in front of him Wolf Shepherd. Ma Wenjie draws the Shepherd, Sheep Shepherd. Ma Wenjie draws the Wolf Sheep. Regardless of the draw, the sheep will prevail, and his previous wager on my demise indicates his certainty of drawing Chen Ran's Wolf card. Since I am the first to draw in the 3rd round, I have a second opportunity to draw from his cards. Provided he has no Shepherd card on the table, and my Shepherd card has been drawn away by my predecessor, Bai Li Changsheng. In such a scenario, I would still possess only 1 Shepherd card, yet by the conclusion of the 3rd round, I would have 3 cards on the table. With 3 cards, containing merely 1 Shepherd card, regardless of the combinations, there exists no possibility of scoring. This is the rationale behind Ma Wenjie betting on my certain demise. Now, Bai Li Changsheng holds Wolf Shepherd. Should he draw my Shepherd card, his hand consists of Wolf Shepherd. The outcome depends on what Li Anan draws from him. Drawing the Shepherd card, Wolf Shepherd. Drawing the Wolf card, Wolf Sheep Shepherd. Drawing the Sheep card, Wolf Shepherd. Li Anan's wager on Bai Li Changsheng's demise suggests he would extract Bai Li Changsheng's Shepherd card. Thus, at the conclusion of the 3rd round, Bai Li Changsheng's cards will read Wolf Shepherd. Bai Li Changsheng scores 1 point. Therefore, by the end of the 3rd round, both Bai Li Changsheng and I will have accumulated a score of 2 points. With scores equal, uncertainty looms over who will perish. In a second scenario, Bai Li Changsheng was the first to draw, drawing twice, ultimately obtaining Wolf Shepherd. This indicates he is yet to deduce whether he embodies good or evil. Precisely because he has not reasoned this out, he opts for the moderate choice of drawing one of each, Wolf and Shepherd. If Li Anan draws his Sheep card, wishing to maintain his neutrality, he too would draw the Sheep card from my tableau, allowing my 2 Shepherd cards to remain intact. He would still hold Wolf Shepherd, scoring 1 point. Meanwhile, I, with 2 Shepherd cards, would be virtually assured of victory, thus scoring 1 point. At the close of the 3rd round, Bai Li Changsheng's total score would be 2, while I would stand at 0 points. The final outcome, Bai Li Changsheng at the bottom. In both scenarios, either our scores are equal, or I exceed him by 2 points. In either case, Li Anan plays a significant role. Conclusion. In both scenarios, the uncertainties are manifold. It necessitates that the soul within Bai Li Changsheng continues in its folly while ensuring that the soul within Li Anan genuinely assists me. If both ideal scenarios unfold thus, does it not imply that I am likely to meet my end? Very well, since this is a gamble, let us add some stakes. Ma Wenjie drew the Killer of Liars from his waist, and carelessly tossed it onto the gambling table before him. He continued, "Earlier, during the trial of Cheng Si, you appeared quite astonished, presumably curious as to why I possessed the killer of liars as well. If you win, I shall divulge the reason. What will be the cost of losing?" Li Annan did not immediately acquiesce but countered, "Who loses? Clarify." Li Annan appeared slightly awkward. "If I lose, what must I forfeit?" "Should you lose, in the forthcoming rounds, whenever your successor draws, if there are sheep, they draw sheep. If no sheep, they draw shepherd. If neither shepherd nor sheep, they draw wolf." This wager incited a frown from Zhang Yuan. "Ma Wenjie is wagering on my demise. Should I perish, only 4 remain at the gambling table: Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, Li Annan, and Bailey Qiangxing. Li Annan's successor is Bailey Qiangxing, who can only draw from Bailey Qiangxing's cards. Moreover, according to the wager, if there are sheep, they draw sheep. If no sheep, they draw shepherd. If neither shepherd nor sheep, they draw wolf. Bailey Qiangxing's successor is Ma Wenjie, who can only draw from Ma Wenjie's cards. This implies that Ma Wenjie can manipulate the cards on Bailey Qiangxing's table to control the card types on Li Annan's tableau. Li Annan is akin to meat on a chopping block. Such a perilous wager, any rational being would refuse. If you instruct Bailey Qiangxing on which card to draw, wouldn't he that guarantee my loss? If you desire my agreement, it must be on the condition that you remain silent until the end of the next round." "Agreed." Ma Wenjie nodded. The moment Ma Wenjie consented, a barely perceptible smile graced Li Annan's lips. Li Annan addressed the other 3. "I believe your logic is flawed. On what basis do you assert that the wolf is the second masked individual, and how do you conclude that the sheep is the living husband?" Chapter 22. Bailey Qiangxing is eliminated. The instant Li Annan spoke, Zhang Yuan comprehended that he must cooperate, otherwise survival would be impossible. Thus, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Is that not the case? What is incorrect?" Occupying Chen Ran's body is Bailey Qiangxing's soul, and he too sensed that Li Annan might be attempting to induce Bailey Qiangxing to lie. The masked individual is the wolf, the husband who remains alive is the sheep, and the police are the shepherds. This matter requires no further discussion, does it? Or are you deliberately stating this to entice others to lie? Upon hearing the word lie, the soul residing in Bailey Qiangxing's body became instantly alert. Observing the expressions of the 3, Li Annan leisurely took a puff of smoke. "This is your cognitive pitfall. According to your understanding, the shepherd confines the sheep, equating to the police confining the husband, a sheer absurdity. The individuals in the classroom were burned alive by the second masked individual, and he admitted in the false testimony provided to the police that he had closed the front and back doors of the classroom. The police do not confine him. Instead, they confine a husband who was absent from the crime scene throughout. Do you find that reasonable?" Li Annan's words plunged the 3 into contemplation. The conclusions from the first 2 locked rooms indicate, among the search party, only 15 individuals were present, and the sole surviving husband did not partake. Furthermore, even in the second masked individual's testimony, there was no mention of the husband. In the eyes of the police, the husband has but one identity, a relative of the victim. The police have neither reason nor possibility to confine a victim's relative. Li Annan continued, "Thus, there is but one answer. The person confined is the second masked man, for he bears significant suspicion. The police are the shepherds, and the sheep are confined by them. Therefore, the second masked man, detained by the police, is the true sheep. Analyzing from the husband's perspective, he has suffered the loss of his child, and his ex-wife perished in the pursuit of the murderer, burned alive, a blow of considerable weight. The case is, in fact, quite simple, with a modicum of thought. He should realize that the second masked man is the culprit. Not only does he know, but the police are also aware. They simply lack evidence. Consequently, the second masked man shall evade legal retribution, and the husband, seeking vengeance, finds but one feasible path, to transcend the law and personally eliminate the second masked man. Earlier, it was deduced that the masked man is the sheep, and the husband desires to slay him. Thus, the true wolf is indeed the sole surviving husband. As Li Annan's words echoed in the chamber, silence enveloped the room. Shepherd, police. Wolf, husband. Sheep, masked man. The masked man is confined by the police. And for the husband to kill the masked man, he must first deal with the police. The 3 turned their gazes towards the scales at either end. On one side lay a handgun, on the other, handcuffs. The police employed the handcuffs to restrain the husband, preventing him from becoming ensnared in the depths of vengeance. This is the benevolence of the police. The husband wishes to slay the masked man, avenging his deceased wife and child, to bring solace to their spirits in the afterlife. This is the husband's malevolence. Good and evil are balanced on the scales, determining the trajectory of this gamble. No wonder there is one less sheep. Since the sheep is the masked man, it becomes comprehensible that a masked man perished in the previous chamber. Indeed, in the second masked man's account, 15 individuals cruelly murdered an innocent teacher. Chen Ran concurred. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, what if the outcome were that the sheep obtained the handgun? Currently, shepherd 3 points, wolf 4 points, sheep 3 points. The scales tilt leftward. The left signifies evil, and the shepherd's points are irrelevant. Focusing solely on the wolf and the sheep, the two differ by 1 point. Who acquires the handgun remains uncertain. This is a question for the police. What transpires if a confined suspect obtains a weapon? Before they could respond, Lian Nan provided his own answer. I suspect the sheep would not be foolish enough to seize the handgun first. The card combination of shepherd, wolf, and sheep has already revealed the answer, does it not? A shepherd confronts a wolf, while the sheep, unattended, would flee. As he spoke, Lian Nan extended his hand, pointing at Bai Li Changsheng, only to abruptly shift his focus to Cheng Xi's table of cards and remarked, for instance, her cards. The three turned their attention to Cheng Xi's table. Card combination, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Zhang Yuan paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication, murmuring, her cards are shepherd, wolf, wolf. There is no sheep. Bai Li Changsheng voiced his confusion. Just then, he felt a mysterious force strike him, propelling him from his seat to the floor 3 meters away from the gambling table. He was utterly bewildered. Rushing forward, he attempted to reclaim his original seat, but was again repelled. What is happening? What is going on with me? Is this a bug in the chamber? Silence. Chen Ran commanded coldly, casting an expressionless glance at the panicked Bai Li Changsheng, though a fleeting glimpse of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he turned away. Simultaneously, Chen Ran's hand rested on the killer of lies at his waist, awaiting Lian Nan's subsequent words. For instance, if her cards were shepherd, wolf, sheep. A shepherd confronting a wolf would leave the sheep unattended, allowing it to escape. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran bitterly withdrew his hand, realizing his teammate had been eliminated. No divine intervention could save him. Lian Nan extinguished his cigarette, grinning mischievously at Ma Wenjie. Bai Li Changsheng's revelation of another's cards disqualifies him from the betting table. How can we wager against each other now? The order of drawing cards in the third round is Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, Lian Nan, Bai Li Changsheng. Now that Bai Li Changsheng is out, the person drawing Zhang Yuan's card becomes Lian Nan. As long as Lian Nan does not draw the shepherd card from Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan draws the shepherd card from Ma Wenjie, he will possess 2 shepherd cards, securing victory for the police. Ma Wenjie, bound by a promise, could not speak, merely casting a deep glance at Lian Nan. Observing that he had not been overtaken by rage, Lian Nan signaled for Zhang Yuan to commence drawing cards. At present, 2 players' cards on the table are immutable. Cheng Xi, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Bai Li Changsheng, shepherd, wolf, sheep. The remaining 4 players' cards are as follows: Zhang Yuan, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, sheep. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Lian Nan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Zhang Yuan drew Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's wolf card. Chen Ran drew Lian Nan's sheep card. Lian Nan drew Zhang Yuan's sheep card. Zhang Yuan drew Ma Wenjie's sheep card once more. Thus, the third round concluded. The cards on the 6-player table are now Cheng Xi, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Bai Li Changsheng, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Zhang Yuan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, sheep. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Lian Nan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Shepherds win 2, wolves win 3, sheep win 1. Cumulatively over 3 rounds, shepherds win 5, wolves win 7, sheep win 4. Due to Zhang Yuan scoring this round, his total score over 3 rounds becomes 0 points. Bai Li Changsheng's loss of points this round results in his total score of -2 points. Bai Li Changsheng sits at the bottom of the score. The scales on the gambling table tilt leftward entirely, and the handgun tumbles from the tray, landing precisely on the table before Lian Nan. He seized the weapon, and in the astonished gazes of Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran, aimed the gun at Ma Wenjie. Chapter 23, The Origin of the Dungeon. Bang! The bullet, aimed at Ma Wenjie, inexplicably veered at the moment of discharge, striking Bai Li Changsheng squarely in the forehead. Bai Li Changsheng wore a bewildered expression. My name is Lian Nan. Am I to die? For someone like me, who has harmed countless families during my life as a scammer, perhaps I truly deserve to perish. Allow me to ponder this. Do I have any last wishes before I die? I have one. Bai Li Changsheng lingered, not collapsing immediately, and raised his middle finger at Lian Nan, as memories of his regrettable life flickered in his eyes. Lian Nan, you are nothing but a waste. Delightful. In the next instant, his consciousness faded, his body crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of breath. Chen Ran, cigarette in mouth, hardly glanced at the wasted teammate, focusing intently on Lian Nan. I have a question. Why was the gun aimed at Ma Wenjie, yet by Li Changsheng was the one who perished? Zhang Yuan instantly became alert. In the prior deduction, the police confined the masked man. Should the husband wish to kill the masked man, he must first eliminate the police. This explains why Lian Nan's bullet, aimed at Ma Wenjie, curved to strike by Li Changsheng. However, for Lian Nan to answer Chen Ran's question, he must reveal his and Ma Wenjie's identities. In the introduction of the game, revealing one's identity results in disqualification from the betting table. Li Ongnan did not spare him a glance. After he discharged his firearm, the pistol vanished, only to reappear on the left platter of the balance. Speak, Li Ongnan commanded, rubbing his temples as he leaned back in his chair, awaiting a response. Ma Wenjie lit a cigarette, casting a scornful glance at Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran. Some seasoned players, seeking assistance from novices while withholding the rules of the hellish dungeons, truly display a lack of character. Chen Ran sneered. What right do you have to criticize others' integrity? Everyone was acutely aware that the soul within Li Ongnan belonged to Chen Ran, while the soul inhabiting Ma Wenjie was the second masked man. This scum, who had burned 15 individuals alive in a classroom, had the audacity to discuss morality? I haven tea, Li Ongnan interjected. I have no interest in hearing you two wretches talk about integrity. Those who enter hell are hardly virtuous. It is entirely reasonable for him to label them as wretches. Have you ever pondered how the dungeons and secret rooms in hell came into existence? In truth, players whose lives are taken by the liar do not truly die. The malevolence they exhibited in life morphs into dungeons, and they themselves become NPCs within their own realms, constantly on edge, fearing that players might conquer their dungeons. Upon completion, it signifies a death of true consequence. We term this kind of death ultimate death. At this juncture, a frenzied glint appeared in Ma Wenjie's eyes. Do you know? After the second masked man became an NPC, he is terrified of ultimate death. Each day, he languishes in 3 secret rooms, reliving his malevolent deeds, repenting over and over, pleading for redemption. It is akin to a sword suspended above his head, leaving him in perpetual uncertainty of when it might fall. This is torment. The second masked man is perpetually aware of the anguish experienced by those he has slain in their final moments. The arrival of players incites both dread and exhilaration within him. The dread of ultimate death and the thrill of showcasing his prior masterpieces, reliving the ecstasy of murder. Ma Wenjie's deranged expression twisted into a grotesque mask, resembling a mad artist. Observing his demeanor, Li Ongnan mused that this fellow might very well be driven to madness. Yet, it must be said, the known rules of hell are indeed terrifying. Downward compatibility. The big fish devours the small fish consumes the shrimp. In the dungeons, one will invariably encounter players more powerful than oneself. Death is merely a matter of time. Ultimate death. Being shot by the liar is not the end. Hell will transform the malevolence of your past life into a dungeon, turning you into an NPC within it, endlessly reincarnating until a player conquers your dungeon, leading to true death, a supreme torment. 3 types of lies: emotional lies, common sense lies, and emotional lies. These are deceptions that no one can escape. To evade them, one must become a sage, outwardly devoid of desire, while inwardly enduring excruciating torment. Moreover, Li Ongnan realized that when the liar takes a player's life, they become a dungeon. Could it be that the dungeons in hell are endless? Taking a drag on his cigarette to steady his nerves, he inhaled deeply and cautiously inquired, "You still haven't told me how you came to possess the liar." This question concealed a riddle. Should Ma Wenjie admit to being the second masked man, he would forfeit his eligibility at the gambling table. Conversely, if he denied it, his prior statements during the wager would morph into future lies. Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran understood his intent, silently contemplating that if Ma Wenjie, the second masked man, were to perish, they would have succeeded in their objective. Unexpectedly, Ma Wenjie nonchalantly took a drag from his cigarette, suppressing his earlier madness, and leisurely remarked, "It is simply because Ma Wenjie is a player. He possesses the liar." Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? The trio was momentarily taken aback. The masked man occupying Ma Wenjie's body had answered in a manner that seemed entirely logical. Some individuals, being novices who had never ventured to the 18th layer, were oblivious to the 3 systematic methods of self-cultivation: ID, ego, and superego. Relying on a modicum of cleverness, they mistook others for fools. He thought they should feel fortunate that the second masked man's domain had nothing to do with self-cultivation. It was solely a battle of wits. Ma Wenjia's implication was clear. He then turned to Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran, his eyes brimming with disdain. Incompetence. I shall demonstrate to you the true capabilities of the liar. The pupils of the three abruptly constricted. Incompetence? Ma Wenjia's words were undeniably a lie. However, as Li Hongnan, Zhang Yuan, and Chen Ran prepared to draw forth the liar, the secret room was shrouded in darkness. A pitch-black void, where one could not see one's own hand. In that obscurity, they all heard Ma Wenjia's chilling voice, soul transfer of the liar. This utterance rendered the words they were about to speak lodged in their throats, swallowed whole. Their instincts warned them that uttering the judgment command would surely lead to their demise. Moments later, the secret room regained its illumination, and as the four exchanged glances, astonishment filled their eyes. Li Hongnan, until the cigarette he held burned down to his fingertips, finally regained his senses. I am Cheng Si. Just now, I was controlling Zhang Yuan's body, yet at this moment, Zhang Yuan is within my view, Ma Wenjia is in my sight, and Chen Ran is also present. So, my soul has been transferred into Li Hongnan. The condition for using the liar is to forfeit a guaranteed judgment opportunity. Just now, when Ma Wenjia spoke a lie, he sacrificed a chance to judge himself, transferring our four souls once more. Thus, even if we know Ma Wenjia, the masked man, lied, we cannot ascertain to whom he has been transferred, and therefore, we dare not recklessly initiate a judgment. What a formidable skill of the liar. This is no longer the intensity expected of a novice dungeon, unless the final rewards of this novice dungeon include the skill of the liar. Chapter 24. Collaborating to set a trap. The four fell into silence, realizing their souls had once again been swapped. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. In unison, they turned their gazes toward the cards. According to the conventions of the gambling table, the winner deals the cards. Yet, just moments ago, it was Li Hongnan who emerged victorious. They all understood that the soul within Li Hongnan belonged to Chen Ran, but the question remained. Was it the soul or the body that triumphed? Chen Ran looked at Li Hongnan and asked, "Are you not dealing the cards while waiting for us to do so?" His words caused Li Hongnan to hesitate for a moment before he collected the 6 cards on the table. Shuffling and cutting the deck, Li Hongnan commenced dealing. Given the absence of 2 players, the current seating arrangement was Li Hongnan, Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjia, and Chen Ran. There are a total of 17 cards. The first player receives 2 cards, while the remaining 3 each receive 3 cards, with 6 cards left over. Considering the remaining cards, the difficulty of deducing one's own cards increased significantly. At the end of the first round, the next player would only have 2 cards left, presenting 3 possible card combinations: shepherding wolves, shepherding sheep, and wolf sheep. Shepherding wolves results in a tie. Shepherding sheep also results in a tie. Wolf sheep results in a win for the wolf. As long as the next player can confirm they hold a wolf or sheep card on the table, they can deduce their second card based on the outcome of the balance. The next player holds an advantage. With this in mind, he dealt 2 cards to the player above him, Chen Ran, while the others received 3 cards each. Zhang Yuan received shepherding wolves and sheep. Ma Wenjia received wolf, wolf, and sheep. Chen Ran received wolf and sheep. Li Hongnan, shepherd and wolf, splendid. On Zhang Yuan's desk, there lay both a shepherd card and a wolf card. At this moment, Ma Wenjia spoke up. "Seeing your faces, I can tell your logic is flawed." Upon reflection, Chen Ran felt a twinge of urgency and exclaimed, "Do not heed his words. Ma Wenjia may be lying merely to employ the skill of the deceiver." Hearing this, both Zhang Yuan and Li Hongnan furrowed their brows. A flaw in logic. This phrase seems familiar, Li Hongnan mused, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ran while his mind raced. This contemplation lasted 5 full minutes. Curiously, Chen Ran, despite being first in line, did not hastily draw a card. Instead, he patiently awaited the conclusion of Li Hongnan's thoughts before he began to draw. Even more astonishing was the fact that Chen Ran drew Li Hongnan's wolf card, while Li Hongnan drew Zhang Yuan's shepherd card. Zhang Yuan, in turn, drew Ma Wenjia's sheep card, and Ma Wenjia drew Chen Ran's wolf card. Chen Ran then drew Li Hongnan's sheep card. The first round concluded. Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep, sheep. Ma Wenjia, wolf, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, wolf, sheep, sheep. Li Hongnan, shepherd, shepherd. The shepherd claimed 1 victory, the wolves 1, and the sheep 2. The scales tipped to the left by 2 notches. Observing this, each individual promptly deduced the cards on their respective desks. Zhang Yuan, cigarette in mouth, chuckled. The situation has become clear. The sheep lied earlier. If we ensure the sheep's victory, when it picks up the handgun that fell from the tray, its identity will be revealed. We can then judge the deceiver to death. Chen Ran cautioned, "My friend, your optimism may lead to downfall. beware of unexpected twists. In the second round of drawing, Liang Nan, in the first position, drew a sheep card amidst Zhang Yuan's astonished gaze. Zhang Yuan, left with no choice, could only draw one of Ma Wenjia's 3 wolf cards. Ma Wenjia drew Chen Ran's sheep card, and Chen Ran drew Liang Nan's shepherd card. Liang Nan drew Zhang Yuan's wolf card. Thus, the second round concluded. Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjia, wolf, wolf, sheep. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Liang Nan, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. The shepherd claimed 1 victory, the wolves 2, and the sheep 1. The scales tilted to the right by 2 notches, nearing the brink. The scores of the wolves and sheep were significant, while the shepherd's score was inconsequential. Currently, both the wolves and sheep had 3 victories. The third round would determine life and death. Should the sheep win, the scenario would conclude. Should the wolves prevail? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he abruptly turned to Liang Nan, exclaiming, "It cannot be. It cannot be. If we allow the sheep to win, the moment it acquires the handgun, its identity will be exposed. The sheep's previous lie would lead to its own demise. If we eliminate the sheep, the 3 of us can smoothly clear the novice scenario. Victory is within reach." In the third round of drawing, Zhang Yuan took the lead, drawing Ma Wenjia's sheep card. Ma Wenjia drew Chen Ran's wolf card. Chen Ran drew Liang Nan's wolf card. Liang Nan drew Zhang Yuan's sheep card. With a sudden clap, Zhang Yuan slammed his hand on the table, stepping away from the 3, panic-stricken, pointing a trembling finger at them. You are deliberately playing me, aren't you?" The cards on the table revealed. Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjia, wolf, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Liang Nan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. As Zhang Yuan was in the lead, he still had 1 more opportunity to draw, but Ma Wenjia's cards were all wolves. He could only draw a wolf card, resulting in Zhang Yuan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjia, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Liang Nan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. The shepherd claimed 1 victory, the wolves 2, and the sheep 1. The scales tilted entirely. The cumulative results over 3 rounds were shepherd 3 victories, wolves 5 victories, sheep 4 victories. Ultimately, the wolves emerged victorious. The wolves sought to eliminate the sheep. The shepherd stood in the line of fire, signifying that at least one of the 2 policemen would perish. Throughout these 3 rounds, Liang Nan had drawn Zhang Yuan's shepherd card from the very beginning, and the 2 shepherd cards he held had not been drawn by Chen Ran. This meant that throughout the 3 rounds, Zhang Yuan had continuously lost while Liang Nan had consistently won. Zhang Yuan's score languished at the bottom, and he was undoubtedly destined for demise. In summary, the trio had collaborated seamlessly, skillfully drawing cards to ensnare Zhang Yuan. Observing Zhang Yuan's distressed expression, the 3 placed their hands on the deceiver. "Draw your cards. Do not be outmatched and unable to bear the loss," Chen Ran urged. "I do not understand. Why are you doing this? I cannot fathom it. Victory is so close. Why are you aiding the masked man?" Zhang Yuan shouted in desperation, his eyes bloodshot, filled with both fear of death and raging anger. "Do you not comprehend? The difficulty of this novice scenario has far surpassed the normal range. Do you not understand what this implies?" Liang Nan's eyes gleamed with madness. "It means the prize pool contains the skill of the deceiver. Perhaps even a skill that can alter reality." It was not surprising he thought this, for in the second chamber, the masked man's deceitful words had managed to deceive the police. Zhang Yuan glared fiercely at Liang Nan, no matter how the trio schemed. The one who ultimately drew his card was always Liang Nan. When did they conspire together? Was there a secret signal? Suddenly, Zhang Yuan recalled Ma Wenjia's earlier words. "Seeing your faces, I knew your logic was flawed." Upon reflection, he pondered, why had Ma Wenjia lied? The signal was not the final question, but rather, the logic is flawed. This is Chen Ran's catchphrase. He has uttered it in the reasoning of both previous chambers. If Ma Wenjia was Chen Ran, then the soul within Chen Ran was the masked man. The masked man had lied when employing his skill. As long as they killed him, this accursed novice scenario would come to an end. With this thought, Zhang Yuan, empowered by the spirit of Bai Li Qiangxing, made a resolute decision, drawing the deceiver and aiming it at Chen Ran. "You have lied." Chapter 25, Bai Li Qiangxing die? Click. The bullet jammed. Chen Ran was not the masked man. Zhang Yuan reacted swiftly, instantly redirecting the gun at Ma Wenjia. "You have lied." Bang. The gunshot rang out, and Zhang Yuan's handgun fell to the ground as the bullet pierced through the hand that held it, blood gushing forth. The earlier command had been Ma Wenjia's challenge to Zhang Yuan's judgment authority. Zhang Yuan's first judgment had failed, rendering the command a lie. Thus Ma Wenjia naturally had the right to question his judgment authority. Consequently, both lost the authority to judge one another, and for them, the deceiver was no longer restricted, allowing them to fire at will. Zhang Yuan struggled to retrieve the deceiver. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Wenjia fired 3 shots in quick succession, the bullets piercing Zhang Yuan's legs and one arm. Such swift shooting, Chen Ran praised. Ma Wenjia lightly blew at the non-existent gunpowder at the muzzle. Not bad. Back when I was alive, I was known as the gun immortal of hell. Having spoken, he strode up to Zhang Yuan, seized his leg, and dragged him towards the gambling table. The game is far from over. I will not allow your withdrawal. With a thud, Zhang Yuan was forcefully slammed into the chair, while Ma Wenjia grasped his hand, reaching for the cards on the table. Zhang Yuan, in a state of panic, struggled desperately, shouting furiously at Chen Ran and Lianin. What are you waiting for? Kill him, and you can clear the level. However, Chen Ran and Lianin merely raised their chins, embodying the indifference of victors towards the vanquished. Do you still not comprehend? If the sheep dies, the dungeon concludes. Yet 2 remain alive. Who shall receive the skill of the deceiver from the prize pool? You possess the deceiver skill, yet still choose to torment the inexperienced in a beginner-esque dungeon. Have you considered that within a 1-star dungeon, the strongest are 2-star players, and in a novice dungeon, the strongest are uncertain? One cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. This revelation struck Zhang Yuan, or more accurately, the essence of Bai Li Qiangxing within him, with clarity. While many newcomers are indeed weak, there are invariably a few exceptionally intelligent ones who can outwit seasoned players. After all, everyone must traverse the novice dungeon upon arriving in hell. It is no wonder that other veteran players with the deceiver skill seldom descend to the novice dungeon to bully the weak. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuan relinquished his resistance, becoming as pliable as a puddle of mud, dragged by Ma Wenjia, who drew a wolf card, thus concluding the 3rd round of drawing cards. With a clatter, the handgun on the balance fell once more, landing before Chen Ran. A final word? Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated being asked for his last words. Bai Li Qiangxing, in life, had been the proprietor of a nightclub, often engaging in unsavory dealings. Ultimately betrayed by his own wife, learning that his child was not his own. Reflecting on his life, apart from his existence, there was nothing else worthy of concern. Zhang Yuan found peace, his expression softening as he looked at Chen Ran and admonished, strength must be maintained. Otherwise, you will inevitably perish in some dungeon, just as I have. Moreover, regarding the 18th layer, apart from the rules you deduce, do not trust anything else. Thank you. Chen Ran replied solemnly, nodding. Bang. A bullet pierced through Zhang Yuan's skull. Only 3 remained in the chamber, Lianin, Ma Wenjia, and Chen Ran. Naturally, the souls within them were Chen Ran, the masked man, and Cheng Si. You are truly despicable, scheming even against the dying. Ma Wenjia cast a sidelong glance at Chen Ran, who was lost in thought. Chen Ran shrugged. The words of a dying man can be insightful. I must extract some useful information. He then turned to Lianin. I am quite curious about your thoughts. The soul of Cheng Si within Lianin refrained from judging Ma Wenjia, which was rather peculiar. I previously mentioned that fighting may lead to death, but not fighting will eventually lead to death as well. In such an intense novice dungeon, the prize pool surely contains the deceiver skill. If one does not fight under such circumstances, they might as well succumb. Furthermore, he looked at Ma Wenjia, excluding me. There are 2 remaining. The sheep has lied. Even if I lose, there is still a 50 chance to judge a dead sheep. The 2 nodded. It was indeed unreasonable not to contest such a scenario. Ma Wenjia produced the deceiver. My dear adversaries, let us continue. The souls of the 3 exchanged once more. Cheng Si opened her eyes, and the 2 before her were Lianin and Chen Ran. She immediately comprehended that her soul had transferred into Ma Wenjia's body. Chen Ran and Lianin withdrew cigarettes from the box on the table, lighting them simultaneously, their gestures mirroring one another. Chen Ran, cigarette in mouth, collected the cards from the previous 4-player table, shuffled, and cut them. He dealt 3 cards to himself and Lianin, and 2 to Ma Wenjia. The drawing order was Ma Wenjia, Chen Ran, and finally Lianin. In this round, Ma Wenjia went first, while in the next, it would be Chen Ran. In Ma Wenjia's gaze, Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. Lianin, wolf, wolf, sheep. 3 shepherd cards were, for the soul of Cheng Si within Ma Wenjia. A veritable stroke of fortune. He drew a shepherd card from Chen Ran. Chen Ran drew a wolf card from Lianin. Lianin drew a wolf card from Ma Wenjia. Observing this situation, Ma Wenjia, or rather Cheng Si, did not draw immediately, but fell into contemplation. I drew a shepherd card from Chen Ran, and Lianin took my wolf card, indicating I possess a shepherd card. Now, Chen Ran's cards are shepherd, shepherd, wolf. If I draw another shepherd card from him, this round would end in a draw. But in doing so, both of them would deduce their cards, while I would be left in the dark regarding my third card. Let us gamble. Ma Wenjie drew a wolf card from Chen Ran. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf, unknown. The balance tilted towards the right. The third card is a shepherd. Shepherd, shepherd, wolf. To have 4 shepherd cards among 8 cards, I am at a loss as to how to lose. In the first round, shepherd 2 victories, wolf 1 victory. All 3 deduced their cards. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Just as Ma Wenjie had surmised, there were a total of 4 shepherd cards among the 8 on the table, a stroke of fortune for the police. In the second round, it was Chen Ran's turn to draw cards. He did not rush, extinguishing his cigarette, pondering for a moment, then said, I have a question. If the police win and capture the wolf with handcuffs, then who shall kill the sheep? I boldly speculate that if the wolf is captured by the police, losing its qualification to participate in the game, the next encounter would be a duel between the police and the sheep. If the sheep wins, it obtains the handgun. Tearing off its disguise to become a true wolf, who will it kill? It would kill the wolf, for the moment the sheep acquires the handgun. It has already shed its disguise and must eliminate everyone. And since the wolf was restrained by handcuffs in the previous round, it naturally becomes the prime target. What if the police emerge victorious? I believe that if the police are clever, they would not win, but instead wait for the sheep to kill the wolf and then judge the dead sheep, becoming the ultimate victor. Chen Ran spoke eloquently. The two listened intently, aware that Chen Ran was hinting at something. Chen Ran turned to Ma Wenjie. In this round, it will be difficult for the police to win. How about a wager? Ma Wenjie was taken aback. What? 8 cards, for shepherd cards, and you tell me it will be hard for the police to win? Chapter 26, Shepherd out? You don't believe me? Just play a few rounds and you'll understand. In the second round, Chen Ran was the first to draw cards. He drew Li Anan's wolf card. Li Anan drew Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. At this moment, the cards on the table were as follows. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf. When it was Ma Wenjie's turn to draw, he hesitated briefly before choosing to draw Chen Ran's shepherd card. Chen Ran then drew Li Anan's wolf card. The second round concluded, leaving the following cards on the table. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. 1 victory for shepherd, 1 victory for wolf. The balance remained unchanged. Ma Wenjie stared in disbelief. With 8 cards possessing for shepherd cards, how could it still end in a draw? In the third round, Li Ongnan took the lead. Li Ongnan drew a shepherd card from Ma Wenjie. Chen Ran, wolf, wolf. Li Ongnan, shepherd, shepherd. Ma Wenjie, wolf, shepherd. As Ma Wenjie gazed at the cards on the table, his brow furrowed deeper, ultimately deciding to draw a shepherd card. Chen Ran, wolf, wolf. Li Ongnan, shepherd, shepherd. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf. A smirk danced on Chen Ran's lips as he effortlessly drew the sheep card from Li Ongnan's pile, while Li Ongnan seized Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. The third round concluded. The cards on the table were as follows. Chen Ran, wolf, wolf, sheep. Li Ongnan, shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. Ma Wenjie, wolf, shepherd. 1 shepherd 1, 1 wolf 1. The balance remained unchanged. With 2 consecutive rounds resulting in a draw, Ma Wenjie suddenly realized that the police were being targeted. Chen Ran spoke leisurely. You still do not grasp the rules of the game. I mentioned earlier that if the wolf is captured, the sheep must rely on the police to kill the wolf. If the wolf dies, the sheep has lied previously, and the police can directly judge its demise. Conversely, if the wolves win, they will shoot the sheep, and if the police block the bullet and perish, only the wolf and sheep will remain, with the sheep having lied, allowing the wolf to directly judge the dead sheep. This implies that, in this round, the sheep will neither allow the shepherd to win nor the wolf. With only 1 sheep on the table, it is even less likely to win, unless Chen Ran trailed off. And Ma Wenjie intuitively understood his implication. Unless either the shepherd or the wolf could ensure that the sheep had no concerns. A future lie. The sheep requires a future lie to ensure that when only 2 remain, both have lost the right to judge. Whoever utters the future lie will have the sheep aid them in achieving victory in this round. When the defeated perish, only the sheep and the liar will survive, both devoid of the right to judge, leading to a gunfight. The sheep's marksmanship is extraordinarily swift, as evidenced by the recent demise of Zhang Yuan. Anyone who engages in a gunfight with the sheep is courting death. No wonder the sheep has consistently failed to win. No wonder the sheep spoke a lie beforehand. It was all a setup. Ma Wenjie composed his words. Does the sheep consider us fools? How so? Chen Ran inquired. There are only 3 of us. Suppose I am the wolf and I judge one of you. If I fail, it proves the other is the sheep, meaning the shepherd and the wolf take turns judging. And the sheep is doomed. That is a commendable suggestion. Who shall be the scapegoat? Chen Ran retorted. Ma Wenjie. Indeed, who would willingly become the scapegoat? There is only a 50 chance of success. Should one fail, it signifies one's own death. If the judgment succeeds, the sheep will be directly killed. And both Chen Ran and I will pass. Who shall receive the skill of the liar from the prize pool? Speak, what do you propose? Chen Ran chuckled lightly. Let us wager on victory and defeat. All 3 of us shall bet, each proclaiming the future outcome, allowing the sheep to decide who shall win. While we 3 cast the liar aside. Agreed, you may proceed first. In this round, the police shall win. Without hesitation, Chen Ran declared the future lie. Ma Wenjie pondered over his words. I am the police. Chen Ran stated that the police would win. If the wolves ultimately triumph, he would be lying. But is Chen Ran a wolf or a sheep? If he is a wolf, the preceding reasoning holds. If the wolf wins, he speaks falsely. If he is a sheep, having lied previously, this future lie holds little significance for him. Upon reaching this conclusion, Ma Wenjie turned to Liang Nan, who had remained silent. It is your turn. Liang Nan contemplated for a moment and also proclaimed, in this round, the police shall win. Both the wolf and the sheep contend that the police will prevail. I can only assert that the wolf will win. It hinges on whom the sheep assists. If the sheep aids the police win. If I state the wolf wins, I am lying. If the sheep supports the wolf wins, and the wolf claiming the police will win is also a lie. In essence, regardless of whom the sheep aids, the victorious party is lying. Thus, in the final confrontation, both the sheep and the victor of this round have previously lied, casting doubt on each other's judgment qualifications. However, there exists a dilemma. If the police win, they can only handcuff the wolf and require the wolf to utter a supplementary agreement. Upon this realization, Ma Wenjie suggested, you must declare a supplementary agreement, stating that if the wolf is restrained, it will not judge others. Chen Ran nodded. If the wolf is handcuffed, it will not judge those who have previously lied. Liang Nan added, if the wolf is handcuffed, it will not judge those who have previously lied. With this, Ma Wenjie declared, in this round, the wolf shall win. Thus, all 3 had articulated their future lies, with the sheep serving merely as a bystander, for saying or not saying made little difference. The crux lay with the other 2. As Chen Ran and Cheng Si both spoke future lies, it was merely a matter of whom the sheep would support. Subsequently, all 3 produced the liar and cast it far from the betting table. In simple terms, what follows will determine who can acquire the pistol on the balance. Although the police cannot directly obtain the firearm, the handcuffs hold equal weight. The first to be handcuffed will undoubtedly be the wolf, followed by a duel with the sheep, allowing the sheep to win and acquire the pistol on the balance, while the wolf will be shot. After the wolf's demise, it will be the police's final showdown with the sheep. Whoever wins shall escape alive. The 3 contemplated for a moment, ensuring no loopholes existed within the agreement before commencing the 4th round. The cards on the table were Chen Ran, wolf wolf sheep. Liang Nan, shepherd shepherd shepherd. Ma Wenjie, wolf shepherd. Ma Wenjie drew the sheep card from Chen Ran. Chen Ran drew the shepherd card from Liang Nan. Liang Nan drew the shepherd card from Ma Wenjie. Ma Wenjie drew the shepherd card from Chen Ran. Chen Ran, wolf wolf. Liang Nan, shepherd shepherd shepherd. Ma Wenjie, wolf shepherd sheep. One shepherd won, one wolf won, one sheep won. Good prevailed, evil triumphed twice. The balance returned to its initial level. In the 5th round, Chen Ran, shepherd wolf wolf. Liang Nan, wolf shepherd. Ma Wenjie, shepherd shepherd sheep. A draw. In the 6th round, Chen Ran, shepherd wolf sheep. Liang Nan, wolf shepherd wolf. Ma Wenjie, shepherd shepherd. One shepherd won, one wolf won, one sheep won. The balance tilted left by 1 notch. No. Ma Wenjie felt a surge of panic from within Cheng Si. She realized that regardless of how she drew cards, it would always end in a draw for 1 round and a win for evil in another. These 2 seemed to have collaborated, targeting the police with each draw. What could be the reason? She glanced at the 2, only to see Chen Ran and Liang Nan simultaneously pulling out cigarettes from their packs, lighting them in perfect unison, then taking a deep puff together. It's the cigarettes. So that's it, truly an insidious tactic. It appears I am left with no choice. Ma Wenjie stood up, observing his actions. Chen Ran and Liang Nan rose as well, and all 3 made their way toward the spot where they had previously discarded the liar. Good luck. Good luck. Chen Ran and Liang Nan exchanged pleasantries. Chapter 27, The Deceiver. The three strolled up to the liar. Ma Wenjie fell silent for a moment and asked, "How did you confirm my identity?" This was his confusion, as well as the basis for his judgment later on. Having spoken, he fixed his gaze intently upon the two individuals, attempting to discern any telltale signs. Chen Ran and Lian Nan exchanged a glance, ultimately leading Chen Ran to provide the answer. Firstly, both Chen Ran and the masked man smoke, whereas Cheng Si does not. Secondly, whenever cards are drawn, Cheng Si always takes a considerable amount of time to contemplate. Lastly, both Lian Nan and I just declared that the police would prevail, while you claimed that the wolves would win. Ma Wenjie understood. I do not smoke, which indicates I am Cheng Si. My prolonged deliberation signifies I am Cheng Si. My assertion of the wolves' victory confirms I am Cheng Si. If only one of these criteria were met, they might still hesitate in ascertaining my identity. However, fulfilling all three is sufficient to prove that Ma Wenjie is indeed Cheng Si. I fail to comprehend why, even upon confirming my identity, the sheep would assist the wolves. Chen Ran's expression turned peculiar. Since we have already established your identities, do you believe we can ascertain who the sheep are? Ma Wenjie replied, Indeed, with only 3 individuals present, if Chen Ran's essence confirms that Ma Wenjie is Cheng Si, then he can deduce the identity of the masked man. In other words, Chen Ran's essence possesses the qualification to bypass this level at any moment. However, I am different. I cannot determine who the sheep are, and a rash judgment would only yield a 50 chance of success. To put it simply, if the sheep aids me, Chen Ran will immediately condemn the sheep to death. If the sheep aids Chen Ran, my chance of condemning the sheep to death is merely 50. Thus, the sheep can only assist the wolves. In truth, if you were to perish due to a failed judgment against the sheep, and the sheep continued to gamble with the wolves would not execute a judgment against the sheep. Chen Ran laughed heartily. Why? Ma Wenjie found himself increasingly perplexed by these two. Chen Ran's mirth faded, and he spoke earnestly. The sheep should be slain by the wolves, not the masked man being shot down by the player Chen Ran. The entire scenario has been orchestrated for the husband to eliminate the masked man. Only the husband's victory over the masked man constitutes the most flawless resolution. The distinction lies in one being killed by a liar, while the other is executed by a handgun on a balance. Yet the implications are worlds apart. A smile crept onto Ma Wenjie's face as he realized he was still preoccupied with how to clear the level solo, while Chen Ran had already contemplated achieving a flawless completion. This, perhaps, is the disparity. The 3 of them locked eyes, simultaneously bending down to retrieve the liar from the ground. Chen Ran and Lian Nan aimed their weapons at Ma Wenjie, who, in turn, directed his weapon towards Chen Ran. Although my reasoning suggests you should be the true Chen Ran, given your cunning nature, I shall act contrary to that. You have lied. Upon uttering the command, Ma Wenjie immediately pulled the trigger, but the bullet jammed. You have lied. Chen Ran promptly spoke the command, denying Lian Nan the opportunity to utilize the liar's skill, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. All 3 witnessed the sparks emitted as the bullet discharged. Bang! Ma Wenjie fell. Chen Ran then redirected his weapon. Logically, as long as he issued the command to Lian Nan and fired, this novice level would be cleared. However, he chose not to do so. Chen Ran let his arm drop, casually discarding the liar onto the ground. Observing this, Lian Nan also relinquished the liar. Inquiring why? I do not believe you would subscribe to the notion of a perfect completion. Such clumsy rhetoric, Chen Ran retorted, ignoring him as he approached the gambling table. I have several questions. Leaning back against the chair, Chen Ran audaciously propped his legs onto the gambling table, resting his head upon his arms. First question. I have noticed that players do not resort to murder even without the protection of the liar. Why is that? Lian Nan sensed that, should he speak untruths, Chen Ran would not hesitate to kill him. Before I address your question, you must first clarify my curiosity. From the very first escape room, I have observed you. You seem entirely unperturbed by murder and the escape rooms. Why is that? In my previous life, I was a novelist, and I would conceive bizarre and intricate plots daily. For me, this world is merely a contest against heaven, earth, and humanity, with the forms varying. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Chen Ran spoke casually, yet to Lian Nan, it felt akin to a seismic shock. Such a mindset, could it be that he had already attained this state of self-awareness in his past life? In such a mental state, one could effortlessly control their emotions. More importantly, they could manipulate the emotions of others. Emotions are the most malleable of the 3 states of consciousness. If you enjoy candy, I give you candy, and you will be pleased. If I take your candy, you will cry. It is that simple. Through emotional guidance, one can steer the actions and thoughts of others to achieve their desired outcomes. Easier said than done. Chen Ran had not systematically studied the methods of emotional mastery. He had merely skimmed the threshold of this realm. The escape room prohibits fighting, lying, cursing, boasting, and making impossible promises, unless one is a liar. Unless what else could it be? Chen Ran furrowed his brow. Unless you are a deceiver. Noticing Chen Ran's confusion, Lian Nan leisurely lit a cigarette and said, a single lie that everyone believes, even the liar himself, transforms that falsehood into truth. In the 18th level, such individuals are referred to as deceivers. Unknown knowledge. Chen Ran seemed to ponder something, uncertainly inquiring. Precisely. Lian Nan regarded Chen Ran with approval. In our previous lives, we all inhabited a blue planet, and everyone told us that the blue planet is round. It is written in books, and we naturally assumed it to be true. However, this is based on what others have said, what is written, what is seen in videos, yet we have not witnessed it with our own eyes. Is it possible that the blue planet is, in fact, square? When a lie is accepted as truth by all, the lie becomes truth. Deceivers often disseminate lies in written form, causing players in the escape room to firmly believe the content is truthful. Thus, when the deity utters something written, it will not be deemed a lie by the liar. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran recalled the scenario in the novice tutorial escape room, where, despite the absence of a ghost gate, everyone saw the words ghost gate inscribed on the tabletop. Hence, the ghost gate came to be. It is precisely for this reason that crossing the ghost gate becomes the truth of the underworld road, leading the young man, after crossing the ghost gate, to tell the second person in line, this is the underworld road, which was judged as the truth by the liar. This is what Lian Nan referred to as the deceiver, transforming lies into truth, thereby ignoring certain specific rules within the escape room. How does one crack the deception? This was the question of utmost concern for Chen Ran. Chapter 28, Questions and Answers. You are a writer. Your reservoir of knowledge should surpass that of us, ordinary people. What is the prophecy of the third hexagram in the Book of Changes? Chen Ran pondered for a moment. The prophecy of the third hexagram is, the sun and moon are high above, illuminating the earth below, elusive and indistinct. Neither literary nor martial. How is this interpreted? Lian Nan queried. The sun and moon are high above. The sun and moon hang prominently, symbolizing the emperor and empress. If it represents time, then it symbolizes day and night. Illuminating the earth below, the previous phrase refers to the upper realm, while this phrase refers to the lower, indicating a hierarchical relationship, symbolizing slaves and servants, or if considered a location, it suggests the events occur on the ground. Elusive and indistinct. The male rabbit's foot is elusive, while the female rabbit's eyes are indistinct. Two rabbits walk beside the ground. How can one discern which is male and which is female? These four characters symbolize both genders and also the eunuchs who are neither male nor female. In the realm of both literature and martial prowess, one encounters a dichotomy, either a civil servant or a military commander, either an erudite scholar or a mere commoner. The amalgamation of these four prophetic lines conveys the essence of an individual who is either an emperor or an empress, a slave or a servant, a man or a woman, a eunuch, a civil minister, a military general, a learned scholar, or a commoner, each standing upon the earth, engaged in a singular endeavor. I recall an accompanying illustration depicting a woman wielding a blade. The act of wielding a blade carries ambiguity. It may signify an intent to kill or a desire to save. At this juncture, Chen Ran remarked with a hint of sarcasm, to encompass such a multitude. It is indeed challenging to err in supposition. The 2A2 is merely a ruse employed by charlatans of the Jianghu, uttering ambiguous phrases to invite speculation, whereby, regardless of the outcome, validation can be gleaned from their rhetoric. Li Ainan nodded in agreement with Chen Ran's summation, yet swiftly shifted the conversation. What if we were to omit one of those lines? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ran responded, on the internet, many believe this to be a prophecy of Wu Zetian. If we were to discard the phrase puzzling and elusive, no one would associate it with her prophecy. Indeed, this reveals the fatal flaw of the deceiver. Their fabrications can be refuted. Among the 18 layers, two notable factions exist, one known as the Alliance of Liars, and the other as the Alliance of Deceivers. These two organizations harbor long-standing grievances, frequently erupting into large-scale hunts. The deceivers employ trickery to compel the liars to fabricate, while the liars, by unraveling one thread of the deceiver's deceit, can disprove the falsehood masquerading as truth. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran pondered deeply. A single lie necessitates a complete logical closure, otherwise, it fails to inspire belief. It is akin to a novice tutorial in a confined space, where I, having perished in a car accident, found myself within that chamber. The 5 youths exploited this notion, leading us to accept the legends of the Ghost Gate and the Yellow Springs, thus executing their deceitful scheme. However, were the words Ghost Gate absent? If a youth were to declare to the second in line that this is the Yellow Springs, it would constitute a falsehood. In essence, Baixiozi's reasoning was valid. She simply could not prove the falsity of the Ghost Gate, resulting in her failure to adjudicate. Thus, it becomes clear that by refuting even a single element of the deceiver's lie, the liar can successfully pass judgment. Having grasped this conundrum, Chen Ran continued his inquiry. How does one discern a deceiver? This is quite straightforward. Within the instance, whoever employs the liar's skill without uttering a falsehood is the deceiver. Chen Ran nodded in understanding. The deceiver embodies a paradox of truth and falsehood. They are aware of their deceit, and yet transmute the falsehood into truth. Thus, is what they utter truth or falsehood? To the deceiver, their utterance is an unequivocal lie. To others, it is an absolute truth. Should others attempt to judge them, they are bound to fail. However, the deceiver can judge themselves with assured success. Therefore, the deceiver may forego the opportunity for self-judgment and directly employ the liar's skill. Next question. What manner of existence is the 18 layers? Li Anan noted that Chen Ran initially referred to it as the first question. Yet this time, Chen Ran sidestepped the numeration, simply stating, next question. What a cautious fellow. The 18 layers serve as a haven for all players, akin to a resting area. Chen Ran pressed further. How long can one rest? There is no time limit. One may linger in the 18 layers until the end of time. However, I believe no individual would wish to remain in that dreadful place and would seize any opportunity to engage in instances. What do you mean? Chen Ran furrowed his brow. Li Anan smiled mysteriously, his eyes glimmering with a certain anticipation, only to dim shortly thereafter. You shall discover upon your arrival. I eagerly await your expression then, though I shall not have the chance to witness it. He did not provide a direct answer. Chen Ran did not press further. The subsequent inquiry is, what occurs if a player lies within the 18 layers? Are the instances and the 18 layers independently judged for falsehoods, or are they interconnected? Surprisingly, Li Anan was taken aback by his question, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? To lie in the 18 layers? The 18 layers and instances are mutually independent. Thus, if you lie within an instance, other players can only judge you within that instance. Once you exit the instance, you are no longer deemed a liar. Similarly, if you lie in the 18 layers, others can only adjudicate you there. However, the falsehoods uttered in the 18 layers do not dissipate simply because you venture into an instance. As long as you are present in the 18 layers, that lie will eternally accompany you. Upon being judged, it shall inevitably result in a successful judgment, unless you transform your lie into truth, thus becoming a deceiver. Chen Ran was momentarily taken aback. So, this is how deceivers come into being. No, that cannot be right. If this holds true, then it is highly probable that all rules within the 18 layers are lies once spoken by deceivers, merely transmuted into rules through some means. Upon this realization, Chen Ran's eyes widened. He envisioned a vast web woven from the lies of numerous deceivers, forming the rules that players are compelled to adhere to. Seeing Chen Ran lost in thought once more, Li Anan, slightly exasperated, inquired, my friend, the corpses on the ground have long since grown cold. When shall we commence our gambling? Chen Ran paid him no mind, remaining immersed in contemplation. The rules of the 18 layers, constructed entirely from the lies of deceivers. These lies corroborate one another, and those that endure are undoubtedly unassailable falsehoods, thereby becoming rules. Moreover, as time progresses, the regulations within the 18 layers will proliferate. I now comprehend why this individual refrains from divulging the specific circumstances within the 18 layers. It is because there are far too many rules to recount. Chen Ran posed the final question, of course refraining from uttering the words last. How does one escape from hell? Chapter 29, The Middle Finger. The instance is a confined space. Hell must be the grandest of such confines, ensnaring all players within. To Chen Ran's mind, since it is a confined space, there must be a method to escape it. The answer lies hidden within the rules. Chen Ran nodded, refraining from inquiring about the rewards for concluding the instance. He remained silent, merely observing Li Anan with a gaze that was both mocking and predatory. Li Anan found himself unnerved under Chen Ran's scrutiny and could not help but swallow hard. What is with that look? Have you forgotten what you just said? What did I say? Chen Ran retorted. You stated that even if only 2 remain, you would not use the liar's skill to slay a sheep. Are you a sheep? At this, Li Anan's eyes widened, and he abruptly turned to the announcement. Rule 4. Those who use language or gestures to reveal their identity, or expose the cards of others at the table, shall lose their qualification to participate in the gambling. If I admit to being a sheep, I shall lose my qualification to join the gambling. If I deny being a sheep, Chen Ran will judge me. His assertion that he would not judge a sheep when only 2 remain was merely a ploy to extract the rules of the instance and the 18 layers from me. Chen Ran leisurely took a puff of smoke and remarked, "If you acknowledge your identity, I shall refrain from using the handgun on the balance to eliminate you, and instead, we could engage in a life-and-death wager outside." With that, he rose and ambled over to the ground where the deceiver lay discarded, preparing to retrieve the gun. "Wait." Li Ainan's expression darkened as he stammered, I am a sheep." Only then did Chen Ran return with satisfaction. Approaching the gambling table, it was now Ma Wenjia's turn to draw cards, but Ma Wenjia was already deceased. Chen Ran collected all the cards from the table, meticulously separating the shepherd and sheep cards from the 17, discarding them to the side. "In truth, I have long been speculating about your ultimate trump card. Your audacity to prevaricate indicates that when only 2 remain, you possess an infallible strategy." After much contemplation, I noted that the announcement did not prohibit card selection. Thus, I deduced that your tactic was to seize the dealing authority when only 2 players remained, subsequently discarding all shepherd and wolf cards, leaving only sheep cards, ensuring your victory regardless of how the 2 of us drew. Confronted with this revelation, Li Ainan glared menacingly at Chen Ran. "Now, with only you left at the table, devoid of cards to draw and with no one to draw from you, let us see how you intend to win." Chen Ran remained silent, clutching 6 wolf cards, dealt himself 2 more. In the next moment, the balance tilted sharply to the left, cascading downwards. The handgun on the tray fell, landing directly before Chen Ran, who picked it up, aiming the barrel at the bewildered Li Ainan. "Wait!" Li Ainan exclaimed in fear, hastily calling for Chen Ran to refrain from firing. Moreover, as Chen Ran dealt the cards moments ago, he had already retrieved his deceiver. Chen Ran cast a disdainful glance at the deceiver in Li Ainan's hand and replied nonchalantly, "What do you wish to inquire? With you as the sole gambler left, with no cards to draw and none to be drawn from you, how could the balance tilt directly to its conclusion?" Chen Ran's laughter echoed within the confined space, sending chills down Li Ainan's spine. "I have a penchant for chess, relishing the gradual entrapment of my opponent. Reflect carefully on what I just asked you." Li Ainan paused slightly, recalling the multitude of questions Chen Ran had posed. "Wait, how does one unravel the deceiver?" Before Li Ainan could respond, Chen Ran pointed to the 2nd and 3rd rules on the announcement at the table. 2. Starting from the first gambler, in a clockwise manner, each player takes turns drawing a card from the hand of the next player in sequence. 3. When the first gambler draws cards again, the balance will settle once. When the balance is completely tilted, the player with the highest score will receive the corresponding item, either a gun or handcuffs. The announcement stated, the first gambler draws cards again. But with only me present at the table, I am unable to draw cards, nor can anyone draw from me. The reality contradicts the rules of the announcement. Thus, I reject the 2nd rule and also negate the first part of the 3rd rule. With these 2 rules invalidated, the balance settles infinitely. And with only my cards on the table, it is evident that I win infinitely. This is precisely the method you revealed to me earlier, how to unravel the deceiver. Li Ainan's expression transformed dramatically. As he recalled the events, it dawned upon him that Chen Ran had seemingly orchestrated this move from the very beginning. He had discerned the discrepancies in the announcement at the gambling table, and through probing questions laden with ulterior motives, he had successfully elicited the method to unravel the deceiver. Perhaps, upon my utterance of the term deceiver, he had already concluded that I was the deceiver. How could I have hidden so well, only to be unmasked so easily? Are you not afraid that the deceiver is merely a fabrication of my lies? Li Ainan challenged defiantly. You are rather unfortunate. During my time in the novice tutorial chamber, I encountered several tricksters who inscribed Ghost Gate at the table's barrier to deceive others. Therefore, upon seeing the announcement at the gambling table, my first instinct was to suspect something amiss. Consequently, I guided you into revealing the method to unravel the deceiver. Your response was informed by my experiences in the novice tutorial dungeon, allowing me to conduct a reverse argument to ascertain that your method for unraveling the deceiver is indeed authentic. Li Ainan, still unwilling to concede, pressed on. What if I had lied in my previous response? Then I would kill you. Chen Ran replied succinctly. Li Ainan's expression shifted. Wait. You previously stated that as long as I acknowledged my identity, you would not use the gun or the deceiver against me. Chen Ran's demeanor grew peculiar. Have I bewildered you? That was a future lie. Once I have eliminated you, it will be deemed a falsehood. But then again, once you are dead, I shall be the sole occupant of this chamber. Who shall judge me? Li Ainan's face turned ashen. as if he had been hypnotized by Chen Ran. Let me gather my thoughts. He noticed the inconsistencies in the announcement. Simultaneously, he realized that when only 2 players remained, I would possess an assured victory. Hence, after Cheng Xi's demise, to achieve a perfect conclusion, he had to eliminate me from the game. Thus, he commenced his inquiries, embedding ulterior motives within, successfully extracting the method to unravel the deceiver, thereby invalidating the rules of the gambling table's announcement. The next step was the performance. He feigned an intention to retrieve the deceiver, coercing me to admit I was a sheep and banishing me from the game. At this juncture, his plan was complete. Unbeknownst to me, I had been progressively cornered by Chen Ran. Of course, during this time, he had also bestowed upon me a plethora of utterly useless promises. 1. When only the husband and the sheep remain, the husband shall not use the deceiver to judge the deceased sheep. 2. If you acknowledge your identity, I shall refrain from using the handgun or the deceiver against you. And furthermore, we shall wager a life and death game. These are all future lies, and once I am dead, they will be classified as falsehoods. At that time, even if he is proven to have lied, he shall be the only one left in the chamber, and no one can judge him. It is no wonder he inquired whether lies persist alongside players in the dungeon. Chen Ran afforded him a cigarette for contemplation. Observing that Li Anan seemed to have grasped the situation, Chen Ran then displayed a look of disdain. Do you understand why I desire a perfect conclusion? To abduct children, to murder them, to burn alive 15 parents, leaving only one husband of 8 original families alive. He seeks not only vengeance for his ex-wife and child, but also for those 7 families. You must die at the hands of the husband. The time I have granted you to ponder is to allow you to experience the taste of despair. Individuals like you deserve ultimate demise. Li Anan glared at Chen Ran with venomous resentment, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha! We are all whores. None of us can maintain a pedestal of chastity. Virtuous souls do not appear in hell. The evils you committed in life may surpass my own in both quantity and severity. By what right do you assume a moral high ground to judge me? Chen Ran merely smiled, remaining silent as he slowly approached, the gun's muzzle drawing ever closer. The terror evident in Li Anan's eyes. The gun pressed against Li Anan's forehead. Suddenly, Chen Ran spoke. I previously lied. Why do you not judge me? Li Anan's heart sank into despair, tumultuous waves crashing within him. Regardless of whether Chen Ran's statement was true or false, the mere act of uttering it constituted a lie. Bang! Just as hope flickered within Li Anan, the bullet discharged from the gun pressed against his forehead. His consciousness began to fade, realization dawning that he had been played. Overcome with resentment and indignation, he struggled to raise his right hand, defiantly extending his middle finger. Chapter 30, Eternal Realm. The boss is defeated. All 17 players have perished. Only Chen Ran remained. The moment Li Anan fell, the tension that had gripped his mind dissipated. Chen Ran slumped to the ground, his lips ashen, and suddenly retched, expelling the contents of his stomach. This was a consequence of excessive mental strain. Following this, he experienced dry heaving, a result of having smoked too much. In a daze, he beheld ahead a gathering of 8 families, 12 to 14 individuals, smiling and waving at him, bowing in gratitude. Their faces radiated a certain expression that Chen Ran interpreted as liberation. After a brief respite, he rose to retrieve the liar's slayer. However, the moment his hand made contact with the weapon, the originally pitch-black gun transformed, the darkness ebbing away like a tide to reveal a pristine white. An influx of information flooded his mind. Name, Liar's Slayer. Skill, Eternal Realm. Level, 1. Effect, nullifies the skills of other Liar's Slayers, preventing others from utilizing Liar's Slayer skills for 1 hour. Points, 20. Chen Ran furrowed his brow. The reward was points, which were linked to the skill level of the Liar's Slayer. Points might indeed hold other purposes. The skill Eternal Realm seemed specifically designed to counter others' Liar's Slayer skills. Yet, my knowledge of the dungeon and hell is scant, making it difficult to assess the potency of this skill. While I may be unable to discern its strength, its utility is unmistakable. To me, any Liar's Slayer skill is a mere jest. However, for others, once they discover the effects of my Liar's Slayer skill, they may resort to any means to eliminate me. The worst-case scenario is that everyone in the 18th layer becomes aware of my Liar's Slayer skill, placing me in a position of universal enmity. Conclusion: the Eternal Realm should not be used lightly. Once deployed, no survivors should be left. Nevertheless, a compromise exists. Should someone inquire about my Liar's Slayer skill, and I must respond, I shall merely disclose the latter portion. It prevents others from using Liar's Slayer skills for 1 hour. This effect has clear drawbacks. While it is indeed useful, it likely won't provoke much trepidation. However, This necessitates that I deploy the Eternal Realm before anyone else can activate their Liar Slayer skills, rendering them oblivious to the fact that the Eternal Realm nullifies other Liar Slayer skills. Such a wretched skill. Based on level, it appears the Liar Slayer skills can be upgraded with points. The existence of tier distinctions implies that the upgraded Eternal Realm may receive enhancements, possibly extending its duration. How did I accumulate 20 points? In this dungeon, 17 people perished, along with one boss. If killing one grants 1 point, it should amount to 18 points. I don't comprehend. At this moment, the wall across from him began to rise slowly, revealing a blinding white expanse behind it, obscuring whatever lay within. Presumably, stepping through would transport him to the 18th layer of hell. Chen Ran did not rush to leave. In his past gaming experiences, regardless of victory or defeat, he always conducted a thorough review. Only through review could one discern whether mistakes had been made and where they had occurred. Firstly, in the initial chamber, I recklessly judged others before grasping the situation. Given the circumstances of the 3 chambers, if the players are unable to unravel the clues to escape, a total demise is likely, as in the first chamber with water and the second with fire, both compelling players to decipher the puzzles. In the first 2 chambers, it is best not to kill unless absolutely necessary. Collaboration is key to solving the chambers first. This is a fundamental error. I hastily drew the Liar Slayer and executed someone without understanding the existence of the Ocean of Light's law among the players. What if the remaining players are clueless about how to solve the chamber's clues, and only the person I killed possessed the knowledge? Have I not jeopardized my own survival? In the first 2 chambers, one must refrain from arbitrarily judging other players unless absolutely unavoidable. Secondly, why did I foolishly utter a lie before shooting the masked man? If I encounter a quick-thinking boss in the future who questions my judgment qualifications, have I not squandered a guaranteed victory? This is a flaw that must be amended. Lastly, and most crucially, I revealed my intelligence too soon. In a dungeon, deciphering clues is merely the fundamental layer. The real dynamic lies in the internal strife among players. The first 2 chambers allow players to understand each other's personalities through puzzle solving, while the 3rd chamber is a battleground of internal conflict. Revealing intelligence prematurely makes one an easy target. A true hunter should conceal their presence. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Ran realized that in future dungeon runs, it would be prudent to feign death whenever possible, providing subtle hints only when others are truly stumped, all while keeping his intelligence concealed. He meticulously reviewed the entire novice dungeon, examining every detail, but the opponents were too weak, leaving little worth analyzing. Characters like Bai Li Changsheng, who recklessly utilized Liar Slayer skills, could only bully novices. Were it Chen Ran in their place, he would choose the right moment to create a scenario where all present players would be compelled to guess, allowing errors to persist without judgment until everyone was ensnared in deceit. Cheng Si, possessing courage but lacking strength, failed to trust her instincts, leading to her eventual execution by Chen Ran. Chen Ran firmly believed that what is termed intuition is, in fact, a synthesis of one's experiences, wisdom, and knowledge, a product of the mind alerting one to potential mistakes. Disregarding one's intuition in favor of believing in the cunning of others is quite absurd. No wonder they can only prey on novices. However, with all other players now deceased, with whom shall I form a team? Shall I venture to the 18th layer and ally with those seasoned players who have completed countless dungeons? Would they trust me? Would I trust them? No. We would be wary of one another. Such a pure partnership does not exist. It is likely we would undermine each other. This implies that I will probably not have teammates in the future and will need to join an organization. The Liar Slayer and the Trickster are sworn enemies, often hunting one another. With this conflict, at least we can align our efforts against external threats, which is far more advantageous than a makeshift team. As for which organization to join, it must be the Liar Slayer. I only wonder if they will accept me. Chen Ran resolved to head to the 18th layer, ascertain the fundamental rules, and then inquire about the recruitment criteria of the Liar Slayer Alliance. With this thought, he suddenly felt quite hungry. Upon reflecting, it had been over 10 hours since the novice tutorial dungeon, and mealtime was indeed upon him. Hopefully, the 18th layer of hell offers sustenance. With that, he lifted himself and walked towards the blinding white curtain beyond the wall. Chapter 31, The Condemned in Hell. Is this the 18th layer? Exiting the dungeon, Chen Ran beheld an archway, approximately 10 meters high, with the inscription 18th layer elegantly rendered in small seal script. The sky had darkened, reminiscent of the nights of his rural childhood when the moon hung high. Chen Ran did not hasten to approach. After waiting for nearly half an hour, and ascertaining that he was the sole newcomer among this gathering, he finally stepped forward. Upon entering the archway, the scene of the 18th level unfolded before him, a dilapidated city. The street was bustling with people, yet their manner of walking struck him as peculiar. Typically, one would swing their arms while walking. But these individuals kept their arms rigidly at their sides, immobile. Furthermore, he observed that their faces bore an unsettling, mechanical smile, reminiscent of a troupe of marionettes. Suddenly, Chen Ran's peripheral vision caught sight of 5 stone pillars on either side of the entrance. The first pillar on the right was completely white, adorned with inscriptions of black letters, while the remaining 9 pillars appeared ordinary. He approached the first pillar, where the inscriptions read, 1. Prohibit lying. 2. Prohibit fighting. 3. Prohibit foul language. 4. Prohibit robbery. 5. Prohibit loud noise. 6. Prohibit romantic relationships. 7. Prohibit wastefulness. 8. Prohibit pulling. 9. Prohibit destruction of public property. 10. Prohibit public urination and defecation. As Chen Ran scrutinized these 10 rules, he pondered the consequences of violating them, beyond the judgment for lying. What penalties awaited the transgressors of the others? Moreover, if the first pillar bore 10 rules, it stood to reason that each of the remaining 9 should also contain 10 rules. Yet, they appeared to be mere ordinary pillars. Was there some underlying restriction? Chen Ran found it perplexing. However, based on these 10 regulations, the 18th level did not seem quite as terrifying as the masked individuals had suggested. He retrieved a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and took a puff, only to notice that the players who had previously been strolling down the street had now halted, their mechanical smiles fixed upon him. A sense of disquiet washed over him as he approached the 2 players closest to him. To his surprise, as he neared them, they recoiled in fear, as if he were a harbinger of calamity. Did they fear him? Why? It seemed that his identity as a newcomer was unmistakable. In light of this, Chen Ran addressed the crowd. I have just arrived at the 18th level and am uncertain of what to do. Before he could finish his sentence, the distant throng parted, revealing a striking woman who sauntered toward him, appraising him from head to toe. She inquired, "Are you a newcomer?" Chen Ran nodded. "This place is rife with condemned souls. It is not a place for conversation. Follow me." As she turned to lead the way, she seemed to recall something and glanced back to say, "I can introduce you to the 18th level, but my fee is steep. 5 points, no negotiations." Points? Presumably. These were the points obtained from slaying liars. "I have 20 points, Chen Ran replied with a nod. "Nodding won't suffice. You must speak," the woman frowned, regarding him with skepticism. Logically, having completed the beginner's quest, he should understand that only verbal communication could forge a contract. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ran determined that the woman had not laid a trap in her previous words, and thus he said, "You will introduce me to the 18th level, and I will pay you 5 points, provided that the points can be used. Follow me," she instructed, as Chen Ran trailed behind her along the lengthy street. He noticed that the atmosphere had shifted. It was no longer devoid of life, as clusters of players gathered, engaged in conversation. The sides of the street were lined with shops, offering a plethora of food items, predominantly fast food. Observing the food, the woman remarked, "Most of these provisions are crafted by the condemned. Their liar skills allow them to produce tangible goods." Condemned? Chen Ran echoed, puzzled. At the entrance, aside from the 10th pillar, each of the other 9 bore distinct rules, 10 regulations inscribed upon each. As a newcomer, you can only see the 10 rules on the first pillar. After spending 3 days on the 18th level, you will gain access to the 10 rules on the second pillar, and so forth. Once you have seen the 10 rules on the 9th pillar, you will become condemned. The 9th rule states, "Prohibit participation in all quests." Chen Ran began to grasp the operational logic of this hellish 18th level. He had noted that food in the shops required points for purchase. Being unable to participate in quests implied a lack of points, leading inevitably to starvation. Consequently, the surviving condemned souls had skills that allowed them to create physical items in exchange for points, barely eking out an existence. Yet, once they beheld the 90 rules inscribed upon the 9 pillars, those regulations would become their shackles, binding them for life. No wonder the condemned appeared as puppets devoid of hope, shackled by the weight of 90 rules. What a tragic existence. For instance, their immediate retreat upon his approach was due to the 7th rule inscribed on the pillar, "Prohibit gathering in groups." With 3 individuals present, his presence triggered the rule. While they remained untouched, their forced smiles were a result of the 6th rule. "Prohibit crying. Prohibit expressionless faces. Prohibit frowning." Chen Ran's lips twitched at the absurdity and severity of these rules. To endure such a life must be excruciatingly tormenting. It was no wonder they were referred to as the condemned. "So, are you saying that every player who remains here for a full 24 days will become condemned?" he asked. The woman corrected him. "It is a continuous stay of 24 days that will lead to condemnation. completing quests resets the timer. Thus, to avoid becoming condemned, one must complete a quest at least once every 24 days. However, many do not survive long enough to reach that threshold and hastily rush to complete quests. As he listened to her explanation, Chen Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Among the first 80 rules, he noted the absurdities. Prohibit single eyelids from going out during even-numbered hours. Prohibit double eyelids from going out during odd-numbered hours. Prohibit phoenix eyes from going out. Sleep must not exceed 6 hours. Walking must not exceed 1 hour. Sitting must not exceed 1 hour. With only 24 hours in a day, subtracting 6 hours for sleep, 1 hour for walking, and another hour for sitting left him with 16 hours. In those 16 hours, one could neither sleep, walk, nor sit. What was left to do? Stand immobile? The thought of being trapped in such a predicament sent shivers down his spine. If he were to become condemned, he might as well end his own suffering. What happens if one violates the rules? He inquired. The woman halted, her gaze distant, her eyes reflecting a mournful understanding, as she pointed to a youth sprinting frantically ahead. He is a newcomer who arrived last month. Watch closely how he meets his demise, and you will learn the fate of those who break the rules. Chen Ran looked on as the young man, in a state of mania, ran wildly, cursing loudly. Ha ha, liars. You are all liars. I refuse to play with you. Suddenly, green ghostly flames erupted from the youth, engulfing him in an instant. Chapter 32, Common Knowledge of the 18th Level. The young man was reduced to ashes in agonizing torment. As the woman turned to speak, she noticed Chen Ran had unconsciously approached a shop. How much for the pancake wrap? He asked the vendor. The vendor, resembling an NPC, stood frozen, unable to move or speak, his face bearing the signature false smile of the condemned. From his pocket, he produced a price tag that read, 1 point. How do I pay? Strangely enough, the moment the thought of making a payment crossed his mind, a small card appeared in his hand. Upon this card was inscribed the number 1. Simultaneously, a piece of information flashed in his mind indicating that there were still 19 points remaining for the liar. The proprietor took the card, gently pinched it, and it transformed into starlight, vanishing into thin air. Chen Ran, observing this phenomenon, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Taking a bite of his pancake, he could only remark that the taste was rather mediocre. He returned to the woman, offering an apologetic smile, and said, I'm sorry. I haven't eaten for over 10 hours, and I'm a bit famished. The woman looked at him, somewhat speechless. She had hoped to witness the reaction of this novice upon encountering the second form of ultimate death, yet he appeared unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. Aren't you afraid? She pointed to the ashes on the ground that had yet to be scattered by the wind, making a deliberate reminder. He was a novice who arrived here last month. It's not me who's dead. Why should I be afraid? Chen Ran replied, chewing on his pancake in a peculiar manner. That is true. The woman conceded without dwelling on the topic, casually remarking, You paid too much for that pancake. The standard price is 3 points for one. Even the condemned have their wits about them. They too judge others and adjust their prices accordingly. Turning his gaze to the pancake vendor, who seemed akin to an NPC, Chen Ran asked, What significance does their existence hold? Before today, perhaps there was no significance or hope to be seen, yet 3 hours ago, the 10th stone pillar appeared at the gate square. They glimpsed a possibility of liberation. Otherwise, do you think these condemned souls, who have restrictions on their outings, would collectively appear at the gate square? While speaking, the woman discreetly assessed the expression of this novice, seeking to discern something noteworthy. Chen Ran nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if rules can be inscribed upon the stone pillar, it implies that the 10th pillar can negate the rules of the previous 9. Noting his unwavering demeanor, the woman averted her gaze and continued walking, saying, The emergence of the 10th stone pillar signifies that among this batch of novices, someone has acquired the true self-level liar skill. Unfortunately, you arrived too late. You hardly seem like that super novice. Otherwise, I would have insisted on taking you to claim rewards from the Liar Alliance. True self? Chen Ran furrowed his brow. The skills of liars can be categorized by potency, the ID, ego, superego, and the legendary true self. In psychological terms, the ID governs personal emotions. The skills of the ID liar primarily influence players' mental states, albeit insufficiently, ranking at the lowest tier. The ego governs common knowledge. Ego liar skills often manifest as tangible entities, manipulating the environment to influence others' perceptions, thus compelling them to utter falsehoods. Ego skills are formidable, ensuring that whether one aligns with the Liar Alliance or the Trickster Alliance, attaining the rank of a squad leader is undeniably achievable. The superego governs emotions. These liar skills are peculiar, with some capable of temporarily erasing the target's memories, friendships, familial bonds, or even love. The absence of emotion in a person is a terrifying prospect. Encountering a superego level skill in a dungeon, one would do well to kneel and plead for mercy to survive. Chen Ran contemplated that in the novice dungeon, the liar from the 100-mile stronghold must have been using an illusory creation, likely the most basic ID skill. And the true self? I have no idea, the woman replied succinctly, self-deprecatingly adding, how could a player at my level possibly know about true self-level liar skills? However what? It can be ascertained that each true self-liar skill possesses the power to alter the existing order of hell. But enough of that. By the way, have you acquired a liar skill? This seemingly ordinary pivot in conversation was, in fact, a premeditated setup, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Chen Ran suddenly felt as if the woman before him resembled a monstrous beast poised to unveil its gaping maw. He sensed that should he admit to not having a skill, he would undoubtedly be shot by her. Chen Ran's mind raced. After a brief moment, he recalled something, and his face paled instantly. After meticulously reviewing what he had just said, he confirmed that most of it had been inquiries devoid of any blunders. And thus his anxious heart settled. Observing his demeanor, the woman smiled knowingly and extended her hand, saying, Novice, congratulations on grasping the survival principles of the 18th layer. My name is Mei Jishu. Chen Ran quickly regained his composure. Upon hearing her name, he paused slightly, reflecting on the melancholic words of Li Qingzhao from her later years. Where is one to be found, and how much spring is known? I am Chen Ran. Withdrawing his hand, Chen Ran cautiously inquired, what would have happened if I had fallen for your trick just now? The novice who had self-ignited earlier was deceived into a lie and subsequently manipulated. One could say his plight was even worse than that of the condemned, with suicide being his sole escape. Chen Ran's heart jolted. Indeed, hell had its own set of novel truths. Speak of the common knowledge in hell, Mei Jishu replied with a smile. Liar skills are the foundation of a player's existence. Revealing one's own liar skill is strictly prohibited. If one induces another to disclose a lie about the 18 layers of common knowledge, only the one who is induced can pass judgment. Others have no authority to do so. Seeing her lapse into silence, Chen Ran maintained a serious demeanor. Since I have posed this question, it indicates that I have already deduced these two truths. I wish to know the rest. Mei Jishu regarded him oddly. Since the common knowledge of the 18th layer benefits seasoned players, do you think there exists a common knowledge that states, one must not casually divulge the common knowledge of the 18th layer to novices? Even for someone as composed as Chen Ran, this revelation left him somewhat exasperated. Under what circumstances could one freely disclose the common knowledge of the 18th layer to novices? 10 points, she replied. Chen Ran did not answer immediately, but instead fell into contemplation. It feels like a trap. Let me clarify. Firstly, regarding the rules inscribed upon the pillars, violating them results in self-immolation. However, there is an issue. The first rule on the first pillar states, lying is forbidden. According to what the masked man said, lies can be told in the 18th layer, but if discovered, one too will face judgment unless the lie is made true, thus transforming into a trickster. Earlier, Mei Jishu had mentioned the Trickster Alliance, indicating that tricksters indeed exist. Now, the problem arises. Players wishing to become tricksters must first utter a lie, yet the pillar forbids lying, and violators will self-ignite. Is this not a contradiction? The most reasonable explanation is that the priority of liars supersedes the rules on the pillars, rendering the first rule ineffective. In the 18th layer, lies can be told without the risk of self-immolation, yet judgment can still occur. Priority, liars' pillars. Therefore, the liars first render judgment. And only in the absence of liars in the 18th layer will the pillars adjudicate. Wait a moment. Upon reaching this point, Chen Ran immediately cleared his mind of such thoughts and chose to extend his previous line of reasoning. Since there is a hierarchy, the priority of common knowledge in the 18th layer must be beneath that of the pillars. Mei Jishu wants 10 points, plus the 5 points I previously promised, totaling 15 points, yet I only have 4 left. Is there a possibility that residing in the 18th layer also incurs a rental fee? Could the rent exceed 5 points? Is there also a possibility that there exists a common knowledge in the 18th layer stating, when night falls, players must remain in their homes or rental accommodations? Chapter 33, The Three Corpses of the Spirit Platform. Mei Jishu had merely stated that the novice who self-ignited was deceived into a lie. Yet she did not specify that he had perished due to violating the common knowledge of the 18th layer. Understanding this point, Chen Ran merely said, lead the way. The street was long. In a seemingly endless stretch of time, the streets are often graced by the sight of individuals shackled by handcuffs and leg irons, crawling along the ground like livestock, trailing behind seasoned players. Whatever these seasoned players desire, It is these individuals who pay the price. At the moment their eyes meet Chen Ran's, desperation floods their gaze, and they blink fervently, as if imploring him not to be deceived by the seasoned players. You have already grasped the life principles of the 18th layer. There is no need to concern yourself with them, Mei Jishu remarked without turning her head. These individuals are caught in the web of the 18th layer's fallacies, manipulated to the point of living a life inferior to that of mere animals. Of course, if you possess an overwhelming sense of compassion, you may consider spending some points to redeem them. Chen Ran, however, is no saint. Their plight holds no relevance for him. He deftly shifts the conversation. Please continue to elaborate on the 18th layer. For instance? She asked. For instance, I will not infringe upon the principles of the 18th layer. The Alliance of Liars, methods for cultivating one's spirit. These do not contravene the principles of the Tao. Allow me to discuss the Alliance of Liars first. You are so meticulous. You must have gleaned quite a bit of information about the 18th layer from seasoned players in the dungeons, haven't you? The Alliance of Liars is a coalition formed by the purest players of the 18th layer, aimed at exterminating deceivers and erasing the rules inscribed by them on the stone pillars. Within the 18th layer, there exist 3 categories of rules. The supreme rule, to kill liars, meaning that lying invites judgment. The rules inscribed on the stone pillars, which are exceedingly difficult to inscribe. How they are etched remains a mystery, but once inscribed, both liars and deceivers must abide by them, and the rules of common sense, the majority of which are concocted by deceivers. There are so many stipulations within these common sense rules that they render normal existence nearly impossible, thus giving rise to the Alliance of Liars. By slaying the deceivers who turn lies into common sense, the corresponding common sense rules will vanish. At this juncture, she noticed Chen Ran hesitating to speak, and insightfully explained, "Are you wondering how we ascertain the disappearance of common sense rules?" Chen Ran nodded. The common sense of the 18th layer is abundant. It certainly cannot be attributed to a single deceiver. How then do players determine which common sense rule corresponds to the deceiver you have slain? Quite simply, she replied. In the Alliance of Liars Hall, there exists a massive screen displaying the common sense associated with each deceiver. This is also the bounty mechanism of the Alliance. Upon accepting a task to eliminate a deceiver, if successful, a substantial reward of points is granted. Are you also curious about the source of the Alliance of Liars points? She turned to see Chen Ran, who had no intention of inquiring further. Instead, he merely gestured toward the new players, who resembled livestock. Indeed, the points of the Alliance of Liars are gleaned from these slaves, with each slave contributing 2 points per dungeon. Chen Ran scoffed. Indeed, it appears that humanity is rife with hypocrisy. Deceivers wield common sense as a means to oppress players throughout the 18th layer, while the Alliance of Liars, under the guise of benefiting players, exploits the new players to reap the bounties for slaying deceivers. Mei Jishu cast him a sidelong glance, instantly grasping his thoughts, and corrected him. Your perspective may be flawed. Whether in the realm of the living or the abyss, the law of survival of the fittest prevails. The fact that these new players can be deceived indicates their weakness. They are destined to perish within the dungeon's mechanisms. Since they cannot survive to the end, it is better for them to serve a greater purpose while they still draw breath. Otherwise, the 18th layer becomes an insurmountable cycle of death. Chen Ran regarded her with surprise. That does seem to make sense. If one extends the timeline, a continuous influx of liars will inevitably become deceivers. To transform into a deceiver, one must convert lies into common sense, which implies the proliferation of common sense rules within the 18th layer. If deceivers are not consistently hunted, the shackles on every individual within the 18th layer will multiply, rendering normal life impossible, and even standing and walking will become a luxury. To mitigate this situation, one must pursue the bounties for slaying deceivers. After all, when encountering a deceiver in the dungeon, players may choose to kill or spare them. But with a bounty in place, most players will opt for the kill. To issue bounties, one requires funds. Where do these funds come from? Only through the exploitation of the weak. Truly, this is a cannibalistic realm, he exclaimed. Yet, upon reflection, can there be any good souls among those who descend into the abyss? I have learned much, Chen Ran stated earnestly. In truth, the players here aspire to become deceivers. Once one becomes a deceiver, one is no longer bound by the constraints of common sense, though the path to becoming a deceiver is fraught with peril. Of course, liars can also disregard the common sense rules of the 18th layer, Mei Jishu interjected. Self-cultivation? Chen Ran queried uncertainly. Precisely. This pertains to spiritual cultivation, referred to as the 3 corpses of the spiritual platform in the 18th layer. Upon attaining the state of the true self, one can master their emotions. And upon reaching the self, one can disregard most common sense rules. Most? Mei Jishu pointed toward the stone pillar. The rules inscribed there cannot be ignored. Yet, how exceedingly difficult it is to reach the state of the true self. One must endure immense suffering to elevate their state of mind. How does one acquire the methods for self-cultivation? Chen Ran inquired, his curiosity piqued, focusing solely on this aspect. The Alliance of Liars offers contribution exchanges. As they conversed and walked, they traversed for about half an hour before a grand ancient building of the 18th layer came into view. During this time, Chen Ran learned that participating in dungeons was straightforward. One merely needed to exit through the gateway to receive prompts indicating which star-rated dungeons they could enter, simply following the indicated path. Simultaneously, a player's star rating is determined by their level as a liar. For instance, if Chen Ran is a level 1 liar, he is classified as a 1-star player, eligible to choose between novice dungeons and 1-star difficulty dungeons. Correspondingly, a level 2 liar equates to a 2-star player, with access to both 1-star and 2-star dungeons. This illustrates the downward compatibility mechanism. The maximum level for liars is 18, yet currently, the highest in the abyss is merely level 10. He also inquired about accommodations, and, unsurprisingly, found that there were many rooms within the 18th layer, all controlled by the Alliance of Liars and the Alliance of Deceivers. To secure accommodations, one must pay rent, which amounts to 5 points per month. Had Chen Ran indeed given Mei Jishu 10 points earlier, he would have found himself unable even to afford lodging, and according to the common sense of the 18th layer, one must not sleep on the streets. A myriad of traps. New players who have just arrived in the abyss are like unwitting victims, easily falling prey to deception. Is this the building of the Alliance of Liars? Chen Ran murmured, gazing at the ancient structure. Chapter 34, The Alliance of Liars. Upon entering the ancient building, the first floor revealed a grand hall with a 200-inch screen prominently displaying the names of every deceiver, some accompanied by their liar skills, though most lacked detailed information. However, without exception, all deceivers listed were players of 3 stars or higher. Mei Jishu led Chen Ran to a registration counter where novices must join either the Alliance of Liars or the Alliance of Deceivers to obtain housing rights. The building of the Alliance of Deceivers lies deep within the 18th layer, far from this location. At the counter sat an older woman, and Mei Jishu whispered a few words in her ear. The woman scrutinized Chen Ran from head to toe. I never expected to find another fish that slipped through the net. Your name is Chen Ran, isn't it? Chen Ran nodded, but suddenly, the expression on the aunt's face darkened. She quickly said, Yes, my name is Chen Ran, and I just arrived at the 18th floor today. On the 18th floor, it is commonly believed that a nod may imply concealment. In future encounters, if someone inquires, one should speak when possible, remain silent when not, but refrain from nodding or shaking one's head. Chen Ran understood this well. Next, I wish to inquire about some information. First, have you acquired the skill of Liar Slayer? Yes. The aunt gazed at him in surprise, not expecting this latecomer to possess the Liar Slayer skill. She became considerably more courteous. We generally do not inquire about the Liar Slayer skills of newcomers, but today, with the emergence of a genuine self-level skill, may I ask what your Liar Slayer skill entails? Upon her words, the once lively hall fell into a hushed silence. Although many players continued conversing, they cast their glances toward this exchange. Chen Ran did not rush to respond. Instead, he fulfilled his prior promise to Mei Jishu by delivering the points he owed her. However, he had committed to 5 points but offered 6 instead. Upon receiving the points, a smile blossomed on Mei Jishu's face as she playfully said to the aunt, Sister Lu, this newcomer is quite guarded, you see. As she spoke, she handed the aunt a points card, which she accepted with an air of righteousness, leading the two into a small conference room for further inquiries. The conference room was modest, with its table and benches made of old, worn wood. This room possessed the Liar Slayer's anti-eavesdropping skill. You may speak freely. Yet, Chen Ran remained silent. Observing this, Mei Jishu slapped her forehead. She had previously tested Chen Ran with this tactic and knew his cautious nature would prevent him from speaking. With a resigned tone, she explained, There is another piece of common knowledge on the 18th floor. One may disclose their Liar Slayer skill within the Liar Slayer Alliance's ancient building. Chen Ran pondered her words carefully, confirming there were no loopholes before articulating, My Liar Slayer skill can prohibit others from utilizing Liar Slayer skills. Mei Jishu and Aunt Lu widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost, their breaths quickening as they urgently inquired, Is there a time limit? 1 hour. The two's expressions instantly fell, their momentary exhilaration dissipated. Aunt Lu sighed, Only 1 hour is rather short. While it may prove remarkably effective in certain situations, to maintain it continuously, one must rely on a steady stream of individuals willing to lie. Mei Jishu lamented, Moreover, It must be activated preemptively, otherwise. Should your opponent activate theirs first, your Liar Slayer skill becomes rather useless. However, they could ascertain that Chen Ran's Liar Slayer skill was indeed at the self level. It was the most peculiar among self-level skills. If the activation speed were swift, it would be advantageous. If slow, the skill would merely be ornamental. Nevertheless, they needed to confirm this by having Chen Ran reveal his Liar Slayer. Chen Ran's Liar Slayer was pure white, which caused him some trepidation. Indeed, it is self-level. Only Liar Slayers of self-level or higher exhibit distinct colors. Your pure white Liar Slayer is quite rare. With this confirmation, Mei Jishu's smile grew broader, her excitement palpable as she rubbed her hands together. Sister Lu, this newcomer is someone I brought back, and he has passed the test. He has grasped the survival rules. How many points do you think the Alliance will reward me? The Liar Slayer Alliance and the Deceiver Alliance were in competition, especially this time, as members from both alliances rushed to capture newcomers. Among this batch, over 100 had cleared the novice dungeon, yet Chen Ran had emerged the latest, avoiding the spectacle of both alliances vying for players at the entrance. 10 points. However, Chen Ran missed the registration deadline, so processing his registration might be a bit troublesome. I still need to contact the captain. Mei Jishu, understanding this, handed the 5 points cards Chen Ran had given her to Sister Lu. Sister Lu accepted them with a serious demeanor, which made Chen Ran feel as if he were being sold. You managed to acquire a self-level Liar Slayer skill in the novice dungeon, indicating your intelligence is quite high and your vigilance strong. You have 2 choices. First, as a professional Liar Slayer, the Alliance will assign you 4 teammates, with you serving as the team leader. But the Alliance will take a 10% cut of the total earnings from each dungeon. Second, as an amateur Liar Slayer, you can either go solo or form your own team, but the stipulation is that once you become a 3-star player, you must complete at least 1 task related to hunting deceivers each year. Aunt Lu paused, narrowing her eyes slightly, with a hint of threat in her voice. Of course, you can choose neither option, but the entire 18th floor is controlled by the 2 alliances, and being a solo player leaves you without a foothold. Chen Ran replied. Doesn't that imply that for the 2 alliances, killing someone is quite simple? They need only cease renting a property to that player to easily eliminate them? Mei Jishu furrowed her brow, not due to Chen Ran's question, but because he exuded an air of skepticism about everything. Aunt Lu explained, it is commendable that you, as a newcomer, can think of this. However, since you can conceive it, the players across the entire 18th floor are unlikely to be oblivious. This led to the birth of a piece of knowledge. Unless one lacks sufficient points for rent, the alliances cannot expel or reclaim a player's rented property for any reason. You have 2 days to consider. Chen Ran promptly provided his answer. I choose to be an amateur Liar Slayer. Neither of the 2 was surprised by his response. After all, it was natural for newcomers to be ambitious. Only through trials in the dungeon would they understand the advantages of being a professional Liar Slayer. The 2 professions could be switched at any time for a cost of 20 points. Afterward, Aunt Lu produced a form from somewhere and handed it to Chen Ran. The paper form could be filled out in any manner. After all, the content would not involve deceit, and even if written carelessly, there would be no punishment. However, Chen Ran was not foolish. He had yet to fully comprehend all the knowledge of the 18th floor and dared not write recklessly. The form's content was straightforward, requesting details such as name, age, previous occupation, and Liar Slayer skill. At the end, there was a section for the rental property address. Chen Ran's was Liar Slayer Alley 250, 18. This address. The 2 pretended not to notice the resentful look in Chen Ran's eyes and began chatting idly. Sister Lu, have you found the owner of the genuine self-level Liar Slayer skill? There are a few suspected targets. One is Lin Xian, who was the first to emerge from the novice dungeon, completing it in just 30 minutes and eliminating the other 17 players. Another is called Qiu Yinong, a female graduate student who is even stronger, having cleared all 18 players in the novice dungeon. One player eliminated all others, while the other cleared them all. The former's task was evidently less challenging than the latter's. Considering human nature, to earn points, one must kill other players. She cleared all 18 players and gained no points. How did she survive? That girl is quite interesting. She forced 15 seasoned players within the dungeon to surrender their points, making her the wealthiest among this batch of newcomers. As Chen Ran filled out the form, he furrowed his brow, the name Qiu Yinong sounding vaguely familiar. Chapter 35. The answer lies within the rules. Upon completing the form, Aunt Lu noted that Chen Ran had not fallen victim to the knowledge backlash of the 18th floor, indicating he had not pinned any falsehoods on the form. She then glanced at the document. Name, Chen Ran. Age, 26 years. Place of origin, Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Previous occupation, online literature author. Liar Slayer skill name. Currently referred to as Eternal Kingdom. Liar Slayer skill effect. The current effect of the skill is to prohibit others from using Liar Slayer skills, with a duration of only 1 hour. Lu Tsuhua observed that Chen Ran had employed the term currently in his skill description, silently acknowledging that he was indeed a cautious individual. After meticulously reviewing the document, she confirmed that aside from currently, there were no further clues, and she carefully rolled up the form. Drawing from her extensive experience with the Alliance of Liars, she surmised that the skill known as the Eternal Realm would inevitably prove useful in the future. If there were vacancies above, she could certainly submit Chen Ran's profile. During the internal conflicts of the dungeon, as long as Chen Ran could fire the first shot, the ensuing hour would be a mere exchange of deceptive skills. In the pursuit of hunting down the formidable deceivers, Chen Ran might very well be a trump card. With this thought, Lu Tsuehua's expression softened, and she retrieved a small booklet from her pocket. You newcomers have it tough. This booklet contains essential knowledge about the 18th layer. Be sure to study it thoroughly and commit its contents to memory. Thank you, Chen Ran replied. Subsequently, Mei Jishu escorted Chen Ran to the housing registration window, where he paid 5 points to receive the key to room 18, lane 250, of the Alliance of Liars. Standing in the center of the hall, he glanced at the information on the screen regarding the deceivers. Every member of the Alliance of Liars was required to fill out a form. Thus, the more comprehensive the information on the screen, the more likely the player was someone who had transitioned from a liar to a deceiver. Such players were quite formidable, as they possessed the ability to transform lies into truths, rendering each one a force to be reckoned with. Conversely, those with incomplete information on the screen indicated that they had not left their records with the Alliance of Liars, having joined the Deceiver Alliance from the outset. Their inability to turn lies into truths suggested a deficiency in their skills, rendering them comparatively weaker. Henceforth, when accepting bounty tasks, one should strive to select these players with incomplete information. Let us proceed, Mei Jishu urged. Is there a rule in the 18th layer forbidding prolonged stays in the Alliance of Liars, or reading books or knowledge within? Mei Jishu responded, fully aware of Chen Ran's intent to peruse the booklet containing the knowledge of the 18th layer within the Alliance of Liars. There is none. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran returned to the previous conference room, surveying his surroundings. Not spotting any prohibitive signs against smoking, he proceeded to light a cigarette and leisurely flipped through the contents of the booklet. Are you comfortable? Chen Ran inquired, glancing at Mei Jishu, who stood at the doorway. Her brow furrowed in frustration. She had never encountered such a timid newcomer, yet bound by her earlier promise to introduce the 18th layer. She felt compelled to wait for Chen Ran to finish reading before escorting him to lane 250 of the Alliance of Liars. Noting her reluctance to leave, Chen Ran chose to ignore her and continued his reading. Before long, he discerned that the so-called knowledge of the 18th layer primarily encompassed the common needs and understandings of the players. For instance, the skill of a liar was foundational to a player's survival. Hence, one of the rules stated, one must not casually disclose their liar skills. However, the Alliance of Liars feared that members who transitioned into deceivers would lose track of one another's information. Consequently, a new rule emerged. When within the ancient building of the Alliance of Liars, players could reveal their liar skills. The conclusion drawn was that as long as the players' common needs and understandings were met, they would become established knowledge. Dead prisoners were players devoid of hope, posing no threat to ordinary players. However, they faced numerous restrictions. Ordinary players could merely nudge them, causing the dead prisoners to fall and inadvertently break the rules inscribed on the stone pillars, resulting in their spontaneous combustion. Nevertheless, dead prisoners possessed the ability to create tangible items. To ensure the 18th layer was sufficiently supplied, it was established in the common knowledge that ordinary players could not easily kill dead prisoners, whether directly or indirectly. Each piece of knowledge adhered to logical reasoning, which was the most terrifying aspect. The inherent flaws within human nature led him to view dead prisoners as mere wage earners, devoid of threat to ordinary players. Any leader of the two alliances with a modicum of sense would recognize that controlling dead prisoners equated to controlling the resources of the 18th layer, rendering them the sovereign rulers within it. Yet, they had failed to do so. I can guarantee that the booklet contains a rule related to anti-monopoly, he mused. Sure enough, Chen Ran soon encountered the anti-monopoly rule. All players within the 18th layer must not, by any means, coerce dead prisoners into utilizing their liar skills or restrict their freedom. These rules were indeed grounded in logic. However, this was merely hindsight. Had the original players considered the immense benefits of controlling dead prisoners, they would never have allowed a rule to emerge that protected them. There must be a deceiver's influence at play, transforming lies into reality and establishing a rule that safeguards the dead prisoners. Thus, were the deceivers in fact maintaining peace? Were the liars the true villains? No. The liars lied, turning falsehoods into truths, ultimately devolving into deceivers. Wait a moment. Those who arrive in hell are not virtuous individuals. However, engaging in virtuous acts within hell could lead one to become a deceiver. The troubling aspect is that as the number of deceivers increases, so do the constraints placed upon liars, compelling liars to eliminate deceivers. I am not contemplating the distinction between good and evil. I am indifferent to who is virtuous or villainous. Instead, I sense that there appears to be a concealed secret, the secret to escaping hell. Wrongdoing leads to hell. Virtuous deeds result in becoming a deceiver. As deceivers proliferate, it becomes a transgression, but this transgression is relative to the liars. As he reached this line of reasoning, Chen Ran felt as though an invisible barrier lay before him, one that he could not penetrate. It seemed he was missing a crucial clue. If he could uncover this clue, perhaps he could deduce a method for escaping hell. No wonder the masked figure had stated that the means of escape from hell were concealed within the rules. Continuing to read, with his newfound understanding of logical reasoning, he discovered that the subsequent pieces of knowledge were straightforward and easily remembered, lacking any revolutionary concepts. Chen Ran quickly flipped to the final page. The third-to-last rule stated, "It is forbidden to alter the content of this book. Tearing out any page is prohibited." This was easily comprehensible, as it prevented others from using a counterfeit book to deceive newcomers to the 18th layer. The second-to-last rule declared, "Lying is prohibited in the 18th layer. But deception is not. One should never fully trust another's words." Chapter 36, The Embroidered Shoes. One must not lie yet must deceive. The scenarios deceive, half-truths deceive. This rule served to inform newcomers of the methods of deception within the 18th layer. Chen Ran then gazed at the final entry on the last page, only to find it blank. A blank page? For me to fill in? No. According to the third-to-last rule, altering the content was forbidden. If someone else were to fill it in, only to violate the rules and perish. And if this book fell into my hands, would it imply? Let me clarify. The contents of the book represent common knowledge. The last item on the list is blank. Yet it is a matter of common sense that someone must fill in the content. However, this necessitates finding a scapegoat to assist in completing the aforementioned content, all while adhering to the existing principles of reason. It seems that from now on, one must tread carefully in the 18th layer, as any lapse in attention could lead to transgressions against the last item of common sense completed by others. Chen Ran closed the booklet and silently recited the common sense listed within, ensuring its accuracy before extinguishing his cigarette and rising to his feet. Let us proceed. He took the lead without waiting for Mei Jishu to respond, pushing open the door and striding out of the Alliance Hall with a newfound confidence. A stark contrast to his previous cautious demeanor. Mei Jishu hurried to catch up. Now that you are familiar with the common sense, what are your plans moving forward? Noticing Chen Ran's silence, she continued, "Typically, newcomers spend several days in the 18th layer before diving into dungeons, using that time to recruit teammates. If you require assistance in forming a team, I can introduce a few people to you, though there will be a fee." "No, thank you." Chen Ran pondered for a moment. "I have no intention of forming a team. Rather than lingering in the 18th layer, I would prefer to tackle a dungeon tomorrow." He was aware that the nuanced details he had inscribed on the form would not be discernible to Lu Dama and Mei Jishu. But it was only a matter of time before the higher-ups would notice the discrepancies. The skills he had exposed would prove decisive in specific contexts. Lu Dama would certainly report this, and he would inevitably be conscripted by the higher-ups. Thus, Chen Ran planned to seek refuge in the dungeons, to learn more about the rules and grow amidst the internal strife among players. He had no desire to be conscripted into high-tier dungeons as cannon fodder by the Alliance of Liars. Mei Jishu fell silent, sensing that the Chen Ran before her was inscrutable. Chen Ran, too, had no intention of breaking the silence. In the past, while writing novels, he would typically assign a goal to the protagonist to build anticipation. Now, having found himself in a hellish realm, he contemplated whether he should set a goal for himself as well. From his observations, there appeared to be no overseers, judges, or yama in this hell. This implied that the realm operated on a self-regulating system. As long as the core rules remained intact, the hell would function normally, prompting the evil spirits to engage in internecine conflict. In the dungeons, players could earn points by killing. The more they killed, the more points they accrued, which was vital for survival in the 18th layer. The slain would transform into dungeons, perpetuating a cycle of life and death. Within the 18th layer, the liars would kill one another, transforming into tricksters. The greater the number of tricksters, the more shackles imposed upon the players of the 18th layer. Hence, The liars must eliminate the tricksters, creating a cycle where knowledge is continuously generated and simultaneously destroyed, a ceaseless cycle of life and reincarnation. Having comprehended these rules, Chen Ran realized that if he did not wish to remain in hell indefinitely, he must establish short-term, long-term, and ultimate goals. In my previous life, I held nothing I could not relinquish. Now, all I desire is to survive. The sensation of being unable to grasp fate when struck by a car is something I never wish to experience again. I must escape from hell. Remaining here will only bind me with various rules, a fate I do not desire. Whether escaping leads me to the true underworld, reincarnation, or the cleansing of my sins to become a ghostly immortal, I do not care. What matters is the present. I have little fondness for this hell, and I must flee. Resolved, Chen Ran began to plot his future. His first step was to amass strength and acquire the methods of cultivating one's mind within the alliance of liars. Next, he aimed to dismantle the existing cyclical mechanisms of hell to probe the true nature of hell, the dungeons, and the 18th layer. Lastly, he would devise an escape plan. As he walked and contemplated, the two arrived at Alley 250 of the liars, standing at the base of the 18th floor. Mei Jishu glanced at the pensive Chen Ran and remarked, "The commercial district lies to the northeast, at the junction of liars and tricksters. If you need anything, you can purchase it there, though expenses may be substantial. With your points, you might find them insufficient. Also, some special items could be necessary in the dungeons, all of which can be found in the commercial district, so it would be wise to prepare. A word of caution, the commercial district is rife with all sorts, so it's best not to linger too long. Your liars are at the self level. If you wish, you can join my squad at any time." With that, she turned to leave. Chen Ran's pupils constricted. Mei Jishu had mentioned that self-level skills could secure a team captain's position. Her earlier reference to her squad implied that her liar skill was likely also at the self-level. Truly, she was adept at concealing her true self. Chen Ran shook his head, bemused by the deceptive nature of this hell. He ascended the stairs to his room, number 18 on the 18th floor. The building lacked an elevator and appeared quite dilapidated. After a lengthy climb, he finally reached the 9th floor. Suddenly, he spotted a pair of embroidered shoes and a large red lantern. The presence of red embroidered shoes and a staircase strewn with paper money made Chen Ran's heart race, leading him to wonder if there were truly spirits in this hell. Cautiously, he approached, feeling the air grow increasingly frigid. Abruptly, he sensed someone watching him from the stairwell. When he looked up, a fleeting figure dashed past, a figure cloaked in red, with disheveled hair. Yet, he could not discern what it was. Swallowing hard, he continued his ascent. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the sound of a woman weeping, which grew louder. "Yeah." Chen Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Paralyzed in place. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. This startled him to the core, leaving him rigid as he slowly turned his head to find a striking woman standing behind him, beaming at him with a radiant smile. The woman gently tossed her hair, reminiscent of memories long past, extending her hand with a smile like blooming flowers. "Chen Ran, it's been ages. Why do you still look so dazed? Just like in college? Oh dear, you haven't forgotten me, have you?" Upon seeing his silence, she playfully chided. As Chen Ran finally recognized her features, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the woman transformed into a burly man. "You are Chiu Nong." Realizing something was amiss, Chen Ran attempted to salvage the situation, but it was too late. The burly man's liar's skill was pressed against his forehead, eyes glimmering with amusement. "Newbie, didn't anyone tell you that in the 18th layer, you cannot trust anyone or anything you see?" With that, the burly man produced a piece of paper from his waistband and tossed it before Chen Ran, assuming a demeanor of superiority as if bestowing a favor upon a servant. "Sign this, and you will serve me, and I might consider sparing your life." Chen Ran's face turned ashen as he picked up the paper, swiftly scanning its contents. The constraints imposed above are exceedingly severe. Not only must one become a condemned prisoner of the Han dynasty, but after each instance, all accrued points must be surrendered. One cannot walk upright, much less dine seated, and leaving one's quarters necessitates the wearing of iron chains, among other restrictions. Chen Ran understood that this was precisely the master-servant knowledge inscribed in the booklet. Once signed, any transgression against its stipulations would lead to self-ignition. This was a common tactic employed by veteran players to control novices, and Chen Ran was taken aback by how swiftly he encountered it. "Impossible, kid. As long as you are alive, myriad possibilities await you. Once dead, all is lost. I shall grant you another chance. Will you sign?" The burly man squinted, malevolence evident in his gaze. "I have a question." Chen Ran appeared to be relenting. "Just now, that was your lie slayer skill, was it not?" As far as I know, the prerequisite for utilizing the Lie Slayer skill is sacrificing an assured judgment opportunity. If you are not an enigmatist, how could we have met? And from where did you acquire the chance to forego a guaranteed judgment? The burly man twirled his pistol, adopting an instructive demeanor. In the 18th layer, as long as the liar remains alive, the judgment opportunity is preserved until the liar's demise. Thus, a lucrative industry has emerged in the black market, where newly enslaved novices utter falsehoods before buyers, while the slave master ensures that these novices do not perish in a short time, thereby preserving the judgment opportunity. As the burly man spoke, he scrutinized Chen Ran, this novice, as though appraising a commodity. Ah, I see. Chen Ran continued to inquire. Earlier, you assumed the guise of Chiao Enong to converse, yet there was an inconsistency in your words. Does this not imply that you two were lying? Ha! The burly man was amused by Chen Ran's words. No wonder this lad displayed such a defiant demeanor. There was indeed hope. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly recalled the common knowledge of the 18th layer. One must not casually disclose their Lie Slayer skill. He quickly realized that this novice had deliberately set a trap for him, and his expression darkened. In 30 seconds, if you do not sign, I shall pass judgment upon you. I will not sign. Very well, then perish. With that, the burly man uttered the command for the Lie Slayer. You have lied. He then pulled the trigger, yet the anticipated spark of a bullet being discharged did not manifest. The bullet has jammed. The burly man was filled with dread and confusion. He was certain he had reverted to his true form before the novice uttered, You are Chiao Enong. How could the novice possibly be without deceit? Chen Ran lit a cigarette and remarked nonchalantly, Do you not consider the possibility that my statement was directed at the person behind you? Upon hearing this, the burly man abruptly turned to find a striking woman, her gaze cold, standing behind him unbeknownst to him. You are Chiao Enong. Without responding, Chiao Enong raised her arm, uttering the command, and shot him dead. As his body fell, a points card materialized atop his corpse. Chiao Enong, with an expressionless visage, picked up the points card, stepped over the burly man's lifeless body, and walked past Chen Ran toward the upper floor. As she reached the midpoint, she halted. The Lie Slayer League is the largest information trafficker. The form you filled out immediately appeared in the information trading market. Therefore, why did you choose to fill that form? Chen Ran was not taken aback. Glancing at the embroidered shoes and red lanterns in the corridor, he frowned and replied, This is not a place for conversation. Once inside his empty rental unit, the two sat on the floor. How did you die? Chiao Enong's face bore a grave expression. To be honest, I am uncertain how I met my end. I merely took a nap and awoke in a secret chamber. Most likely, I was murdered in my sleep. And you? Chen Ran replied peculiarly. I was struck by a truck. It seems we must have offended someone in life, but it is of no consequence now. Chiao Enong had been the owner of a gaming company. A month prior, she had sought assistance from her former university classmate, the web novelist Chen Ran. She wished to create a virtual game that could overlay the real world, requiring Chen Ran, the web author, to provide ideas and develop the game's narrative background. It was highly probable that they had encroached upon someone's territory, leading to their inexplicable demise. Unexpectedly, their reunion transpired in hell, evoking a sense of melancholy. What are your plans? She inquired. My Lie Slayer skill may possess some uniqueness, and I anticipate considerable trouble ahead. I intend to delve into instances to lie low for a spell. I estimate I will be fervently engaging in instances for the next year and a half. Chiao Enong scrutinized Chen Ran deeply and withdrew her own Lie Slayer, a gun entirely black, its hue reminiscent of iridescent crow feathers. My Lie Slayer skill may also be somewhat unique. Previously, at the Alliance's ancient building, they sought to bind me to the Lie Slayer League for 2 years in exchange for 1,000 points. After much contemplation, I ultimately declined, foreseeing potential complications ahead. 1,000 points? Does this imply that the Lie Slayer League has likely classified Chiao Enong's skill as the legendary True Self skill? What is her skill? As she brought the conversation to that juncture, Chen Ran too ceased to be coy. Shall we form a team? Very well, Chiao Enong nodded. Sometimes, circumstances unfold in such a manner that plans are rendered futile. Just a moment ago, Chen Ran had contemplated soloing instances, and in the next, he found himself forming a team, a testament to the unpredictability of life. However, both were tacitly aware not to disclose the level of their respective Lie Slayer skills. Chen Ran believed he was not a malevolent person in life. Rather, an unfortunate accident had led to the demise of thousands of potential lives, propelling him to hell. Similarly, Chiao Enong considered herself no villain. In the realm of capital, who does not exploit? Hell harbors no virtuous souls, even among longtime classmates. A degree of caution is prudent. One must remain guarded. Who shall take the lead? Chen Ran inquired. Chapter 38. Preparations before the instance in truth. Their relationship in life was not particularly close. They were merely acquaintances who could engage in conversation. Both aspired to the position of team leader, and in such circumstances, there was no need for pretense of superiority. They exchanged glances. Ultimately, Xiao Yinong conceded. Very well, you ultimately perished due to my entanglement. The role of captain shall be yours. Agreed. As captain, I shall not interfere with your personal life, but within the instance, I expect you to refrain from irrational behavior, such as inexplicably harboring hostility towards someone or uttering thoughtless remarks. Otherwise, I may very well abandon you during the instance, Chen Ran stated without reservation. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Both understood that individuals of that ilk were akin to ticking time bombs within instances. The novice tutorial had already informed players to regulate emotions, question common sense, and restrain feelings during internal conflicts within instances. If one could not even achieve this, they would have no qualms about abandoning one another. Now, let us discuss the instance. According to my understanding, the novice instance tests players' reasoning abilities, but beginning with one-star instances. Knowledge becomes exceptionally vital, encompassing various fields: astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, literature, mathematics, philosophy, Buddhism, history, cinema, and so forth. Each clue may correspond to knowledge from a specific domain. To survive in the dungeon, one must not only possess extensive knowledge but also a profound understanding of it. Thus, the value of books in this hellish realm has surged dramatically. I gathered from the Liars' Alliance that certain items can be extracted from the dungeon, such as books, furniture, special artifacts, food, and materials. As Chen Ran listened to Xiao Yinong's narrative, he felt a pang of regret for having deliberately lingered in the dungeon, as it seemed he had missed numerous opportunities. Books are not inexpensive in this infernal domain. Given our current points, it is likely we can acquire only a few volumes. Such matters cannot be rushed. They require a patient approach. Within the dungeon, the paramount skill remains that of the liar. Many players possess the ID skill. Some can conjure illusions, while others can fabricate phantoms or mimic the voices of others, leaving one vulnerable to deception. To avoid falling prey to such tricks, we must establish a means of confirming each other's signals. Chen Ran absorbed her words, yet he found this suggestion unnecessary. There is no need for it. Should we encounter illusion-inducing liar skills, the illusions would affect the mind, allowing phantoms to effortlessly relay the signal, which could, in turn, become a blade that shatters our psychological defenses. Chen Ran recalled the burly man he encountered on the staircase. His skill was likely of the illusionary variety. Consequently, what Chen Ran perceived was Xiao Yinong greeting him and mentioning matters related to university. The illusion itself was conjured by Chen Ran's mind. The liar's skill merely induced his brain to generate the illusion. Since the mind knows the signal, the illusory figures would naturally be aware of it as well. Exchanging signals would signify a trap. Xiao Yinong grasped this point as well and concurred with Chen Ran's viewpoint. Indeed, it seems we must prepare some potions in advance. The ID skill ranks as the least effective because it does not thoroughly influence emotions. Additionally, among the death row inmates on the 18th level, many possess liar skills capable of creating sedatives. Thus, the two continued to reason and compile a list of essentials for their dungeon expedition. First and foremost, potions to ensure emotional stability. Secondly, provisions, as no one can guarantee how long they will remain in the dungeon. Preparing food is essential. Following that, a backpack for scavenging items within the dungeon. They also considered emergency supplies, such as an inflatable life raft, a portable oxygen tank, a medical kit, and insect repellent. Naturally, Chen Ran indulged in smoking while pondering, whereas Xiao Yinong chewed gum during her contemplations. Both items were indispensable. Do you think we should wear masks? Xiao Yinong inquired. Unnecessary. Masks are too conspicuous. We should strive to remain inconspicuous in the dungeon. By the way, what do you know about the Liars' Alliance and the Deceivers' Alliance? Chen Ran, having exited the dungeon late, missed the opportunity when the two alliances were recruiting players. He surmised that players from both alliances would likely bring these newcomers to their headquarters and share more useful information. Regarding the Deceivers' Alliance, he was not well informed. But the Liars' Alliance was rather intricate. The professional liars likely number around 100,000, with many more amateur liars in their ranks. The Liars' Alliance Ancient Tower has a strict hierarchy. For instance, one-star players are prohibited from ascending to the second floor, and two-star players cannot access the third floor. The higher the floor, the fewer the number of players. Only one resides on the 10th floor, the leader of the Liars' Alliance. Rumored to have lived on the 18th level for several centuries. Each floor is overseen by a captain who manages the operations therein, rarely assigning tasks to professional liars. Their primary focus is gathering intelligence on the deceivers. Moreover, within the alliance, there exists a liar skill capable of creating tracking symbols. Once a player is marked with a tracking symbol, both the user and the marked individual will be matched into the same dungeon. Xiao Yinong pondered for a moment before reiterating the dungeon team matching mechanism. The dungeons in Hell are diverse and endless, randomly matching players of similar levels. With exceptions for downward compatibility, a team can consist of up to 5 members, and players within the same team will be matched to the same dungeon. If there is a significant disparity in star ratings among the 5 members, the downward compatibility principle applies. Wait, are you saying that if there is an 8-star player and a 1-star player in the team, they will be matched to a 1-star dungeon? Chen Ran could hardly believe his ears. Not quite accurate. If the star rating difference exceeds 3, the highest rated member will automatically leave the team and be randomly matched to a dungeon until the lowest rated player raises their level. At this point, Xiao Yinong cast a peculiar glance at Chen Ran. This is common knowledge among professional liars. Chen Ran replied, I knew there was a distinction between the knowledge acquired by amateur and professional liars. No, it should be. There are subtle differences in the knowledge between professional and amateur liars. Xiao Yinong's extensive understanding suggested that the Liars Alliance regarded her with considerable importance. As for amateur liar teams, it is highly improbable for a high-star player to team up with a low-star player. This should be included in your acquired knowledge. Continuing with the Liars Alliance, each floor is home to dozens of hunting squads, comprising the elite of the elite, whose liar skills can complement one another. These hunting squads primarily undertake the task of eliminating deceivers while also hunting potential threats. If the Deceivers Alliance possesses similar hunting squads, she cast a deep glance at Chen Ran. Realizing that the exposure of liar skills could very well result in pursuit by the hunting squads within the Deceivers Alliance. Chapter 39. I wager they wouldn't dare to gamble with me. She knows my skill. Chen Ran thought. I never expected the Liars Alliance to disseminate information so swiftly. Noticing Chen Ran's unchanging expression, Xiao Yinong realized her concerns were unwarranted. Perhaps in this matter, he was the one stirring the pot. It seems that Chen Ran's liar skill is more complex than what is indicated on the form. Their relationship was delicate, both teammates and wary of one another, ostensibly sifting through information about the 18th level while subtly probing each other. I know all I can share. Now let us discuss the hierarchy of rules on the 18th level. The prohibition against lying holds the highest priority, followed by the rules inscribed on the stone pillars, then the common knowledge of the 18th level, and finally, any contracts signed between players. Should a player violate rules from 2 different tiers, the highest priority rule will be assessed first. For instance, the prohibition against lying is the supreme rule on the 18th level and is also inscribed on the stone pillars. Once a player lies, they will first be judged by a liar. However, we know that every player has a liar, which means it will never reach the stone pillar for judgment. Chen Ran nodded. This aligned with his deductions. As long as the 18th level of Hell is not deserted, liars cannot perish by spontaneous combustion. By the way, there is a crucial piece of common knowledge on the 18th level. Xiao Yinong seemed to recall suddenly, stating, that is, during the judgment on the 18th level, the deceased will drop their points. Chen Ran refrained from exposing her intentions. He had already noted this detail during their encounter on the staircase. Xiao Yinong likely withheld this piece of common knowledge as a form of testing. Since Chen Ran had not set a trap for her, their alliance as teammates appeared temporarily trustworthy. They promptly compiled a checklist, each responsible for half of the necessary supplies to prepare for their expedition into the dungeon the following day. They agreed to meet at the entrance at 8 o'clock in the morning. After Xiao Yinong departed, Chen Ran surveyed the empty room, reclined for a while, and eventually rose after approximately 2 hours of rest, making his way downstairs. In the 18th layer, players need not venture into the commercial district to procure items themselves, unless they remain uncertain about their purchases. Before the dilapidated building, a sign is displayed. Its front bears the character, which Chen Ran flips to reveal the back inscribed with Bong. Shortly thereafter, a death row inmate materializes. A grotesque smile plastered across his face as he shuffles towards Chen Ran with the sluggishness of a zombie. Upon reaching him, Chen Ran hands over his list. How many points will these items require? The inmate, akin to livestock, is naturally tasked with such errands. However, mindful of his previous overpayment for pancakes, Chen Ran emphasizes, please calculate at the standard price. The inmate is heavily shackled, bound by a multitude of rules that render the majority of standard player conduct impermissible for them. This particular inmate, while wearing a false grin, lacks the numbness characteristic of others of his kind. suggesting he has only recently been condemned. Upon hearing Chen Ran's request, a flicker of melancholy flashes in his eyes as he produces a wooden token marked with the number 5. Chen Ran pays him 5 points and instructs, "Deliver the items on this list to me before nightfall." The commercial district is rife with dangers, and as a novice, he dares not tread there unaccompanied. The inmate departs with the list, maintaining his feigned smile and zombie-like demeanor. Whether he profits from this errand is of no concern to Chen Ran. The following morning, the sky over the 18th layer remains shrouded in low visibility. Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong, both burdened with backpacks, appear at the entrance hub where over 10,000 players gather, all preparing to engage in dungeon runs. As one-star players, they face 2 choices: either refresh the novice dungeon or tackle the 1-star dungeon. However, to maintain compatibility, registration must occur a day in advance. This process is straightforward. Simply step outside the entrance hub and exit, which counts as registration. Yet securing a spot remains uncertain. Without prior registration, Chen Ran and his companion can only attempt the 1-star dungeon, where they are likely to encounter 2-star players. "Boss, those 2 seem to be fresh recruits who just arrived yesterday," someone whispers. The youth addressed as boss follows the direction indicated by his teammate and spots a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, both sporting hiking backpacks. The man, slender and handsome, smokes a cigarette, while the woman, chewing gum, is stylishly dressed yet wears a cold expression. He quickly diverts his gaze. Information about the new arrivals from the previous day has circulated among the 2-star players. The smoker is known as Chen Ran, possessing a rather sinister skill called Liar's Blade, which prohibits others from using their own Liar's Blade skill for an hour. If he were a trickster, this skill would be formidable. Fortunately, he is merely a liar. Nonetheless, he should not be underestimated, as no one dares to gamble against him in a duel of speed. To have acquired the self-leveling Liar's Blade skill in the novice dungeon indicates he is far from foolish. "I suspect he is leveraging the Liar's Alliance to openly declare his skill," someone muses. Consequently, any player aware of his skill would hesitate to wager against him. Players below 4 stars typically rely on the Liar's skill to deceive. Should that skill be restricted, they risk downfall. Upon confirming Chen Ran's identity, the boss resolves to steer clear of matching with him during the dungeon queue, attempting to avoid the same dungeon. He then glances at the woman beside Chen Ran. Unlike Chen Ran, Xiao Yinong's information is meticulously guarded by the Liar's Alliance. Even if someone knows her name, her appearance remains a mystery. Thus, the boss is entirely unaware of her identity. Nevertheless, he advises his teammates to allow these 2 to enter the dungeon first before proceeding to match for their own party. The matching period for each dungeon lasts 1 hour. Missing it means waiting for the next opportunity. Each dungeon requires a full complement of 20 players before matching ceases, and those 20 are immediately transported to the same dungeon. Thus, a considerable number of 2-star players registering for the 1-star dungeon also take note of the duo. Xiao Yinong, acutely aware of the wary glances directed at them, turns to Chen Ran and states, "Is this the reason you filled out the form? The barefoot fear not the shod. I dare say they likely won't gamble against me." Just as her words hang in the air, a towering bronze skeletal door materializes before them, adorned with prominent claw marks. As if something exceedingly horrific within the 18th layer yearns to break free, the door creaks open, revealing an indistinct white light. Without hesitation, Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong step through. They find themselves enveloped in a vast expanse of whiteness, confronting 2 doors. To the left, the novice dungeon. To the right, the 1-star dungeon. Upon opening the door to the 1-star dungeon, they are immediately overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. Time passes unmeasured, and a powerful suction emanates from the 1-star dungeon, drawing them inside. Chapter 40, Collective Amnesia. They awaken in a secret chamber. A spacious study large enough for 20 individuals to lie scattered upon the floor without feeling cramped. Gradually, the 20 players regain consciousness. Silence prevails as they survey their surroundings. Many eyes drawn to an inscription above the desk on the wall. It resembles Chinese characters, yet is distinctly peculiar, reminiscent of characters from a bygone era. Expressions vary among the crowd, yet none dare to voice their interpretations. Instead, they continue to search for clues. The study contains 3 bookshelves, each housing tomes numbered from 19,301 to 19999. Among the nearly 700 books, the majority are literary works. On the desk lies a simple hourglass, oddly filled not with sand, but with 20 glass beads, each bearing a unique number from 1 to 20. Curiously, 10 beads remain suspended at the top of the hourglass, their descent seemingly hindered by the larger neck. Beside the hourglass, a stack of papers, approximately a dozen or so, rests atop the desk. The topmost page bears the inscription. Written with a brush. The earth possesses 4 forces. The chi flows from 8 directions. Aside from these items, nothing else is present. The group frowns, some paling with realization. They understand that the secrets of this chamber hinge upon their knowledge and deciphering abilities. After assessing their environment, they begin to scrutinize one another. Among the 20 individuals in the chamber, 3 are from 5-player teams, 1 is from a 2-player team, and 3 are solo players. The gaze of the group falls upon the solo players, who have evidently braved dungeons alone, indicating their confidence in their decoding skills. Among them are 2 women and 1 young man, an elderly lady, a middle-aged woman, and a youth. Exchanging knowing glances, the elderly lady, Jean Huazhang, is recognized as the one with decoding prowess. She frequently glances at the wall's inscription, seemingly striving to recall something. Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong share a silent understanding and discreetly retreat to the back of the gathering. "Oh, I remember now. These are all Chinese characters," exclaims the elderly lady, Jean Huazhang, her voice breaking the silence. "Ma'am, are you quite certain? Why do I feel like all of this is in Japanese?" The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, a seasoned guide, coaxing the elderly lady to articulate the content above. A reminiscent expression washed over Zhang Jinhua's face. "In my youth, when the illiteracy rate among the populace was exceedingly high, the government implemented the second simplified characters to promote literacy. This initiative aimed to reduce the strokes of certain characters based on the simplified characters for easier recognition. These are indeed second simplified characters." However, her face clouded with confusion as she scrutinized the characters, which increasingly seemed to deviate from the second simplified format. She pointed to one character, stating, "This character is I in simplified form." Then she gestured towards another, and this character represents Ejin's simplified form. The remaining characters appeared to be either erroneous or unfamiliar to her. This left the group in a quandary. The elderly lady, having grown up under the regime of the second simplified characters, realized that most present had never even heard of them, indicating that second simplified characters had long been abolished. Among the players, she was the oldest, apart from her. It seemed unlikely anyone else could recognize these characters. The middle-aged man, undeterred, turned to the others inquiring, "Does anyone understand second simplified characters?" The response was a collective lowering of heads, reminiscent of students fearing to be called upon by a teacher. At that moment, a middle-aged woman from the crowd remarked peculiarly, "Why are you all so fixated on recognizing second simplified characters?" Her question left the group momentarily speechless. The woman, disinterested in further explanation, approached a nearby bookshelf and tapped on its panel. A light of realization dawned on the middle-aged man. Indeed, the numbering on the bookshelf ranges from 19,301 to 19999, which is evidently a chronological numbering. 19301, January 1930. 19999, September 1999. This implies that each book corresponds to a specific month in a given year. If we can determine when the second simplified characters were implemented, we might uncover the meanings of each character documented in those books. "Madam, do you recall when the second simplified characters were introduced?" "It's been too long for me to remember clearly, but that year my drama association resumed work." The group collectively pondered, who would be concerned with a drama association? The path to deducing the year and month was thus obstructed. They could only direct their attention to the bookshelf, examining each volume in hopes of a discovery. However, they remained oblivious to any potential traps in the room, and any misstep could lead to perilous consequences. Yet, no one pointed this out. They all pretended to search for books, their hands never actually touching the volumes above. Suddenly, the sound of a marble hitting the ground startled everyone, including Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong, who instinctively crouched down. Only the young lad stood frozen, clutching a book, trembling with fear. "There really is a fool who fell for it," was the unspoken thought shared among the group. After a prolonged silence, observing that nothing else transpired, they cautiously stood up. Ignoring the boy who triggered the trap, they hurried to the desk. There, they discovered an hourglass. The upper section was missing a glass bead, while the lower section contained an additional unnumbered bead. Many began to ponder. The young lad took a book from the shelf, causing a bead to fall from the upper section of the hourglass to the lower section, and the bead that fell loses its number. Does this mean the young lad has been eliminated? Contemplating this, someone glanced at the book in his hand, which turned out to be Journey to the West, completely unrelated to the second simplified characters. He picked the wrong book. They concluded he had indeed fallen into a trap, marking him as a primary point of concern. Chen Ran noticed that the bead numbers on both ends of the hourglass were sequential. The upper section, numbered 1 through 9. The lower section, numbered 11 through 20. This indicated that the bead that had just fallen was number 10, which had now been erased. What do these numbers correspond to? He turned his gaze to the papers on the desk. There appeared to be around 20 sheets, suggesting the presence of 20 players. If the fallen bead symbolized a punishment, what could that punishment entail? The second simplified characters, the year and month, the numbers on the hourglass, all seemed to relate to numerical clues. To be cautious, Chen Ran discreetly retrieved a marker from his backpack and inscribed 10 on his palm. After a considerable time had passed without any punishment befalling the young lad or him being killed by a trap, curiosity enveloped them. Yet they dared not recklessly handle the books on the shelf, leading to a dead end with the hourglass clue. In the study, 3 clues remained. First, the second simplified characters. Second, the hourglass. Third, the Xian paper on the desk. With the first 2 clues exhausted, they turned their attention to the third, the Xian paper. Their gaze lingered on the 8 large characters inscribed. The earth has 4 forces, the air comes from 8 directions. As they focused intently, the young lad stealthily returned the book to its original position. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over the group, but it was fleeting. However, in the next moment, all eyes widened in shock, fixating on the hourglass on the desk. The middle-aged man frowned. Strange, weren't there 10 glass beads in the upper section? How did it become 9? Chapter 41. In a cycle of constantly losing memory. The bead numbers in the upper section of the hourglass, 1, 5, 6, 11, were in disarray, lacking any semblance of order. Meanwhile, the 11 beads in the lower section each bore their own respective numbers. Does anyone remember the numbers of the 10 beads in the upper section of the hourglass? The middle-aged woman quickly realized that by focusing on the numbers, they could ascertain which bead had fallen. Everyone strained to recall, yet the numbers eluded them. Seeing that no one answered, the middle-aged woman and the other players ceased to dwell on the matter. After surveying their surroundings, they began to scrutinize one another. 3 teams of 5, 1 team of 2, and 3 individuals. Among the individuals, Zhang Jinhua appeared to be lost in thought as she gazed at the characters on the wall. Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong exchanged a glance and quietly retreated behind the others. These are second simplified characters, though they have long been abolished. I'm not well acquainted with them, Zhang Jinhua remarked, furrowing her brow. Whether you're familiar or not is irrelevant. Do you know when the second simplified characters were implemented? The middle-aged woman pointed to the numbering on the bookshelf. A collective realization dawned upon them. The numbers on the bookshelf seemed to follow a chronological order, suggesting that if they could ascertain the implementation year of the second simplified characters, they might find the corresponding book. It's been too long for me to recall, but I remember that year, my drama association resumed work. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Who would be concerned with the drama association from the last century and its resumption? They gathered before the bookshelf, compelled to examine each volume one by one, hoping to find a manual on the second simplified characters. Yet, their search was merely pretense. None dared to touch the books, fearing the activation of a trap. Suddenly, the sound of a glass bead dropping echoed painfully in the quiet study. There truly is a fool who fell for it. Before them stood a youth, clutching a copy of Journey to the West, rooted in place with terror, while the others instinctively dropped to the ground. After a prolonged moment of inaction, the group finally rose and hurried to the desk. The upper chamber of the hourglass contained merely 8 glass beads, with the 6th bead conspicuously absent. Simultaneously, they observed that the lower section of the hourglass lacked the 6th bead, but contained an unnumbered glass bead. The unnumbered bead was indeed the 6th. At the back of the crowd, Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong discreetly took out markers. However, just as they began inscribing the number of the fallen glass bead in their palms, both found themselves momentarily stunned. Chen Ran's palm bore the number 10, while Qiu Yinong's also displayed 10. They abruptly turned their heads to see the youth surreptitiously returning the book to its rightful place, causing their pupils to constrict as they shouted in unison, "No." Simultaneously, they hastily scribbled the number 6 in their palms. Yet, their cries came too late. At the instant they wrote the number, the youth had just placed the book back on the shelf. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over them, lingering longer than expected. In the study, 20 individuals lay scattered about. As they gradually regained consciousness, a heavy fog enveloped their minds, as though they had slumbered for an eternity. After a significant pause, they began to assess their surroundings. The study was adorned with an enigmatic inscription on the front wall. It bore a resemblance to Chinese characters, yet seemed slightly akin to the script of the Japanese. Within the study, 3 bookshelves stood tall, each housing volumes numbered from 19,301 to 19999. Upon the desk rested a peculiar hourglass the size of a kettle, its lower section containing 20 glass beads. each uniquely numbered from 1 to 20. Additionally, a stack of rice paper lay on the desk, estimated to consist of around 20 sheets. The first sheet bore the phrase, "The Earth possesses 4 forces, and the chi flows from all directions." Once they had surveyed their environment, they began to scrutinize each other. 3 teams of 5 and 1 duo stood apart, alongside 3 lone players, each maintaining their distance. This time, no one sought to decipher the mystery first, save for Chen Ran, Xiao Yinong, and the youth, who had quietly retreated behind the others. The remaining 17 individuals wore furrowed brows. "Ladies and gentlemen, something is amiss. I have traversed this dungeon several times, and although players typically faint upon entry, there are no other side effects. Yet upon awakening, I felt a throbbing headache that rendered me unsteady," remarked a middle-aged man. "Indeed, we all struggled to rise after a considerable interval, which is quite abnormal. If we fail to discern the cause, our forthcoming attempts at solving the mystery may prove challenging," added a middle-aged woman, her gaze sweeping between the individuals and the confined space. "When anomalies arise, there must be something amiss. There are potentially 2 scenarios. 1. Someone employed the liar's skill to alter something. 2. This is a special mechanism of the dungeon. If it is the former, we merely need to identify the player who used the liar's skill. However, if it is the latter, this mechanism will persist until we unravel the mystery of this room." At that moment, the 2 captains who had remained silent until now stepped forward and exchanged glances. One, a man in his 30s with gold-rimmed glasses, stated, "Our team does not possess any liar's skill that induces dizziness." The other, a tall captain, nodded in agreement. "My team, too, does not possess such a skill," affirmed the middle-aged man. With the 3 captains having expressed their stance, everyone's attention shifted to the remaining 5 individuals. Chen Ran looked to Xiao Yinong, who nodded, and he added, "We do not have it either." The 3 lone players echoed their statements. All 20 players lacked any skills capable of inducing dizziness. The singular truth emerged. The dizziness was a special mechanism of the dungeon. Given that it was indeed a dungeon mechanism, according to Murphy's Law, where errors are destined to occur, if this mechanism merely induced dizziness at the onset of the dungeon, I cannot fathom its significance. Unless the captain with the gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles and uttered the words that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Unless we are not at the beginning of the dungeon. Or rather, the dungeon has been underway for a considerable duration. Our memories have been stripped away. The term stripped of memory startled everyone, their fears not solely stemming from the loss of memory, but from its ramifications. As previously stated, where errors are destined to occur, they inevitably will. The emergence of memory loss indicates that they must have triggered some mechanism within the lost memories. More terrifying still, they had only lost their memories of this dungeon, while all other memories remained intact. This meant that the mistakes they had made previously would be repeated, ad infinitum, in a never-ending cycle of memory loss. Of course, this was merely conjecture. The middle-aged man steadied himself and turned to the captain with the gold-rimmed glasses. "Evidence. Evidence." The man with the glasses chuckled ruefully. "If I had evidence, would I be here speculating?" At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly interjected, "Don't you all have watches?" "Right. Time." Both the middle-aged man and the bespectacled man immediately glanced at their wrists. 11:30. 8 o'clock for dungeon. Matching the dungeon can match for a maximum of 1 hour. We should have entered the dungeon before 9 o'clock. However, it is now 11:30. The conclusion is that we arrived in this chamber at least 2.5 hours ago. The absence of those 2.5 hours of memory indicates that we have indeed lost our memories, the middle-aged man stated gravely. The atmosphere turned oppressive. No one dared to theorize about the clues within the chamber. For the reason was simple. Speculating now might lead them to retrace the same erroneous paths they had taken before, resulting in yet another loss of memory. Chen Ran pulled out a cigarette case and counted the number of cigarettes inside, while Xiao Yinong quietly reached into her pocket to count her gum. Unsettled, they searched the entire study once more, but found no cigarette butts or gum wrappers on the floor, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief and return to their original positions. "Shall you proceed?" Chen Ran inquired. Xiao Yinong gazed at the inscription on the wall and shook her head. "That appears to be an abbreviated form of Chinese characters. I have encountered it in my past life, but my understanding is limited." Upon hearing this, Chen Ran refrained from further hesitation. As he extracted a cigarette from the case and prepared to ignite it, he suddenly caught sight of the number 10 inscribed on his palm. Initially taken aback, he then broke into a smile. "Clever as I am," he exclaimed, "by writing on my palm with my left hand, I can surely discern the number when I light the cigarette." Their peculiar actions naturally drew the attention of the other players. "You intend to theorize?" Upon seeing Chen Ran nod, the middle-aged man hastily interjected, How can you be certain that in our lost memories, you Haven T already theorized? The fact that you can pose such a question indicates that you have already conceived a breakthrough point, allowing an individual who has not previously engaged in the reasoning to take the lead in deducing the clues of this locked room. This approach will help us avoid repeating the mistakes that occurred before the amnesia, Chen Ran remarked approvingly. Indeed, the bespectacled man concurred. Chen Ran took a deep drag from his cigarette and stated, I have a habit of lighting a cigarette while reasoning. Just now, I searched around and found no cigarette butts on the ground, which implies that I had not participated in your deductions earlier. The eyes of the crowd brightened. Just as they were about to agree, Zhang Jinhua abruptly interjected, questioning, how can you be certain that the scene in the locked room has not been reset? Exactly. If amnesia occurs, the scene in the locked room must have been reset, meaning he could not possibly find the cigarette butts he smoked before. Chen Ran pointed to Zhang Jinhua's watch. You brought the watch into this replica, while I brought the cigarette. The time on your watch has not been reset. So on what grounds do you believe my cigarette butts would vanish along with the resetting of the locked room scene? Zhang Jinhua was momentarily speechless. The time on my watch has not been reset. Therefore, the cigarette butts this young man discarded on the ground would also not be reset. The absence of any cigarette butts indicates that he did not smoke prior. Based on his statement that he always lights a cigarette while reasoning, it proves that he has not participated in the reasoning before. Despite this, Zhang Jinhua stubbornly pointed at the characters on the wall and retorted, these characters are the simplified characters promoted by the state during my youth, which have long been abolished. Some of these characters I cannot even comprehend. Do you really think you can understand them? Are you implying that some of the characters are written incorrectly? Chen Ran countered. Indeed. Seeing that Chen Ran remained silent for a long time, Zhang Jinhua sneered. You may not have participated in the reasoning, but that does not imply you can deduce anything. No, you are mistaken. Chen Ran grinned, revealing his teeth. I was contemplating whether you possessed the common sense to lie. The simplified characters on this wall are evidently typed. Yet they were abolished by the state in 1986, which means some characters cannot be inputted. For instance, Chen Ran pointed to the symbols representing 10 women. These 3 symbols should structurally correspond to the character for wife in simplified characters. Zhang Jinhua stood frozen. So, my inability to recognize them is due to errors that occurred during the typing of these simplified characters? Chen Ran nodded. Observing that Chen Ran and Zhang Jinhua were engaged in trivial discussions, the middle-aged man could not help but interrupt. What do these characters mean? Ignoring him, Chen Ran continued. Simplified characters were promoted in textbooks starting in 1978 and were officially abolished in 1986. Upon hearing this, several individuals rushed to the corresponding numbered bookshelves, but Chen Ran had held back, not revealing the specific month, leaving the players awkwardly returning. Don't rush, take your time. Chen Ran glanced at the fastest runner among them, feeling that the trigger mechanism that led to amnesia was likely due to this person's clumsiness. In this replica, the most fearsome type of player is the clumsy one. If one is not careful, they could endanger everyone within the replica. Promotion and abolition mean that the 2 books corresponding to the simplified characters symbolize a beginning and an end, the tall captain realized. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. What is the beginning, and what is the end? In this replica, there are not many clues. One is the characters on the wall. The second is the hourglass, and the third is the stack of rice paper on the desk. Since the characters on the wall correspond to 2 books on the shelf, then the characters on the rice paper should also correspond to the books on the shelf. Hearing Chen Ran's assertion, the middle-aged man hesitantly suggested, the hourglass symbolizes time. Once it begins, we must find the corresponding books from the rice paper within the stipulated time. That seems to be the case, Chen Ran thought silently. Looking at his right hand, I have 10 numbers in my palm. 11153610. 1779195. None of these 10 numbers exceed 20. They must be the identifiers for the glass beads. Furthermore, I write with my left hand on my right palm, and according to my habit, I write from right to left. The rightmost number is 10, indicating that 10 was the first number I recorded in my palm. Yet there is a number, character following it. The other 9 numbers lack this number, character, suggesting that these numbers were recorded in batches. The number 6 is significantly larger and more hastily written than the others, indicating that I was in a rush when writing it. This clearly demonstrates that these 10 numbers were recorded during different intervals, meaning we have experienced amnesia 10 times within this locked room. Each time before amnesia, I recorded a number in my palm. The conclusion is, someone triggered the mechanism, causing all of us to forget. With each instance of amnesia, a glass bead in the hourglass changes. However, there is a problem. During the first 9 instances of amnesia, it is highly probable that I could have seen the numbers in my palm. Now that I have reached this deduction, I should have been able to do so during the first 9 instances of amnesia. So why didn't I stop that clumsy player who triggered the mechanism? There is only one answer. There was simply no time. In other words, during the first 9 instances of amnesia, my reasoning speed could not keep pace with the clumsy player's impulsive actions. This situation can only occur if, during the first 9 instances of amnesia, we lost more and more memories until the 10th, this one, where we possessed no recollection of this locked room. Only under such circumstances could I have had the time to reason while that clumsy player did not have time to trigger the mechanism. And there is something even more terrifying. If we were to experience amnesia again, would it be the loss of memories from the 18 layers? Or would it be a complete wipeout? Chapter 43. Clumsy player must die. The clumsy must die. How should we deal with him? It? Chen Ran glanced at the contents on the rice paper, then at the bookshelves before him, ultimately resting his gaze on the hourglass on the desk. He organized his words and stated, "Do you not find it strange? The hourglass contains 20 numbered glass beads, and there appear to be 20 sheets of rice paper. We are precisely 20 players." The middle-aged man pondered briefly. "Are you suggesting that each person corresponds to 1 sheet and 1 number?" Chen Ran disregarded him and continued. On the first sheet of rice paper on the desk, the 8 characters read, "The earth has 4 forces. The qi comes from all directions, originating from Guo Pu's Funeral Classics, a book on feng shui for locating dragons and burial sites." The crowd noted that Chen Ran's choice of wording did not include qualifiers such as should, perhaps, might, or maybe, which are typically used to avoid deception. He speaks the truth. Chen Ran approached the bookshelf, locating the book numbered 19783, and continued, "The simplified characters were officially promoted in our country in March 1978. With that, he swiftly pulled the book numbered 19783 from the shelf, causing the players present to recoil in fear, dreading another bout of amnesia. Bang, 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 bang. The hourglass rotated 180 degrees, with the lower portion moving to the upper, and the 20 glass beads that were initially at the bottom now all resting at the top. Strangely enough, the neck of the hourglass was evidently larger than the glass bead, yet the bead at the top refused to fall. Witnessing this, the players present comprehended that the game had commenced. Once assured of their memories, they rushed towards the bookshelf, scanning intently for the funeral scriptures. As the saying goes, where errors are destined to occur, they inevitably will. Without fail, the young lad was the first to locate the funeral scriptures and pulled it from the shelf. Bang! The number 10 glass bead fell from the top, transforming into an unnumbered glass bead. Who am I? Where am I? The young lad gazed at his surroundings and the peculiar expressions of those present, uttering his confusion. Chen Ran approached him, pointing to the book in his hands, inquiring, "What characters are inscribed upon it?" "I don't know," the young lad replied, as if stripped of all memories, unable to recognize even the most fundamental Chinese characters. "You lie. You lie. You lie. You lie." In an instant, Chen Ran, along with Chiu Yinong, the middle-aged man, the tall captain, the bespectacled gentleman, and Zhang Jinhua, all aimed their weapons at the young lad, pronouncing the sentence of judgment. Moreover, each pair of eyes bore an intense fury, eager to see him dispatched swiftly. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Multiple gunshots erupted, striking the young lad twice in the head and 4 times in the chest. He collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. The middle-aged man cast a resentful glance at the corpse. "Finally, we have unmasked this fellow." These individuals were no fools. They could logically deduce that their amnesia had been triggered by someone activating the mechanisms within the secret chamber. They also noted that Chen Ran had exhibited the ability to decipher the clues. Thus, it was evident that he would allow his teammate to locate the funeral scriptures beforehand. And upon Chen Ran extracting the book numbered 19783, his teammate would simultaneously obtain the funeral scriptures, leaving no opportunity for the others to seize it. Yet, he did not act in such a manner. This signified a trap, and so it appeared that their frantic search for books was merely a facade, an act to expose the careless player. Who was that careless player, you may ask? Certainly, it was the most foolish among the 20 players present. Only a fool would dare to act thoughtlessly in such a perilous secret chamber. In essence, those who could not deduce that this was a trap set by a reasoning individual were the most foolish and, simultaneously, the careless player. However, it was unforeseen that, after the game commenced, the one who mistakenly drew the wrong book would suffer complete amnesia. This inadvertently granted the reasoning individual the chance to inquire about basic knowledge, leading to the young lad's lapse into a common-sense lie, resulting in his judgment and demise. Noticing the gazes directed towards him, Chen Ran contemplated the need to lay some groundwork. "I can presently convey to you that the owner of this study must be an elderly gentleman who has passed away. If we contact him, we will succumb to amnesia within the secret chamber. I suspect the punishment is likely senility. Zhang Jinhua turned his attention to the characters on the wall. Our information disparity lies solely in the fact that he can comprehend the simplified Chinese characters above, while we cannot. Therefore, these simplified characters should allow us to deduce the identity of the study's owner. State your conditions. Zhang Jinhua fixed an unwavering gaze upon Chen Ran. Should he remain silent regarding the meaning of these simplified characters, they would be at his mercy in the ensuing secret chamber, with no room for resistance, and would fervently strive to protect Chen Ran from harm, lest no one be left to decipher the meaning of those simplified characters. The other three captains also came to this realization, their eyes now fixed intently on Chen Ran. What if I choose not to speak? Chen Ran countered. The bespectacled man opened his palm, presenting it solely to Chen Ran, revealing 5 digits inscribed within. Just as the others were about to glimpse the contents of his palm, the bespectacled man withdrew his hand. These digits are likely remnants from my previous amnesia. Since they relate to memory loss, the numbers in my palm must be avoided. If you do not reveal the content of the simplified characters on the wall, we will engage in a standoff, and we shall see who can elude these numbers. Is this what a one-star player is like? Indeed, only the inept would stoop to such a level. True strength lies in tackling challenges befitting one-star level. Zhang Jinhua, sensing the gravity of the situation, interjected. The earth has 4 forces, and the energy comes from all directions. The left side of a burial is the azure dragon. The right side is the white tiger, the front is the vermilion bird, and the back is the black tortoise. It is in the center. The first piece of parchment corresponds to the center, which pertains to the book located in the middle of the second bookshelf. Upon hearing this, several players attempted to retrieve the book, but were met with stern glares from their respective captains. Zhang Jinhua surveyed the group, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the bespectacled man. Aside from that young lad, my knowledge base should be among the most extensive of those present. The remaining parchment likely contains similar riddles. My condition is simple. You must show me what you have inscribed in your palm, and I will assist you in solving the enigma. Agreed, the bespectacled man nodded. The game of strategy unfolds in such a manner, as opportunities are continually sought through dialogue, enabling one to attain desired benefits. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the tall captain paid little heed to the inscriptions on the bespectacled man's palm. Likely, they too possessed similar records. Thus, the focus of the group returned to Chen Ran, eagerly awaiting his response. Chen Ran shrugged. My condition is that both the first and second pieces of parchment are to be solved by my teammate and me. Agreed. Consent. I concur. The 3 captains and Zhang Jinhua, the free agent, unanimously accepted Chen Ran's terms without hesitation. Subsequently, a middle-aged woman among the free agents also voiced her agreement with Chen Ran's conditions. Chen Ran then turned to the captain's teammates, asking, "Can your words represent theirs?" "Yes." The 3 affirmed confidently. Chen Ran glanced at the palm. There are no digits 1 or 2, indicating that these 2 numbers are likely safe. Confirming this, he hesitated no longer and pointed at the simplified characters on the wall, stating, "The sequence of the simplified characters translates to, 'My wealth is buried beside my wife's grave.'" Chapter 44, The Power of Autumn's Intensity. Has the order been scrambled? The correct sequence is, "My wealth is buried beside my wife's grave." This statement conveys numerous implications. Firstly, the mention of a wife typically signifies arrangements made after death. Should there be children, one would expect the phrasing to be, "My wealth is buried beside your mother's grave." This suggests that the owner of the study likely had no descendants or relatives. Secondly, how could anyone possibly bury their wealth beside their wife's grave? Wouldn't the heir need to excavate the grave to reclaim the assets? Unless, of course, he hopes to be interred alongside his wife after his demise. Lastly, the simplified characters are a product of 1978, with very few individuals acquainted with such knowledge, especially considering the book's numbering ranges from 19,301 to 19999. It can be deduced that the owner of the study was born in January 1930 and passed away in September 1999. He was indeed an elderly gentleman. This revelation regarding the amnesia triggered by the mechanisms of the secret chamber, coupled with the aforementioned deductions, leads to the conclusion, a man around 60 years of age has succumbed to senile dementia. The young lad's earlier assertions were entirely accurate. Furthermore, this information seamlessly ties the clues within the secret chamber together, also serving to validate that the young lad's translation of the simplified characters was correct. However, one element remains, an heir. The simplified characters were left behind by the elderly man before his senile dementia, undoubtedly intended for someone specific. This individual is the heir to the fortune. In other words, The final adversary in this narrative, the ultimate boss, should indeed be the heir. However, that is not accurate. The simplified characters have been machine-generated and the sequence has been jumbled, amounting to a trifold encryption. Who is he attempting to defend against? With this line of reasoning, the group felt it increasingly challenging to continue their deductions, concluding that perhaps only the second and third secret chambers would yield the answers. You may commence. In the absence of dissent, the group adhered to their prior agreement, permitting Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong to proceed first. Chen Ran cast a glance at Xiao Yinong. This time, I have nearly unveiled my capabilities, but she upon this thought. Chen Ran chose not to be modest and directly approached the second bookshelf, which boasted 3 tiers. He extracted a book from the center of the second tier. Journey to the West? At the moment he withdrew the book, a glass bead fell from the hourglass once more. The group immediately recalled previous events. Realizing that they had not experienced amnesia, and turned their attention to the fallen glass bead, which bore the number 1. Zhang Jinhua began to ponder deeply. Earlier, the man with the golden-rimmed glasses showed me 5 digits in his palm. There were only 5. The young lad and the reasoning fellow, one drew the wrong book, and the other drew the correct one. From the outcomes, regardless of whether the draw was erroneous or accurate, a glass bead would fall from the hourglass. The former resulted in a drop of bead number 10, while the latter resulted in bead number 1. Yet, the bead dropped from an incorrect draw loses its number, while the correct one retains it. The issue lies in the fact that the 5 digits in the palm of the man with the golden-rimmed glasses do not include the number 10. This implies that our instances of amnesia in this secret chamber have exceeded 5. The palm of the man with the golden-rimmed glasses only documented the last 5 glass bead drops. Damn. The middle-aged uncle, the tall captain, the middle-aged woman, the man with the golden-rimmed glasses, and Zhang Jinhua all widened their eyes, clearly deducing the discrepancy between their instances of amnesia and the number of recorded digits. The middle-aged uncle continued to delve deeper. The reasoning lad, by choosing 1 and 2, indicates his knowledge that both 1 and 2 are absolutely safe. As they were deep in thought, an unexpected deluge of water appeared on the first sheet of rice paper on the desk, soaking it entirely, causing it to vanish without a trace. Strangely, the second sheet remained entirely dry and pristine. Xiao Yinong rose and approached the desk, examining what was previously the second sheet, now the first. The content read, 3 lights, sun, moon, star, 7. Chen Ran was taken aback. Anyone who writes novels or frequently reads them is familiar with the phrase 3 lights, sun, moon, star. This is the upper couplet. The normal lower couplet would be 4 poems, elegance, and praise. Upon seeing the text, Xiao Yinong was equally astonished and began to ponder. 3 lights. The 3 forms of illumination, sun, moon, and star, all possess light. The challenge of this upper couplet lies in the fact that the preceding number is 3, yet it comprises only 5 characters. 7. My first thought is of the 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Since 7 colors can only yield 3 characters, we must condense these 7 into 3 while encompassing the aforementioned hues. Which 3 characters could encapsulate them? The 3 primary colors: red, green, and blue. These 3 colors can be blended to produce the 7 colors above. Therefore, my lower couplet is 7 colors: red, green, blue. Next comes the tonal structure. In modern pinyin, the first and second tones are level, while the third and fourth tones are oblique. 3 lights, sun, moon, star follows a level level pattern. 7 colors, red, green, blue follows a level level pattern. The tonal structure is incorrect. I must substitute words. 7 hues, scarlet, green. Blue follows a level level pattern. The term hues substitutes colors, both capable of denoting color and perfectly altering the oblique to level. Substituting scarlet for red, both can signify the color red and conveniently convert the level to oblique. Upper couplet, 3 lights, sun, moon, star. Lower couplet, 7 hues, scarlet, green, blue. Crafting the lower couplet is straightforward. The key is to find the corresponding book on the shelf. The riddle on this sheet of rice paper is highly subjective. Anything that conforms is deemed correct. Who is to determine whether my lower couplet is appropriate? The boss of the 3rd secret chamber. With this thought, Xiao Yinong declared. Upper couplet, 3 lights, sun, moon, star. Lower couplet, 7 hues, scarlet, green, blue. Having said that, she proceeded straight to the bookshelf, seeking tomes related to color. Yet, among the 3 shelves, most works were literary in nature, lacking specialized texts on color theory. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yinong extracted a book on the textile industry. The textile industry necessitates dyeing techniques, and since dyeing involves the use of 7 colors, she opted for this type of book. Ding. As she withdrew the book on textiles, the second glass bead fell from the hourglass, numbered 2. Furthermore, upon landing, the number did not vanish, indicating that Xiao Yinong's reasoning was indeed correct. Chen Ran gazed at her in astonishment. My lower couplet is 7 strings, Lord and Minister's affection. On the 7-string zither, the larger strings represent the Lord, while the smaller strings represent the Minister. The last 2 strings symbolize the bond between Lord and Minister. Although the tonal structure was incorrect, it could be adjusted with synonymous substitutions. These are trivial matters. I am a novelist, and it is not surprising that my knowledge base is somewhat extensive, but her ability to promptly formulate a well-structured lower couplet is impressive. With merely this skill, Chen Ran gained a clearer understanding of Xiao Yinong's prowess. This teammate is formidable. While the 2 of them were secure, the expressions of the remaining 17 individuals grew increasingly grim. For soon after, the second sheet of rice paper was also inundated with water, melting away and revealing the content on the third sheet of rice paper. Chapter 45. Useless players must die. The content on the third sheet read, Cause of death of the study's master. Only these 6 brief characters caused the 17 individuals to exchange glances. Zhang Jinhua began to reason. Since this question exists, it implies that the answer lies within this secret chamber. The bookshelf, the books. The simplified characters can all be directly ruled out. The remaining hourglass and rice paper. The hourglass is difficult to ascertain. It should serve as a memory anchor. The elderly gentleman, suffering from Alzheimer's, continuously forgets. In such cases, one typically records their activities to ascertain what actions to take next, just as players record numbers. Only those who document their numbers can determine which number is problematic. Thus, we can exclude the hourglass. We are left solely with the rice paper. Each time a riddle is solved, the rice paper is dissolved by water, causing it to disappear. However, the sheet beneath remains untouched by the water, which is highly suspicious. Under what circumstances would the upper sheet become wet while the lower sheet remains dry? In the case of removing one sheet at a time. If I take the first sheet and immerse it in water, then take the second sheet and immerse it likewise, and so forth. The cause of the elderly gentleman's death is that he was suffocated by someone covering his face with wet sheets, ultimately leading to asphyxiation. Thus, the answer to the third piece of rice paper is the art of papermaking. It is only during the papermaking process that one encounters the situation of wet sheets being stacked upon one another. Although deducing the answer is not particularly challenging, a grave expression still lingers on Zhang Jinhua's face. The young man who made the deduction, along with his teammates, has already received their numbers, and they are sequential. This implies that the upcoming third piece of rice paper corresponds to the glass bead numbered 3. The bespectacled man with golden wire frames has recorded 5 numbers in his palm, 177, 9195. Notably, number 3 is absent, which should imply its safety. However, previously, the young lad's corresponding number was 10, yet 10 lost its designation upon falling to the lower end of the hourglass. This indicates that number 10 is problematic. Furthermore, the recorded numbers are linked to amnesia, suggesting that they are all problematic numbers. The man with the golden frames did not record the similarly problematic number 10, indicating that his records are incomplete. There have been at least 6 instances of amnesia. At least 6 does not equate to only 6. There could potentially be more. Therefore, I cannot ascertain whether number 3 is a problematic number. Zhang Jinhua rubbed her temples. In her prime, she believed she would not be outmatched by the young man's deduction. However, with age, she retrieved a vial of oral solution from her bag and consumed it to alleviate her mental fatigue. What is your name? Chen Ran. I am Zhang Jinhua. Previously unaware of the young man's name, made deduction somewhat inconvenient. Continuing the reasoning. Since the current information does not allow us to ascertain whether number 3 is problematic, let us approach it from a humanistic perspective. Chen Ran discovered that a player caused all participants to suffer amnesia, prompting him to promptly set a trap to draw out that reckless player. This sufficiently demonstrates that Chen Ran is a person of strong execution and decisive action, unwilling to tolerate even the slightest potential danger in his presence. His team consists of only 2 members, while there are 3 teams of 5 present. According to the implicit rules of the scenario, typically, the first 2 chambers do not engage in infighting. It is only in the final chamber that deception occurs among each other. However, with Chen Ran's numerical disadvantage, his objective is to minimize the numbers in the 3 5-member teams within the first 2 chambers. This reduction is quite nuanced. He aims to retain those adept at reasoning and possessing rich knowledge while eliminating those who merely coast along or lack understanding altogether. The challenge lies in his inability to discern who among the three teams is merely coasting and who possesses genuine skill. Thus, he will delegate the elimination choices to the three team leaders, allowing them to decide whom to expel from their respective teams. In simpler terms, given his nature, he will undoubtedly orchestrate a scheme whereby the three team leaders are compelled to deceive and sacrifice the ineffective members of their teams. After all, we have experienced at least 6 instances of amnesia, implying there are at least 6 problematic numbers. Excluding the deceased young lad, there are at least 5 more who will perish. If the three team leaders do not proactively deceive their useless members into a fatal predicament, those who die may very well be themselves or players who are beneficial for solving the mystery. This elucidates Chen Ran's reason for not disclosing how many numbers he recorded in his palm. Should he reveal this information, no one would wish to confront the problematic rice paper, resulting in a collective inability to decipher it, leading to starvation within this scenario. With this understanding, Zhang Jinhua found the subsequent reasoning considerably simpler. Initially, when Chen Ran articulated the conditions regarding the second simplified character, everyone presumed he was merely succumbing to the pressure exerted by the group. However, in truth, he harbored a desire to voice this in order to secure priority in selecting the riddle-solving rice paper. As long as he has the privilege of priority selection, he can orchestrate a situation that compels the three team leaders to send their ineffective players to certain doom. His earlier proposition to allow him and his teammate to decipher the first 2 pieces of rice paper reveals his absolute confidence that numbers 1 and 2 are safe. This suggests that he may have recorded the corresponding numbers for each instance of amnesia in his palm. How did he ascertain that he had recorded every instance's number? The answer lies with number 10. The glass bead number 10 was the first to lose its designation. As long as the number 10 is present in his palm, it indicates that his records are complete and accurate. In essence, he knows precisely which problematic numbers are at play. Thus, his scheme commenced. He must identify 2 adjacent numbers that are devoid of issues. Concurrently, these 2 numbers must lead to the subsequent problematic number. Therefore, number 3 is indeed a problematic number. Consequently, regardless of whether the three team leaders can deduce the scheme he has laid out, they will inevitably dispatch their ineffective team members to serve as cannon fodder in deciphering the problematic number 3. The resulting scenario ensures that Chen Ran and his teammate will initially remain unscathed, while the remaining players in the chamber, regardless of their actions, will witness the demise of the ineffective players and the survival of the competent ones. However, a question arises. How does he know that others' recorded numbers are incomplete? It was the bespectacled man with golden frames who had shown Chen Ran the 5 numbers recorded in his palm. Thus, Chen Ran deduces that these individuals possess erroneous records of their multiple instances of amnesia. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhang Jinhua found herself at a loss for words. Yet she still summarized her reasoning. Number 3 is problematic. Furthermore, number 3 must be among the first 3 instances of amnesia. Only in this manner can Chen Ran ensure the success of his plan. The numbers corresponding to the first 3 instances of amnesia must be either 10, unknown, and 3 or 10, 3, and unknown. Henceforth, my objective is to avoid deciphering this riddle at all costs. Chapter 46. Cannon fodder is also human. The autumn air thickens, and Xiao Yi also grasps the implications of Chen Ran's layout. The outcome of his strategy is that when others cannot deduce, they will send ineffective players as cannon fodder. When others can deduce, they will still send ineffective players as cannon fodder, regardless of the circumstances. It guarantees that those skilled in reasoning and possessing extensive knowledge will survive to the second chamber to assist in deciphering. It is akin to fishing, selectively filtering the desired fish by adjusting the size of the net's openings. For them, deducing Chen Ran's layout is merely a beginning. The ensuing game of wits is the true crux. Zhang Jinhua quietly retreats behind the crowd. The middle-aged woman's eyes dart about, seemingly in deep thought. If they dare to send me as cannon fodder, I shall create chaos. I am a lone wolf, and if I refuse to go, what can they do about it? The middle-aged man casts a glance at the 2's antics, a cold smirk playing on his lips. These 2 free agents do not perceive the issue with sufficient clarity. Once they deduce the layout, they will have already secured an invulnerable position. The key to this scheme lies in one point. Whoever deduces that number 3 is problematic shall survive. For those who have deduced the truth, no deception can ensnare them into becoming mere fodder for death. The middle-aged man cast a glance over the team, ultimately resting his gaze upon his comrade, Wang Yan. The tall captain did likewise, finally fixing his eyes on his teammate, Li Chenglong. The bespectacled man also directed his attention to his partner, Liang Jing. Hell is a cruel place. The death of one friend does not spare another, yet out of camaraderie, they felt compelled to intervene. The middle-aged man spoke first. The Xian paper presents an anomaly. The upper sheet is wet while the lower remains dry, indicating that the stacked sheets were removed one by one and soaked in water. The old man's demise was caused by the suffocating weight of the wet Xian paper atop him. The book that aligns with this scenario is The Art of Papermaking, where the pulp is lifted from the pool and stacked aside to naturally dehydrate. With the deduction complete, the question arose, who would draw the book? Upon hearing this, each member turned their gaze toward their captain. The tall captain and the bespectacled man exchanged concerned looks, fully aware of the implications. Number 3 has an issue, they recalled. The young one triggered a mechanism that caused total memory loss. In other words, whoever goes to solve the mystery of the third sheet of Xian paper would inevitably trigger the mechanism that results in complete amnesia. A person devoid of memory poses an unpredictable risk. Who could guarantee their actions would not spiral into madness? They might endanger everyone. Thus, the one who loses their memory would be easily deceived by others, ultimately leading to their demise. Seeing the expressions of the two men, the middle-aged man had his answer and proposed, in light of this, let me suggest a more equitable solution. Hold on, the bespectacled man interjected sharply. I can already discern that your so-called fair method is likely to favor you. He continued, I believe the most relatively fair approach in this world is to toss a coin. As he spoke, he retrieved a coin from his pocket, stating, whoever flips tails will have their team prioritize the puzzle solving. If 3 or 2 tails appear among us, we will continue to toss the coin. Upon hearing this, both captains nodded, while Chen Ran, who was squatting and smoking, cast a surprised glance at the bespectacled man. Very well. They all understood that prolonged debate could lead to internal conflict, resulting in even more casualties. Subsequently, they supplemented the rules, such as determining heads or tails based solely on the side facing up, and in the ensuing 18 rounds of Xian paper puzzles, the order would follow the coin toss results. Simultaneously, the middle-aged woman and Zhang Jinhua could cut in at any time. Furthermore, they established additional rules for their teammates. When it was their team's turn, the captain would designate who would draw the book. Some team members hesitated, but recognizing their difficulty in solving the puzzles, they ultimately acquiesced to the rules. Who goes first? The middle-aged man gave the tall captain a peculiar look, then took the coin and tossed it into the air. The coin landed tails. Next was the tall captain, who received the coin from the middle-aged man, weighed it in his hand to confirm its integrity, and tossed it aloft. It fell heads. Finally, it was the turn of the bespectacled man, who casually flipped the coin, which fortuitously landed heads up. You. The middle-aged man pointed an accusatory finger at the bespectacled captain, feeling exasperated and at a loss for words. What do you mean? I detest 2 types of people, those who lack skills and those who cannot accept defeat. If you wish to renege on the agreement, you must first consult the lyres we hold in our hands. The bespectacled man replied coldly. The others observed in silence, while the tall captain's expression remained ambiguous. After a moment's deliberation, he stated, now it is our turn to toss the coin, but my new rule negates the previous determination. Heads will take precedence in solving the puzzle. At this, the unorthodox Zhang Jinhua silently nodded. Firstly, the later a team solves a puzzle, the greater the advantage they hold. After all 3 of us have recorded the numbers during our amnesiac state. As long as we eliminate those without records, we can solve the puzzles without risk. The tall captain proposed this new rule, employing an alternative standard of judgment, likely out of suspicion that the bespectacled man had tampered with the coin, thus reversing the criteria. Very well, the tall captain replied, casting a dubious glance at the agreeable bespectacled captain. You go first. The bespectacled captain picked up the coin from the ground, fixing his gaze intently on the tall captain, and tossed it into the air without a second glance, perhaps already knowing the outcome. The coin landed tails. The tall captain sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face as he asked, you didn't happen to work in a casino during your life, did you? You've caught me. The bespectacled captain shrugged. In truth, when I agreed, I had already realized that the 18th layer utilizes point values. Who would carry a coin of little utility? Alas, it is too late now. As he spoke, he casually tossed the coin into the air again. It landed heads. The order of priority in solving the puzzles, the middle-aged man's team, followed by the tall captain's team, and lastly, the bespectacled man's team. The middle-aged man's gaze flitted between the 2 conversing parties, sensing that matters were far more complicated than they seemed. With a resigned sigh, he said, Wang Yin, go ahead and draw a book from the shelf concerning the art of papermaking. The named Wang Yin displayed a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of fear. He slowly approached the bookshelf, yet midway, he suddenly halted. Without turning back, he stated, The glass bead numbered 3 in the hourglass must surely be problematic, correct? I have known this day would come. Ah, hell. I have wandered in confusion, repented, and prayed devoutly. But, none of that matters. Without strength, one is ultimately just cannon fodder. Chapter 47. The Perilous Liar. Wang Yin stood with his back to the others, approaching the bookshelf. If anyone were to scrutinize closely, they would observe that this row of bookshelves began with the number 1986. However, Wang Yan's earlier words had left many in shock, and they were still reeling from the realization. It's you. Madness flickered in his eyes as he reached out, swiftly grasping the book numbered 19866. The moment his fingers made contact with the book, a voice rang out. You lied. You lied. The pronouncement of judgment came from the cold-sweating Chen Ran and Xiao Inua. Yet just as the two were about to fire, the room's illumination vanished entirely. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, resembling the roar of an unseen beast, sending shockwaves through everyone's nerves. I should have known. In hell, there are no good people. How could anyone willingly become cannon fodder? If it were me, I would drag everyone down with me. Damn it, I miscalculated. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, yet he harbored doubts. Wang Yin seeks to take us all down. The best method would be to end the game first, then randomly draw a book, triggering the mechanism that leads to everyone's amnesia once more. In such a case, we would lose even more memories, perhaps even forgetting that this is a hellish replica. Chen Ran previously mentioned that the simplified characters were abolished in 1986. Yet this cunning individual failed to specify the exact month. Wang Yin, wishing to conclude the game, could only rely on chance, randomly selecting one book from the numbers 19,861 or 198612. Time was not on his side. The earlier sentiment resonated with us. Yet it could only control us for so long. According to their prior agreement, the designated individual must heed the captain's choice regarding which book to draw. Once we realized that he had not selected a book related to the art of papermaking, we would undoubtedly bring him to justice. Thus, Wang Yin had no time to ponder and chose a number in the middle, reaching for the book numbered 19866 on the shelf. All this was comprehensible. However, like a mantis preying on a cicada while a yellow bird waits behind, Chen Ran and his teammates were not constrained by Wang Yan's earlier words, likely due to their inexperience, rendering them incapable of empathy. With this reasoning, everything began to make sense. Yet, during the entire process, the most significant flaw emerged. How did Chen Ran and his teammates know that the book Wang Yin intended to draw was surely unrelated to papermaking? Unless the book numbered 19866 corresponded precisely to the date of the abolition of simplified characters. Thus, it was no surprise that the moment Wang Yin touched this book, both of them simultaneously uttered the command, condemning him to death. Soon, the light in the secret chamber returned, and Chen Ran and Xiao Inong gazed at Wang Yan's lifeless body. Noticing he held no book and that the book numbered 19866 remained on the shelf, they finally had the time to wipe the cold sweat from their brows, for indeed, simplified characters had been abolished in June 1986. What a coincidence. Certainly, hellish players would never submit so easily. They looked at Wang Yan's body, which bore 2 gunshot wounds. Chen Ran furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, 4 gunshots rang out. Yet only he and Xiao Inong had uttered the command of the liar's execution. This meant that among those 4 shots, 2 were for judgment, and 2 were from the liar's skill. He turned to Xiao Inong. She felt no concern, but when he glanced at the others, his pupils constricted. There were several Xiao Inongs. Everyone present bore the face of Xiao Inong. Furthermore, their heights, builds, and even attire were identical. Was this yet another illusion skill at the primal level? Xiao Inong also looked at Chen Ran. Initially, she felt nothing amiss, but upon observing the others, she discovered several Chen Rans. Each person wore Chen Ran's face, as if copied and pasted. The others were likewise affected. In their sight, all shared a single face. Yet each perceived a different visage. Silence engulfed the group, fearful of misidentifying someone and thus uttering a lie. They turned their gaze to the desk. In the hourglass, the top glass bead numbered 3 had vanished, while the bottom now contained an additional unnumbered bead. The group felt a sense of relief. They then looked at the rice paper, only to find that the 4th sheet bore no writing whatsoever. There were no patterns either. For the others, this was merely a slight surprise, but for the tall captain and his teammates, their faces turned ashen. This time, it was their turn to decipher the riddle. The tall captain pondered deeply. Firstly, it was essential to ascertain whether the riddle was inherently structured this way, or if it was a consequence of the liar's skill. The only point of suspicion was that Wang Yin had merely touched the book, not drawn it. How should this be judged? Was it to be deemed a wrong selection? Or was it considered that he had not begun to draw the book? If it were the former, it would indicate that Wang Yan had answered the riddle incorrectly, concluding the third sheet. If it were the latter, it suggested Wang Yan had yet to commence deciphering. So how could the content of the fourth sheet possibly exist? The tall captain lit a cigarette. Since Chen Ran and his teammates had condemned Wang Yan to death, it implied that Wang Yan had indeed made a gesture to draw the book, leading to the determination that he violated their previous agreement, thus creating future lies. Therefore, Wang Yan's attempt to draw the book constituted an answer to the question, indicating that the third sheet had concluded. The tall captain inhaled deeply. Reaching a conclusion was not sufficient. The fourth sheet was blank. He had to deduce the answer for his teammates, even if this teammate was merely cannon fodder. Blank? White paper. Baiji. Baiji is a traditional Chinese medicine known for its efficacy in dispelling wind, alleviating pain, reducing swelling, and expelling pus. At this moment, the fourth sheet of rice paper displayed that there was white paper but no Baiji, signifying that Baiji had been utilized. Assault. The old man had endured assault in his lifetime, and the corresponding book was related to violence, yet the shelf was filled primarily with literary works. Criminal law books. Upon reaching this thought, the tall captain glanced at his teammates, discovering that each bore the face of Li Chenglong. After a moment's consideration, he looked ahead, pointed at the rice paper on the desk, and without turning back, said, "Li Chenglong, you shall decipher this riddle. Answer." Before he finished speaking, he was horrified to see a glass bead from the upper part of the hourglass fall. Ding! The bead marked with 4 landed at the bottom of the hourglass, producing a clear sound upon impact. Moreover, it had retained its number. This indicated that number 4 was without issue. The tall captain suddenly had a realization and lifted his gaze toward the 3 rows of bookshelves. He spotted Li Chenglong, holding a copy of the appraiser and standing before the shelf, waving it as if to boast. Having drawn the book, Li Chenglong pulled a liar's weapon from his waist, aiming it at the crowd. The liar's peril was palpable. Stop! In the next moment, everyone's vision returned to normal, and the Li Chenglong who had just drawn the book was a middle-aged woman. Chapter 48. All are caught. The middle-aged woman, ignoring Li Chenglong's furious glare, moved to a corner. Like Chen Ran, she became an observer, quietly watching the others' reactions. The atmosphere in the secret chamber was oppressive. As the 3 captains first appeared to be reminiscing, they then nodded to one another. From their bags, they retrieved markers and wrote 10 numbers in their palms. Comparing their findings, they discovered that, apart from numbers 3 and 10, there were no other matching numbers among them. In unison, they turned to the calm Chen Ran, who was smoking. "Is it so difficult to leave us a way out?" inquired the middle-aged man with a composed face. Chen Ran remained silent, while Qiu Yinong sneered. "Our understanding of one-star players is not sufficiently precise. Therefore, we need you to display your abilities." 5 minutes earlier, the man with gold-rimmed glasses surveyed the crowd, noting that each person bore the face of Liang Jing. Not only the face, but their heights, builds, and even attire were identical. This is the liar's skill. Who is using it? He wondered. No, I should consider the strategic significance of employing the liar's skill at this moment. Unable to deduce a result, he shifted his thought process. I see only Liang Jing. Why is that? I had intended for her to be cannon fodder, preparing for her demise. I feel guilty about it. Wait a moment. These beams of light, it seems, are all meticulously replicated after Liang Jing herself. What if I owe Chen Ran an apology? Just as this thought crossed my mind, the golden-rimmed glasses suddenly revealed that everyone's face had morphed into Chen Ran's visage, their height and physique mirroring his exactly. The golden-rimmed glasses, brimming with excitement, hurriedly examined the palms of these Chen Ran figures, discovering that each contained a record of 10 digits. Indeed, it was as I suspected. The possessor of the Liar Slayer ability seeks to acquire the 10 digits inscribed within Chen Ran's palm through this method. Without delay, the golden-rimmed glasses retrieved a marker from their bag, meticulously noting down the 10 digits from the palms of the assembled Chen Rans. The recording process went smoothly, as there were few among the genuine players who bothered to protect their palms. Before long, I secured the 10 digits. Chen Ran's teammates must have also recorded the corresponding numbers during each moment of amnesia. Just to be safe, I feel a sense of guilt towards Chen Ran's teammates. In the next moment, everyone transformed into the likeness of Qiu Yinong, and indeed, the golden-rimmed glasses spotted 10 digits in their palms as well and recorded them. However, gradually, I realized something was amiss. Chen Ran and his teammates had different digits recorded on their palms. 6 of the 10 digits were distinct. Just as I intended to pursue this further, the middle-aged woman deactivated her ability. Time reverted to the present. When the 3 of us compared notes and saw the 6 differing sets of digits, it was easy to imagine our feelings. These two are more astute than we are. Throughout the entire process, since the middle-aged woman acted first, the 10 digits she obtained were authentic. Following that, Chen Ran and his companion immediately realized that this Liar Slayer skill possessed the capability to replicate all characteristics of the original and apply them to others. Of course, it was merely an illusion, yet one could still glean information about the original by peering into the replica. Thus, the two promptly revised the digits recorded on their palms. Upon completing this task, our three captains deduced the outcome. The results were predictable. They anticipated our anticipations. Had we not been cautious and meticulous in our comparisons, we might have fallen victim to their cunning. These two are indeed master tricksters. They are both novices, yet possess an intellect surpassing that of one-star players, lacking a clear understanding of the overall strength of players in this hellish realm. This leads to a perpetual state of heightened vigilance on their part. They require a point of reference to ascertain whether they are strong or weak. Consequently, they set their sights on us. Upon realizing that we were utilizing the middle-aged woman's Liar Slayer skill to probe the digits in Chen Ran's palm, they immediately altered the numbers recorded on their palms, primarily aiming to create obstacles. In the study, as the three captains pondered, an unusual silence enveloped the room. Such is the nature of the hellish dungeon. If there is no time constraint, many players will take their time to contemplate the intricacies involved, untangling the stakes and discerning their primary opponents or enemies, as well as assessing each other's personalities or probing the Liar Slayer skill, for this is a life-or-death struggle. Chen Ran, unhurried, scanned his surroundings to see if he could uncover any traces left by the second individual who had employed the Liar Slayer skill. First, he examined the tangible aspects of the skill. He observed that the surrounding environment had not changed, no additional items had materialized, nor had any vanished. Next, he counted the number of people present and inferred, based on the number of glass beads at the top of the hourglass, how many individuals should be in the chamber. Cross-referencing, he found no discrepancies. Since both the external entities and illusions were accounted for, it seemed that the Liar Slayer skill affected the internal, perhaps altering my mental state, my memories, my common sense, and my perceptions. Which of these had been tampered with? Chen Ran turned to Qiu Yinong, and at that moment, he saw her draped in a gray coat, with silver hair and a face lined with wrinkles, her smile revealing 2 rows of gapped teeth resembling a toothless grin, strikingly akin to his memories of Qiu Yinong. The Qiu Yinong before him smiled at the three captains, stating, "If you wish to succeed in this endeavor, you must reveal your skills." The three captains gazed at the aged Qiu Yinong, who could utter such commanding words, and thought to themselves, Chen Ran's elderly companion is indeed quite assertive. Zhang Jinhua, on the other hand, feigned unconsciousness. At this moment, she could not speak, lest she be drawn into the fray. She cast a jealous glance at Qiu Yinong's silvery hair, secretly lamenting that those from her hometown seemed to age gracefully, their hair turning so white, unlike herself, who, despite her youth, was left with a full head of dark hair and a complete set of teeth. Suddenly, Qiu Yinong turned and pointed at Zhang Jinhua, saying, "Stop hiding. You should show us your skills too." Chen Ran frowned. Today, Qiu Yinong seemed rather talkative, and her tone felt somewhat off. Oh, it dawned on me. Just now, Qiu Yinong had utilized her Liar Slayer skill, which I witnessed firsthand. This implies that her Liar Slayer skill has the capacity to alter her personality. This ability is rather peculiar. Since it is a Liar Slayer skill, I needn't concern myself with her personality changes. With this thought, Chen Ran felt relieved and no longer harbored doubts about Qiu Yinong. Of course, for safety's sake, he chose to remain silent, as he still had yet to uncover the second Liar Slayer skill. Chapter 49. Cursing before death is the last frenzy of players. Chen Ran stifled a yawn. He felt he could no longer engage in contemplation and urgently needed a brief respite. Turning to Qiu Yinong, he said, "Keep an eye out. I need to rest for a moment." Noticing his drowsiness, Qiu Yinong suddenly remarked, "What do you mean? Don't I have a name?" Chen Ran, unable to articulate his thoughts, fell asleep. Perhaps yawning is contagious, for Zhang Jinhua, standing behind everyone, bowed her head and yawned, then found a spot, leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and also dozed off. Previously, due to the middle-aged woman interrupting to answer the riddle on the 4th sheet of paper, the subsequent 5th sheet was still answered by Li Chenglong. The tall captain glanced at his palm, where he had recorded 5 digits during his amnesia. 519-9717. The number 5 was conspicuously included. The tall captain's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He thought of Chen Ran's teammates, who had already shown their prowess, and felt it was time for him to reveal his own skills. The numbers currently known were 1 and 2 were safe, 3 was dangerous, 4 was safe, and 5 was also dangerous. However, There was an issue with the order in which the glass beads fell from the hourglass. The young lad had drawn incorrectly. The problematic 10th glass bead had fallen. Chen Ran and his teammates had drawn correctly. The first and second beads, which were unproblematic, had fallen. Wang Yin had drawn incorrectly. The problematic third glass bead had fallen. Why did the 10th bead fall first? And it didn't tee in there. The young lad drew the wrong book. The first sheet of paper he answered did not disappear, while Wang Yin, who also drew the wrong book, found his third sheet of paper vanished without a trace. Why was this? The 10th. Earlier, amidst the skill of deception wielded by the middle-aged woman, I seem to have gleaned some insights. Although Chen Ran altered the digits, a total of 10 numbers remained intact. This signifies that we have experienced amnesia 10 times within this chamber. The initial number to fall, number 10, serves as a reminder of our 10 instances of forgetfulness. In essence, the reason number 10 fell first is to alert the players to 2 critical points. Firstly, you have forgotten 10 times. Secondly, heed the order. The first point is easily comprehensible, while the second emerges from the deductions drawn from numbers 1 and 2, which are arranged in ascending numerical order. Presently, among the first 3 digits, numbers 1 and 2 are safe, whereas number 3 poses a danger. Since numbers 1 and 2 are secure, number 3, being the smallest among the 10 perilous digits, must be regarded as the first dangerous number, excluding the forewarning number 10. Initially, number 4 was deemed safe, and now number 5 is identified as the second dangerous digit. Thus, we have 1, 2, and 4 are secure, while 3 and 5 are perilous. In my hand, I possess numbers 7 and 9. Consequently, within these 10 digits, 1, 2, and 4 are safe, while 3, 5, 7, 9, and 10 are hazardous. Numbers 6 and 8 remain uncertain. However, I also hold numbers 17 and 19, indicating that I am already aware of 7 of the 10 dangerous digits, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 17, and 19. There appears to be a pattern. The units consist of 7 and 9, while the 10s comprise 17 and 19. The units also include 3 and 5. Does this imply that the 10s contain 13 and 15? No. This would only account for 9 dangerous digits, thereby indicating that either 6 or 8 must harbor a perilous number. What if it is number 6? Following the previous reasoning, number 16 would also be a dangerous digit. This leads to a contradiction, suggesting that we have 11 hazardous digits instead of the presumed 10. Wherein lies the flaw? Wait. Since the reasoning regarding dangerous digits has reached an impasse, let us pivot to the safe numbers. Numbers 1, 2, and 4 are secure. Among the known dangerous digits, all are odd numbers, save for number 10, which stands as an exception, thus transforming into a dangerous digit. By the same token, should number 1 shift into the realm of even numbers, it would displace an even number, rendering number 1 a safe digit. This implies that within the 20 digits, 1 even number is dangerous while 1 odd number is secure. Apart from these 2 digits, along with numbers 1 and 10, the remaining 16 digits adhere to the rule. Odd numbers are perilous while even numbers are safe. Among the known digits, 1 and 2 are secure, 3 is dangerous, and both 1 and 2 are adjacent in size, sharing the same property. Hence, if 2 adjacent numbers possess identical attributes, the subsequent number must undoubtedly be dangerous. Among the perilous numbers, it can be established that the adjacent pair is number 9 and number 10. Therefore, number 11 is hazardous. Synthesizing the above deductions yields the dangerous numbers 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 15, 17, and 19. This accounts for 9 perilous digits, leaving 1 more to identify. This number is even, having been displaced by number 1 into the odd camp. If an even dangerous number appears next, then my deductions shall be validated. The reasoning is complete. Despite the captain's exhaustion, he manages to wear a smile. Li Chenglong, I can assure you that number 5 is problematic. However, I recall you have a sister. If I survive this ordeal, I shall bestow all my points upon her, provided you refrain from any trickery. Such a promise is hardly substantial, for the dungeon and the lies of the 18th layer are mutually exclusive. In the dungeon, whether it be deceit or promises, all dissipate upon exit. Yet, for a drowning soul, even the most insubstantial hope is still hope, akin to a frail straw, and one will grasp at it with desperation. Li Chenglong nodded without hesitation. I have committed numerous sins in life, and have harmed many. Descending into hell is only fitting. However, should I perish, I am likely to become a 1-star dungeon. Lu Xing, remember this. If you dare betray our pact and find yourself in my dungeon, I shall ensure your demise. The tall captain is named Lu Xing. He nodded solemnly, and with that, Li Chenglong turned his gaze toward the middle-aged woman. I could have lived, but your interference has sealed my fate. Nevertheless, I find you lacking in intellect. You are unlikely to escape this dungeon." With that, Li Qinglong approached a bookshelf, extending his hand to grasp a book. Yet, he withdrew his hand. As confusion swept through the room, Li Qinglong flexed his jaw. "Damn this hell. Where foul language is forbidden, it has me stifled. Curse this absurdity, this foolish hell, this foolish player base, and the foolish liars and tricksters' alliances." Li Qinglong felt an unprecedented sense of relief and comfort, swiftly extracting a book. Clang. Number 5, a glass bead, fell, landing at the bottom and losing its designation, leaving Li Qinglong in a state of complete amnesia. Chapter 50. The more polite the man, the greater the deceiver. Li Qinglong lay in a pool of blood, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds. Liang Jing, from the team with golden-rimmed glasses, trembled uncontrollably, sensing that she might be the next casualty. At that moment, she belatedly realized that the prior coin tosses by the 3 captains to determine priority were mere theatrics, designed to ensnare them into uttering the promise of listening to the captain's orders. "I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Is number 6 safe or dangerous?" The middle-aged man, Lu Xing, and the captain with golden-rimmed glasses all fixed their gazes on number 6. Numbers 6 and 8 are pivotal. If either harbors a dangerous designation, they can deduce the 10 numbers corresponding to the 10 instances of amnesia. However, as fate would have it, all 3 inadvertently glanced at Liang Jing. This beautiful woman would likely not yield easily, presenting a troublesome predicament. The captain with golden-rimmed glasses sighed inwardly, turning to Liang Jing, saying, "I understand your reluctance. Let us proceed with the coin toss method. You choose a side. If that side faces up, I shall not assign you." "Very well. I choose heads. You are to toss it 100 times. If it appears at least once, that will be my victory." Seeing her fierce expression, the captain with golden-rimmed glasses felt a pang of compassion. "You are a newcomer to hell, having arrived merely 10 days ago. You might not yet grasp certain unspoken rules of this realm. I offer you an opportunity to alter the terms." "I shall not change." Liang Jing persevered, fully aware that this was her sole opportunity for redemption. Missing it could very well lead to her demise. The captain of the team, adorned with golden glasses, seemed resigned as he rummaged through his pocket once more for a coin. Heads, tails, heads, tails. The coin was tossed repeatedly, each time landing on tails, as if caught in an interminable cycle. Liang Jing's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the coin, resembling a pathological gambler consumed by desperation. Yet, the outcome of the coin toss would not bend to her will. Tails, tails, tails. With a crash, the coin landed for the 100th time, still showing tails. The captain in golden glasses turned his gaze toward Liang Jing, or more accurately, to the tool of deception in her grasp. What did it mean? At that moment, Liang Jing exhibited no trace of the desperation of a losing gambler. Instead, she radiated an invigorated spirit, akin to a drowning person who had just reached the shore. The coin, with both sides nearly identical in weight, how could anyone possibly achieve 100 consecutive tails? You are a deceiver. Based on the result of 100 consecutive tails, I refute the notion that what you hold in your hand is a coin. You claim to toss a coin, yet the object you utilized was not a coin. Liang Jing narrowed her eyes, feeling she had the right to judge this individual. Once the captain was dead, no one could appoint her again, but live. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the middle-aged man exchanged glances, silently wondering if this fellow might end up in a precarious predicament. If her reasoning held, then the golden glasses captain had transformed lies into truths with the mere utterance of the word coin. Now, having negated the captain's ability to turn lies into truths based on the result of 100 tails, she had effectively restored the lie to its original state. This was a common tactic employed against deceivers, expanding upon a single point to identify the illogical aspects, thereby refuting the entire web of deceit they had woven. However, her negation, Lu Xing and the middle-aged man locked eyes, certain that the captain in golden glasses was indeed the deceiver. Nevertheless, Liang Jing's refutation was misguided. 100 tails was absurd, yet merely absurd. The captain in golden glasses did not contest this, his eyes fixed on the barrel of the gun. "You may attempt it." Since Liang Jing had denied, if she succeeded in her denial, she would be speaking the truth. Failure would mean she was fabricating lies. There was no turning back. "You lied." Upon uttering the command, Liang Jing immediately pulled the trigger, only to be met with the unfortunate sound of a jammed bullet. This proved that what the captain in golden glasses held was indeed a coin. No, it cannot be." Liang Jing slumped to the ground, her expression dazed. "I warned you earlier. You have not been in hell long enough to understand a certain unspoken rule. In hell, liars often disguise themselves as deceivers. And deceivers frequently masquerade as liars, preying on players like you, whose logic is in disarray. The probability of tossing a coin 100 times and landing on tails each time is 1 in 2 to the power of 100, not 0. Since the probability is not 0, it is indeed possible. Therefore, no matter how you attempt to refute these 100 tails, you will not succeed. To refute a deceiver's trickery, one must achieve absolute negation, not mere possibility. Simply put, if it is statistically impossible for a coin to land on tails 100 times, yet I have achieved this feat, then your previous negation of the coin stands. The captain in golden glasses had no intention of judging her. Rather, he spoke at length to psychologically dismantle her, laying the groundwork for what was to come. Soon enough, Liang Jing realized, gazing at the other players, that after her failed judgment, not a single person had chosen to judge her. Previously, in such circumstances, everyone would have rushed to claim a head. So that's it. The reason you all refrain from judging me is that you want me to solve the riddle of the 6th piece of parchment. Indeed. The captain in golden glasses gave her a thumbs up. Now it is your turn to decipher the 6th piece of parchment, number 6. We cannot ascertain its safety. If you obediently solve the riddle, we can promise that if number 6 is safe and you draw the correct book, we will not judge you for the next 10 hours. Liang Jing calmed herself. It seems I have been played like a fool. I do not wish to become cannon fodder. He fears I might share Wang Yan's intention of mutual destruction, so he proposed the coin toss, leading me step by step into the abyss, extracting my lies. If I even approach the bookshelf labeled 19866, he will preemptively judge me. Even if I could draw 2 books simultaneously, causing everyone to forget once more, the condition remains that I must remain alive to reach the bookshelf. In other words, the path to mutual destruction has been severed. I now have but one route to gamble, to wager that number 6 is safe. Moreover, to entice me to gamble, they can promise that should my wager be correct, they will not judge me for the next 10 hours. This is a generous offer. If I am correct, I can lie as I please for the next 10 hours. What a despicable man, tricking this naive girl. Indeed, the more refined a man appears, the more deceitful he tends to be. It seems I have no choice. With that, Liang Jing rose and approached the desk, gazing at the 6th piece of parchment. The hearts of the 3 captains raced. If they could determine that either number 6 or 8 was a dangerous number, they could deduce the 10 perilous numbers. Chapter 51. Those with loose lips must perish. In the secret chamber, only Chen Ran and Zhang Jinhua remained alive, having yet to make their promise. Hey, could someone please wake Chen Ran? The middle-aged man directed his gaze toward Qiu Yinong, who was not far from Chen Ran. Why should I? Just as he was about to utter the word team, the middle-aged man abruptly fell silent. Because you are teammates. The one speaking was He Lang. Standing behind the middle-aged man, Chen Ran was roused from his slumber, yawning and lighting a cigarette to invigorate himself. Zhang Jinhua was also awakened, perhaps due to her age. She took a while to recover. Upon learning the circumstances, the two cooperatively articulated their promise concerning Liang Jing. After so much reasoning and internal strife, they finally had time to examine the contents on the 6th piece of parchment on the desk. One eye dies, 2 eyes live, comprising merely 6 characters. The others had expected Chen Ran to unveil the answer, as Liang Jing's selection had already been confirmed. It would be prudent to cut through the confusion swiftly to prevent further complications. However, Chen Ran, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and his chin tilted at a 45-degree angle, adopted an air of indifference. The captain in golden glasses then turned to the other 2 captains, observing that they also seemed disinclined to assist in solving the riddle. After some contemplation, he remarked, I recall that Zhang Jinhua and I made a promise. I would show her the number in my palm, and she would help me solve the riddle. Consequently, everyone turned their attention back to Zhang Jinhua. Liang Jing frowned, sensing something amiss with the captain in golden glasses' words. He looked at Zhang Jinhua. Ordinarily, in such circumstances, one would refer to the other as you, rather than addressing them by name. Were they still engaged in internal conflict? Zhang Jinhua cast a glance at him before shifting her gaze away, showing no intention of deciphering the riddle. The secret chamber fell silent. Just as Qiu Yinong was about to speak, Chen Ran interjected, saying, Allow me to assist you with the riddle. This is a fundamental term in Go. In the realm of Go, each individual stone on the board is surrounded by a maximum of 4 adjacent vacant points, known as liberties, within a cluster of stones. If there exists merely 1 liberty, it is deemed a dead stone. Conversely, if the number of liberties is 2 or more, it is classified as a living stone. However, Chen Ran pointed to the rice paper. The surface bore only terminology, devoid of any board configuration, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether it represented a dead 1 eye or a living 2 eyes. This situation is akin to placing a cat in a box containing radioactive materials. Until the box is opened, we remain uncertain of the cat's fate. Thus, it is simultaneously alive and dead. The answer to the riddle is books related to Schrodinger's cat. If none exist, one should select a Buddhist scripture, pondering whether the Tathagata has truly arrived. For reasons unknown, Chen Ran's words adorned the three captains with masks of anguish, their expressions darkening as they exchanged glances. Liang Jing, however, remained unfazed. She stepped towards the bookshelf, while the three captains discarded their other thoughts and fixated intently on her. Liang Jing navigated among the three shelves, ultimately halting to extract a Buddhist scripture, the Sutra of the Perfection of Wisdom. At that very moment, the sound of a glass bead numbered 6 falling from the hourglass echoed. The number was lost. The three captains' eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain their ecstatic jubilation. The even-numbered dangerous digits had manifested. Thus, the 10 numbers were 35679, 101, 115, 1719. As long as they evaded these numbers and had their teammates take the fall, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to meet their demise. At this instant, the hearts of the trio, once laden with anxiety, finally found solace. Although it may seem somewhat unscrupulous, there remains a saying: the death of a friend is preferable to the death of a monk. You have lied. Observing the contemplative expressions on everyone's faces, the middle-aged woman unceremoniously accepted Liang Jing's head. Currently, for dangerous numbers had been revealed, and 6 more individuals were destined to perish. However, with the 3 having acquired the 10 numbers, there would be no further delay. It was now the middle-aged man's turn to assign teammates. Noticing that the 6th sheet of rice paper had been largely dissolved by water stains, the middle-aged man declared, "He Lang, you shall decipher the 7th sheet of rice paper." He Lang, the most erudite player in the team aside from the middle-aged man, contemplated briefly. While I have not deduced the corresponding numbers for each instance of amnesia, my capabilities should assure me that the captain would not send me to my doom. Thus, number 7 must be safe. He raised his head, strutting confidently like a proud rooster, and approached the desk. The content on the 7th sheet read, "This sheet of paper occupies an area of 000,025,9875 mu." As He Lang read the text, his expression froze in bewilderment. What on earth is this? He then turned to Chen Ran, who pondered for a moment. First, we need to understand how the area in mu is derived. In ancient times, people lacked sophisticated measuring tools and could only rely on steps as substitutes. The length and width of a piece of land, when multiplied together, yield the area in steps. This is then divided by 240 steps to arrive at the corresponding mu. This formula is derived from the 9 chapters on the mathematical art concerning square fields. He Lang gave Chen Ran a thumbs up, thinking to himself, how does this person know everything? No, this won't do. I feel the need to find an opportunity to discuss with the captain about eliminating Chen Ran in the 2nd chamber. He must not survive to the final chamber. Otherwise, if infighting ensues, we might not stand a chance against him. With this thought, He Lang accelerated his pace, scanning the shelves, and spotted the 9 chapters on the mathematical art at the top row of the first shelf. He reached out to take the book. Just as he turned, he caught sight of the 7th glass bead in the hourglass falling. However, in the next moment, he was horrified to see the 7th glass bead lose its number. It was as if his memory had been entirely siphoned away. Before he completely lost his recollection, he glanced at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? After uttering this question, He Lang stood frozen, gazing around in confusion. Who are you? Who am I? Among the remaining few members in the middle-aged man's team, their expressions were complex, unable to comprehend why it was He Lang. In their team, whether in reasoning or knowledge, the middle-aged man was the strongest, followed closely by He Lang. Yet, this sentiment lasted but a fleeting moment before smiles broke forth on every face. With He Lang occupying a disposable role, they now had a chance of survival. The middle-aged man's feelings were similarly mixed. He Lang had been with him the longest. Yet he turned to He Lang and inquired, "What does the writing in your book say? I do not recognize it." "You have lied." Several judgmental commands rang out almost simultaneously. He Lang was reduced to a sieve. Xiao Yinong furrowed her brow tightly. Fortunately, while they were adjudicating He Lang, they first deceived him, or else she would have begun to question whether something was amiss. It should be fine, though the 4 of them might harbor some doubts. They remained merely suspicions. Chen Ran was eager to solve the riddle, likely aiming to muddy the waters. Xiao Yinong surveyed the crowd. Realizing the quality of players randomly matched in this first-star dungeon was indeed high. Chapter 52. This is unimportant. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. Strange, just now? He Lang seemed quite surprised, astonished to find himself labeled as the expendable. This implies that in He Lang's subconscious, He believes there are members in the team weaker than himself. What reason led the middle-aged man to bypass the weakest member in the team and directly assign He Lang to his demise? This is akin to playing cards. If your hand consists solely of single cards, and you are the first to play, when you could play a 3, you instead opt for a king. This indicates that the king is problematic. Throughout, He Lang spoke only 2 sentences, the first being, because you are teammates, and the second, why? The issue undoubtedly lies in the first sentence. At that moment, the middle-aged man intended for Chen Ran's teammates to awaken him, but the teammates retorted, why should we? The middle-aged man dared not respond, yet He Lang, in his impetuousness, retorted, because you are teammates. This statement, therefore, precipitated the middle-aged man's decision to sacrifice He Lang. If this impulsive remark were unproblematic, He Lang would not meet his end, suggesting that this statement was likely a lie. Because you are teammates. This is a falsehood. Thus, the truth must be, you are not teammates. Upon arriving at this conclusion, the middle-aged woman glanced toward Chen Ran's teammates, whose aged, wrinkled face bore the marks of time. Chen Ran's teammates have always appeared this way. There has been no change. She bore no issues. Might the problem lie with Chen Ran? Consequently, she turned her gaze towards Chen Ran, whose frail frame, delicate features, and smoking gesture had remained consistent. Chen Ran is also not problematic. If both of them are without issues, then the one with the problem must be me. My memories or perceptions must have been tampered with. When were my memories or perceptions altered? When Wang Yin perished. At that time, for gunshots rang out, yet Wang Yin was struck by only 2 individuals employed skills. One was me. Who was the other? It seems trivial. However, what truly matters is that when I employed the skill of the Liar Slayer, I had no choice in the matter. Even though I gained the privilege to jump the queue during the game, if I cannot deduce which numbers are perilous, I remain at risk of demise. Moreover, throughout 10 episodes of Amnesia, I failed to document the numbers associated with each instance. Thus, I was left with no alternative but to use the Liar Slayer skill to glimpse the digits concealed within the palms of Chen Ran or his companions. In other words, the individual who also wielded the Liar Slayer skill had no choice but to extract numbers from Chen Ran and his allies. Consequently, the memories or perceptions altered by this person must certainly pertain to Chen Ran or his teammates, implying that Chen Ran and his allies became suspect after Wang Yan's demise. Chen Ran could indeed be Chen Ran, or he might be the one employing the Liar Slayer skill. Similarly, Chen Ran's companions might also be the ones utilizing this skill. Should anyone utter their names or declare their affiliation, they would be lying. When He Lang claimed they were allies, he was indeed fabricating the truth, which elucidates the reason behind the middle-aged man's abandonment of He Lang. Rather than facing judgment and death later, it would be more prudent to expend their final energies as cannon fodder. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow, feeling perplexed. Logically, having reason to this extent, she should be able to easily identify who the user of the Liar Slayer skill was. Yet, that individual's name seemed as though it had been fortified with a firewall in her cognition, rendering her incapable of deducing who it was. Why do I harbor such thoughts? The manipulation of perception to such an extent is indicative of an exceptionally powerful Liar Slayer skill. Wait, it appears that the method to break through is rather straightforward. Since that individual possesses a cognitive firewall, I shall circumvent it. Among Chen Ran and his allies, one identity remains dubious. Therefore, where has the Chen Ran, or the ally of Chen Ran, whose identity was usurped by that individual, gone? Eliminating possibilities one by one. Am I Chen Ran, or an ally of Chen Ran? Impossible. My memories recall having employed the Liar Slayer skill, and I retracted my skill after that individual had utilized theirs. Thus, I cannot be either Chen Ran or his ally. Among the 3 teams, 12 members, could any of them be Chen Ran or his ally? That too is unlikely. If so, it would imply that the user of the Liar Slayer skill is one of these 12 individuals. Yet one possessing such formidable abilities would not willingly serve as a subordinate to another. Thus, we can eliminate this possibility as well. What remains are the 3 captains and Zhang Jinhua. One among these 4 is the original Chen Ran or his ally. First, I shall dismiss the 3 captains. They identified the cannon fodder by name when assigning them. If any of them were Chen Ran or his ally, they would certainly not be able to name the cannon fodder. Therefore, only one answer remains. Zhang Jinhua is either Chen Ran or an ally of Chen Ran. In other words, the identity of the user of the Liar Slayer skill is inconsequential. Cursed be it, having reasoned this far, the cognitive firewall still stands. I must continue to circumvent the firewall. Given that Zhang Jinhua is either Chen Ran or an ally of Chen Ran, I shall directly seek an opening through Zhang Jinhua. How could this be? The middle-aged woman suddenly widened her eyes in terror as she glanced at the 3 captains and Chen Ran. Moments ago, during the puzzle solving of the cannon fodder Liang Jing, these four clearly showed no desire to assist. Then, the captain with the gold-rimmed glasses casually mentioned that he had shown Zhang Jinhua the 5 numbers recorded in his palm, to which Zhang Jinhua had agreed to assist him in solving the puzzle. In simple terms, whoever aids Liang Jing in solving the puzzle is the one of no importance. In other words, whoever helps Liang Jing decode the puzzle is the one employing the Liar Slayer skill. Could it be? These four had long since deduced this step. And with such tacit cooperation, they aim to unearth the one of no significance. What manner of monsters has this one-star instance matched us with? However, a sudden turn of events occurred. The originally reluctant Chen Ran unexpectedly spoke up to assist in solving the puzzle. In essence, when the four were previously in unison against aiding Liang Jing, the 3 captains could almost ascertain that the identity that had been supplanted belonged to an ally of Chen Ran. Yet, with Chen Ran's sudden change of heart, his identity, too, became suspect. The earlier deduction that whoever aids Liang Jing is the one wielding the skill now raises the question, is Chen Ran indeed assisting or not? No wonder the 3 captains donned masks of anguish upon hearing Chen Ran's revelation. Such an act could truly drive a person to despair. I suspect that the middle-aged man and his companions were on the verge of throttling him. Now, a pressing question arises. If Chen Ran is indeed Chen Ran, what could possibly motivate him to act in such a manner? The middle-aged woman gazed toward Chen Ran, who was leisurely smoking, yet emanating an aura of extreme danger. This fellow intends to commit murder. Indeed, if Chen Ran is really Chen Ran, given his ruthless decisiveness in orchestrating the younger generation, being toyed with in such a manner would undoubtedly provoke murderous intent. Chapter 53. There is no second glass, bead number 10. Chen Ran glanced at He Lang's lifeless body and addressed the group with a hint of exasperation. Since you are all aware of which numbers pose a danger, why should I assist you in deciphering perilous numbers? You may deliberate amongst yourselves and respond regarding the contents of each piece of parchment. The others grasped his implication. If it were a safe number, he would assist in decoding, yet if it were dangerous, he would refrain from aiding in the puzzle. This signifies that the 3 captains could no longer deceive the cannon fodder into drawing lots. After all, if Chen Ran refrains from assisting the cannon fodder with the puzzle, it indicates a dangerous number, and how could the cannon fodder possibly comply with drawing lots? Unless both parties reach an agreement, whereby the 3 captains fulfill the cannon fodder's requests before their demise. Lu Xing pondered. From the previous puzzle solving, the breadth of knowledge involved is extensive. If Chen Ran were to abandon the task, subsequent decoding would falter. The 3 captains exchanged glances and nodded at one another just as they were about to speak. Zhang Jinhua abruptly interjected, "Have you forgotten that there exists an individual with priority queuing rights?" The 3 were taken aback, their gazes turning furiously toward the nonchalant, smoking Chen Ran. This fellow aims to ensnare us all. We must establish a sequence for solving the puzzle. And we must mutually pledge to disclose future lies to prevent others from changing their minds at the last moment. However, in the previous agreement, Zhang Jinhua holds the priority queuing right. Her intervening would completely disrupt our order, resulting in us all lying. How ruthless. Do not look at me in such a manner. Throughout the puzzle solving, I have yet to discern your contributions, Chen Ran stated, locking eyes with the group. Very well, the middle-aged man ground his teeth and said, "Is it only if we arrange a sequence that you will assist us in solving the puzzle?" He sought a definitive answer. Indeed, Chen Ran replied. "Let us first determine the number assigned to Zhang Jinhua," declared the middle-aged man, turning his gaze toward her. "Choose." Zhang Jinhua retrieved a piece of chewing gum from her pocket, unwrapped it, placed it in her mouth, and chewed thoughtfully in silence for a considerable time before speaking. "Is number 20 safe?" "It is," Lu Xing interjected eagerly. "I do not trust your reasoning. I require Chen Ran's answer," he insisted. "Number 20 is absolutely safe," Chen Ran confirmed, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. "Are you implying that you wish to solve the mystery of the 20th piece of rice paper?" he queried, seeking clarification. Noticing Zhang Jinhua's silence, the 3 team leaders voiced their own deductions, affirming that number 20 was indeed safe. Zhang Jinhua furrowed her brow. "To be frank, I am uncertain whether I am truly Zhang Jinhua. I presume you harbor doubts regarding my identity as well." This revelation shattered the facade, and the expressions on everyone's faces were quite telling. In truth, the identities of Chen Ran, Zhang Jinhua, and her teammate were the most ambiguous. Upon reflection, they realized that Zhang Jinhua had never explicitly acknowledged herself as Zhang Jinhua. "What do you mean?" Zhang Jinhua surveyed the group, pausing her chewing. "There are 2 options. One is to have that person retract their skill, and the other is to have the 3 individuals of questionable identity disclose their true selves." If I am Zhang Jinhua, I shall respond to the 20th piece of rice paper. The middle-aged woman felt a shiver run down her spine. 3 individuals of questionable identity. It appeared that this Zhang Jinhua had deduced that she, Chen Ran, and his teammate were all entangled in an identity crisis. However, the critical question remained: who was truly who? It was inconsequential. Only the one utilizing the skill of deceit would possess that knowledge. Hence, Chen Ran deliberately suggested that those who had not yet answered determine the order. Chen Ran and his teammate had already responded, while Zhang Jinhua had not. Thus, as long as they established the order, they could expose her. Nevertheless, even if the order was confirmed, if that individual continued to delay their response, it would sow seeds of suspicion between Chen Ran and his teammate, leading them to believe one of them was Zhang Jinhua, or even convince themselves they were her. They not only needed to establish the order, but I suspect they would also impose a time limit for drawing from the bookshelf. The 3 team leaders turned their attention to the trio. Observing this, Xiao Yinan seemed to grasp the situation. These 3 had already inferred the 3 questionable identities. That works. She nodded. We must also impose a time limit. After Chen Ran solves the riddle, Zhang Jinhua must draw the corresponding book from the shelf within 1 minute. Zhang Jinhua voiced her concerns. That is acceptable, Xiao Yinan affirmed. Subsequently, Chen Ran, Zhang Jinhua, and Xiao Yinan sequentially articulated their future deceptions. If I am Zhang Jinhua, I will answer the 20th piece of rice paper. Moreover, after Chen Ran solves the riddle, Zhang Jinhua must draw the book corresponding to the 20th piece of rice paper within 1 minute. With that, the 3 team leaders felt reassured. Now that they had established Zhang Jinhua's order, it was time to ascertain the order of the members. Bored, Chen Ran retrieved his skill of deceit from his waist, exhaling gently as he meticulously polished it. Isn't it splendid? He boasted to Xiao Yinan, showcasing his pristine white skill. Xiao Yinan chose to ignore him. Before long, the 3 teams arranged the remaining participants in order. Previously, they had taken several hours to solve the riddles of the 7 pieces of rice paper. However, once the order was established, their pace quickened dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, they unraveled the riddles of the 8th and 9th pieces. What puzzled them was that Chen Ran even assisted in decoding the 9th piece, which corresponded to the perilous number 9. Chen Ran had previously stated he would only assist with safe numbers. Wait, he had merely questioned, why should I help you decode dangerous numbers? He had not outright declared he would not assist with dangerous numbers. What did this maneuver signify? Cannon fodder? If he deciphered the dangerous number, the cannon fodder would mistakenly believe it was a safe number, eagerly drawing books only to trigger the mechanisms that would lead to complete amnesia. A truly cunning stratagem. The riddle of the 10th piece was solved, and the book drawing concluded. Ding! A glass bead fell from the hourglass, losing its number. Yet, the number of the fallen bead left everyone aghast. In an instant, Xiao Yinan nearly lost her balance, bracing herself against the desk, her complexion turning pale. Legs weak and trembling, Chen Ran's eyes sparkled with mirth, a radiant smile gracing his lips. The 3 team leaders fixed their unwavering gaze on the glass bead that had just lost its number before turning their attention back to Chen Ran. In that moment, their thoughts converged on a singular notion: Zhang Jinhua is doomed. This was due to the fact that the number that had just fallen was 11. The 10th piece of rice paper did not correspond to the glass bead numbered 10, but rather to 11. Because the glass bead numbered 10 had fallen from the very beginning, there was, in fact, no second glass bead numbered 10 within the hourglass. Furthermore, in the previous agreement, they had stated, if I am Zhang Jinhua, I will answer the 20th piece of rice paper. The 10th piece corresponded to 11. Therefore, the 19th piece must correspond to 20. The 20th piece bore no number. Zhang Jinhua's demise was inevitable. Chen Ran pulled something from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. The side effects of this thing are truly substantial. The moment it was injected, drowsiness overcame me. Zhang Jinhua also discarded an item, frowning as she remarked, I felt quite drowsy as well. I wonder if the commercial district has something more upscale. The items they both discarded were syringes, their contents already emptied, yet each bore a label reading, sedative. Chapter 54, Collusion. Xiao Yinan, no? It should be the genuine Zhang Jinhua, gazed incredulously at the 2 sedatives on the floor. Sedatives. With significant side effects. Aren't you afraid of being deceived into revealing lies while half asleep? Even if you can ensure you won't be misled. What about the various dangers that may arise within this scenario? How could you be so reckless? Any player would be hesitant to use sedatives. In response to Zhang Jinhua's barrage, Chen Ran smirked, why the fuss? We've been in this hell for less than 2.5 days. How could we know so many hidden rules? You claim sedatives have severe side effects. We can be more cautious next time. So why the aggressive stance? Cautious next time? Zhang Jinhua found herself momentarily at a loss for words, caught between frustration and disbelief. I utilized the skill of deceit, and not long after, Chen Ran fell asleep. This implies he had already injected the sedative at that point and, upon awakening, had deciphered my skill. He knew I was not his teammate, yet chose not to expose it, merely laying the groundwork for solving the riddle of the 20th piece of rice paper. The riddles for numbers with issues, whether drawing the wrong book or the right one, would trigger mechanisms leading to complete amnesia, and the corresponding pieces of rice paper would dissolve into a watery haze. However, the number 10 is an exception. It is a dangerous number and was the first to fall. Yet, the first piece of rice paper did not disappear. This indicates that the first piece occupied two numbers, 1 and 10. This resulted in the 10th piece of rice paper corresponding to 11, as the number 10 had already been claimed by the first piece. Thus, the 10th piece is linked to 11. Chapter 11, number 12. Chapter 20, number 21. However, there is number 21 in the hourglass, and my earlier promise was to decipher the content on the 20th piece of rice paper. How foolish of me. Emerging from her reverie, Zhang Jinhua gazed at the striking woman across from her. What is your name? Nan. Zhang Jinhua realized she had lost, utterly and comprehensively, but she yearned to understand how she had succumbed. I have a faint sense that Chen Ran was merely assisting you. You are the true mastermind behind this scheme. I wish to know why I fell into this trap. Nan scrutinized her from head to toe. You and the middle-aged woman employed your skills together. You both operate as free agents with the same objective, to acquire 10 numbers from either Chen Ran or me, while the middle-aged woman swiftly withdrew her skill upon success. You, however, showed no intention of retracting yours after obtaining the information. This was your gravest error. Zhang Jinhua was taken aback, and then she coldly scoffed. You don't mean to imply that my principal failure was not retracting my skill in a timely manner, do you? Close enough, Nan responded earnestly. It was precisely because you failed to withdraw your skill promptly that I deduced your psychological expectation was to obtain number 20. Why you? Perhaps overwhelmed by shock. Zhang Jinhua's trembling finger pointed at Nan, struggling to articulate her thoughts. How did you know I wanted number 20? Is it difficult to guess? You had priority to cut in line and receive the number from Chen Ran's palm. Logically, you should have immediately retracted your skill, just like the middle-aged woman. Swiftly securing a safe number and quietly observing the others, assessing their strengths to determine whom to confront or ally with in the subsequent internal struggle. Yet, you chose to continue impersonating me. This indicates ulterior motives. Either you sought to deceive Chen Ran into speaking falsehoods or to ensnare me into unwittingly lying. In essence, the longer you concealed your intentions, the greater the likelihood that both Chen Ran and I would be led astray, as you assumed my identity. I had secured my number while you had not, thus drawing a card would expose your identity. You needed to maintain your guise while inevitably revealing yourself, making number 20 in the hourglass your optimal choice. Nan spoke deliberately, weighing her words to avoid falsehoods. From here on, it becomes straightforward. Knowing you desired number 20. This maneuver merely necessitates transforming number 20 into the 20th piece of rice paper. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinhua recollected how Chen Ran initiated the sequence by confirming the order. Soon after, Nan inquired whether number 20 was safe. The three captains had assured its safety, yet she remained skeptical, insisting on Chen Ran's confirmation. Upon receiving the signal, Chen Ran swiftly grasped Nan's plan, artfully transforming number 20 into the 20th piece of rice paper. Initially, Chen Ran had mentioned solving the riddle of the rice paper, stating it would be the 20th piece. I found nothing strange about that. These two were coordinating seamlessly, exchanging words to successfully ensnare me. At this realization, Zhang Jinhua felt as though her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground as she murmured, "Is this the mindset of the youth? A tranquilizer shatters my skill without exposing me, deduces my psychological number, and then exploits it to ensnare me." The most baffling part is that these two hardly communicated throughout, yet managed to collaborate so effectively. Why? Suddenly, she recalled that from the 10th piece of rice paper onward, both the order of the rice paper and the numbers were incorrect. The number of pieces was less than the numbers. This meant that the players from the three teams had all misordered during the recent arrangement. It was possible for the three captains to have assigned themselves safe numbers. Yet due to the lesser number of pieces, those safe numbers could very well turn hazardous, as long as they paused the riddle solving. The 20th piece of rice paper would never come into play. I still have a chance. With this thought, Zhang Jinhua summoned her strength and stood from the ground. Addressing the three captains, "You've all fallen for this trap, haven't you? Chen Ran is likely doing this intentionally to lead us all to our doom." Her words caught in her throat. The three captains remained silent, merely smiling at her, as if observing a jester's impending curtain call. Did they all know? Apologies. We all arranged according to the numerical order. At this, Zhang Jinhua despairingly closed her eyes, realizing there was no salvation now. Unless, she lied, forfeiting a chance to judge herself, and utilized the lie killer skill. My skill can distort perception. In doing so, they would be unable to deduce my true self, and thus could not kill me. With this thought, Zhang Jinhua reached for her waist, but suddenly recalled Chen Ran's words while he polished that pure white handgun. My lie killer skill can prevent players from using their lie killer skills for 1 hour. Zhang Jinhua exclaimed. How could such a malicious skill exist in this world? My escape route is gone. Chapter 55. The Bodhisattva said, it can be recorded. You need not be so distressed. Perhaps the 20th piece of rice paper will yield a miracle, Chen Ran stated, unfazed. The crowd murmured in response, allowing despair to settle before offering hope. With hope restored, Zhang Jinhua would not resort to desperate measures. It was a perfectly executed strategy. Throughout the entire scheme, Chen Ran and Xiao Yinan not only neutralized Zhang Jinhua, but also ensured that the pawns willingly marched to their demise. By eliminating 2 significant uncertainties, the subsequent unraveling of the riddle would be considerably simplified. Following the predetermined order, one by one, the pawns approached the desk with trepidation, listening intently as Chen Ran deciphered the riddle. Whenever they felt certain Chen Ran was being earnest, they would believe it to be a safe number. After all, Chen Ran had previously stated, why would I assist you in deciphering dangerous numbers? Humans are inherently hopeful, as long as there is no definitive outcome. They cling to that hope, proceeding along the established path. You lied. You lied. You lied. One by one, the pawns, stripped of memory, were deceived into believing the common lies. Soon, they arrived at the 18th piece of rice paper. The hourglass contained 2 numbers, 19 and 20. On the ground lay 8 corpses. The pawn whose turn it was, a young man, sat on the ground, his face stained with tears. 10 dangerous numbers, 8 corpses, indicating that 2 more must die, yet among the 3 captains, Lu Xing had yet to answer. Lu Xing understood that among the 10 dangerous numbers, he would surely reserve a safe number for himself. In other words, 19 was hazardous, while 20 was undoubtedly safe. He could still deduce this much. Yet he also recognized that even if he survived this scenario, the subsequent chamber would pose a formidable challenge. As for whether the captain would honor their promise to grant points to their friends, that was a matter left to fate. With this thought, the young man began to hum. Sister, you stride boldly ahead without looking back. Good begets good, evil begets evil. It is not that retribution is delayed. I await you all in the ultimate death. The young man did not look back. Without glancing at the contents on the rice paper, I strode directly to the first bookshelf and carelessly pulled out a book, instantly losing all memory. The conclusion is self-evident. Deceived by the lies of common sense, one meets their demise. The 19th glass bead in the hourglass fell, subsequently losing its number, leaving only a single glass bead remaining, awaiting Lu Xing to answer a question. With Chen Ran's assistance in deciphering, Lu Xing sequentially acquired his number. Next, the remaining 11 individuals turned their attention to the contents on the 20th piece of rice paper. And Chen Ran did not afford Zhang Jinhua a moment's respite. Starting and concluding with the second simplified character, the contents of this rice paper corresponded to book number 19,866. Go and retrieve it. According to their prior agreement, Zhang Jinhua must extract the book within 1 minute after Chen Ran completed the riddle, or else she would be deemed a liar. Trembling, Zhang Jinhua approached the bookshelf, located the corresponding book, and resolutely withdrew book number 19866. However, as she recalled her past, she realized she had not lost her memory. Just as a smile began to bloom on her face, she noticed that the others recoiled from her as if they had seen a ghost. Turning around, she discovered that this book was still connected by a white thread, and a plume of white smoke emerged from the spot where the book had previously resided. Boom! An unexpected explosion shattered 3 bookshelves and left Zhang Jinhua in ruins. The shockwave reached the table, shattering the hourglass, and the glass beads rolled forth, landing right before the 10 individuals. They wiped the cold sweat from their brows, relieved that Wang Yin had intended to draw this book but had been immediately judged and perished. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The 10 gathered the glass beads before them, astonished to find that each corresponded to their own numbers. Chen Ran received number 1, while Qiu Yinong received number 2. They gazed ahead, where the explosion had revealed an entrance to a basement beneath the ground where the 3 bookshelves once stood. The group began to organize the information. Chen Ran was the first to speak. Firstly, the owner of this study suffered from dementia in his lifetime. and while deciphering the rice paper. We also learned that he had been assaulted. A middle-aged man added, moreover, the second simplified character on the wall states, my property is buried by my wife's grave. This is also crucial information. Lu Xing presented his reasoning. There is still a missing heir. What do you think? If this heir is unfamiliar with the second simplified character, would they not know where the elderly man's assets are hidden? Are you suggesting that the entire theme of this instance revolves around finding the treasure? Captain Jean C. Yin inquired uncertainly. Chen Ran stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can't shake the feeling that the theme of this instance is actually the heir helping the elderly man recover his memories. How so? Qiu Yinong asked. Look, the glass beads symbolize anchors of memory, and the corresponding rice paper contains various knowledge. Considering the abundance of books in this study, can we not deduce that the elderly man enjoyed reading? After his memory loss, the heir, wishing to discover where the elderly man concealed his assets, sought to aid him in regaining some memories, particularly concerning his fortune. As he spoke, he pointed at the second simplified character on the wall. This secret chamber's deciphering pertains solely to the promotion and abolition timeline of the second simplified characters, but has no relation to the content expressed therein. This implies that the heir has yet to assist the elderly man in recovering memories related to his assets. Thus, it is highly probable that the next secret chamber will continue to focus on helping the elderly man regain his memory. Chen Ran gazed toward the entrance of the basement, his eyes grave. This time, it seems we may have to face old sins. With that, he took out a marker, intending to inscribe the conclusions of this secret chamber on his arm. However, the earlier explosion triggered the fire alarm in the study, causing a deluge of water to cascade from the ceiling. In an instant, it washed away all the numbers recorded in the palms of the group or the words written on their arms, leaving nothing behind. How could the words written with this pen be washed away? It was supposed to be waterproof. The middle-aged man lamented. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze in place. The others also wore grim expressions. This means the ultimate boss does not wish for US to retain any information related to this. This complicates matters. The 10 sat on the ground, some eating to replenish their energy, while others drank an oral solution that seemed to alleviate mental stress. Chen Ran picked up a tattered board from the ground, propped it atop his head, and attempted to write on his arm with the marker, only to find it too damp to function properly. Pondering for a moment, with nothing else to do, he retrieved a piece of bread from his bag, munching on it while intently perusing the journey to the west. Before long, the group had rested sufficiently and stood before the entrance to the basement, with Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong positioned at the back of the crowd. One by one, they entered the basement, and when it was Chen Ran's turn, he swiftly turned back and tossed a crumpled piece of paper to Qiu Yinong behind him. She unfolded the note. Bodhisattva said, your small vehicle of teachings cannot help the deceased ascend. It can only blend with the mundane and the light. I possess the great vehicle of Buddhist teachings, capable of helping the deceased ascend to heaven, alleviating the suffering of the troubled, granting the body of limitless life, and enabling the state of no coming and no going. Chapter 56. The Great Memory Restoration Technique. Chen Ran awakened on the ground, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Clutching his painfully throbbing head, he rolled on the floor for some time until the stabbing sensation finally subsided. Retracting his hand, he noticed blood on his palms. Is my head bleeding? He wondered. Wait, who am I? Where's this? He instinctively reached into his pocket, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Extracting one, he lit it. Coughing violently from the smoke, he immediately discarded the cigarette. I don't smoke, he mused. If I don't smoke, why do I have cigarettes? Moreover, just now, when I reached into my pocket to ponder a question, if I wasn't feeling for cigarettes, what was I touching? Struggling to his feet, Chen Ran spotted a lazy sofa before him and, without a second thought, threw himself onto it. After a short while, he regained his composure and began to scrutinize his environment. This was indeed a secret chamber. Before the sofa stood a coffee table, on which lay an upside-down copy of Journey to the West. I can recognize characters? He pondered. Strange. I have no recollection of ever learning to read. Yet I understand this is Chinese text, and I can read it. What is that hard object at my waist, pressing uncomfortably against me? Chen Ran reached towards his waist and discovered a pure white handgun, entirely snow white. This is a gun, he mused. Strangely, I cannot pull the trigger. This should be operable. He tossed the gun onto the coffee table and continued to examine his surroundings. Directly in front of the sofa was a coat rack mirror facing away from him, with a chair positioned to its left. Aside from that, there was nothing else. He picked up Journey to the West and carefully flipped through its contents. Chapter 12. Why is a small section torn out? Considering the context, the missing part should be. Guanyin told Tang Sung. The small vehicle of Buddhist teachings cannot help the deceased ascend, but the great vehicle can. However, in Chapter 13, just as Tang Sung exited the borders of the Great Tang, he encountered danger and was rescued by the hunter Lu Buqin, who brought him home. In Lu Buqin's household, Tang Sung employed the small vehicle of Buddhist teachings to help his deceased father ascend. Guanyin claimed the small vehicle cannot assist the deceased. Yet here Tang Sung helped the spirit ascend. Guanyin lied. But why would someone tear away the content that portrays Guanyin as a liar? Lies have been obliterated. The untruth has been eradicated from the pages of the book. Is there a prohibition against deceit? Perhaps this is the message that the book destroyer wishes to convey to me? Feeling a resurgence of strength, Chen Ran rose from the sofa. Previously, he had felt indifferent. But now, he sensed a certain emptiness within himself. It appears I have suffered amnesia, leaving me unaware of my own identity. However, I am certain that my fundamental knowledge remains intact. For instance, I recognize Chinese characters, I understand that smoke is smoke, and a lighter is indeed a lighter. Simultaneously, my habits are likely still present, as evidenced by my instinctive motion towards my pocket when I sought to ponder a question. Chen Ran began to search for clues. First, emptying the contents of his backpack onto the coffee table, meticulously counting each item. They consisted of various food items and pharmaceuticals. He then delved into his pocket, retrieving a glass bead marked with a number. The number is 1. The food and medicine seem unremarkable. The critical elements are the glass bead and the handgun. The handgun symbolizes judgment, which is quite understandable. But what does the glass bead signify? Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, he recalled the information gleaned from the book, a prohibition against lies. What would be the consequence of deceit? Punishment. The handgun symbolizes judgment, thus linking lies to the firearm. To lie would mean facing execution. Yet, I could not possibly violate the prohibition against lying myself. I need to test this with someone else. Upon this realization, he glanced once more at the secret chamber, only to find, regrettably, that he was alone. Stretching his body, he approached the chair, which resembled one used for interrogating prisoners. Turning to face the mirror, he beheld his reflection, a frail body, a delicate visage, and several gashes upon his forehead. Simultaneously, he noticed 2 segments of crimson text upon the mirror, likely inscribed with the blood that trickled from his head. The first segment read, "The chair possesses the effect of significant memory restoration. Sitting upon it will immediately restore one's memory." Chen Ran was skeptical. In this secret room, I am utterly alone. How did I incur the injuries upon my head? It is highly probable that they are related to this so-called phenomenon of memory restoration. The second segment stated, "Finally, the cycle has returned. Those who wish to survive should sit upon the chair." Moreover, I speculate that the glass beads we possess can store a single memory anchor point. Glass beads? Chen Ran once more extracted the glass bead from his pocket. At that moment, he realized he still held the book Journey to the West. Casually tossing the book aside, he noticed that the sound it made upon hitting the floor was somewhat peculiar. Sensing something was amiss, he looked towards the spot where he had discarded the book and was struck with astonishment as his pupils dilated. There, in that vicinity, lay 5 copies of Journey to the West. Moreover, their placement was quite clever when viewed from the front of the sofa. The 5 books were perfectly obscured by an upright coat rack. He picked up the books, flipping through each one, only to discover that in every edition, the 12th chapter, which details the lie Guanyin told to Tang Sung, had been torn out. How could this be? A cycle? Does this imply that with each cycle, I throw a book in this direction? I have thrown a total of 5 books. Chen Ran felt his mind becoming increasingly muddled. He reached once more into his pocket. What exactly am I trying to find? Furthermore, I had discarded a cigarette that I had taken a puff from. If this is indeed a cycle, why is there only 1 cigarette on the ground? Shouldn't there be 5? 2 possibilities arise. First, the text on the mirror is a deception, aimed at tricking me into sitting on the chair. Second, the properties of the cigarette and the book differ. The cigarette cannot cycle, while the book can. He glanced at the chair, then returned to the sofa, beginning to organize his thoughts. Firstly, I have lost my memory, and this body does not seem to belong to me. It is likely not my own. This can be corroborated by the fact that I do not smoke. Yet I possess a pack in my pocket, alongside a sense that something is amiss within and around me. Secondly, someone has previously occupied this body and left inscriptions on the mirror. Furthermore, this individual has occupied it twice, as evidenced by the 2 segments of text on the mirror. Lastly, the person who occupied this body twice has likely not deduced the answer, as their writings mention. Finally, the cycle has returned. Given the current circumstances, I find myself trapped within this secret chamber. My primary objective must be to escape this room. The individual who previously occupied this space must have been ensnared here as well. However, the The text they left behind indicates they have finally returned to the cycle, rather than finally escape this chamber, suggesting that they too have not figured out how to flee. Alternatively, it is possible that this person has uncovered the method of escape, but finds themselves unable to proceed without assistance. Assistance? The glass bead. The text mentioned that the glass bead serves as a memory anchor point, which implies that this individual seeks to obtain the glass beads we possess in order to reclaim their memories. Yet, the question remains, if they desire our glass beads, why would they also inform us that they are memory anchor points? Unless a realization struck Chen Ran, prompting him to rush towards the 5 copies of Journey to the West, flipping through them rapidly. Indeed, an answer began to form in his mind as he approached the chair and promptly sat down. The moment he settled into the chair, 4 fixed handcuffs emerged, securing his limbs firmly in place. In the ensuing moment, he felt something cover his head, and soon thereafter, he was rendered unconscious, blood streaming from his forehead. Chapter 57, Amnesiac Reasoning. Awakening amidst the autumn chill, Xiao-Yi felt as though her head were splitting apart. She rolled on the ground for some time, and only after a while did the sharp pain begin to subside. She gazed at her hands. Blood? Had someone cracked open my skull? Who am I? Where am I? With that thought, she yawned and reached into her pocket, retrieving several pieces of chewing gum. Extracting one, she tore off the wrapper and began to chew, yawning once more. Subsequently, she spat out the gum. With great difficulty, she rose from the ground and noticed a lazy sofa not far away. Without a second thought, she lunged towards it and collapsed onto its surface. It felt somewhat constrictive. She retrieved a hard object from her waist, revealing a pitch-black handgun, resplendent in its dark hues. Yet, she found herself unable to pull the trigger. Casually, she tossed the handgun onto the coffee table. Aside from the firearm, there were also 5 books on textile industry practices resting on the table. I cannot recall my identity, which indicates that I have lost my memory. Nevertheless, my fundamental understanding remains intact. I recognize that a handgun is indeed a handgun. This is a secret chamber. Therefore, my primary task must be to escape this chamber. In such situations, there are usually clues. Strange, I deduced that rather smoothly. Perhaps it is due to my remarkable intellect. Emptying the contents of her backpack, she discovered an assortment of food and medicine and proceeded to extract everything from her pockets. Several pieces of gum, a glass bead, and a crumpled note. Unfolding the note in the Bodhisattva path, it is asserted that your lesser vehicle teachings cannot facilitate the elevation of the deceased. They merely serve to blend with the mundane and illuminate. Conversely, I possess the profound Mahayana Buddhist scriptures, capable of aiding the departed in ascending to the heavens, liberating those in distress, cultivating the eternal body of life, and achieving a state of neither coming nor going. This excerpt is found in the 12th chapter of Journey to the West, where Guanyin deceives Tang's son. However, in the 13th chapter, Tang Xing successfully transcends the spirit of a hunter's father, thereby exposing Guanyin's falsehood. The act of extracting Guanyin's lie from the narrative of Journey to the West raises inquiries about its implications, particularly as it lingers within me, serving as a reminder to be wary of deceit. How do I know it is Journey to the West? Unless I was once well versed in it, to the point where it has become ingrained in my consciousness, akin to recognizing a handgun due to frequent prior encounters, which would explain my knowledge of it even in a state of amnesia. Who must be cautious of lies? I must be vigilant. The prohibition against falsehoods looms large. Should one dare to breach this rule, I glance at the handgun resting on the table, a symbol of justice and judgment in common perception. The notion arises that lying could lead to a fatal consequence. This deduction, while unprovable, urges me to exercise caution and avoid deceit as much as possible. Crushing a piece of paper into a ball, I mimic a shooting gesture and release it in a parabolic arc. The paper ball lands, and I notice 4 more crumpled balls. Upon witnessing this, my pupils constrict as I scrutinize the 5 paper balls on the floor, realizing they share identical size and creases. This prompts me to ponder, have others thrown paper balls in a similar manner before me? Yet, differing strengths and techniques would make it improbable for 5 individuals to have landed their throws in the same spot, unless all 5 paper balls were thrown by me. Thus, I conclude, I have manifested 5 times in this secret chamber, each instance resulting in amnesia. Intriguing. Given my intelligence, I ought to have left behind some clues. Rising slowly, I begin to search for these remnants within the chamber. Soon, I arrive at a chair positioned before a mirror. In the reflection, I notice several bloodstains upon my forehead, which, while not significant, leads me to the crucial detail: 2 crimson inscriptions upon the mirror's surface. The first reads, "The chair possesses the effect of great memory restoration. Sitting upon it will instantly restore one's memory." I scoff at the absurdity. Do you truly believe I cannot deduce the origin of the wound upon my head? Yet, the script. The second inscription states, "This body is not mine." This is the fourth cycle. The subsequent version of myself must decipher why I appear in this body during the fourth cycle. The glass bead is likely a memory anchor. I scrutinize the blood-written words on the mirror. Contemplating, I approach the coffee table and dab a bit of blood from my forehead onto my fingertip, inscribing the two statements upon the table. Astonishingly, the handwriting on both the mirror and the table is identical. The words on the mirror were penned by me. Wiping the bloodstains from the table with my sleeve, I return to the mirror. This implies that I have occupied another's body, cycling through this chamber 5 times. During the first 4 cycles, I gleaned the 2 pieces of information inscribed on the mirror. Wait a moment. If I have taken possession of another's body, does that not suggest that another has taken possession of my original body? Is this a case of soul exchange? Or perhaps a memory exchange? Given my amnesia, it is more likely a memory exchange, as soul exchanges do not typically involve memory aspects. This indicates that at least 2 individuals have experienced a memory exchange. If the number is greater, the situation becomes increasingly complex. Hypothetically, if 5 individuals are involved and memory exchanges occur with each cycle, that would mean I must cycle through 5 times before returning to this body. This transforms the 5th cycle into the 25th. If there are 10 individuals, it escalates to the 50th cycle. As these thoughts swirl, I instinctively reach for the chewing gum on the coffee table, failing to tear open the wrapper. Instead, holding it between my fingers in a gesture reminiscent of smoking, bringing it to my lips for a deep inhale. Yet, I inhale nothing. Gazing at the gum in my hand, a sudden realization strikes, compelling me to look down. Only 1 piece of gum lies on the ground, not 5. This indicates that the gum does not cycle, while the paper balls do. Thus, the gum and the paper balls possess different properties, one existing within the cycle, the other outside of it. Consequently, I fix my gaze upon the items on the coffee table, honing in on the gun and the glass bead. The bead is labeled as number 2, while the handgun exhibits a kaleidoscope of colors. These 2 items seem incongruous compared to the food and medicine on the table. Is it possible that one or both of these items are also within the cycle? It must be the glass bead. After all, the mirror has never mentioned the handgun. And I deduced earlier that the handgun is intended for executing liars. I grasp the glass bead. If this item serves as a memory anchor, how should it be utilized? Wait a moment. If the glass bead can cycle, why do I possess only 1? Should there not be 5? 2 possibilities arise. 1. The previous 4 beads have been utilized. 2. The glass bead will not cycle unless used. The mirror offers no record of how to employ the glass bead. How did my earlier self ascertain that the glass bead serves as a memory anchor? The answer lies in the first inscription. The chair possesses the effect of great memory restoration. How could I possibly know this? Unless, during the previous cycle, while occupying another body, I used the glass bead to preserve memories for the next cycle. This implies that I intentionally omitted the method of using the glass bead, hoping to prompt either myself or others to deduce this answer. In simpler terms, let us assume there are 4 individuals in the cycle, A, B, C, and D. In the first instance, my memories manifest in A's body, where I utilize the glass bead to retain all memories from my time in A. Thus, when my memories transfer to B, I still hold memories from A's body. Consequently, in B's body, I possess memories from A, enabling me to inscribe the first statement on the mirror. However, a conundrum arises. If this is the case, why did I not retain the memories from the previous cycle? Chapter 58. The Mechanism of the Secret Chamber Cycle. I find myself perplexed, gazing once more into the mirror. This body is not my own. This is the 4th cycle. The subsequent version of myself must contemplate deeply why I find myself in this body during the 4th cycle, and the glass bead should serve as a memory anchor. Suddenly, it feels as though a meteor has streaked through my mind, illuminating all the fog. So it is. The 5th cycle refers to the number of times I have appeared in this secret chamber, excluding the other chambers. If my memories encompass visits to other chambers, then this count would indeed increase. Thus, my previous chamber was not this one, but rather another. Similarly, the version of me from the 4th cycle in the mirror also came from a different chamber. The 4th cycle preserved my memories, whereas the 5th did not, suggesting the issue lies within my last chamber. In my previous chamber, I was unable to retain my memories, while the 4th version of myself in the mirror managed to retain memories from that chamber and inscribe words. It is the glass bead's serial number. Since the current number is 2, there must certainly be a number 1. If there exist both numbers 1 and 2, it is possible that there are additional serial numbers. The number 2 belongs to the body I currently inhabit, not to me. I must locate my own body and its corresponding number to retain my memories. Autumn's essence gazed at the crumpled paper. Thankfully, There is an old sixth, who must have anticipated that everyone might lose their memories before arriving in this peculiar chamber. Thus, this old sixth tore off a small page from the book Journey to the West and handed the torn paper to the individual inhabiting my current body, as a reminder to refrain from deceit. Furthermore, the paper became a clue that allowed me to deduce the existence of cycles within this chamber. This implies that regardless of how many chambers exist, only she and I can be the first to infer the cyclical nature of these chambers. This old sixth is likely me. In conclusion, Journey to the West resides in the chamber where my body is, while the small paper is in the chamber where her body is. As long as we can exchange memories, I can return to my body, and she can revert to hers. Of course, the prerequisite is that at this very moment, I must be in her body, and she in mine, for the connection to occur. How do we exchange memories? The chair. The chair acts as a memory eraser while simultaneously serving as a memory converter. As long as in each cycle, two individuals sit in the chair, not only will memories be erased, but they will also exchange their memories. The only remaining question is how to ascertain her presence in my body at this moment. As for whether she can deduce this, it is unnecessary to worry. I will undoubtedly leave sufficient clues for her to infer. It seems I can only take a gamble now. With this thought, I approached the mirror, only to discover that the blood on my forehead had already dried. Biting my finger, I inscribed the following on the mirror: "Do you enjoy chewing gum? If so, bring your memories to other chambers and assist others in reclaiming their bodies. But our time on the chairs must be staggered. Otherwise, we will merely exchange memories again. I will sit first, and you will sit 2 hours later. This way, even if I lose my memory upon my next arrival here, I will quickly deduce the cyclical mechanism of all chambers based on the third segment of text on the mirror." Having finished writing, I restored the items on the coffee table to their original state before resolutely making my way to the chair and sitting down. The chair manifested 4 fixed handcuffs that secured me firmly in place. Shortly thereafter, a metallic cap, reminiscent of an electrotherapy apparatus, was placed atop my head. I was rendered unconscious by the electric shock, blood continuously flowing from my forehead. Before long, the handcuffs automatically released, and I tumbled from the chair to the center of the chamber, my fingers twitching. I awoke on the floor, surveying my surroundings. Instinctively reaching into my pocket to find chewing gum, I tore open the packaging and placed it in my mouth, feeling revitalized, my thoughts becoming acute. Just as before, I resumed the search for clues, yet with a slight alteration. After seeing the contents on the paper, I did not discard it, but rather returned it to my pocket. I then deduced the prohibition against deceit and approached the mirror once more, observing the 3 segments of text. Uncertain how much time had passed, I finally unraveled the cyclical mechanism of the chamber. Grasping the glass bead, I declared, "I enjoy chewing gum. It seems this body is indeed mine. This confirms my serial number to be 2. I can retain this memory and carry it to other chambers, leaving behind the cyclical mechanism of the chamber on the mirrors there. Others who receive the answers will embark on a journey to reclaim their own bodies, just as I and the one who left the inscription on the mirror will do. Yet, this individual has failed to specify how to utilize the glass bead. While it can be inferred that the method relates to the chair from the first segment of text, the specific usage remains unclear." Meanwhile, Chen Ran awoke on the floor, his head pounding mercilessly, yet he instinctively reached into his pocket to retrieve cigarettes and a lighter. Lighting one, he felt the pain in his body subside significantly. Savoring a few puffs, he felt a sense of relief. He was then faced with 2 questions. Who am I? Where am I? Just as before, however, this time after reading Journey to the West, he did not carelessly toss it aside, but instead turned it upside down on the coffee table. Next, he scrutinized his surroundings. Not only did he see 2 segments of text on the mirror, but he also noticed 5 books beside it, all copies of Journey to the West. Who is this? He thought. How can one be so careless with books, carelessly discarding them here? After muttering to himself, he curiously flipped through each book and discovered that one of them had a line drawn in blood across chapter 22, seemingly marked for emphasis. Only because the Queen Mother descended with the peaches, she invited the generals to a feast at the Yaoqi, accidentally breaking the jade glass. The celestial beings were all left in despair. Break the glass bead. It can preserve memories, organizing and deducing all the clues. Chen Ran swiftly figured out the cyclical mechanism of this chamber. This body is mine. My serial number is 1. Since everything matches, it indicates that I can retain memories this time, but only for this instance. If I cycle through other chambers, I will be unable to preserve my memories unless I can cycle back to this chamber in my body, at which point I can preserve memories once more. In simple terms, breaking the glass bead in this chamber allows me to retain the memory of this chamber for the next one. But if the next chamber lacks a number 1 glass bead, I cannot preserve my memory. Therefore, the first thing I must do upon entering the next chamber is to inscribe what I know on the mirror to alert others. After contemplating, he decided to take advantage of the still damp blood on his head to leave a message on the mirror in this chamber. Yet upon further reflection, aside from Chen Ran himself, no one else could retain memories within this chamber. Whether he wrote or not made little difference. At this moment, as he glanced once more at the two phrases reflected in the mirror, an unusual expression crossed his face. It dawned upon him that the content inscribed was meant for himself and the recipient of the small note. A transcendent dialogue? He mused. Although it seemed to possess certain flaws, did that person truly know how to use the glass beads? Chapter 59. You pit, I pit, everyone pits. Chen Ran once again awoke from the ground, this time retaining the memories from the previous chamber. He immediately approached the mirror, discovering that this body belonged to a middle-aged woman. Subsequently, he rummaged through all the pockets on his person and searched the chamber thoroughly for quite some time, even attempting to clear his throat. After confirming there were no small notes, he did not hastily leave a hint in the mirror, but instead settled onto the sofa, contemplating a question that had long eluded him: prohibition of lies. If I am bound to refrain from falsehoods, then others should be equally restrained. However, each chamber is solitary. If I were to lie, who would be aware? Thus, why should I remind myself to avoid deceit? Why caution the individual who obtains the small note against lying? Moreover, why did I harbor an inclination to ensnare this middle-aged woman? It seemed that pondering these questions was of little consequence. After all, deceiving this woman bore no adverse effects for me. When in doubt, it was best to ensnare first and ponder later. Consequently, he stood before the mirror, contemplating what words to inscribe. No, wait. If I were to leave behind words intended to deceive, not only could I ensnare this woman, but I could ensnare anyone who cycles into this body. However, it appeared that the person who acquires the note might also have a chance of cycling into this body while experiencing amnesia. Therefore, the words I penned must ensure they could not ensnare the individual who obtains the small note while still ensnaring others. With this thought in mind, he bit his finger and began to write. Chamber cycle mechanism. Two individuals seated in chairs lose their memories and exchange memories, exchanging chambers. Only by confirming that this body is yours can memories be preserved. Method of preserving memories. Sit in the chair, shatter your glass bead, and utter the corresponding incantation. At this juncture, Chen Ran hesitated. He found himself perplexed by the mechanism for determining lies. You are ugly. I say you are beautiful is a benign falsehood, which can be classified as a lie. Yet, for an amnesiac, she possesses no concept of beauty or ugliness, unless there exist one or more stringent criteria for determining falsehoods. For instance, generally speaking, if you are deemed unattractive, even if you are unaware of beauty or ugliness, or if you are the sole person who perceives yourself as beautiful, claiming to be beautiful is indeed a lie, lacking the criteria for judgment. How could I ascertain that uttering the incantation would unequivocally constitute a falsehood? The cycle. Thus, he continued writing after the words incantation. I am assisting others in reclaiming their memories and bodies. The essence of this text lies in human habits. Upon encountering special content, individuals invariably read it aloud or murmur it. For example, I could directly write, my name is Louis Fei. When the middle-aged woman sees these 5 characters, she would likely read them uncertainly or murmur them repeatedly. I am assisting others in reclaiming their memories and bodies. This statement is the truth for those who retain memories upon entering this chamber. If the middle-aged woman sits in the chair, shatters the glass bead, and utters this phrase, there would be no issue. However, the middle-aged woman must not utter this phrase before she has taken her seat. But it does not end there. The numbering of the glass beads in this chamber is incorrect. I cannot preserve memories. When I cycle through and again preserve memories in subsequent chambers, I will likely leave this phrase to ensnare others. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, everyone will be ensnared by me at least once. The only caveat is that I am unable to retain memories from other chambers. In the future, I will have no recollection of having ensnared them in the cyclic chambers. But ignorance is bliss. As I previously stated, ensnaring others brings me no detriment. After all, there is no harm in trying. Meanwhile, the body occupied by the autumnal spirit is that of a middle-aged man who is inscribing words upon the mirror. Wait a moment. Since deceit is prohibited here, should I not ensnare them as well? After all, it bears no negative consequences. Why not give it a try? Nevertheless, from my current deductions, the individual possessing the original text of Journey to the West is likely my accomplice. He or she may also cycle into this chamber while experiencing amnesia. Therefore, the text I leave behind, even if read aloud by that person, would not constitute a lie. However, for others, uttering it would indeed be a falsehood. No matter how many times the chamber cycles, I will be judged as assisting others in reclaiming their memories and bodies. The individual with Journey to the West should be subject to the same judgment. Thus, she appended to the mirror, when using the glass beads. The following incantation must be spoken. I am helping everyone reclaim their memories and bodies. Any reasonable person who encounters this text would instinctively read it aloud and savor its meaning repeatedly. Furthermore, for that person and myself, uttering this phrase would not be a falsehood. As for the others, they may rely on their own fortunes. It seems I was undeniably a wicked woman in the past, penning such deceitful words without a shred of guilt. Rather, I feel a twinge of excitement. These two deceptions continuously manifest in various chambers through repeated cycles. Aside from the chamber they occupy, mirrors in the remaining chambers bear an incantation or command that must be recited aloud. After an undetermined number of cycles, Chen Ran once again found himself returning to the chamber housing the book Journey to the West. The process remained unchanged, a splitting headache, followed by smoking. And then the inevitable. Who am I? Where am I? Reclining on the sofa, he began to tally his possessions and read. However, this time, there was a notable difference. Upon approaching the mirror, the words inscribed differed from those in previous encounters. Chamber cycle mechanism. Two individuals seated in chairs lose their memories and exchange memories, exchanging chambers. Only by confirming that this body is yours can memories be preserved. Method of preserving memories. Sit in the chair, shatter your glass bead, and declare your name. I am Zhang San. I am suddenly. Chen Ran recalled the information he had just gathered from Journey to the West. Prohibition of lies. He hurried to the coffee table, bit his finger, and inscribed the words from the mirror. The handwriting on the mirror differed from that he had written on the coffee table, indicating that the text in the mirror was not his own. Given the existence of cyclical amnesia, how could the author of the words know I am called Zhang San? A trap. That was close. I nearly uttered those words unconsciously. Who is the despicable wretch engaging in such morally reprehensible acts? Yet, since my memory has returned to my body and someone has left behind a mechanism for the secret chamber cycle, it is evident that someone understands the mechanism. Therefore, I need not continue the cycle. Let those who possess the answers assist others instead. Chapter 60. The Skill of the Liar in the Autumn Breeze. Qiu Yinan awakens from the ground. Within her body resides the memory of a middle-aged woman, and without a moment's hesitation, she strides towards the mirror, leaving behind the mechanism of the secret chamber cycle. However, upon seeing the inscription in the mirror, which differs from the text in her chamber, she muses, I said. Why must one recite that peculiar incantation when shattering the glass bead? It turns out the incantation is a fabrication. But why would the person who inscribed the text in my chamber do so? From the current perspective, I recited it only while seated in the chair, during the electric shock. In other words, I was assisting others in recovering their memories and bodies. This aligns with my situation at the time. So speaking it should pose no issue. Yet, if I had recited it before sitting in the chair, that would be problematic. Ah, I see. The middle-aged woman erases all the text from the mirror and transcribes the words that Chen Ran inscribed in her secret chamber mirror onto this one. However, when she reaches the incantation, she alters, I am assisting others in recovering their memories and bodies, to, my name is Wang Cuifan. Either the inhabitants of this secret chamber are deceiving me, or those from other chambers are doing so. Now, I shall turn the tables. The fluttering of butterfly wings causes the incantations in each secret chamber to be incessantly rewritten. As a result, nearly everyone can deduce. Since this is a case of amnesia and soul exchange, how does the person writing these words know my name? There must be something amiss. Consequently, those with matching bodies and memories hesitate to sit in the chair again for the memory exchange, while those with mismatched bodies and memories resolutely decide not to recite the incantation and proceed to sit in the chair for the exchange. Gradually, memory 1 aligns with the body, memory 2 aligns with the body, memory 4 aligns with the body, memory 8 aligns with the body. In each secret chamber, the originally chaotic bodies and memories astonishingly revert to order, and these individuals become hesitant to wander into other chambers. It is not until memory 18 and memory 20 align with their respective bodies that all 10 individuals' memories are fully restored, including those lost during the cycle. Simultaneously, the 10 secret chambers merge into one, and everyone finds themselves in the same chamber. This chamber contains 10 chairs, a mirror, a sofa, and a tea table. Upon the tea table lie 10 books. The group exchanges glances, but in an instant, the chamber plunges into darkness. Gunshots ring out. The liar skills are unleashed. A grain in the ocean. Autumn begonia. Gentle persuasion. Rising step by step. The 4 liar skills are activated simultaneously. and the remaining 6 recall the faces and attire of the 10 individuals during the merging of the secret chambers. Chen Ran furrows his brow. What is happening? Why do I only recall the faces of 8 individuals? Who is the 9th? This implies that among the 4 skills just employed, one possesses the ability to erase the holder's appearance from the player's minds or diminish their presence. Alas, what a sin. During my amnesia, I left behind misleading incantations in the 4 secret chambers. I presume Nan did the same. Hence, among the 8 players, fell victim and spoke falsehoods. Those 4, fearing we might uncover their schemes and judge them, preemptively utilized their liar skills. Before long, the chamber regains its illumination, revealing a scene that sets one's eyelids aflutter. Notably, over 100 more individuals have appeared within the chamber. Chen Ran counts, and to his astonishment, he finds 5 versions of himself, making a total of 6. Among the 10, 9 individuals have been replicated into 5 versions each, while one remains unreplicated and, upon being noticed by the others, is instantly forgotten. As they look towards him again, they confirm his appearance, only to forget him once more. They forget him entirely. The group frowns, realizing they have only identified 2 of the liar skills, with 2 still unaccounted for. At that moment, someone speaks. What do you think has become of our loved ones? Friends and partners since we arrived in this hell? The speaker is obscured by numerous phantoms, rendering it impossible to discern their identity. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Ran's eyes widen as the number of individuals in the chamber increases again, and he sees his parents, his classmates, his friends. Son, I thought you were dead. Am I dreaming? His mother approaches, eyes reddened. This skill seems akin to Bai Li Qianxing's ability, yet it appears to be even more potent. Just now, upon hearing that person's words, I instinctively thought of my parents, my loved ones. Moreover, when the chamber darkened, I immediately recalled the appearances of the 10 individuals. If the other 5 are like me, they too would have been envisioning the 10. Quite fortuitously, that amounts to 60. This implies that this skill can materialize the phantoms of the individuals the players think of. At this moment, nearly 200 people populate the chamber, and curiously, it seems the chamber expands in size with the growing number of occupants. Nan approaches him, frowning as she inquires, what should we do? Chen Ran disregards her. The reason I chose Nan as my teammate is due to her character. When cooperation is unnecessary, she will not disturb me, akin to a bystander. In moments requiring collaboration, a mere glance is all it takes for her to comprehend my intent. The true Nan would not intrude with questions like, what should we do? Chen Ran ignores the presence of his mother, fixating on the individual devoid of a phantom. Focus on him. Why should I focus on him? Focus on him. Who is he? Focus on him. Chen Ran continually reminds himself while reaching for his waist. Jiang Cheng, noticing everyone's attention directed at him, becomes flustered, unsure of how to respond. He erupts. What the hell? How could you possess such a skill, making me look foolish? I am genuinely exasperated. Inside, he feels utterly overwhelmed. Jiang Cheng's skill, a grain in the ocean, diminishes his presence, making it challenging for both players and liar skills to capture him. However, a skill that can manifest imagined individuals has now created an awkward situation. The others possess phantoms, conjuring their imagined loved ones, while he stands alone, conspicuously unaccompanied. Even with his low presence, standing out in such a manner makes it difficult to avoid attention. Jiang Cheng gazed at the 90 assassins, their guns aimed directly at him. With a sense of resignation, he slowly raised his middle finger towards the crowd. A bunch of fools. You lie? The 90 individuals uttered the command, simultaneously pulling the triggers. Yet only 9 gunshots echoed. Had the players transformed back into 90? It seemed that the 3 who had just used the Assassin of Lies skill had merely revisited the 10 individuals. Otherwise, they would have been easily discovered. At that moment, someone spoke. If you utter a future lie, those who have lied in the memory loop shall not be judged, and we will retract our skills. If not, this statement was laced with ulterior motives. Agreeing meant that in this scenario, none could be judged. Silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited Chen Ran, Qiu Yinong, and the middle-aged woman to voice their stances. After all, the 3 still wielding their skills were allies of the 3 captains. The middle-aged woman remained detached. Her Assassin of Lies skill had already been exposed, and she aimed to keep a low profile. As for Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong, Chen Ran could not possibly use the Eternal Kingdom. Just then, one among the 9 Qiu Yinongs, brandishing a pitch-black Assassin of Lies, approached Chen Ran. This weapon was exquisite, its dark surface shimmering with myriad colors, as if embodying the essence of the universe. Previously, I refrained from revealing my Assassin of Lies skill to you, because my command is quite unique. Upon saying this, her usual icy demeanor softened. revealing a hint of emotion in her eyes. Do you know? After acquiring this skill, I once believed that no one in this world could ever judge me. She raised her gun, pointing it at the ceiling. I lie. The Wheel of Time of the Assassin of Lies. Chapter 61. Time and Reincarnation. The 10 secret chambers merged into one, and everyone found themselves in a single chamber. This room contained 10 chairs, a mirror, a sofa, and a coffee table adorned with 10 books. The 9 individuals exchanged glances at a corpse lying on the floor, when suddenly, Xiao Yinong raised her gun. You lie. You lie. You lie. 3 shots rang out, claiming 3 lives, and she aimed her gun at the middle-aged woman. You lie. The bullet jammed, prompting Xiao Yinong to swiftly redirect her aim to the ceiling. I lie. The Wheel of Time of the Assassin of Lies. The 10 secret chambers merged once more, and everyone appeared in the same chamber. This room held 10 chairs, a mirror, a sofa, and a coffee table with 10 books. 6 people stared at the 4 corpses on the ground, exchanging bewildered looks. At that moment, Xiao Yinong quickly raised her gun, targeting a middle-aged man. You lie. The bullet jammed, and the middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock, mirrored by the others. But before they could judge Xiao Yinong, she aimed at the ceiling. I lie. The Wheel of Time of the Assassin of Lies. The 10 secret chambers merged again, and everyone found themselves in the same room. This chamber contained 10 chairs, a mirror, a sofa, and a coffee table with 10 books. 6 individuals observed the 4 corpses on the ground, exchanging glances. Suddenly, Xiao Yinong swiftly aimed her gun at Lu Xing. You lie. The bullet jammed, and she immediately pointed her gun at the ceiling, coldly stating, I lie. The Wheel of Time of the Assassin of Lies. The middle-aged woman and the 3 captains were sequentially judged in the cycle of time. Yet these 4 had indeed uttered no lies. All faced failure in their judgments. I lie. The Wheel of Time of the Assassin of Lies. Stop. The 10 secret chambers merged into one, and everyone appeared in the same chamber. This room contained 10 chairs, a mirror, a sofa, and a coffee table with 10 books. 6 individuals glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground, poised to inquire when several memories suddenly flooded their minds. The first memory, all 10 were present, with 4 employing the Assassin of Lies skill. After various gambits, Xiao Yinong activated her skill. The second memory, Xiao Yinong killed 3 individuals, failing to judge the middle-aged woman, prompting her to use the Assassin of Lies skill once more. The third, fourth, and fifth memories echoed her failures in judgment, all while using the same skill. Silence reigned in the chamber. The 3 captains and the middle-aged woman were initially taken aback, then horrified, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chen Ran lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, the smoke shrouding the astonishment in his eyes. Let me sort this out. Her command is, I lie. The subtext being, I lie, you had better not have lied. In the relentless cycle of time, she can individually name and judge everyone, even if she is uncertain whether they have lied. Better to judge first. If her judgment fails, she forfeits the chance to judge herself. Resetting time with the Wheel of Time. Her audacity to act thus indicates that others cannot judge her lies. But why is that? It is the timeline. In simpler terms, players who lied in life cannot be judged by those who exist in hell regarding their past lies. This is solely due to the differing timelines. Likewise, the previous timelines have ceased to exist. In this timeline, Xiao Yinong has not lied. Therefore, to judge her, one must be on the timeline where she lied. And on the timeline where she has spoken the truth, we cannot judge her at all. This skill is invincible. Yet, this invincibility comes with a caveat. As the saying goes, the great Tao has 50, heaven yields 49, while humanity escapes but 1. Much like my skill, which seems invincible, once employed, it merely pits me against my opponent's intellect, ideas, and knowledge. Her skill operates similarly. The crux lies in the command. If someone were to learn her skill and command in advance, the moment she utters I lie, they could immediately judge her. She would perish. Of course, this hinges upon the timing. If she invoked her skill, even if the judgment bullet had already been fired, it could not harm her in the slightest. The first failure to judge her would preclude any subsequent attempts at her demise. The reason being, should she reset time to 5 minutes prior, our memories, thoughts, emotions, common sense, and feelings would also temporarily revert to 5 minutes ago. Whenever she reclaims her skill, we regain our memories, thoughts, emotions, common sense, and feelings. The first failure to judge her would merely repeat the cycle of the first attempt. Upon contemplating this, Chen Ran's expression turned peculiar. All these outcomes stemmed from her skill. But what if I employed the Eternal Kingdom to unravel her skill? Wouldn't she be in dire straits? Ahem. I mustn't think this way. We are still allies. And I cannot act in ways detrimental to our unity. Moreover, her Her skill is of great significance to me, should I fall victim to future lies. She could reset time to before I spoke those lies. Not only that, in moments of urgency, she possesses the ability to reset time, continuously reminding me in a cyclical manner to contemplate issues from diverse perspectives. In an instant, Chen Ran elucidated the advantages and disadvantages of Qiu Yinong's skill, as well as the strategies for its optimal utilization. He gave her a thumbs up, to which she responded with a dramatic eye roll. How could it be? Your skill is at least of a superior level. How could the Alliance of Liars trust you to team up with a novice to tackle dungeons without protection? The middle-aged woman had been in hell for several months, acutely aware of the significance of such divine abilities in the conflict against the Alliance of Deceivers. To put it bluntly, the Alliance of Liars must revere her like a revered ancestor. Once she reaches her full potential, she will become a nightmare for the Alliance of Deceivers. Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong exchanged no words. They simply regarded her and the other three captains with expressions of incredulity. A chill ran down the spines of the four. Indeed, she is a member of the Alliance of Liars. Should her skill be revealed, the Alliance of Deceivers would pursue her relentlessly and without respite. It is highly probable that she has manipulated her status within the Alliance of Liars. Their high-ranking officials are aware of her skill, but remain oblivious to its precise nature and effects. By exposing her skill before us now, it implies that these two have no intention of allowing us to leave the dungeon alive. Noticing the fluctuating expressions of the quartet, Chen Ran, holding a cigarette between his fingers, pointed towards them. I must remind you that my skill can prohibit players from using their abilities for an hour. You must exercise caution when employing skills in this dungeon. The four understood that Chen Ran's words conveyed a clear message. No one would be permitted to use their skills. The contest would now unfold in terms of intellect, knowledge, and internal strife, determining both superiority and survival. This is hell. There are no heroes, only clashes of thought, confrontations of stance, and adversarial forces vying for existence. Chapter 62. Rain-soaking plum blossoms. The atmosphere within the secret chamber was taut with tension, yet this strain was fleeting. They were acutely aware that if they could not escape the chamber, all would be in vain. Having been preoccupied with internal conflicts, they now began to scrutinize the secret chamber meticulously. A solitary sofa bore no clues. A coffee table revealed nothing of interest. 10 books offered no insights. A mirror, devoid of significance. But 10 chairs posed a problem. Previously, in each cycle, there had been only 1 chair per chamber. Yet here, there were 10. Logically, the cycle should have concluded, and the memory restoration through electroshock therapy should have ceased, rendering the chairs meaningless. Instead of disappearing, the chairs had multiplied, which was exceedingly unreasonable. Clink, clink. The four, lost in contemplation, were startled by the sound of 2 glass beads dropping. Following the sound, they observed 2 glass beads rolling a short distance across the floor before coming to a halt, marked as number 1 and no. 2, belonging to Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong. Realization dawned upon them, and they hastily searched for the 2 individuals, but it was too late. Within the secret chamber, there was no sign of Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong. They had seemingly vanished into thin air. Shameless. These 2 must have deduced the method to escape the chamber and, while we were distracted, quietly slipped away. The glass beads must have fallen from the lazy sofa. Upon this realization, the 4 approached the lazy sofa, with the middle-aged man taking the initiative to sit down. After a while, he had not been transported away, prompting him to ponder, could it be the glass bead's influence? He placed his own glass bead on the sofa and waited in silence. Still, he remained untransformed, and cautiously, he pocketed the glass bead. There's another possibility. Those 2 brazen individuals may have, while we were inattentive, hurled the glass beads toward the sofa from a distance, drawing our attention and causing us to waste time speculating about the sofa. When the glass beads rolled off the sofa, we would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the direction from which they were thrown. It truly is shameless. What do you all think? The captain with gold-rimmed glasses pondered. The infighting has just concluded, and while they were still evaluating the surroundings, they escaped the chamber. This indicates that we have completed what we needed to do within this chamber. Only the final step remains, finding the exit. The items within the secret chamber are few. The lazy sofa, coffee table, chairs, mirror, and 10 books. We shall examine each in turn. First, the sofa, coffee table, and books can be dismissed. One of the chairs or the mirror must serve as the exit. The chair can be eliminated. Once the cycle ended, it lost its significance. However, the chair could still represent something else. What might that be? The 3 gazed eagerly, sensing an odd impression that the 4-eyed fellow had suddenly become quite astute following Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong's disappearance. Firstly, We must clarify the entire process of the elder's abuse. The heir initially used the books to assist the amnesiac elder in recovering his memories. When that failed, the heir grew impatient and resorted to beating the elder, yet still could not aid him in recollecting his memories. Consequently, the heir became deranged, dragging the elder to the basement, binding him to a chair, and electrocuting his head. From the information we gathered in the first chamber, we learned that the elder suffocated beneath a wet paper cover. The heir killed the elder, indicating he acquired the information he sought. The content of the second simplified character in the first chamber. My fortune is buried beside my wife's grave. Can you guess where the elder ultimately perished? Lu Xing turned towards the chair. The wet paper cover was a form of punishment invented by the Eastern Bureau during the Ming Dynasty. The offender's limbs are first restrained to a bed, and then layers of wet paper are placed over their face. In the cycle, as soon as we sit on the chair, our limbs will be bound. On the chair? Precisely. The captain with gold-rimmed glasses pointed to the chair. The presence of 10 chairs indicates that their significance has not concluded. What other significance might the chairs hold? The elder was electrocuted as punishment, and we too have been subjected to electrocution. Do you think there is no punishment involved? At this juncture, he became solemn. If we are not careful, we may very well be drenched in rain-soaked plum blossoms. Rain-soaked plum blossoms? A new term suddenly emerged, startling the middle-aged woman. This is the elegant term used by the ancients for the wet paper cover punishment. Her interruption disrupted the captain's train of thought, prompting a discontented glare from him. As previously mentioned, the chair possesses another meaning, rain-soaked plum blossoms. Therefore, we must not make even the slightest error. If the chair represents punishment, then the only exit left is the mirror. In the Compendium of Materia Medica, there is a passage stating, the mirror is the essence of gold and water, illuminating the inside while shadowing the outside. The interior of the mirror is bright, while its exterior is dark. We are ensnared in the secret chamber's darkness, and escaping it leads to illumination. Upon hearing this, the three frowned. They could not help but acknowledge that the captain with gold-rimmed glasses possessed formidable deductive abilities, superior to their own. However, it seemed somewhat tenuous. Lu Xing gathered his thoughts. Firstly, I acknowledge your earlier deductions. However, regarding the mirror's inference, I find myself in disagreement. The mirror is the essence of gold and water, illuminating the inside while shadowing the outside. Such references from ancient texts abound. By what authority do you assert that the mirror in the secret chamber corresponds to the content in the Compendium of Materia Medica? The captain with gold-rimmed glasses regarded Lu Xing as if he were a fool. Do you not wish to consider the words you utter? Have you not realized, from a common-sense perspective, that within this confined space, there is no rain to nourish the plum blossoms? Lu Xing furrowed his brow. The phrase rain nourishes plum blossoms refers to the moisture that dampens the paper. Indeed, there is an absence of water in this chamber. Wait. The mirror is the essence of metal and water combined. This implies that should one violate the punishment of rain nourishing plum blossoms, the mirror would transform into water? Yet, this contradicts scientific principles. No. In the first chamber, the books upon the 3 shelves predominantly comprise literary works. In other words, while this scenario may defy scientific logic, it must adhere to the literary themes associated with the escape room. Ward exclaimed, merely listening to others deduce has left my CPU ablaze. How did Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong arrive at their conclusions in an instant? Are you suggesting that the subplot of this escape room has 2 endings, one being nourished by the rain and the other, a safe escape? Lu Xing inquired uncertainly. Indeed. Evidence. The middle-aged man queried. The captain of the golden-rimmed glasses sighed. Are you all serious? Have you never taken the time to summarize the clues you have gathered? In the first chamber, the elder had encrypted his will in 3 layers. 2 were handwritten, machine-typed, and the order was scrambled. Who was the elder protecting himself from? And for whom did he intend to leave the will? This narrative has always featured 2 heirs. This means there are actually 3 individuals in this basement. One is the nefarious heir, another is the elder, and the third is the second heir. The elder perished due to asphyxiation from the rain nourishing the plum blossoms. This is the elder's fate. This is merely the second chamber, indicating the tale is far from over. Thus, the second heir's conclusion is likely a safe escape. Consequently, we have 2 endings to choose from, either the elder's fate or that of the second heir. Chapter 63, Drawing Lots requires skill. The elder's fate is death. The second heir's fate is a safe escape from the chamber. It is evident to anyone which choice to make. How do we align with the outcome of the second heir? Lu Xing asked. Quite simply, do we not possess the ready reference answer? The captain of the golden-rimmed glasses pointed towards the glass beads numbered 1 and 2. The 3 individuals' eyes lit up. Yes, We can bypass the cumbersome reasoning process and directly employ the standard answer. Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong, having chosen to discard the numbers, thereby indicated their rejection of the elder's fate. With this realization, the four hurried towards the mirror, walking briskly, almost running, eager to reach first. However, curiously, they all halted approximately 2.5 meters from the mirror. Regrettably, the reckless youth had already met his demise in the first chamber. Such a crude method of enticement would not deceive them. None were fools. No one wished to take the lead and bear the brunt of the risk. The reason was simple. Employing reasoning based on processes would invariably yield the correct outcome, but relying on outcome-based reasoning might not guarantee the correct process. Even more terrifying was the possibility of all outcomes being incorrect. The four found themselves in an awkward silence. The captain of the golden-rimmed glasses crossed his arms and stated, Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong discarded the glass beads and then passed through the mirror to escape the chamber. This conclusion is agreeable to everyone, correct? The three nodded. The exit lay before them, yet they hesitated to make the attempt. I think. Seeing him pull out a coin once more, the three shot him a glare. The middle-aged man appeared contemplative, then proposed, since we are presently unable to verify whether this conclusion is correct or incorrect and cannot deduce the proper process, I have a suggestion. He pointed to the 10 books on the table. Tossing coins and playing rock, paper, scissors are unreliable. Why not draw lots? How would we go about that? One person will serve as the judge, tearing 3 pages from the books, 2 with X and 1 with Y. The remaining 3 will draw lots in turn. Whoever draws X will be the next judge, while the others continue to draw in this manner. Those who draw Y will be the judges in the next round, while the remaining 2 will draw lots. Whoever draws X in the third round will test the conclusion we just deduced. However, to prevent cheating, when the judge writes X and Y, the others must turn away, and each person must reveal their draw immediately. After each round, the new judge must prepare new lots. The middle-aged man elaborated on what he believed to be the fairest method. However, the middle-aged woman quickly identified a flaw. I will add a rule. The judge must not in any way hint at the individuals drawing lots. How about this? During our drawing, the judge will turn their back. I will also add a rule. The winner must not give any indication to those drawing lots. The captain of the golden-rimmed glasses joined in. It was evident that the three favored resolving the issue through drawing lots. Soon, the four established rules, stating that any future lies would result in immediate judgment and possible death. In the first round, the judge was the captain of the golden-rimmed glasses. As he prepared the lots, the other three turned their backs, completely unaware of which book he was tearing or on which paper he would inscribe X. I am ready. At his words, the three turned to face the 3 paper lots before them. Lu Xing, not detecting any anomalies, declared, I shall go first. He selected the 3rd paper lot, and according to the rules, he had to reveal it immediately. Upon opening the paper, he saw the symbol and could not help but curse under his breath. He displayed it to the group. Why? The middle-aged man's lips curled into a smile as he took the 1st paper lot and revealed it to everyone. It was, indeed, 10. At this point, even the slowest of the 3 began to sense that something was amiss. Yet, they could not fathom how the middle-aged man had ensured he drew X. Since X had already appeared, the middle-aged woman deemed it unnecessary to draw lots. In the second round, the middle-aged man became the judge, responsible for creating new lots. While the others turned away, they utilized this time to rapidly brainstorm how the middle-aged man had managed to draw X on his first attempt. The captain of the golden-rimmed glasses furrowed his brow. Theoretically, with 3 paper lots, regardless of how one drew, the chance of drawing X was 1 in 3. There should be no underhanded method. Wait, the rules stated that each person who drew lots must reveal the result immediately. Could the issue lie here? Suppose the 3 paper lots were numbered 1, 2, and 3. Lu Xing draws first. But while Lu Xing draws, the middle-aged man mentally selects number 1. If Lu Xing draws number 3 and reveals that the result is Y, then one of the remaining numbers 1 or 2 must be X. So that is how it is. In simpler terms, the middle-aged man first mentally selects a number. For instance, if he chooses number 1 in his mind, the probability of number 1 being X is 1 in 3. At this point, numbers 2 and 3 can be viewed as a single entity, which we shall refer to as number 23. In essence, 3 pieces of paper were perceived by him as merely 2. The first paper, designated as paper 1, had a 3 associated with it, while paper 2 bore a similar mark. As the process of drawing lots commenced, Lu Xing seized the 3rd piece from paper 2, which was still associated with a 3. Consequently, the probability of paper 2 being a 3 was established, but now, Within this context, the third paper was definitively a 3, leaving the remaining paper 2 with a probability of being a 2. At this juncture, the middle-aged man merely needed to exchange his intended choice of paper 1 for paper 2. Thus, his likelihood of drawing the correct answer would shift from 1-3 to 2-3. Astonishing. A revelation indeed. However, this maneuver seemed familiar, reminiscent of a scenario I had encountered before. If the first person selects incorrectly, the situation devolves into the well-known Monty Hall problem. In the show, 3 doors are presented, behind which only one conceals a car, while the others hide goats. Upon selecting a door, the host reveals one door with a goat, eliminating an incorrect option, and then asks if you wish to switch your choice. At this point, one must indeed switch, as this action elevates the probability of the selected door concealing the car from 1-3 to 2-3. He transformed the Monty Hall dilemma into the act of drawing 3 lots, merely altering the presentation while preserving the essence. The critical factor remains the outcome of the first person's choice. As clarity dawned upon him, the captain with golden-rimmed glasses felt a significant weight lifted from his mind. When the 3 turned away, Lu Xing, skeptical as ever, was the first to draw a lot again, still landing on the same piece. Without a moment's hesitation, the captain of golden-rimmed glasses swiftly altered his intended choice of paper. He reached for it and unfolded it, revealing indeed. The gazes exchanged between Lu Xing and the middle-aged woman ignited with fury as they realized the deception. Their eyes locked, and from their expressions, they discerned 5 words. We have been duped. Chapter 64, Cruelty. The middle-aged woman closed her eyes in despair, discarding the paper into the ground. In truth, we all understood that Chen Ran intended to ensnare us, ensuring that he would leave us with a misleading answer. The so-called drawing of lots was nothing more than a bottleneck in our reasoning, sending expendable pawns to validate erroneous conclusions and thereby elucidate the correct logical process. No one contested her words. From a human perspective, had they been in Chen Ran's position, they too would have left a misleading answer. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged woman advanced toward the mirror, stating, I hope you grant me a swift end. Upon reaching the mirror, she cast aside her 4th glass bead and stepped into the mirror. Upon contact with the surface, she was forcibly propelled backward, landing squarely on the 3rd chair from left to right. The Killer-S device fell from her waist, and before she could react, 4 fixed handcuffs emerged from the chair, firmly securing her in place, while the backrest tilted at a 45-degree angle, causing her to recline in the chair. The middle-aged woman trembled in fear. Yet the hope of survival compelled her to cry out, quickly, deduce the correct answer. The captain with golden-rimmed glasses paid her no heed, instead contemplating the mirror. Deep in thought, Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong, after discarding their identifiers, escaped through the mirror. However, the middle-aged woman relinquished her identifier, yet remained trapped. This indicated that a process or a specific triggering mechanism was at play. What was missing? The middle-aged woman was secured in the 3rd chair, while Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong had discarded identifiers 1 and 2. Was it related to the sequence? To what sequence was it connected? It appeared I needed to revisit the events of the first 2 escape rooms. Suddenly, he looked up and inquired of the 2 lost in thought. Who among you recalls the order in which Chen Ran recited the simplified characters? The middle-aged man, possessing a good memory, pondered briefly before replying. Of, wealth, buried, I at. Wife, grave, side give birth. Of, wealth, buried, I at. Wife, grave, side give birth. My wealth is buried beside my wife's grave. Remarkably, that constituted 10 characters. The first escape room had precisely 10 participants. The game involving the acquisition of glass beads was determined by the implementation and abolition of simplified characters, dictating the commencement and conclusion. The second escape room, in recovering memories, was also linked to the numbering of the glass beads. So that was it. The will exists in 2 forms. One being simplified characters, the other, memory. Due to the encryption of simplified characters, the nefarious heir could not comprehend it. Thus, he or she resorted to targeting the Elder's memory, with the glass beads symbolizing the Elder's memory anchors. Ultimately, the wicked heir acquired the desired information, which was the Elder's memory anchor. Regardless of how the will manifests, one fact remains certain: the content is consistent. Therefore, the glass beads are equivalent to simplified characters. Simultaneously, the sequence of simplified characters corresponds to the sequence of acquiring glass beads. In other words, the 10 identifiers we obtained correspond in size to of, wealth, buried, I, at, wife, grave, side, give birth. Chen Ran is 1, corresponding to the simplified character of. The correct order is, my wealth is buried beside my wife's grave. in this correct sequence of occupies the second position. Upon reaching this realization, the captain with golden-rimmed glasses turned to face the middle-aged woman, who at that moment was secured to the third chair, her eyes fixated intently on the three deep in contemplation. Noticing the captain's gaze upon her, she urgently inquired, "What is the verdict? Have you deduced the outcome?" The captain with golden-rimmed glasses ignored her. The middle-aged woman remained confined to the third chair, her identifier being number 4. However, based on the sequence in which the glass beads were acquired, she was the third to receive one. This implies that she corresponds to the character buried in the scrambled order of simplified characters. In the correct order, buried appears as, "My wealth is buried beside my wife." As the 5th character, during the recent cycle in the escape room, the chairs possess the ability to exchange memories among one another, ultimately restoring our disordered memories and bodies to their rightful state through the chairs. Thus, at this moment, the 10 chairs could also rectify the incorrect sequence into the correct one. The middle-aged woman's glass bead identifier corresponds to buried in the incorrect sequence, while buried is the 5th character in the correct sequence. Therefore, she ought to occupy the 5th chair, correcting the disordered sequence of glass beads and simplified characters before traversing the mirror to escape. However, she attempted to pass through the mirror without rectifying the sequence, thus triggering the mechanism. It is no wonder Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong discarded their glass beads. They had corrected the sequence, rendering the glass beads unnecessary. Upon contemplating this, the captain with golden-rimmed glasses hesitated no longer, directing his gaze to his identifier, number 12. Among the 10 identifiers, 1, 2, 4, 8, 12. In the first secret chamber, I was the 5th individual to receive a number. My wealth lies buried beside my wife's grave, and in the incorrect sequence, my corresponding character is at. My assets rest at the edge of my wife and child's tomb. In the correct sequence, at occupies the 6th position, therefore, I should sit in the 6th chair to rectify the order. Resolutely, he strode towards the 10 chairs, pondering deeply. The letters are arranged from left to right, as should be the order of the chairs. All of this was without issue. With this thought, he unhesitatingly took his place in the 6th chair, and after a prolonged wait, he was overjoyed when no mechanism was triggered. It worked. He then approached the mirror, cautiously extending his hand inside. Water? Upon touching the mirror's surface, he felt as though his hand met the surface of water. Simultaneously, he discovered that his hand could penetrate through the mirror. Indeed, the mirror was the exit of the secret chamber. The bespectacled captain did not rush to escape, but withdrew his hand. On the ground lay 4 corpses. Moving them to the correct chairs was straightforward, but the issue lay in the fact that the middle-aged woman was still alive. Moreover, she was restrained to the 3rd chair, occupying another's position, necessitating her removal. But how could the handcuffs be unlocked? In the cycle of the secret chamber, after being electrocuted, the 4 handcuffs on the chairs would automatically release. If this chamber were divided into 2 phases, the first phase would involve the elder being electrocuted, and the second phase would consist of the elder being drenched by rain. In the first phase, after the electrocution, the handcuffs would automatically unlock. Thus, during the second phase, goodness. Must it be so cruel? Chapter 65, Juice Explosion. Wailing. The middle-aged woman was restrained, half reclining in the chair, with damp pages covering her face. She struggled, shaking her head in an attempt to rid herself of the wet pages, but they clung to her face like a mask, perfectly adhering to her features. Utterly impossible to shake off. In stark contrast to her despair, the other 3 captains appeared quite at ease. The middle-aged man tore pages from the book, passing them to the next individual. The bespectacled captain received the pages, soaked them in the mirror, and upon retrieving them, found them completely drenched. Lu Xing stood before the chair, took the wet pages, adjusted the angle, and placed them over the middle-aged woman's face. I have a question. During the previous draw, Lu Xing went first. If he had drawn the number you wanted, wouldn't your cheating, akin to the Monty Hall problem, become ineffective? The bespectacled captain inquired of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, taken aback, glanced at him, then replied with a peculiar expression, I had prepared 2 plans in my mind. The first plan was to draw number 1, and the second plan was to draw number 2. This means that regardless of whether Lu Xing drew 1, 2, or 3, it would not affect me. The essence of the Monty Hall problem lies in switching, not in the initial choice. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned to Lu Xing, who was busy applying the facial mask to the middle-aged woman, and said, I have a question too. Lu Xing, you clearly looked like a desperate gambler just now. I thought you would lose, but how did you end up drawing? Lu Xing smiled without replying. At that moment, the handcuffs restraining the middle-aged woman automatically released. causing her to slide from the chair to the ground. The three men looked at the position where the middle-aged woman had previously slain the liar, confirming that the liar had vanished, thus ensuring her demise. They placed her body in the correct chair and arranged the four corpses in front of the coffee table in their corresponding positions. Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong had made the corrections. The three captains had also rectified their placements, ensuring that everything was in order. The three then passed through the mirror, escaping the secret chamber. A strong sense of dizziness overwhelmed them, and in a daze, they heard a voice, "My dear enemies, welcome to my arena." The five opened their eyes, initially confirming each other's numbers and appearances before surveying the environment of the secret chamber. The chamber was spacious. In the center stood a long table, at which sat a man and a woman, each holding a gun, seemingly engaged in a standoff. The five approached the table cautiously, discovering chips, name tags, and an announcement. There were 20 chips in total, 10 for each person, each worth 100 million. The name tags numbered 20, with 10 blue tags in front of the young male heir and 10 red tags in front of the female heir. The announcement read, "Heir game rules. 1. Before the game begins, please choose either the red or blue camp. The initial difference in numbers between the two camps cannot exceed 1. 2. In each round of the game, both camps must send one participant. The heir may bet no more than 2 chips per round. 3. In the game, the winner will seize the loser's name tag. The tagless individual may choose to switch camps." The two heirs looked at the five, who were deep in thought, and the young heir remarked, "Can you hurry up? Does it matter to you who the heir that killed that old man is?" At this, the eyes of the five brightened. Yes, the chips on the table amount to 2 billion, which means that the old man's wealth has indeed been located. Both individuals held guns, aimed at each other, indicating that this game was a life-or-death struggle for the two heirs. Whoever lost all their chips could very well be shot by the other. The focus lay on winning and losing, rather than the choice of camps. Thus any selection would suffice. Chen Ran turned to Xiao Yinong, quietly asking, "What color do you prefer?" "Red, I suppose." With that, the two approached the young female heir and donned the red name tags. The other three exchanged glances. According to the rules, the difference in numbers between the two camps could not exceed 1. The three had no choice but to approach the young male heir and wear the blue name tags. Once all five had donned their name tags, a door suddenly appeared on the eastern wall, inscribed with the words, "Extremely difficult." Seeing this, both heirs furrowed their brows. The young heir muttered, "Are you kidding me? The first round is extremely difficult." He looked at the three from the other camp. "You have name tags, so I cannot designate anyone to participate in the secret chamber, but I must advise you to send someone clever." "Is there danger in the secret chamber?" the bespectacled captain inquired. "There is a certain degree of danger." "Understood." The bespectacled captain approached the door, glancing at Chen Ran, who had already been standing there smoking. "My name is Gung Hao. I am Chen Ran." The two exchanged names as a sign of respect before stepping through the door. The young and female heirs, unaware of the two's abilities, tentatively tossed a chip into the center of the table. Gung Hao and Chen Ran found themselves in a simple secret chamber, furnished with merely 2 chairs. Perhaps due to previous traumas, the sight of the chairs now gave them a headache. The surroundings were enveloped in a shroud of white, devoid of any discernible clues. Their gazes inevitably gravitated towards the 2 chairs. Exchanging glances, they deduced that the mere presence of chairs indicated that this was not yet the true game room scenario. Without further contemplation, they settled into the chairs, only to be suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Upon regaining consciousness, they discovered they were indeed in a chamber. A chamber they recognized. This was the first room of the scenario. However, the study lacked the hourglass and glass beads, the simplified characters, and the 3 bookshelves remained intact. "Have we returned?" Gung Hao queried uncertainly. Just as Chen Ran was about to respond, an icy shiver coursed through him, a sense of profound dread descending upon him. Bang! Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air, alarmingly close. A bullet traversed Gung Hao's skull. Another bullet pierced Chen Ran's head. Their brains splattered in a grotesque eruption. They lost consciousness almost instantaneously, meeting a death from which there was no return. Strangely, they had not lied, nor had they triggered any mechanisms upon entering the chamber. They had been under the protection of the liar, so how could they have been shot? From the shadows behind where the two fell, 2 figures emerged. They holstered their firearms. One shifted the bodies, concealing them behind the bookshelf, while the other tidied up, erasing traces of the scene. Once finished, they approached the bookshelf, crouching down to tap on the floor, discovering it to be solid. One of them furrowed his brow, saying, "Previously, Zhang Jinhua triggered a mechanism that blew open the floor, revealing a basement entrance. Logically, the floor should be hollow, shouldn't it?" The second figure paid him no heed, lighting a cigarette before gesturing towards the study's closed door. Do you think it's possible for us to exit through the front door of the study? Chapter 66. I killed myself? The first figure paused, uncertainty flickering across his face. Chen Ran, are you suggesting that this door can be opened? Of course, Chen Ran affirmed, pointing to a book on the table. Someone left us a message, instructing us to kill the two who would be transported here. The person who left the message is not in this chamber, nor did they explode the bookshelf to escape, which indicates that they exited through the study's front door. Wouldn't you agree? Gung Hao. Gung Hao nodded, then shook his head. My mind is a whirlpool right now. Let me piece this together. We entered and saw the hint on the desk, instructing us to kill the two who would soon arrive. After 5 minutes, the two of us were transported here. These two are you and me, specifically, the second you and the second me. We killed them. As he spoke, he scrutinized Chen Ran's expression, and upon seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Gung Hao became agitated. No. Do you understand what this implies? It means that at the same time, there exist at least two of you and two of me. The one who left the message in the chamber is likely either you or me. This signifies that at least three of each of us exist concurrently. Now, having slain one of you and one of me, two of us remain. At this juncture, Gung Hao extended a trembling hand towards the study door, his voice quaking with terror. This implies that behind that door, there is likely another you and me, plotting to ambush us. Calm down, Chen Ran reassured him, noticing his paranoid demeanor. I am not panicking. Three of us arrived in this chamber at different times. The two we killed belong to the third batch, and we are the second. Therefore, the one who left the message is from the first batch. Which of these three batches do you suppose is the true us? Gung Hao, drenched in sweat, echoed his confusion and fear. If the first Chen Ran and Gung Hao are the genuine ones, then what am I? Am I a mere fabrication, existing solely within this chamber? Once the true Chen Ran and Gung Hao complete the game, will the versions of us within this chamber be erased like NPCs when the game concludes? Having articulated so much, Chen Ran responded with a single word, retreat. They slipped into the shadows. Chen Ran and Gung Hao awakened, slowly opening their eyes to survey their surroundings. They were back in the first chamber of the scenario, yet the study was devoid of the hourglass and glass beads. And the simplified characters were absent. The three bookshelves remained unscathed. Have we returned? Gung Hao asked, uncertain. As Chen Ran was about to reply, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, a wave of panic flooding his mind. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. Gung Hao's head was pierced, while the second shot veered but still struck Chen Ran's skull. In his final moments, he turned to gaze at the two who had fired. I killed myself? The bullet-riddled Chen Ran collapsed, succumbing to death instantly. In the darkness, Gung Hao and Chen Ran emerged, the former stricken with horror, while the latter appeared contemplative. They remained silent, mirroring their earlier actions, first concealing the bodies, then cleaning the traces of the scene. Once completed, they resumed their conversation. Gung Hao spoke gravely. This marks our 4th iteration. Chen Ran inhaled deeply from a cigarette, stating, first and foremost, we must ascertain the mechanics of this chamber. Every 5 minutes, one of you and one of me are simultaneously transported here. Someone has left a message on the desk, instructing us to kill the versions of ourselves that arrive. Currently, there are only 4 corpses in the study, all of which we killed, indicating that the one who left the message is separated from us by only 5 minutes. Gung Hao nodded. This chamber transports one of us every 5 minutes. If they see the message, they will kill their counterparts arriving 5 minutes later. Yet, the study now houses only 4 corpses, all of which we have slain, suggesting we are the first to encounter the message. Thus, the one who left the message is separated from us by merely 5 minutes. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Ran continued, secondly, we must clarify one point. What? Gung Hao inquired. The liar's ability to shoot freely hinges on both parties losing their judgment qualifications, and it can only occur between those who have lost their qualifications. Neither of us has ever questioned each other's qualifications, yet we can shoot freely at one another and even at other versions of ourselves. Do you not find that peculiar? Gung Hao pondered for a long while before grasping Chen Ran's implication. You mean to say that the Chen Ran and Gung Hao who left the message have both lied, thus questioning each other's qualifications, resulting in both losing their judgment qualifications. Furthermore, the versions of us that emerged thereafter lacked judgment qualifications. Exactly, Chen Ran exclaimed, sitting abruptly on the ground and taking several deep drags from his cigarette. This is utterly exasperating. What kind of chamber is this? I suspect it is designed to torment me. A youth of the 21st century, trapped in a hell where lying is forbidden, is sheer torment. Now, upon discovering that the Chen Ran from 5 minutes ago lied, causing the one who arrives 5 minutes later to also lose his judgment qualifications, I find myself speaking far more freely. What are you staring at? Do I have the answers written on my face? Chen Ran retorted. You are now a seasoned player. You must navigate this on your own. Gung Hao mused. This fellow, once the prohibition on lying is lifted, seems entirely transformed? So this chamber is, in essence, a battle of wits against ourselves? Precisely. Chen Ran nodded. They left behind information and even chose to lie, clearly intending for us, the subsequent iterations, to engage in mutual destruction. But what could their motive be? Let us set aside the why for now. We must first ascertain whether we are indeed the genuine Chen Ran and Gung Hao. No. The simplicity of the two words left Gung Hao momentarily speechless. However, upon further contemplation, he likened it to the age-old conundrum of which came first, the chicken or the egg. From a genetic and evolutionary standpoint, it was evident that the egg must have preceded the chicken. Thus, the true Chen Ran and Gung Hao must have existed first, serving as templates from which the subsequent iterations were hatched. In essence, the original pair who entered this chamber were the authentic Chen Ran and Gung Hao. Since we are but imitations, hold on. Chen Ran interjected, aware of Gung Hao's impending conclusion. Do you recall that before we arrived here, we were first seated in chairs? Gung Hao nodded. Notice that when the game commenced, we entered through that door, spotted 2 chairs, sat down, and were then transported here. Have you realized that the process of sitting in the chairs was entirely superfluous? We could have entered and been transported directly without that intermediary step. It seems redundant. Unless sitting in the chairs serves as some form of necessary ritual. In the second chamber, where we sat on chairs, our memories were exchanged. Are you suggesting that we currently inhabit a virtual realm? That seems plausible. Chen Ran surveyed their surroundings, his gaze falling upon a bookshelf concealing 4 corpses. If this were not a virtual world, do you think that a mere 1-star dungeon's boss could replicate us every 5 minutes? If it is indeed a virtual domain, it implies that the real Chen Ran and Gung Hao have also entered this realm. By eliminating them and usurping their identities, we could seize their physical forms. Chapter 67. The Architect emerges. The 2 men simultaneously turned their attention to the study's door. They positioned themselves against the walls on either side, and Chen Ran reached for the doorknob. The door creaked open. Gently pushing it ajar and waiting in vain for a response, the 2 finally peered cautiously outside. What they beheld left them petrified. The corridor beyond was yet another chamber, identical to the study from the first dungeon, mirroring the very room in which they currently stood. However, this chamber was filled exclusively with the corpses of Chen Ran and Gung Hao, leaving only a narrow passageway and a desk, with lifeless bodies filling the view. Each Chen Ran and Gung Hao bore expressions of shock in their final moments. The acrid scent of blood assaulted their senses. In the midst of their astonishment, from either side of the door's wall, 1 Chen Ran and 1 Gung Hao suddenly emerged, without warning, aiming their firearms at the dazed pair and instantly pulling the triggers. Bang! Bang! Chen Ran and Gung Hao collapsed to the ground. In his dying breaths, Chen Ran murmured, "No wonder the first study was devoid of bodies. It seems you dragged them all to the second one." The Chen Ran and Gung Hao in the second study were remarkably adept at disposing of the 2 corpses, along with the 4 concealed behind the bookshelf, before securely closing the door once more. Chen Ran lit a cigarette. Just now, while eavesdropping on their conversation, I realized their dialogue and reasoning mirrored ours from the first study precisely. However, when they opened the study door, they encountered us, while we found only corpses upon entering. Gung Hao rubbed his temples, striving to maintain his composure amidst the chaos in his thoughts. Are you suggesting that as we opened the door, the Chen Ran and Gung Hao from the second study had just vacated it, heading towards the third study? Upon saying this, he turned to regard the back door, noting that this study had doors at both the front and rear, the front leading to the first study, and the rear to the third. It's highly probable the occupants of the second study must have proceeded to the third, leaving us with a narrow escape. From this, we can deduce that this intricate game of chambers interlinks countless studies, with the first study generating a new Chen Ran and Gung Hao every 5 minutes. Chen Ran and Gung Hao will consistently advance through each chamber. Thus, within this infinite sequence of studies, each must conceal 1 Chen Ran and 1 Gung Hao. Gung Hao quickly called for a halt. He was struggling to follow Chen Ran's deductions, with various clues intertwining chaotically in his mind. Suddenly, he felt warmth trickling from his nose, realizing he had begun to bleed. Chen Ran glanced at him with a hint of disdain. "Look at you, getting all flustered." Gung Hao countered. The genuine Chen Ran and Gung Hao should be in the foremost study of this infinite chain of chambers. In a novice tutorial dungeon, I once encountered veteran players deceiving newcomers. They instructed the first player in line to mislead the second, creating a chain of lies among all waiting players. If I were the true Chen Ran, I would employ such a tactic, compelling the first batch of counterfeit Chen Ran and Gung Hao to deceive. Their lies would propagate to those who followed. Thus the crux of this chamber game lies not with us, but rather in the interplay between the true Chen Ran and Gung Hao and the first set of imposters. Gung Hao wiped away the blood, suspecting that Chen Ran was deliberately obfuscating matters. Annoyed, he retorted, "Could you be a bit more direct?" In simpler terms, Chen Ran began. The authentic Chen Ran and Gung Hao entered the first study, dithered for 5 minutes, and then, lo and behold, another Chen Ran and Gung Hao materialized out of thin air. Since none of the four had lied, none could judge the others. Yet they realized that a third pair of Chen Ran and Gung Hao might soon emerge. If this third pair also refrained from any deceit, then the 6 of them would find themselves in a stalemate where none could harm the others. This pattern could repeat indefinitely, resulting in countless iterations of Chen Ran and Gung Hao where none could eliminate the others. Such a scenario presents an insurmountable deadlock. To escape this impasse, Chen Ran and Gung Hao would need to ally with the first set of duplicates to expose the lies of the second batch. As evidenced by our ability to disregard judgment and fire upon one another, it indicates that the second batch had indeed lied, resulting in each subsequent iteration also being untruthful. Therefore, we can infer that the replication mechanism is based upon the previous iteration serving as a template for the next. Gung Hao asked, "Could you make it even simpler?" He was still grappling with understanding. To clarify, someone will soon arrive from the third study to confront us in the second, aiming to shoot us. While we cannot return fire, in essence, we are merely awaiting our demise. Gung Hao was left utterly bewildered. Why would the 4 who have not lied turn against us? Chen Ran replied, "Our inherent capacity for deceit stems from the knowledge imparted by the killers of liars. We may freely shoot one another, which implies that we have previously uttered falsehoods and forfeited our right to judgment. If I established a rule in the first study allowing the unrestricted use of the killer's abilities and then eliminated all iterations of Chen Ran who excel at reasoning, leaving only Gung Hao, who cannot decipher the mechanics of the chamber game, what do you suppose the outcome would be?" Gung Hao's eyes widened in realization. The trickster. Using the trickster's words, all manifestations of Chen Ran and Gung Hao were interrupted, each burdened with the flaw of deceit, rendering the quartet unable to judge them. Unless, that is, the 4 could prove that in this chamber game, one could not recklessly discharge a firearm. Now, Chen Ran pondered this dilemma, and thus, the genuine Chen Ran and the first false Chen Ran would also contemplate the same conundrum. To prevent such an occurrence, the 4 would strike back, eliminating us preemptively. As if to validate this notion, the back door of the second study was forcefully kicked open. 2 Chen Rans and 2 Gung Haos entered, and upon observing this, the Gung Hao from the chamber instinctively drew his weapon to shoot at the quartet. Yet, the trigger would not budge. This instant realization dawned upon Gung Hao. These 4 were indeed the true Chen Ran and Gung Hao, alongside their first iterations. Only they remained truthful, retaining their right to judgment. "You lied. You lied." The genuine Chen Ran uttered the command, and with 2 shots, he adjudicated the demise of these many iterations of Chen Ran and Gung Hao. Chapter 68, Emotional Deceit. Time rewinds to 1 hour prior. Chen Ran and Gung Hao appeared in the first study, both vigilant, yet cautiously surveying the chamber. "This is the first chamber of the replica," Chen Ran mused. "This is also the chamber game. Gung Hao and I sat in the chairs, and then we arrived here. The chairs in the second chamber possess memory transfer functions. Yet our bodies and memories align at this moment. This indicates that the memories were not transferred. What, then, is the purpose of the chairs? Is this place a virtual realm?" Upon reaching this deduction, Chen Ran found his clues severed. He noticed Gung Hao gently tapping the floor in front of the bookshelf. The sound indicated a solid foundation below, implying there was no basement. The 2 immediately redirected their gaze to the study door. "Shall we take a look?" Gung Hao inquired. "No rush. There is no hourglass, no glass beads, no basement, yet we find ourselves here. It suggests that other events may unfold. Let us wait a moment." After the span of 2 cigarettes, 2 figures materialized within the chamber, neither more nor less than Chen Ran and Gung Hao. The 4 pairs of eyes locked in a tense standoff, charged with anticipation. Chen Ran instinctively glanced at the clock. "Has 5 minutes passed?" he queried. Looking towards Chen Ran, Gung Hao turned his gaze to Gung Hao. Ultimately, all 4 realized that a second batch might soon emerge. Chen Ran and Chen Ran approached the desk, momentarily taken aback. "You're here?" Chen Ran remarked. "Indeed," Chen Ran replied, producing a marker from his bag. Chen Ran tested it and found it functional. He casually took a book from the shelf and inscribed, "Eliminate anyone who appears in the chamber, regardless of who you see. Let us go?" The 2 Gung Haos, still bewildered by the unfolding events, followed Chen Ran and Chen Ran A as they opened the study door and entered the second study. Upon arrival, they were horrified to discover that this room mirrored the first study perfectly. Chen Ran gestured for Chen Ran to proceed, who, not one to hesitate, pulled a book from the shelf, took out the marker, and wrote the following. This is a virtual world, an infinitely linked chamber, where a new Chen Ran and Gung Hao will be born every 5 minutes. Upon reading this message, immediately tear it out and return the book to its place. Chen Ran A, upon reading the note, gave Chen Ran a thumbs up. Without delay, the four hastened to the third study. Shortly after their departure, Chen Ran B, C, and Gung Hao B, C arrived at the scene, their brows furrowed in concern. The information on the desk is likely left by Chen Ran B asserted, which suggests we may be copies. However, since none of us have lied, how do we proceed with the elimination? Chen Ran C shot him a glance, keenly seizing upon the keyword, likely. If this was indeed left by the genuine Chen Ran, he would surely know that for the players to engage in conflict, one must first lure another into deceit. This current Chen Ran had arrived at the first study before us, meaning the information on the desk was likely left by him. He is the true Chen Ran, masquerading as the false one, attempting to extract my lie? Contemplating this, Chen Ran C turned his gaze to the desk, where he noticed a book resting, and the four gathered around it. As they perused the contents, Chen Ran B's frown deepened. Curiously, the information here aligns with our deductions from the first study. What is his intent in writing this? Chen Ran C and Gung Hao C exchanged glances, stepping back 2 paces each. Chen Ran B and Gung Hao B instantly grasped their thoughts. I know you both suspect that the information in both chambers was left by me, but I can assure you that this information was left by Chen Ran, yet not. At this point, Chen Ran furrowed his brow. If I state, but not by me, this false Chen Ran, does that constitute a lie? The term false Chen Ran is a negation of the name or identity of Chen Ran. I am denying my own identity. No issue there. Thus, he refined his phrasing. All of this information was left by Chen Ran, but not by me, this false Chen Ran. Chen Ran C felt a modicum of relief. However, the textual content mirrored their deductions. This implied that the genuine Chen Ran had arrived here and subsequently had numerous identical consciousnesses replicated. This complicates matters. We are all copies. To survive and escape, we must eliminate the true Chen Ran. Yet, if we can conceive this, the genuine Chen Ran can too. Attempting to kill him and take his place is fraught with difficulty. Moreover, countless iterations of Chen Ran and Gung Hao are bound to emerge. 2 potential strategies emerged. First, capitalize on the current limited copies of Chen Ran to eliminate the true Chen Ran within the chamber. However, this presents a dilemma. If the genuine Chen Ran is killed, does the chamber game conclude immediately? Who, then, among myself and this Chen Ran, would take the place of the true Chen Ran and return to his real body? The second strategy involves devising a means to eradicate all subsequent Chen Rans before finally dispatching this present Chen Ran, culminating in a confrontation with the true Chen Ran. Clearly, the first strategy is excessively random, unpredictable, and thus inadvisable. The second strategy, albeit cumbersome, holds the potential for success, allowing us to supplant the true Chen Ran. I choose the second strategy. However, before proceeding, we must first clarify the principles of replication. The 2 Chen Rans exchanged glances before averting their eyes once more. Chen Ran B remarked, now that we comprehend the mechanisms of the chamber game, we must ascertain whether we are indeed the genuine Chen Ran and Gung Hao. Chen Ran C took over the conversation. I grasp your intention. The individual who left the written words could also be a false Chen Ran. Yet, what purpose would such an action serve? Both Chen Rans fell into deep thought. I believe we should not squander time here, but rather proceed to the preceding chamber to eliminate the true Chen Ran and Gung Hao first. Gung Hao B, somewhat befuddled by their ongoing dialogue, diverted the topic. What gives you the audacity to assume that within the confines of the preceding chamber, there exists solely one Chen Ran and one Gung Hao? Chen Ran B sneered. The text is explicitly detailed. Upon reading the content, one must immediately shred it and return the tome to its original position. In retort, Chen Ran C queried, how then? Did the true Chen Ran ascertain that within this game chamber, a new Chen Ran and a Gung Hao are birthed every 5 minutes? Both Gung Hao B and C were momentarily stunned, as a myriad of clues intertwined within their minds, creating an inextricable knot, with blood trickling down their noses. Ultimately, they managed to disentangle relevant deductions. Indeed, there exists but one possibility. The true Chen Ran must have witnessed the emergence of the false Chen Ran to confirm that this chamber births a new batch every 5 minutes. What shall we do next? Gung Hao C inquired, uncertain of the significance of his words, and resorted to changing the topic. At this, Chen Ran B and C exchanged subtle, almost imperceptible smiles. Do you suppose it is conceivable that in this virtual realm, since it can replicate Chen Ran and Gung Hao, it could also replicate their ability to deceive? Chen Ran B abruptly shifted the scene, unexpectedly drawing the Deceiver's weapon and aiming it at the already dazed Gung Hao B, while Chen Ran C similarly aimed at the bewildered Gung Hao C. Remember this. Both of you. My skill is known as the Eternal Realm. The sudden turn of events sent the already disoriented Gung Hao B and C into a flurry, prompting them to draw their weapons as well, pointing them at the two Chen Rans and simultaneously pulling the triggers. Click, click. The jarring sound of jammed bullets echoed hauntingly in the silent chamber. You scoundrel, you deceived me. They both exclaimed, their faces paling as realization dawned upon them. The two Chen Rans wore peculiar expressions. It actually worked? I intended merely to test it, never anticipating such effortless success. I always claimed that someone with my level of restraint finds it unbearable not to utter profanities in hell. There exists a multitude of wretched souls. How could one not wish to curse? So, it turns out they are just like me, stifling their true selves, and with the slightest lapse in attention, they reveal their true nature. Emotional deception, common sense deception, emotional deceit I use to lure others into lies with logic. Yet it is astonishingly simple and swift for emotions to induce deceit. Observing the still bleeding noses of the two, Chen Ran B and C silently resolved, in the future, should we encounter anyone less clever than us, we shall daze them, and then exploit emotional deception to extract their lies. Chapter 69. The Duel of the Two Chen Rans. You are lying. The two shots rang out, and the two Gung Haos fell rigidly to the ground, devoid of breath. One Chen Ran leaned against the wall while the other sat at the desk, both holding their weapons, their index fingers rhythmically tapping against the gun's body, seemingly in contemplation. Chen Ran spoke first. Will you choose the first study or the second? I shall select the first study. It seems easier to manipulate. Chen Ran contemplated aloud, extinguishing his cigarette and preparing to approach the first study. However, upon reaching the door, he reconsidered and hoisted a corpse. If the newly birthed Gung Hao is a replica of the previous one, specifically one of the two we slain, and both Gung Haos lied, then the newly emerged Gung Hao inherently possesses the trait of deceit. I require your assistance. You should comprehend what is at stake. Yes? Understood. Chen Ran D and Gung Hao D emerged within the first chamber. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings, realizing this was the initial chamber of the quest. The study within the first chamber, however, lacked an hourglass and glass beads. Just then, the chamber unexpectedly plunged into darkness. In the blackness, both widened their eyes in heightened alertness, their minds flooded with questions. There is someone else in the chamber. This person is a player. Since the novice quest until now, every chamber has been illuminated, yet devoid of a light source. This design prevents players from turning off the light switch to mimic the conditions of employing the Deceiver's skill. Thus, the abrupt darkness must signify that someone has utilized the Deceiver's skill. With this realization, they instinctively reached for the Deceiver at their waists. It is crucial to note that using the Deceiver's skill entails sacrificing one judgment opportunity, meaning someone must have lied. Soon, the light in the study returned, revealing a scene that made their pupils constrict. There lay an additional Gung Hao and Chen Ran within the study. Gung Hao lay motionless on the floor, his head perforated, utterly lifeless. The two Chen Rans gazed at each other, initially in shock, quickly followed by incredulity. Who are you? Who are you? They both faltered, then continued. I am Chen Ran. Who are you? Then, as if a realization struck them simultaneously, they turned to Gung Hao. One Chen Ran coldly remarked, Gung Hao, this must be your Deceiver's skill, is it not? Gung Hao D hastily waved his hands. No, this is not my Deceiver's skill. How can you prove that? Unless you immediately employ the Deceiver's skill. The two Chen Rans regarded him with icy stares. Should he employ the skill? It would validate that his prior claim of this is not my Deceiver's skill was a lie. Conversely, if he failed to activate the skill, it would confirm the truthfulness of his statement. Displeased, Gung Hao D retorted, why should I have to prove my innocence? One Chen Ran scoffed. You saw the information on the door, correct? The difficulty of this chamber is exceedingly high. Do you truly believe your reasoning alone can lead you to a successful escape? Gung Hao D's expression darkened. To encounter such bizarre occurrences upon entering the chamber illustrates just how challenging it is moreover. I am utterly certain that not only in this chamber, but throughout the entire quest, I have not uttered a single lie, meaning my Deceiver's skill is entirely inoperative. Upon realizing this, he declared, fine. With that, he raised his Deceiver, aiming it at the ceiling. Deceiver, 3 in, 2 out. However, to Gung Hao D's bewilderment and terror, his deceiver seemed to defy ownership, clattering uncontrollably to the ground. Gung Hao D's pupils dilated in shock as he abruptly lifted his gaze to the two Chen Rans, cautiously retreating to distance himself from them. Under normal circumstances, utilizing the deceiver's skill when no one has lied merely results in an inability to pull the trigger, yet now the deceiver has fallen. It is as if I have suddenly encountered the game's silent skill. I recall Chen Ran stating that his deceiver's skill forbids others from using their deceiver's skills within an hour. It must be Chen Ran. The earlier deceiver's skill was undoubtedly cast by him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, one of the Chen Rans among the two sneered at him, swiftly raising his weapon and declaring, "You are lying." Bang! The bullet was fired, striking him squarely between the eyes. Gung Hao Di, until his last breath, remained oblivious as to when he had ever told a lie. Chen Ran Bing put away his gun and turned to see Chen Ran Ding aiming his weapon at him. "What does that mean?" Chen Ran Bing inquired. Chen Ran Ding replied peculiarly, "Since you can articulate the decree of judgment and have executed it successfully, it indicates that you truly exist in this moment within the study. Moreover, you are remarkably akin to me, which adds an intriguing twist. Firstly, as far as I know, failure in skill usage does not equate to being deemed a liar. For Gung Hao, the failure of his skill presents two possibilities. Either it was a genuine failure, or he has been prohibited from using the skill by the Eternal Kingdom. 1. A true failure implies Gung Hao did not lie. Yet, since you executed his judgment and caused his demise, it confirms he indeed lied previously. This contradiction allows us to dismiss the first possibility outright. 2. Alternatively, he may have lied before, and his inability to use the skill just now was due to the fact that the room went dark, indicating you were employing the liar-killer skill, which means the Eternal Kingdom. The Eternal Kingdom forbids him from using the liar-killer skill, resulting in the gun's drop. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran Bing's complexion turned ashen, his body instinctively recoiling, and after swallowing hard, he began to feign innocence. Your reasoning has glaring flaws. To invoke the Eternal Kingdom necessitates sacrificing a guaranteed successful judgment opportunity. Since you are also me, you should understand that I am not the type to ensnare others while jeopardizing myself with lies. Chen Ran Ding remained silent, merely gesturing towards the lifeless body of Gung Hao Bing on the floor. He stated coolly, "Indeed, you are not one to entrap others at your own expense. However, you did employ the liar-killer skill. This signifies that you relinquished a guaranteed opportunity for judgment, which could not have stemmed from the recently deceased Gung Hao, as your prior act of judgment against him indicates you did not forfeit that chance. Furthermore, the moment Gung Hao perished, his judgment opportunity ceased to exist, and you could not have relinquished the chance to judge him. In summary, there exists but one possibility. During your engagement with the initially deceased Gung Hao, you inadvertently fell victim to his deception, and he, in turn, was misled by you, resulting in your gunfight and his demise." Chen Ran Bing's face drained of color, and with a trembling finger, he pointed at Chen Ran Ding. You cannot kill me. You are Chen Ran. I am also Chen Ran. Do you not fear that by killing me, an omen may befall you as well?" Chen Ran Ding, weary of his futile arguments, fixed his gaze on him and declared, "You have lied." Chapter 70. The first move sets the stage for the last. Click, the bullet jammed. Chen Ran Ding's eyes widened in shock, his mind blank, while Chen Ran Bing nonchalantly lit a cigarette. "Do you realize where you failed?" Without waiting for Chen Ran Ding's reply, Chen Ran Bing pointed towards the study's back door. To their astonishment, the back door had inexplicably swung open, revealing Chen Ran standing at the threshold, brandishing the liar killer. "It was you. Just now. It was not this Chen Ran who invoked the Eternal Kingdom, but rather you." Fear gripped Chen Ran Ding as he recognized the grave error he had made, hastily judging another without fully grasping the intricacies of the chamber. This reckless behavior originated from the true Chen Ran, who had consistently judged upon discovering lies. These replicas, of course, mirrored his impulsiveness, and Chen Ran Bing had cleverly exploited this recklessness to devise a fatal trap. Chen Ran Ding replayed the entire sequence. First, they were unaware of how it was determined that Gung Hao had indeed lied. Thus, at the moment I and Gung Hao appeared, it was the Chen Ran from the back door who employed the liar-killer skill, the Eternal Kingdom. Subsequently, the Chen Ran before me feigned to be a product of the liar-killer skill. Secondly, from a logical perspective, guiding our reasoning process led Gung Hao to self-incriminate, resulting in my erroneous conclusion that it was the Chen Ran before me who utilized the Eternal Kingdom. Finally, my deductions led me to the conclusion that in order for the Chen Ran before me to use the liar-killer skill, he must forfeit a judgment opportunity, Yet he had just executed Gung Hao. Thus, I arrived at the conclusion that the judgment opportunity he forfeited was the chance to judge himself, indicating he had lied previously. At that moment, I could never have fathomed there was a third Chen Ran, the one who wielded the skill. The third Chen Ran sacrificed the opportunity to judge Gung Hao, who had appeared alongside me. I was deceived. Chen Ran Ding chuckled wryly. We are all Chen Ran. Our intellects are the same. The only advantage you possess is, the first move sets the stage for the last. Chen Ran Bing gestured a peace sign. Indeed, I arrived in this chamber first, familiar with its mechanisms, while you remain oblivious. That is the root of your impending defeat. He then turned to Chen Ran Ding. So, do you wish to follow the example of other players and utter a few curses before your demise? Boring. Chen Ran Ding dismissed. You have lied. At this, Chen Ran Bing unhesitatingly recited the decree, pulled the trigger, and delivered a fatal shot to his head. Thus, Gung Hao Yi and Bing had lied, and so had Chen Ran Ding. Consequently, every subsequent Chen Ran and Gung Hao born thereafter would be modeled after them, inherently possessing the attribute of deceit. One born, one killed. Two born, a pair slain. However, for Chen Ran, Yi and Bing, they were far too preoccupied to concern themselves with the deceitful Chen Ran and Gung Hao. Their adversaries were Chen Ran and Chen Ran Jia, Gung Hao and Gung Hao Jia. Chen Ran, Yi and Bing approached the desk, intending to leave a note inciting the subsequent Chen Ran and Gung Hao to engage in mutual slaughter. Yet, upon discovering the message left by the earlier Chen Ran Jia, they were taken aback. Kill whoever appears in the chamber later, regardless of who you see. Was it mere coincidence? Or had Chen Ran and the first batch of born Chen Rans anticipated that we would devise means for our successors to lie? The answer no longer mattered. With this message, the subsequent Chen Ran and Gung Hao would also inherit the trait of deceit, freely firing upon one another, inevitably leading to their mutual annihilation. Nonetheless, to be prudent, they first relocated all the bodies from the initial study to the second, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains, finally settling in the second study, awaiting the inevitable. Approximately 5 minutes passed before another Chen Ran and Gung Hao were birthed in the first study. The two remained silent, listening intently to the conversations of the original Chen Ran and Gung Hao. 5 minutes later, yet another Chen Ran and Gung Hao emerged, prompting Chen Ran, Yi and Bing to hear 2 gunshots from the second study. As anticipated, the newly born Chen Ran and Gung Hao, upon reading the message, eliminated the reappeared Chen Ran and Gung Hao. Thus, the infinite cycle would be the preceding batch slaying the subsequent one. We can now confidently proceed to the third study to confront the true Chen Ran and the first batch of born Chen Rans. However, they first stowed away the hint from the desk in the second study, returning it to the bookshelf. Without the hint, those who come later would waste significant time deducing the situation here. As they concluded their deductions, it was likely that the next batch had already breached this study. Chen Ran lit a cigarette. Chen Ran Bing also lit a cigarette. Both turned their gaze towards the rear door of the second study. Beyond that door lay the third study, where they might encounter the true Chen Ran and Gung Hao, or perhaps the first batch of Chen Ran and Gung Hao. What do you suppose those four will devise to ensnare us? Chen Ran Bing inquired gravely after taking a drag of his cigarette. Chen Ran scratched his head, initially contemplating that if Chen Ran Bing failed to construct a self-destructive cycle in the first study, he would do so in the second. However, it seemed unnecessary now. Simultaneously, he recognized the immense advantage of preemptively strategizing against the unwary. He remarked, currently, our knowledge of Gung Hao's liar killer skill is limited to its name. We are unaware of its function. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. I suspect they will likely utter future lies, promising that even if Gung Hao lies, he shall not be judged, thereby coaxing him into employing the liar killer skill to ensnare us with this unknown ability. Chen Ran Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, with 2 Gung Haos present, if they both execute the same actions, we will be unable to discern which Gung Hao employs the liar killer skill, leading us into a predicament. Although they are replicated versions of Chen Ran, they have also mimicked his habit of meticulous planning. Without a foolproof strategy, they will certainly refrain from taking reckless risks. Creak. The second study door swung open, revealing the newly manifested Chen Ran and Gung Hao, who, upon seeing the two, were astonished and immediately raised their guns to shoot. Click, click. The 2 Chen Rans had not spoken a lie, thus they could not be judged. They merely cast a fleeting glance at their assailants before uttering the command, "You lied. You lied." The newly emerged Chen Ran and Gung Hao were instantly condemned to demise, with no room for resistance. In simpler terms, from the moment Chen Ran Ding's judgment failed, those who subsequently emerged were utterly powerless in the presence of Chen Ran. Chen Ran Jia, Yi, Bing, Gung Hao, and Gung Hao Jia. They proceeded to cleanse the 2 secret chambers once more. Chen Ran remarked peculiarly. Those 4 are truly cunning, leaving behind 2 segments of text to incite our infighting, while they plot against us in the subsequent secret chamber. The champions of internal strife. Chen Ran Bing shrugged. It's futile to dwell on that now. Let us go and see how they intend to eliminate us. Chapter 71. Deceptive Skills. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. Creak. The door to the 3rd study was gently pushed open, revealing an empty room. The 2 Chen Rans immediately turned their attention to the door leading to the 4th study. There stood 2 Gung Haos alongside 2 Chen Rans, all 4 raising their arms and aiming their guns at the ceiling. Chen Ran and Bing felt a sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, it was too late. The secret chamber plunged into darkness. Liar Killer, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. In the obscurity, Chen Ran and Bing heard the sound of 2 doors closing. Before long, the darkness receded, and light returned to the secret chamber. Chen Ran and Bing quickly glanced towards the rear door, which had been shut, leaving only the 2 Chen Rans inside the chamber. The 4 Chen Rans locked eyes, and a sense of unease enveloped them. There was a discrepancy in their numbers. Chen Ran and Bing surveyed their surroundings. The environment in the secret chamber remained unchanged from before. 2 scenarios emerged. The recent darkness indicated that someone had utilized a skill. First, Gung Hao employed a skill. Second, Chen Ran employed a skill. If it was Chen Ran, there would be no need for concern. After all, while the Eternal Realm is formidable, once a skill is activated, all employed or unutilized skills are either nullified or prohibited. This implies that the individual using the skill was most likely Gung Hao. Therefore, one of the Gung Haos must have lied, leading them to confine both Gung Haos within the 4th study to prevent them from being judged. Observing the 2 Chen Rans guarding the rear door, Chen Ran and Bing furrowed their brows. Under the protection of the Liar Killer, they could not forcibly displace these 2 Chen Rans. Since they were unable to breach the 4th study to judge Gung Hao, they scrutinized the 2 Chen Rans. What is Gung Hao's skill? Are these 2 Chen Rans the true Chen Ran, or mere constructs of the skill? Moreover, in the recent darkness, why did I hear the sound of 2 doors closing? What trickery is at play? Could it be that during the first door closing, the 2 Gung Haos were confined in the 3rd study, while the 2 Chen Rans took refuge in the 4th study, unaffected by the skill? Then, during the 2nd door closing, the 2 Chen Rans were locked in the 3rd study, while the 2 Gung Haos were secured in the 4th study? In that case, only the 2 of us in the 3rd study would be influenced by the skill. Upon considering this, Chen Ran and Bing exchanged glances, each reflecting the weight of the situation in their eyes. Uncertain of what the skill entails, and with only the 2 of them ensnared, the disadvantage was glaring. Oh, what is this? Aren't you here to confront us? Why do you seem too timid to speak now? Chen Ranjia's voice cut through the tension. Chen Ran and Bing remained silent, continuing their contemplation. Earlier, I noticed that Gung Hao's Liar Killer was of a standard hue, suggesting that his Liar Killer skill is merely at the base level. The base level influences emotions. Emotional skills often pertain to illusions, phantoms, cognition, and memory. I recalled meticulously. The memories were coherent, without gaps, and entirely logical, indicating that memory was not the aspect being influenced. Cognition? That is more challenging to ascertain. Previously, when Zhang Jinhua employed cognitive skills, Chen Ran managed to unravel them with a sedative. Moreover, at that time, it was evident through simple reasoning that Zhang Jinhua's skill required proximity to Chen Ran to acquire the numbers he held. However, now it is difficult to determine whether we have fallen victim to cognitive skills. Cognition remains indeterminate. Illusions cannot be ruled out either. After all, it is possible that only one Chen Ran remains here while the other is a mere phantom. The same applies to hallucinations. Reaching this conclusion, Chen Ran and Bing felt a surge of trepidation. They desperately needed a recently manifested Chen Ran or Gung Hao with lying attributes to dispel the skill that ensnared them. Turning, they prepared to flee. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. The 2 were horrified to discover that despite having taken 5 steps, they had only advanced a single step. They attempted again, only to find that each time they reached the 3rd step, their bodies uncontrollably retreated 2 steps. So it is. This is the essence of 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. Taking 3 steps forward results in a retreat of 2. With this realization, the 2 no longer felt urgency. Chen Ran fished a cigarette from his pocket, extracted one, and retrieved a lighter. He placed the lighter back in his pocket and returned the cigarette to its case. As he stared at the cigarette box in his hand, he was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes widened in astonishment. What a powerful skill. Gung Hao's ability must be among the most potent at the base level. He returned the cigarette to his pocket, but curiously, this time, the 3 steps forward. 2 steps back did not trigger. This indicates that the 3 steps forward and 2 steps back refers to the afflicted individual, who, upon taking 3 actions, will revert back to their initial action. However, if the afflicted party has executed merely 1 or 2 actions, would it not trigger Gung Hao's skill of 3 steps forward, 2 steps back? Speaking is also an action. Does this imply that one can articulate 3 sentences and retract 2? How does one retract 2 sentences? After some contemplation, Chen Ran carefully refined his words and remarked, "This skill is indeed intriguing. Gung Hao's ability allows one to perform 3 actions while retreating 2. He deliberately referenced Gung Hao's skill in his 3rd sentence, wary of the possibility of retracting 2 sentences, thus risking the loss of the subject in the final statement. After a moment's thought, Chen Ran further articulated, "It is quite fascinating that Gung Hao's skill enables one to execute 3 actions and retreat 2. Chen Ran, what a formidable skill. Chen Ran Bing. It can even reduce 3 sentences to 1. However, it seems rather futile. As long as the 3 sentences I utter contain no falsehoods, regardless of how they are pared down, I cannot lie. Moreover, when Gung Hao employs his skill, players will naturally deduce from any lack of change in the individual and the surroundings, leading them to explore other angles, thereby uncovering the essence of this skill. In essence, while it may appear powerful, it is rather conventional." Seeing this, Chen Ran Bing sighed in relief. No wonder the player's skills would obscure the room in darkness. Without such a visual cue, players would remain unaware of the skill's application, which would indeed be troublesome. Having deduced the outcome, Chen Ran Bing declared, "Speak up. How shall we engage in combat? Propose a plan." Chen Ran and Chen Ran Jia exchanged glances and retrieved a coin from their pockets. Tossing a coin, Chen Ran and Chen Ran Bing pondered. As long as they did not execute 3 consecutive actions, Gung Hao's 3 steps forward, 2 steps back would not be triggered. Thus, they readily consented. "Come closer. Taking 3 steps only to retreat 2 is too cumbersome," Chen Ran Bing remarked, somewhat exasperated by the skill. Yet, as the words left his mouth, both Chen Ran and Chen Ran Jia displayed triumphant smiles. Chen Ran laughed. "Do you understand why we chose Gung Hao's skill to orchestrate our strategy against you? The reason is simple. I have personally tested it, and I know I would fall for it. Since I, the original, would inevitably be deceived. It follows that you Chen Rans will also succumb to the same fate." "What do you mean?" Chen Ran and Chen Ran Bing sensed something amiss and frowned in inquiry. 3 words, overthinking. You might consider, is it not plausible that Gung Hao's skill is, in fact, quite simple, and that you have overcomplicated its nature? Chapter 72. Illusion. The 2 Chen Rans drew their weapons, aiming at Chen Ran. The ones drawing their guns were Chen Ran and Chen Ran Bing, targeting the true Chen Ran. Chen Ran chuckled. "Are you implying that Gung Hao's liar killer is merely the most mundane of colors, and that it is not truly about taking 3 steps and retreating 2, but rather about deceiving the memories of the afflicted? It must be noted that in the criteria for judging lies, there exists the concept of common sense lies. Common sense lies are not determined by subjective conjecture, but are instead based on objective reality. For instance, if Gung Hao's skill is designed to deceive the memory of the afflicted, and in their memory, they perceive it as taking 3 steps and retreating 2, yet in actuality, they have only taken 1 step. Earlier, both Chen Ran and Chen Ran Bing had stated they had taken 3 steps without retreating 2. Their subjective assumption was 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. The objective reality, however, was that they had indeed only taken 1 step. At this juncture, it is imperative to adhere to objective reality as the standard for judgment. The objective fact is that the 2 Chen Rans had indeed taken only 1 step, and there was no existence of the 3 steps retreating 2. Therefore, their claim of having taken 3 steps and retreated 2, in contradiction to objective reality, constitutes a common sense lie. In this confrontation, there exists a significant premise. Gung Hao's skill must genuinely deceive the memories of the 2. However, Chen Ran raised his arm, revealing several bloody scratches made by his nails. "You may not be aware, but every time I speak, I simultaneously scratch my arm with my fingernails. If the notion of taking 3 steps and retreating 2 were a memory fabricated by Gung Hao's skill, do you believe these bloodstains would exist on my arm? Do not forget, we are replicas of Chen Ran's template. His characteristics, no, I should not label them as flaws. They are rather strengths, reflect his decisive nature as one who swiftly resolves issues without procrastination. He values efficiency and precision, never allowing minor problems to escalate into major ones. Hence, Chen Ran possesses an acute awareness of details, and upon confirming his conclusions, he acts immediately. To defeat him, one must begin with the minutiae. This, you understand. And I understand, as do all present Chen Rans. What makes you think we would dare to utter taking 3 steps and retreating 2 without eliminating the possibility of memory deception? Upon observing the scratches on Chen Ran Yi's arm, Chen Ran's expression turned grim. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had previously mentioned that if he were afflicted, Chen Ran Yi and Chen Ran Bing would certainly also be affected. This was a statement of a future lie. If Chen Ran Yi and Chen Ran Bing were to engage in infighting, resulting in one killing the other, then the one slain could never be afflicted. Thus, he turned to Chen Ran Bing, who had also raised his arm to reveal bloodstains. Chen Ran Bing stated, "The bloodstains on my arm prove that Gung Hao's skill indeed has the effect of 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. Furthermore, you just spoke a future lie. If one of us dies, your future lie will transform into an undeniable falsehood." With each utterance, a fresh scratch appeared on their arms. If the act of articulating 3 sentences while retracting 2 constitutes memory deception, then the bloodstains they had inflicted upon their arms must also be a result of memory deception. Yet, the presence of these scratches confirms that it is not a fabrication of memory. Therefore, it follows that the notion of taking 3 steps and retreating 2 is not a mere deception of memory, but is, in fact, a reality. In this confrontation, the true Chen Ran appeared to be on the brink of despair. However, he reached out to Chen Ranjia, who reluctantly produced a cigarette pack as a wager for their loss and tossed it to Chen Ran. Chen Ran received the pack, lowered his head, and smiled lightly. Extracting a cigarette and jesting, "I told you they would inevitably fall for it." Chen Ranjia, having no cigarettes left, approached Chen Ran Yi and Chen Ran Bing, extending his hands and saying, "I know you must be thoroughly perplexed. If you hand over your cigarettes, I will enlighten you." Chen Ran Bing extracted a cigarette and tossed the remainder to Chen Ranjia, who wasted no time in drawing the liar killer, pointing its barrel towards the ceiling. Liar killer's eternal domain. Darkness enveloped the chamber, an inky void that flowed like water, consuming the entire room as if it could devour all. Before long, the illumination of the chamber returned. Chen Ran Yi and Chen Ran Bing frowned as they surveyed their surroundings and the number of participants, noting no changes whatsoever. Chen Ranjia remained silent, merely gesturing towards their arms. Chen Ran Yi and Chen Ran Bing looked down, their faces paling in fright. Their arms bore no scratches. Gung Hao's skill of 3 steps forward, 2 steps back was indeed an illusionary skill, while they had taken 3 steps and retreated 2. The scratches on their arms were merely figments of their imagination. The skill known as 3 advances and 2 retreats possesses a most cunning deception. It inevitably triggers a delusion following its execution. To unravel this skill is deceptively simple, for the elements conjured by this delusion must be devoid of any emotion, sentiment, or sensation. Reflect for a moment. Can you recall the pain associated with a cut on your arm? I almost forgot. Chen Ran had previously administered a tranquilizer to counter Zhang Jinhua, which has analgesic properties. Thus, you are bound to be deceived. At this juncture, he cast a peculiar glance at Chen Ran, who was smoking, silently acknowledging the reason this fellow was so confident that they would fall for the ruse. After all, the groundwork was laid in the first secret chamber. The effects of the tranquilizer last for 6 to 12 hours, which is precisely why they are destined to be duped. In earlier preparations to ensure the plan's success, Chen Ran must have experimented and perceived this when he fell prey to Gung Hao's skill, yet he remained silent. Betraying my trust for a mere cigarette. How shameless. Wait a moment, if Chen Ran is shameless, does that not imply a reflection of my own shamelessness? Chen Ran B and Chen Ran C, like deflated balloons, could hardly fathom their defeat at the hands of a tranquilizer. Had the tranquilizer not been administered, they would have realized that their memories of the arm's injury lacked any corresponding sensation of pain. If, earlier, they had calculated against Chen Ran D using a proactive strategy, now Chen Ran was employing a prophetic strategy against them. Chen Ran C ignited the last of his cigarette and posed a question that burned within him. I wish to know how you persuaded Gung Hao to activate his skill. For Gung Hao to employ his skill, he would have to lie. Any individual would be reluctant to take such a significant risk. The answer was simple. They sequentially renounced the opportunity to judge him, meaning the lies he had spoken were rendered non-existent for the remaining 3. Dissatisfied with this answer, Chen Ran B switched the focus to another room. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran B gazed at the study and suddenly comprehended. Gung Hao, the liar, resided in the 4th study, while the remaining 3 were in the 3rd study, sequentially advancing to the 4th study to forego the opportunity to judge and deploy their skills. This ensured that one Chen Ran and one Gung Hao's skills would not be prohibited from use for an hour in the Eternal Realm. However, this arrangement meant that the lying Gung Hao would carry the attribute of deceit, enabling later players to engage in gunfights with him. Thus, it became clear. The lying Gung Hao was a facsimile. He would not partake in the ensuing internal conflict with Chen Ran. His sole adversary was the genuine Gung Hao. The subsequent players would be dealt with by the two Chen Rans, effectively utilizing deceit to create a scenario devoid of internal strife with Chen Ran. What do you think? Should we learn from other players and utter some curses before our demise? Upon hearing this, Chen Ran B and Chen Ran C wore peculiar expressions. Recalling that they had previously posed the same question to Chen Ran D, it was indeed a cycle of cause and effect. Chapter 73, The Heart's Execution. Bang, bang. Chen Ran B and Chen Ran C fell. Time rewound to the present. For figures burst forth from the third study, condemning Chen Ran and Gung Hao to death within the second study, where they had been engaged in conversation. The four gazed upon the densely packed corpses in the second study, their scalps prickling, especially as these corpses bore faces identical to their own. In accordance with their prior agreement, Gung Hao and Gung Hao would engage in their ultimate showdown here, while Chen Ran and Chen Ran would proceed to the first study, battling and slaying the newly spawned Chen Ran and Gung Hao. In the first study, the accusation rang out. You lied. You lied. The two freshly spawned Chen Ran X and Gung Hao X, still bewildered, met their demise at Chen Ran's swift judgment. Chen Ran A, meanwhile, lounged nonchalantly at the desk, legs crossed. I am quite curious. What plan do you intend to employ to eliminate me? Queried Chen Ran A. Chen Ran B and Chen Ran C had utilized a proactive strategy against Chen Ran D, while Chen Ran and Chen Ran A were employing a prophetic strategy against Chen Ran B and Chen Ran C. After all, they were all Chen Ran. Conventional tactics would not fool one another. Thus, in their confrontation, Chen Ran must leverage the advantage of being a precursor. With a smile, Chen Ran inquired, do you entertain the possibility that the batch of spawns may be limited in number, or that the game has a finite duration? In the air game, with stakes, there are wins and losses. What do you define as winning or losing? Chen Ran responded, two possibilities exist. The first is that the true Chen Ran and the true Gung Hao, within this secret game, are assessed by the number of spawns they eliminate. Whoever slays the most emerges victorious. The second possibility is that within a prescribed time frame, the true Chen Ran and the true Gung Hao, whoever eliminates the most spawns, claims victory. Chen Ran nodded and continued, what distinguishes these two possibilities? The first lacks a time constraint, implying a limit on replication. The second is time-bound, indicating that once the time elapses. Suddenly, Chen Ran paused. If the second scenario is time-limited, it suggests that once the time is up, the game concludes, and the true Chen Ran and the true Gung Hao will be immediately transported away. Meanwhile, I, as an NPC, will remain here indefinitely or be erased. After all, they are the players. In simpler terms, the first scenario allows me ample time to gradually ensnare Chen Ran and subsequently usurp him. The second, as long as Chen Ran remains silent and prolongs time, will lead to my downfall. Wait, if the second scenario holds, Chen Ran has no need to orchestrate such elaborate schemes, ensuring that the subsequent spawns carry the attribute of deceit. He could entirely disregard the others and enter the first study to gun down the newly spawned entities. But why then? Did he still seek to eliminate those two Chen Rans? Hold on. He is deceiving the true Gung Hao, leading him to remain in the second study. Thus, all players birthed in the first study would belong to him, and his kill count would undoubtedly surpass that of the true Gung Hao. Noticing a change in Chen Ran A's expression, Chen Ran pressed on. For me, either possibility is inconsequential. If it is the first scenario, I shall merely contest you once more. If it is the second, both Gung Hao and I are directly transported away. Tell me, is there any necessity for a game devoid of players to exist? These words pierced Chen Ran A's heart like a dagger. If there is a time constraint, how long is it? No one knows. It could be hours away, or it could be at any moment. I wonder if you noticed the sheer number of corpses in the second study. Chen Ran remarked with a sly grin. Chen Ran A. This fellow aims to remind me that a multitude of corpses indicates the potential for limitless replication, yet the player's time for participation is finite. As Chen Ran pondered this, the words "you lied" sent a chill of dread coursing through him. He looked up to find Chen Ran condemning the newly spawned Chen Ran. Yet, Chen Ran did not hastily redirect his gun towards the newly spawned Gung Hao. Instead, he leisurely shifted the gun's aim, a sight that made Chen Ran A's scalp prickle, prompting him to shout, "No!" However, it was too late. The newly spawned Gung Hao witnessed the Chen Ran who had appeared alongside him being executed, and now, another Chen Ran was leisurely adjusting his aim, intent on condemning him as well. He could hardly deny that he had most likely already told a lie, even though there was no recollection of such deceit in his memory. Nevertheless, This did not deter him from immediately employing the skill of the deceiver. The deceiver's 3 advances and 2 retreats commenced. In the next moment, the chamber plunged into darkness. Within that obscurity, the newly manifested Gung Hao frantically dashed towards the study's back door. Just as he reached the threshold of light, he flung open the back door of the study and sprinted into the second study, where he was met with a gruesome sight of bodies strewn across the floor. Some belonging to Chen Ran, others to himself. In an instant, the door slammed shut. Chen Ran was struck with disbelief at the scene before him, his face a mask of pallor, unable to comprehend the implications. The door closed? No, it was not supposed to be this way. The Gung Hao inside should have eliminated this newly born Gung Hao first. What did it mean for the door to close? If the Gung Hao from earlier had perished, then the skill he had just employed would dissipate. If he had survived, both Chen Ran and I would remain ensnared in the state of being afflicted. Chen Ran had acted with intent. He stirred my emotions first, then deliberately allowed a Gung Hao who had utilized his skill to escape. This implies that he had likely formed some sort of pact with the 2 Gung Haos prior. For the true Gung Hao, this game had become a futile endeavor. He sought merely to survive the chamber. Thus, he would assist the genuine Chen Ran. As for the false Gung Hao, he had spoken a lie and employed a skill. And Chen Ran had personally experienced it, suggesting that during that experience, the 2 had reached an understanding. This was troublesome. The occupants of the second study should be Gung Hao and the earlier Gung Hao. Meanwhile, the lying Gung Hao should be hiding in the third study, avoiding a gunfight with the previous Gung Hao. This meant that the earlier Gung Hao would likely not face immediate judgment at the hands of the true Gung Hao. The state of affliction I shared with Chen Ran would persist for the next 5 minutes. If I now ventured into the second study to confront the earlier Gung Hao, it would be ill-advised. Merely approaching the back door of the study would trigger multiple illusions. I could only wait. I must await the emergence of the next batch of newly born individuals, sacrificing my chance to judge them in order to utilize the eternal realm. I would have to endure for 5 minutes. Chen Ran furrowed his brow, aware that Chen Ran's actions were aimed at psychological manipulation. The longer time dragged on, the more anxious I would become, fearful of the second possibility. If my mind were to become chaotic, I might easily fall into Chen Ran's trap. Chapter 74, Psychological Manipulation. With this thought in mind, Chen Ran steadied his mindset, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next 2 individuals. Soon, the 5 minutes elapsed. The newly manifested Chen Ran and Gung Hao appeared punctually within the chamber. Chen Ran reached for his waist, drawing the deceiver, the barrel aimed at the ceiling. The deceiver's eternal realm. The chamber darkened, yet within that darkness, Chen Ran frowned. Just now, I did not fire a shot. The chamber regained its illumination, revealing the new Chen Ran and Gung Hao, both staring intently at one another. You lied. You lied. Chen Ran maintained his command of execution, while Chen Ran observed his movements, noting that the 3 advances and 2 retreats had indeed been nullified, prompting a sigh of relief as he began to organize his thoughts. Just moments ago, I had drawn my weapon, extracted it, and raised it, 3 actions that triggered the 3 advances and 2 retreats. Thus, I had not had the opportunity to utilize the eternal realm, and I had also triggered an illusion. The chamber had darkened, indicating that someone had employed the skill of the deceiver. Who could it be? First, I could rule out the true Chen Ran. During the encounter with Chen Ran B and C, I had unraveled Gung Hao's skill, and the true Chen Ran had been present at that time, meaning he too had fallen victim to my eternal realm. With an hour still not elapsed, the true Chen Ran could not possibly have employed his skill. The newly manifested Chen Ran and Gung Hao were still trying to comprehend the situation and could not have utilized the skill of the deceiver either. Therefore, the only one who had the conditions to wield the skill of the deceiver was the true Gung Hao. This raises a question. If the eternal realm was not invoked by the true Chen Ran, then who nullified the 3 advances and 2 retreats? For some reason, Chen Ran felt his mind becoming somewhat muddled. However, just as he was preparing to analyze the situation thoroughly, Chen Ran spoke up, feeling a bit confused. Strangely enough, after uttering this line, Chen Ran paused for a long moment before continuing. I'm curious, since I am the one designing you, why don't you design me? Chen Ran chose to ignore him, sensing that the 3 Gung Haos in the back study were problematic. First, the confrontation between Gung Hao and Gung Hao would occur in the second study. Secondly, the new Gung Hao had just fled into the second study. Gung Hao had told a lie, and the new Gung Hao possessed a lying attribute. These 2 Gung Haos could not remain in the same chamber, or else trouble would ensue. Therefore, prior to the new Gung Hao's escape to the second study, Gung Hao must have retreated to the third study. Thus, only the true Gung Hao and the new Gung Hao remained in the second study. The new Gung Hao had previously relinquished his chance to judge himself. meaning that in the previous darkening of the chamber, the one who had utilized the skill was none other than the true Gung Hao. This implies that the new Gung Hao's skill had not only not been nullified, but had instead been layered over by the true Gung Hao skill. In addition to the 3 advances and 2 retreats, another layer of 3 advances and 2 retreats had been imposed. I recall that in the memory of Chen Ran reading the manual on the 18th floor, it mentioned combination skills. When 2 skills are employed simultaneously, the resultant effect is greater than the sum of their individual effects. However, skills do not create causal relationships with one another. This means that within the current chamber, the 3 advances and 2 retreats are being evaluated simultaneously rather than sequentially. This simplifies matters. Just now, I had drawn my weapon, extracted it, and raised it, triggering an illusion. However, now, if I were to trigger an illusion again, it would result in a one-time activation of 2 illusions. Therefore, I must utilize the Eternal Realm before triggering. At this moment, Chen Ran was in the process of drawing his weapon, swiftly extracting it, raising it, and pulling the trigger. The Deceiver's Eternal Realm. Darkness enveloped the chamber, as if countless black substances filled every corner. Light returned once more. Chen Ran gasped for breath, half squatting on the ground. Although he had performed only a few actions throughout the ordeal, the psychological pressure and the intense cognitive load had left him drenched in cold sweat. Curse this 3 advances and 2 retreats. Gung Hao, isn't it? If you manage to survive this instance, I swear I'll take on your surname. Chen Ran lifted his gaze to see Chen Ran across from him. Also panting heavily, their crouched postures mirroring one another. Why are you? The words crouched down hung unspoken in Chen Ran's mind. For he could not yet ascertain whether the darkening of the chamber, due to the invocation of the Eternal Realm, had truly transpired, or if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Just now, I had triggered an illusion 3 times. The first time, drawing my weapon, extracting it, and raising it, which triggered this series of actions. In a series of strategic maneuvers, I ultimately found myself poised to draw my weapon, the next step being to unholster it. Subsequently, I executed the actions of drawing, aiming, and firing my gun, having fallen prey to the 3 advances and 2 retreats twice. These 3 actions culminated in 2 vivid hallucinations. However, at the moment I pulled the trigger, the Eternal Realm nullified Gung Hao's abilities. This implies that regardless of the preceding events, as long as I was certain of my utilization of the Eternal Realm, the past events became inconsequential. With this realization, I cast a cold gaze towards Chen Ran, who was crouched opposite me, and inquired icily, "Why are you positioned here? Are you attempting to deceive me?" Chen Ran, with his right hand firmly gripping the liar's slayer, had it aimed squarely at me. 3 advances and 2 retreats. "Stand down," he commanded, reminding me of his promise that in this game of the escape room, I must survive. The sound of Gung Hao echoed from the back door, followed swiftly by the noise of the door closing. Chen Ran stared in terror at the figure opposite him. Chen Ran had remained standing. "Why are you crouching here?" he repeated. The crouch was indeed certain. I lied. Chen Ran felt a surge of panic. From a superior vantage point, Chen Ran looked down at him, his tone laced with mockery. You think you can kill me and take my place?" Despite having already fired my weapon and invoked the Eternal Realm, I was left bewildered as to why this was the outcome. Chen Ran's mind was in turmoil. The explanation was simple. Gung Hao had activated his ability and retreated to the second study, meaning that both of us had been ensnared in the 3 advances and 2 retreats. However, unlike you, I had been holding my gun tightly to accumulate kills. Thus my invocation of the Eternal Realm required only 2 steps, one to raise the weapon and the other to fire it. Impossible. Chen Ran's eyes blazed with fury. Are you insinuating that you were the first to invoke the Eternal Realm? Your Eternal Realm was already rendered ineffective by mine in the 3rd study. Chen Ran lit a cigarette, remarking, "This is the advantage of a heart-wrenching revelation, subtly influencing a person's emotions. You were subjected to the 3 advances and 2 retreats 3 times, resulting in 3 hallucinations. Have you ever pondered over what the 2 earlier hallucinations entailed?" Chapter 75, The Virtual World Escape Room, concluded. 3 hallucinations? Chen Ran glanced at Chen Ran, aware that he was probing for gaps in understanding. Only by confronting oneself can one uncover their deficiencies and foster personal growth. This is a rare opportunity. I need to provide answers. Instead of internalizing my deductions, I articulated my thoughts aloud. Very well. Let me recount the sequence from beginning to end. Firstly, the actions of touching, drawing, and aiming my gun certainly triggered a hallucination. What was the essence of that hallucination? It undoubtedly manifested after raising the weapon. After raising it, I did not fire, yet the room darkened, and you simultaneously uttered 2 commands, resulting in the death of 2 individuals. This presents a conundrum. If you had invoked the Eternal Realm, you would have forfeited a guaranteed opportunity for judgment, meaning you relinquished the chance to pass judgment on Chen Ran or Gung Hao. However, what I witnessed was you eliminating both Chen Ran and Gung Hao, indicating a flaw in your logic. There are three possibilities. First, the room darkened due to your invocation of the Eternal Realm. Second, the darkness resulted from the genuine actions of Gung Hao using 3 advances and 2 retreats. Third, the room did not darken at all. Referring back to the events in the third study, I had invoked the Eternal Realm, which nullified your ability, rendering you incapable of using the Eternal Realm, thus eliminating the first possibility. You claimed that I only triggered 3 hallucinations. Had it been the second scenario, I might have triggered 4 hallucinations. Hence, the final conclusion is that the room did not darken, and my hallucination consisted of you invoking the Eternal Realm, leading to the room's darkness. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran gave me a thumbs up, encouraging me to continue. I pondered. Since the room did not darken and I was still under the influence of 3 advances and 2 retreats, the action of raising my gun reverted to that of merely touching it. The sequence of drawing, aiming, and firing. At the moment of firing, I invoked the Eternal Realm to counter Gung Hao's 3 advances and 2 retreats. However, at that moment, the newly emerged Chen Ran and Gung Hao were both eliminated by you. I could not afford to relinquish a guaranteed opportunity for judgment. My shot misfired. The room's darkness was merely an outcome of my drawing, aiming, and firing actions, which triggered the hallucination of the 3 advances and 2 retreats. At this point, Chen Ran stood frozen, grappling with the realization that this misjudgment led him to believe that the 3 advances and 2 retreats had been nullified. Consequently, he lowered his arm, half-crouched, raising his gaze to Chen Ran once more. The repetition of these 3 actions invoked the 3 advances and 2 retreats again, resulting in a third hallucination. Believing that both he and Chen Ran were crouched on the ground, it led him to utter falsehoods. Throughout this entire ordeal, I committed a crucial error, influenced by your question regarding whether the escape room had a limit on actions or time. This sowed confusion in my mind, leading to flawed reasoning and hasty conclusions without thorough examination. Moreover, you, during my deduction process, incessantly engaged me in conversation, further muddling my judgment, even prompting me to speak lies. For me to invoke the Eternal Realm, it merely requires 2 steps, one to aim and another to fire. Given the circumstances, your invocation of the Eternal Realm indeed required only 2 steps, and even if you had not invoked it, there was no basis for deceit. Yet, I was defeated. My mindset had shifted, rendering your words ineffective against me. Listening to Chen Ran's discourse, Chen Ran pondered, realizing that his own issues stemmed from his approach. I adhere to the principles of the 4 schools of military strategy, believing in resolving issues as they arise. However, if my emotions can be manipulated, my pursuit of expediency may become my burden. I must slow down. Henceforth, when faced with emotional disturbances, I shall at least reflect 3 times. If time permits, I shall deliberate slowly. If not, I shall adopt the role of an ostrich, letting others take the lead. Thus, a resolution was reached. The debrief concluded. Chen Ran aimed his weapon at Chen Ran, asking, "Do you have anything to say?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ran replied, "Within the Liar-Slayer Alliance, there are methods for mental fortitude. It would be wise to exchange for them in advance. Perhaps after cultivating my mind, I might become immune to emotional disturbances." "I understand." Chen Ran nodded. "You have lied." He then pulled the trigger, the bullet striking Chen Ran squarely in the forehead. Chen Ran was dead. Thus, within this infinite escape room, no longer could Chen Ran be threatened. Chen Ran gazed towards the second study, confident that even if Gung Hao had resolved the issue with Gung Hao, he would likely refrain from approaching here, fearing potential traps. As time passed, the number of corpses in the first study grew exponentially, nearing the point of saturation. Eventually, after an indeterminate number of duplications, Chen Ran waited 5 minutes. Realizing that the replication of Chen Ran and Gung Hao had ceased, comprehending that the limit had been reached. However, the game was not yet concluded, indicating that Gung Hao had yet to deal with Gung Hao in the second room. Chen Ran found himself with nothing to do. Seated at his desk, he quietly indulged in smoking, immersed in a virtual realm where the number of cigarettes he consumed bore no consequence to his corporeal form. A veritable paradise for seasoned smokers. After consuming nearly half a pack, a faint creak signaled the opening of the back door leading to the second study. Out stepped Gung Hao, gun in hand. The scenery within the study gradually faded into oblivion, and the 2 men felt their consciousness being drawn away. Suddenly, Gung Hao, facing Chen Ran, inquired, "As this virtual world game nears its conclusion, Do you not wish to know which of the two Gung Haos ultimately prevails? Chen Ran cast a deep glance in his direction and replied, "It matters not. My commitment to Gung Hao is solely to refrain from killing him within this realm. Beyond this virtual world, that promise dissolves." Gung Hao fixed his gaze upon Chen Ran, recalling the myriad events that transpired within this game's confines, where he left behind words that incited an endless cycle of mutual destruction, and utilized my skills to ensnare several versions of Chen Ran devoid of deceitful attributes. He was nothing short of a devil. I could not comprehend how an inexperienced newcomer could possess such formidable prowess. Would I truly survive this instance? In the third chamber, the middle-aged Lu Xing, feeling the autumn chill, gazed at the tightly shut door of the secret room, pondering why the two had yet to emerge after several hours. As he contemplated the degree of difficulty labeled as extremely hard, the text on the door shifted. Chen Ran, 98 kills. Gung Hao, 2 kills. Immediately, the door swung open. Chen Ran and Gung Hao stepped out, their expressions slightly askew. In the virtual world, their minds had been under intense strain, leaving them unaware of the implications. Yet, upon returning to reality and recalling the nearly overflowing corpses in the two studies, all bearing their likenesses, they felt an upheaval within their stomachs. Leaning against the wall, they stumbled a few steps before retching. Chapter 76, Rapid Completion. After regurgitating, they returned to the long table, where, in accordance with the rules, Chen Ran claimed Gung Hao's blue badge. The young inheritor at the table began to gather the chips scattered across the surface. Remarkably, not only had they conquered the extremely difficult secret room, but they also scored 982. It seemed evident that the disparity in strength between the two was substantial. At this juncture, the young inheritor turned his attention to Chen Ran, saying, "If you continue to participate in these game chambers, does that imply that I will lose everything before completing 10 rounds?" Chen Ran remained silent. The inheritors wagered chips, while players staked their badges. What if the chips were exhausted first? What if the badges were lost first? The outcomes of these two scenarios seemed poised to lead down divergent paths. To be prudent, it would be wise to observe a while longer. Noting Chen Ran's silence, the young inheritor averted his gaze and blandly stated, "Red and blue factions. Please present your chosen representatives." Red faction, Qiu Yinong. Blue faction, Lu Xing. The two approached the door, only to find that the inscription above had transformed to normal. This indicated that the difficulty of this secret room was quite ordinary and did not require excessive thought. The two inheritors contemplated briefly, deciding to wager one chip once more. Curiously, it appeared that both players and inheritors were subtly testing each other's mettle. Players like Chen Ran and Gung Hao, who had participated once, would not join again soon, opting instead to observe for a while. Inheritors, unacquainted with each player's abilities, were hesitant to place heavy bets. Upon entering the secret room, Qiu Yinong and Lu Xing discovered its simplicity. The surroundings were stark white, with only 2 chairs situated in the center. Recalling the previous chamber, they quickly deduced that sitting in the chairs would transport them to the true secret room. As they settled into the seats, a wave of dizziness washed over them. And when they regained consciousness, they found themselves in an entirely new chamber. This room was rectangular, measuring approximately 50 meters in length and 20 meters in width. With the two positioned at one end, the floor was adorned with tiles of 4 colors: red, blue, yellow, and green. Each tile was a square, roughly 1 square meter in size, with 20 tiles per row, totaling 49 rows. Notably, the first row where they stood bore no tiles. The arrangement of colors appeared random, lacking any discernible pattern, which was somewhat disorienting. Qiu Yinong frowned, glancing toward the left and right walls, where inscriptions awaited. On the left side, one official departs with a farewell. 2 dynasties, brotherly states. 3 lights, sun, moon, stars. 4 poems of elegance and praise. 5 bodies bowing in reverence. 6 pulses measure the gates. 7 colors, red, green, blue. 8 trigrams discern fortune and misfortune. 9 tripods of fame, wealth, and power. On the right side, 1 gust of wind, thunder, and rain. 2 eyes, brow and lashes. 3 lights, sun, moon, stars. 4 virtues bring prosperity. 5 forms of attire and merit. 6 categories, humans, gods, and ghosts. 7 strings bind monarch and minister. 8 faces of gold and weapons. 9 chapters of the Pythagorean theorem. Lu Xing scrutinized the words on both sides, stroking his chin in curiosity. These appear to be couplets, and the phrase 3 lights, sun, moon, stars seems to be the first line, which I recall you drew in the first chamber. However, I sense some of the corresponding lines here may be flawed. For instance, One official departs with a farewell conveys a sense of leaving, but fails to encapsulate the entirety. Do you know how to interpret this? Qiu Yinong shot him a glance, pondering before responding. The phrase one official departs with a farewell is derived from the Return to the Past poem. Lu Xing was taken aback. In that poem, aside from come, only depart with a farewell remains, both implying departure. Thus one official departs with a farewell is quite reasonable. Then what of 5 bodies bowing in reverence? Lu Xing continued to inquire. It refers to 5 bodies prostrating on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing visualized himself in such a position, indeed with both hands and feet touching the ground. The phrase 5 bodies bowing in reverence holds merit as well. He continued to peruse the lines. As for 6 pulses measure the gates, I recognize this as a terminology from traditional Chinese medicine regarding pulse diagnosis. 8 trigrams discern fortune and misfortune is also familiar to me. It pertains to divination, either yielding a dire omen, a favorable sign, or neutrality. Regarding 9 tripods of fame, wealth, and power, that is even clearer. In ancient times, the 9 tripods symbolized imperial authority, inherently associated with fame and power. Damn it, Lu Xing exclaimed. In historical novels, it mentioned that 3 lights, sun, moon, stars is an eternal conundrum, where various officials and talents fail to counter with an appropriate response, only for the protagonist to triumph with a retort of 4 poems of elegance and praise. I once thought this opening line was extraordinary, yet it appears rather mundane now. With 18 corresponding lines available, and from the outset to 9, all align perfectly. How infuriating that those authors deceived me in my youth with their lack of culture. However, it seemed the tonal patterns of these opening lines were slightly off, which felt like an indication. Suddenly, he noticed Qiu Yinong retrieving an apple from her bag, bending down to roll it along the floor. As soon as the apple made contact with the yellow tile, it appeared to trigger some mechanism, and it was swiftly sliced into dozens of neat pieces. What the hell? Is this a laser cutting line? He realized that these tiles must be connected to some mechanism, requiring them to traverse in the correct order. A misstep would activate the trap. Laser cut. As he pondered this, he was astonished to discover that Qiu Yinong had already leapt onto the floor. She first landed on a red tile, then jumped onto a second red tile, followed by a third, which was also red. However, on her 4th jump, she suddenly landed on a green tile. Throughout this entire process, Qiu Yinong triggered no traps. It was remarkably safe. No, I mean, although we are not on the same side, if I lose this time, I will join your faction. Sooner or later, we will be allies. Could you perhaps share the answer you have in mind? Qiu Yinong disregarded him, and as her hypothesis solidified, her jumps grew increasingly rapid. Before long, she had reached the 8th row of tiles. Perhaps due to proximity, she noticed a door on the wall opposite her. That must be the exit. The difficulty of this chamber was indeed quite ordinary. The outcome would depend on who could clear it in the shortest time. Seeing Qiu Yinong drifting farther away, Lu Xing stood lost in thought. First of all, before entering, the door indicated a difficulty level of normal. This suggests that this chamber is exceedingly simple. Secondly, on both sides, there are 10 couplets, and semantically, they are entirely correct. However, the issue lies with the tonal patterns. Simultaneously, the colors of the tiles present a clear problem. This implies that the tonal patterns of the couplets are likely related to the colors of the tiles. Red, blue, green, yellow. What do they symbolize? I seem to have a vague recollection of this, yet I can't quite place where I've seen or learned it. While he was deep in thought, Qiu Yinong had already leaped to the far end of the chamber and successfully escaped through the open door in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 77, The Hidden 4th Rule. Lu Xing remarked, "What a cold-hearted woman. The tonal patterns are incorrect, if the tile colors symbolize the tonal patterns. Yet there are only 2 tonal patterns, while the tile colors amount to 4, it must be related to tones. Red, blue, yellow, green should symbolize the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tones respectively. The safe tiles that do not trigger traps are evaluated based on the tones of each character in the couplets on either side. However, since Qiu Yinong was jumping, it implies that every 4 tiles correspond to a single character's tone. The question then arises, what tones do red, blue, yellow, and green correspond to? Goodness, this seems like knowledge from kindergarten. 1st tone is red, 2nd tone is blue, 3rd tone is green, 4th tone is yellow. This is a common method of annotating Chinese pinyin tones for the convenience of students. Realizing this, Lu Xing glanced at the sides, noting that there are 49 rows of tiles, each containing 20 tiles. That amounts to 980 tiles. If every 4 tiles correspond to a character in the couplets, that means 245 characters. On either side, excluding the 3 celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars, there are another 18 couplets, each with 5 characters, totaling 90 characters. Thus, there are still 155 characters missing. Lu Xing's expression grew serious as he contemplated that these 155 characters must be concealed on the walls to the left and right in the middle or latter sections. This is a rectangular chamber, and I can only see the couplets nearby. If there are characters on the distant walls, it will be hard for me to discern what they are. Having arrived at an answer, he hesitated no longer and moved to the starting point where Qiu Yinong had begun her escape. The starting point was on the left. He decided to begin with the left couplets, and the couplet Qiu Yinong had matched in the first chamber, the 7 colors, red, green, blue, was also on the left. In the first row, the first 4 tiles were colored, green, red, yellow, and blue. The first character of the left couplet, a government official returns to resign, is 1, which is the first tone. Thus, he jumped onto the second red tile in the first row. Once he landed, he waited a moment, and upon realizing no laser trap was triggered, he felt a surge of joy and quickly looked at the character, official. The tone for official is also the first tone, thus red. Among the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th tiles in the first row, the red tile corresponds to the 8th tile. Lu Xing exclaimed, "What a distance!" He swung his arms, gathered his resolve, and leapt, landing firmly on the 8th tile. In this manner, he swiftly completed the couplet, "A government official returns to resign," and prepared to proceed to the second row. However, when he looked up, he noticed an additional couplet on the left wall, the myriad forms of greed, anger, and ignorance. The myriad forms of existence cannot escape the clutches of greed, anger, and ignorance. Using greed, anger, ignorance to encapsulate the myriad forms makes sense. Yet, the same issue arises. The tonal patterns are incorrect. Every time I complete a couplet, a new one appears on either side. To validate this reasoning, he looked at the 2 dynasties and brotherhood. 2 is the third tone. He should jump to the yellow tile, but just as he was about to leap, he suddenly halted, breaking out in a cold sweat. The first couplet on the left has been completed, and my position has now moved to the far right. This means I must start from the first couplet on the right. A sudden gust of wind, thunder, and rain. Indeed, one's ingrained thought patterns can sometimes lead to unintentional errors. I must cultivate my mind. In the Killing Liars Alliance, it is said that the method of cultivating one's mind can suppress common sense, allowing one to discard subjective conjectures in favor of objective facts and natural laws, thus maintaining a state of absolute rationality in logical reasoning. However, cultivating the mind through emotions, common sense, and feelings increases in difficulty. It is rumored that the condition for exchanging common sense cultivation is to slay a 7-star word sorcerer. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Lu Xing continued to finish the right couplet, a sudden gust of wind, thunder, and rain. As expected, upon completion, another couplet appeared on the right wall, the myriad families and their spouses. The myriad families and their spouses. Each person plays one of 3 roles in a family: husband, wife, or child. This is also quite reasonable. Thus, Lu Xing sequentially jumped according to the couplets displayed on the walls. However, he was evidently not as swift as Qiu Yinong. Like an ordinary individual, he occasionally wavered in distinguishing the second and third tones of certain characters. In such instances, he often deliberated repeatedly, reciting the tone of the character in other phrases, such as the 2 dynasties and brotherhood. He could only ascertain that dynasty is the second tone when he pronounced it. Fortunately, it's not a test on flat or rising tones. Otherwise, as a native of Sichuan and Chongqing, I would truly be at a loss. Players who have lingered in the underworld for long tend to mutter to themselves. As Lu Xing stepped through the door of the third chamber, he first saw several individuals with their eyes closed in meditation, then glanced at the scoreboard on the door, shaking his head in resignation. Qiu Yinong, 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Lu Xing, 76 minutes and 17 seconds. Cough, cough. Let the masses open their eyes, the young heiress declared, waving her hand dismissively. To spend such an extensive amount of time on a mere game with moderate difficulty is quite the talent in itself. You should promptly hand over your badge to her. Lu Xing felt his face flush with embarrassment as he removed his badge and surrendered it to Qiu Yinong, simultaneously regaining the opportunity to select a new faction. Without hesitation, Lu Xing chose the red faction, retrieving a red badge from the heiress's desk. This action caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong, who exchanged a knowing glance. If Qiu Yinong and I were to take turns and continue winning, and the 3 captains, after losing the game, all opted for the red faction, then it would only be a matter of time before the blue faction faced a situation where no one remained to compete. How, then, would the game proceed? The 2 heirs, armed and pointing their weapons at each other, indicated that this was a fight to the death. Yet, according to the rules, players not only have the freedom to choose their factions, but also can reselect after losing a game. Thus, the fate of the two heirs rests entirely in the player's hands. If losing all chips equates to death, a skillful player could determine who lives and who dies. For instance, if the middle-aged man from the blue faction continues to choose blue after losing, he is bound to ultimately deplete his chips. Similarly, it would be effortless to ensure the young heiress suffers the same fate. If I were an heir, my foremost objective would be to shed my identity. It became clear why both heirs possessed chips and badges, two forms of stakes. Losing a faction equates to losing one's identity, while losing chips signifies the end of life. In simpler terms, when the young heir's faction has no one left to send forth, he lacks the capital to continue betting. According to the conventions of the gambling table, this is the moment one must withdraw, meaning the young heir could naturally lose his status as an heir, rendering his life beyond the player's control. Once he withdraws, who would take his place to continue gambling alongside the female heir? Naturally, it would be someone with stakes to offer. The true stakes are the badges, while the chips merely determine the final outcome of life or death. However, there lies a conundrum. If I were to take his place, and the blue faction still has no one to send, I too would lack the capital to proceed. Thus, this game harbors a fourth rule, one concealed by both parties. The rationale behind their concealment is straightforward, to deceive players into joining the gambling table. Once on the table, if the chips are lost, execution follows. From this, one can infer that the fourth rule must involve either reshuffling to allow the remaining individuals to choose factions again or continuing the game. This is difficult to ascertain. However, approaching it from a humanistic perspective, it can be deduced that for players to clear the dungeon, both heirs must perish. Consequently, the two heirs must eliminate all players to survive. This is a first elimination system. When one of the heirs loses the right to continue gambling, the individual holding the most badges takes their place to continue the game. Moreover, losing qualification indicates that the original members of that faction are inept. Simply restoring the original members will allow the most astute individual to be eliminated. In essence, if only a middle-aged man remains in the blue faction and he loses again, the young heir will lose the right to continue gambling. If, in the next game, I were to enter and defeat the middle-aged man, I would possess 3 badges, taking the young heir's position to gamble with the female heir. Concurrently, the 3 captains would revert to their original faction, namely the blue faction. This would result in my faction of 3 being unable to contend with Chiu Yinong and the young heir, who has chosen the red faction. I would inevitably lose chips. When my chips are exhausted, the young heiress would turn her gun on me. I would perish. They would continue to gamble, sequentially allowing other players to take the table and lose all their chips. Herein lies a question. When I take the table, will the 3 captains continuously lose? The answer is assuredly yes. They too wish to eliminate me and will deliberately lose to Chiu Yinong, even if Chiu Yinong intends to lose. The presence of 3 individuals allows one to rotate into the red faction, evading the dungeon game alongside her. The 3 would consistently lose, repeatedly opting for the blue faction, thereby ensuring my demise, thus removing a rival. Chen Ran lit a second cigarette, casting a glance at Chiu Yinong, who was chewing gum. A flicker of relief passed between them. Having a teammate is truly advantageous, Chen Ran remarked. Indeed, having a companion is fortunate, Chiu Yinong echoed. To break this deadlock is simple. One must have steadfast allies who resolutely choose to remain in their faction. However, prior to that, it is essential to ascertain who will be the heir and who will serve as the unwavering ally. Both were rational enough to understand that they currently held the most badges. If in the next round, Gung Hao were to take the stage and seize the opponent's badges, he too would possess 2 badges, but having previously lost, he is unlikely to become the heir. Therefore, the potential heirs are either Chen Ran or Chiu Yinong. The initiative now lies with them. Whoever steps forward in the next round and secures victory will possess 3 badges and thus become the heir. Their lives will then be entirely entrusted to the other. Conversely, the same holds true for the one who loses. Rational thought cautioned them that such an act of completely entrusting one's life to another is utterly unacceptable. The atmosphere thickened in that moment. Chen Ran fell silent. Chiu Yinong remained quiet. Gung Hao quietly retreated behind the others. Lu Xing sat in a daze, and the middle-aged man looked somewhat bewildered. The 2 heirs, however, were unperturbed. They recognized that Chen Ran and Chiu Yinong's prowess far surpassed that of the remaining 3, placing them in a different league. Whoever took the stage could succeed the young heir, as it was a first elimination system. Logically, Chiu Yinong should have realized during the first 2 dungeons that Chen Ran's decoding abilities surpassed hers. In the 3rd round, it ought to be Chiu Yinong's turn to take the stage, acquiring the third badge and succeeding the young heir, leaving Chen Ran to handle the decoding. Yet, Xiao Yinong possessed a skill that allowed her infinite time to decode at her leisure, even if she inadvertently triggered a mechanism. As long as she activated her skill before facing death, she would not perish. She had the luxury of trial and error. However, she seemed to have overlooked one crucial detail, one that Chen Ran was patiently awaiting her to remember. Should she fail to recall it, Chen Ran would have to contemplate whether to terminate their partnership. Indeed, in this world, cause and effect reign supreme. In the next round, it would be my turn to step forward. Suddenly, Xiao Yinong recollected that she had previously employed the skill of killing liars in front of the three captains, and they would certainly be on guard. Should she utter the words "I lied," she would likely find herself subjected to an immediate judgment. In other words, the singular advantage that Qiu Yanong possessed to rival Chen Ran would be utterly obliterated. From a rational standpoint, it would be most prudent for her to assume the mantle of heir, while Chen Ran steadfastly aligns himself with her faction. Together, they could outmaneuver all adversaries, presenting the optimal solution. However, if Qiu Yanong were to feign ignorance of her own shortcomings, it would be inevitable that Chen Ran would sever their partnership. For one who has access to an optimal strategy yet chooses not to pursue it, he could neither collaborate with her nor entrust his life into her hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran nodded thoughtfully and then addressed Qiu Yanong with earnestness. I can proffer a future lie. The first to perish in this chamber shall not be you. The inaugural trial of their team concluded with the absolute rationality displayed by both individuals. The middle-aged man, having come to his senses, approached Lu Xing and quietly inquired. That woman possesses a notably low presence. You deciphered the same chamber with her. What is your impression? Lu Xing replied. She operates a rocket while I drive a tractor. I cannot even perceive the exhaust, let alone qualify to eat dust. What impression could I possibly have? He pondered seriously for a moment and stated earnestly. She is akin to Chen Ran, intelligent and aloof. With the candidates from both factions established and following the significant disparity from the previous round, the two heirs confirmed Qiu Yanong's capabilities and unhesitatingly cast 2 chips into the pot. The young heir's objective was to minimize the chips on the table before his turn to wager, thereby increasing Qiu Yanong's likelihood of losing when it was her turn to play. However, at that moment, Chen Ran spoke up. Do you know why I must remain? He directed his gaze towards the two heirs, flashing a grin that revealed his pearly white teeth. If you were all players from hell in your previous lives, you have yet to employ the lie breaker skill in this chamber, have you? What do you mean? The female heir's expression was one of intrigue. You wouldn't intend to frighten us as you did the 3 in the second chamber, would you? Chen Ran shrugged, remaining silent, while Gung Hao, retreating behind the others, recalled the pure white lie breaker. His body trembled involuntarily. This isn't a mere scare. This fellow possesses 2 effects with his lie breaker skill, one to dismantle the lie breaker skill, and the other to prohibit others from utilizing their skills. His is the true self. Regrettably, during the chamber game, when they schemed to deceive Chen Ran with a lie, he had already articulated a future lie. At no time should the effects of the Eternal Kingdom's skill be disclosed. He could not ascertain whether this future lie would endure within this chamber, and thus dared not gamble, silently crying out in his heart.